Our protagonist is the greatest sage who protected humanity from the onslaught of monsters. He also defeated their overlord. At last, humanity was safe. However, exhausted after the deadly conflict, he perished. Fortunately for him, this is not the end. Definitely not. He is resurrected in the body of a young man 50 years later and enrolls in the Magic Academy to regain his supreme power. Will he achieve his goal? We shall see. Atsumu awakens, shocked by the realization that he is alive, despite having exhausted all of his magical energy. He reflects on the circumstances and questions his continued existence. Looking into a mirror, he is stunned by his transformed appearance. A doctor enters the room, accompanied by a medical assistant. She calls our protagonist Kusanagi, and he becomes even more confused upon hearing this strange name. The doctor asks him to lie down and attempts to examine his injuries. He removes the bandages and is astonished to discover that the hero has completely healed. The doctor cannot believe what he is seeing. The physician recalls the patient's critical condition yesterday after the car accident and loss of consciousness. He wonders how the young man recovered so quickly. The doctor suggests that it resembles the miraculous healing power of divine energy. Kusanagi is puzzled when he hears about the car accident and explains that his body possesses the ability to regenerate automatically by using sacred magical energy. He asks the medical staff whether his magical energy has been depleted, but they do not understand him. He tells them that he fought monstrous entities during the catastrophe. Both the doctor and the assistant are stunned by his statement. The doctor asks the young man if he remembers his own name. He then asks him what year it is. Ichikami states his name and assumes it is still 1970, but the doctor diagnoses him with a post-traumatic condition and calls it a cognitive deficit. The doctor reveals that the boy's real name is Minato Kusanagi, and the current year is 2. Kusanagi is shocked and struggles to accept this information. He looks at the doctor, deciding to believe his words. He notices a television and admires its slim design and crystal-clear picture. The protagonist discovers a calendar, confirming that the year really is 2. He is amazed by the slim device the nurse is holding. Our protagonist becomes disoriented, wondering if he has truly traveled into the future. The doctor shares details about the catastrophe the boy remembered, noting that it occurred 50 years ago and has not happened again since. The protagonist doubts the doctor's story and asks about the fate of the monsters. The doctor describes a peaceful era in which very few monsters remain. Kusanagi learns that the world has finally achieved true peace and feels relieved. He expresses gratitude to the heavens and smiles. The doctor tells him that Ichikami, the person he is talking about, died during the disaster 50 years ago as a hero who gave his life to save the world. The doctor doubts that Kusanagi is Ichikami Atsumu. Our hero assumes that he died 50 years ago and somehow returned as Minato Kusanagi. He cannot understand how such a thing happened. And so, a week later, he finally enters the residence and inspects Kusanagi's quarters. He feels sorrow upon discovering the existence of the previous Kusanagi. His mother and father died when he was still a small child. He was also abandoned by his new guardians and sent to a terrible orphanage. Ever since all of that happened, Kusanagi has been living off his parents' inheritance. The protagonist had never encountered anything called reincarnation before. He wonders whether his rebirth was a divine act. Perhaps it all happened by chance. He looks at Kusanagi Magic Academy's identification card and recalls that magic academies did not exist in his era. He finds it quite intriguing. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing. Curious about who is calling, he answers the call. He sees that the call is from Tadden, but does not know how to respond. Kusanagi decides to ignore the call. He throws away his phone. The ringing does not stop, and a notification appears. Tadden states that he knows our protagonist has been discharged from the hospital and urges Kusanagi to return to school, citing a lack of funds. The next day, our protagonist enrolls in Mage Academy and looks around after entering. He finds the prospect of attending school again exciting. He experiences it as a mature adult. While enjoying the moment, he watches a student casually use magic to strike a training dummy. Kusanagi expresses displeasure at the sight, questioning the student's meager magical abilities. He observes the other students and sees that they are all utterly pathetic. He finds it difficult to accept. He recalls that even novices from his era were 10 times stronger than these pitiful students. He questions their magical potential and, despite this peaceful age, cannot understand why magic has declined so much. He enters his classroom and finds his seat. He begins looking forward to school life and wonders whether he has any friends in the room. Suddenly, a red-haired student appears with 2 other individuals. He demands to know why our hero ignored his messages, even though he is just Kusanagi. The protagonist does not know this boy, so he politely asks for his name. Taden flies into a rage and kicks the desk while repeating his name. He calls Kusanagi weak and worthless, but our protagonist pays no attention. He suddenly remembers that this is the very person who contacted him. He assumes that Taden is his companion. Taden grins maliciously and extends his hand, demanding cash. Kusanagi thinks that this is a true friend. He warmly shakes his hand, wishing for a strong bond. Taden loses his temper and grabs Kusanagi by the collar, demanding money. He tries to intimidate Kusanagi, convinced that he inherited a fortune. Kusanagi realizes the truth and understands that his previous self endured torment. Taden swings his fist to put Kusanagi in his place, but suddenly a stunning blue-haired girl appears. She greets everyone with a pleasant good morning. Her beautiful smile calms Taden down. He releases Kusanagi, but makes it clear that he expects payment very soon. Kusanagi feels irritated. The bully finally leaves the room. The lesson finally begins, and the instructor starts discussing the Great Catastrophe, also known as the Final Calamity. 50 years ago, creatures appeared all over the world, plunging humanity into despair. However, the revered sage, Ichikoma Atsumu, remained steadfast in his mission to save humanity. He persevered alone, defeating every monster. Eventually, he confronted the demonic deity known as the God of Calamity, the source of the entire disaster. Ichikoma risked his very existence to defeat the final enemy, and from that moment, the calamity never appeared again. The instructor then asks about the great sage. The blue-haired girl seen earlier raises her hand. Her name is Mizuha. The instructor allows her to answer. She states that Ichikoma is the great sage and the first mage to survive the first calamity. He also played a key role in founding their academy. Her eyes begin to shine with enthusiasm as she reveals that Ichikoma is humanity's champion, admired by every mage throughout the world. The instructor confirms that she is correct, teaching the students about the great sage, who survived the initial calamity and was the first to master the magical arts. The academy was founded to raise more mages in his image. He is the most powerful mage in human history. The instructor urges them to study him and prepare for the upcoming examination. The protagonist begins to feel embarrassed upon hearing everyone's praise for Ichikoma. He did not expect such torment, and starts regretting his enrollment in the academy. He recalls the doctor's words and assumes that everyone has weak magic because of the current peace in the world. He looks out the window, a smile appearing on his lips as he enjoys his newly found peaceful existence. The instructor concludes the lecture, expressing hope that all students are ready for the magical assessment examination scheduled for the next day. Taden confronts the protagonist once again, asking whether he heard the teacher's announcement. He is thrilled, anticipating the amusing spectacle of Kusanagi's pathetic magical skills. Our hero wonders why the bully never stops his endless chatter. He decides to leave the lecture hall. As he leaves, Taden emphasizes that even Kusanagi's own parents had no magical abilities. The bully calls him an orphan and bursts into mocking laughter. The protagonist finally responds, boils with rage upon hearing Kusanagi's dismissive words. His composure shatters, and he unleashes a powerful fire spell. The classmates react with alarm, trying to intervene. One student asks if he truly intends to use such a destructive spell inside the classroom, unleashes the magical spell upon our hero, wishing for his death. The azure-haired girl rushes forward to stop him, but unfortunately, she is too late. As the fiery projectile flies toward him, the protagonist remains completely unfazed. The magical attack strikes him with full force. All the students recoil backward.
Mizuha calls it foolishness, warning him against using magic in such a pointless conflict, not wanting anyone to get hurt. Tadano makes excuses. He places the blame on Kusanagi. He refuses to acknowledge his own fault. The students worry about our hero, but when the dust settles, Kusanagi emerges unharmed. The students are astonished, and he admits that he was caught off guard. Tadano, overcome with horror, asks why Kusanagi is still standing after taking the magical barrage head-on. Our hero can effortlessly block a first-level spell with his barrier, even without using his abilities. He endured the mockery because Tadano is merely a youngster. But now he feels that Tadano deserves punishment.
With a stern gaze, he advances toward the bully. Tadano trembles in fear as Kusanagi releases his power. The students stand frozen, all bewildered by the events unfolding before them. Mizuha reflects on the current situation. She wonders what exactly is happening. Kusanagi approaches Tadano, extending his hand. Tadano is terrified, but the instructor intervenes, enters the room, and asks about the commotion. He asks whether anyone is using magic inside the classroom. Kusanagi assures him that nothing is happening inside, assuming that the magic came from outside. The instructor does not recall any magical activity today, but our protagonist suggests that someone outside their department might be training. The instructor demands an explanation for the smoke, and Kusanagi claims that it came from outside. The instructor accepts his explanation, orders the class to return to their seats, and vows to find the culprit. With a grin, Kusanagi apologizes, deciding to plant false evidence to cover up the incident. Every student, including Mizuha, reacts with astonishment. Tadano clenches his jaw, seething with irritation. The protagonist considers the students weak, doubting their ability to defeat monsters. Even though the catastrophe ended 50 years ago, he knows that dangerous creatures may still be lurking. He makes a decision to investigate the situation. Under the cover of night, he infiltrates the abandoned district of Shibuya, tracking hidden signs and gazing at the ruined metropolis while recalling its appearance from his past life. Failing to find any traces of monsters, he assumes that the authorities have dealt with the threat. Suddenly, he senses a monstrous presence and the nearby life force of a human, prompting him to quickly begin an investigation. A hideous creature captures a girl with snow-white hair. She cries in terror, begging for help. As the monster lunges to devour her, a young man intervenes. The monster roars in agony and dies from a single strike. The hero notices a police badge on her clothing. Assuming that she is affiliated with the magical police, he urges her to be more careful in the future. She expresses her gratitude to him. However, he creates magical circles and disappears. She wonders who he really is. She considers him a powerful mage, but doubts anyone could defeat such a beast without using spells. Kusanagi feels fortunate that his face is hidden, as he does not want to attract attention after being recently reincarnated. He is surprised to see a police mage nearly die to a weak monster, and concludes that even the authorities have grown weaker. He doubts the ability of people from this era to defeat monsters. The entire current generation, including students and law enforcement officers, is significantly weaker than those of the past. He smirks, realizing that humanity needs his abilities once again. He starts moving forward, determined to eliminate every monster in the surrounding area. The next day at the academy, the instructor tells everyone to prepare for the magical aptitude assessment. He hopes that they will accurately evaluate both attributes and quantity. These indicators are vital if they aspire to become mages. The protagonist wonders why abilities cannot be measured without this strange device, understanding its importance for students, but questioning how the instructor could fail to know that magical perception is the foundation of magic. Mizuha approaches and asks whether this is a good time. The students watch their conversation and wonder why Mizuha is calling out to Kusanagi. She introduces herself. She is the second child of a revered magical bloodline. He does not understand the concept of a noble family, so she explains that it is one of the 4 distinguished noble houses that lead the mages. He does not remember her and cannot recall any noble families from his youth. Noticing her weak magic, he asks why she boasts about coming from a prestigious lineage of great mages while possessing such pitiful magical power. Mizuha asks why he seems indifferent, hoping for a more appreciative reaction. She then clenches her jaw in frustration, reflecting on their conversation. Kusanagi asks why a noble with magical blood would speak to someone as insignificant as him. She becomes irritated, but maintains her composure, believing that she must behave as nobility should. He wonders whether she suffers from some sort of mental disorder. Mizuha recalls the magical attack that failed to harm him yesterday and reflects on its cause. She attempts to bring up the subject, but the instructor interrupts her, instructing the students to prepare for the assessment. Kusanagi takes the opportunity to leave with a grin on his face. Mizuha decides to observe and discover his true abilities. She will deal with it after the assessments. Dana confidently releases his power, displaying 1,000 points of magical power with the fire attribute. He enjoys showing off his progress. Kusanagi notes that the evaluation criteria have remained unchanged since his time. Subsequently, Mizuha steps forward and releases her magic. Her attribute is water, and her magical power amounts to 2. Amazement sweeps through the crowd, and the instructor praises both her and Tadana, declaring them outstanding talents destined to become exceptional mages. The rest of the students join in the applause. Kusanagi, feeling disappointed, considers it a farce, believing that 2,000 points of magical power barely qualify as beginner level. Mizuha looks self-satisfied. She tries to demonstrate the influence of her noble lineage. He asks why she is looking at him with such pride. Suddenly, he hears the instructor call him forward for the assessment.
As he approaches the device, he overhears his classmates discussing his results from the previous year. Although he excelled academically, his magical potential had been rated as the lowest. Dana, convinced that Kusanagi possesses no abilities whatsoever, eagerly anticipates his humiliation. Mizuha wonders about the extent of Kusanagi's hidden abilities, but doubts that he can surpass her. Kusanagi feels annoyed. He remembers how prominent he was in his previous life, and that troubles him. He considers the possibility of holding back his full power. However, he decides to give it his all, unleashing his entire power with a grin. He challenges the machine to withstand the power of the greatest sage in history. The device lights up, and a radiant beam erupts from the structure, attracting the attention of 2 students from different classes. Mizuha is bewildered as the machine begins to behave unpredictably. Its glow intensifies before a massive explosion destroys it. The students rush to safety, fleeing from the destructive shockwave. Our protagonist expresses dissatisfaction over the destruction of the machine, feeling that he barely exerted any effort. He wonders whether any of his peers can even detect his magical energy. The instructor, showing concern, asks how everyone is feeling. They confirm that they are unharmed. He checks on Kusanagi, noting how fortunate he was to be at the center of the explosion. The teacher wonders whether the device malfunctioned. He worries that it is now impossible to assess Kusanagi's mana capacity, magical power, and other attributes. Kusanagi asks about the teacher's concerns. The teacher explains his intention to assign students to combat training groups, but the lack of evaluation data prevents him from doing so. The instructor asks Tadana to include Kusanagi in his team. Tadana agrees, seeing it as an opportunity to bully our protagonist. The instructor feels relieved, pleased that it is Tadana.
The bully approaches Kusanagi. He expresses anticipation for their sparring match, a malicious grin twisting his face. The students arrive at the ruins of Shibuya, and the instructor informs them that residual monsters still inhabit the city devastated by the Great Catastrophe. Mages and law enforcement agencies frequently patrol this deserted urban area to deal with the remaining monsters. For unknown reasons, academy students are also required to assist in this effort. The instructor assures them not to worry, as experienced mage officers have already dealt with most of the creatures. Our protagonist did not expect a practical lesson. He trusts that the students will be able to defeat a few beasts, considering that they will be working in teams. He recalls visiting this place the previous night, but becomes uneasy upon discovering several monsters hiding nearby. He remembers thoroughly clearing the area yesterday, yet somehow he failed. He truly did not. He finds no signs of destruction in the vicinity and wonders why new beasts keep appearing in old Shibuya. He overhears the girls talking about their rivalry. Despite this being a practical lesson, our protagonist is surprised to see the students acting so casually. For some unknown reason, Mizuha keeps a close eye on Kusanagi. The instructor begins the practical lesson, wishing everyone effective teamwork. Tadana notices the protagonist and calls him over. He approaches our hero with his team and tells him to stay put and not interfere with their progress. Tadana emphasizes that this time he will not hold back if Kusanagi loses control as he did before. The protagonist cannot understand why they do not simply ignore him if they hate him so much. Tadana flies into a rage and orders him to stop being so insolent. He cannot understand why Mizuha still talks to Kusanagi, considering that he is completely useless. Our hero is astonished by this revelation and realizes that Tadana has feelings for Mizuha. Tadana is consumed by rage. He is absolutely furious. The protagonist senses something, and the bullies attempt to strike him with their magic. However, he warns them to stop. Tadana makes it clear that an apology will not be enough this time. Kusanagi asks him to look behind him, but Tadana suspects that he is trying some foolish trick to escape. Tadana turns around. The entire gang of bullies discovers a towering beast. It is standing right behind them. They all begin to sweat nervously, wondering why a demonic warrior is in this abandoned metropolis. The remaining bullies encourage Tadana, confident that he can defeat it. He assures them of his victory, although he looks worried. He steps forward and attacks it using his pyrokinesis. An explosion occurs. It strikes the beast. Tadana and his friends breathe a sigh of relief, but when the smoke clears, the monster stands before them completely unharmed. Tadana notices that it does not have a single scratch on it and is overcome with terror. Our protagonist acknowledges that his pitiful first-level magic is useless against a demonic soldier. As the monster advances, the entire group is seized by fear. They all collapse to their knees helplessly, trembling uncontrollably. Tadana's eyes fill with tears. He wonders whether his existence is about to end right here. This truly is the end. He pathetically wets himself. But just as death looms over him, the demonic soldier senses our hero's true power. It recoils in fear, taking a step backward. Kusanagi steps forward, astonished that the creature was able to sense the strongest person among them. He directly confronts the demonic soldier, unleashing his full power. The creature releases all of its power, creating numerous mysterious symbols. Tadana and his allies doubt the hero's ability to defeat it. They resign themselves to their fate. The beast casts a second-rank spell. This spell is known as Stone Destruction. A colossal boulder rushes toward our protagonist, yet he remains unfazed, a smile on his lips. He casts a first-rank spell, Firebolt, and launches it at the demonic warrior. His fiery projectile destroys the massive stone. The projectile had been launched by the creature. It also strikes the demonic soldier, causing a massive explosion. Tadana and his squad widen their eyes. They are stunned to witness the monster's death. Tadana asks what is happening. He wonders if Kusanagi orchestrated all of this. He dismisses the thought, believing that someone like Kusanagi could never do such a thing. But our protagonist tells him that, with proper technique, even basic magic is enough to destroy a demonic soldier.
He is puzzled that such creatures are appearing in Shibuya, especially after he personally cleared the area and eliminated every threat there the previous day. He assumes that this may be an ominous sign of a major catastrophe. The protagonist wonders whether he should take the current circumstances seriously. Suddenly, vivid memories flood his mind. He sees the destruction of his past life. He witnessed countless people dying before his eyes. His loved ones were among the fallen. A wave of grief washes over him, and he clenches his fist tightly. The protagonist resolves to protect humanity, even if the impending destruction returns. The other aggressors admit that they saw Kusanagi destroy the demonic soldier. They ask whether this is really the same Kusanagi they know. Tadana, overwhelmed with frustration, punches the wall. He seethes with rage, utterly confused by what is happening. Meanwhile, Mizuha watches from a distance, astonished as she uncovers new details about Kusanagi.
Mizuha casts a first-level spell, Water Saucer, and effortlessly destroys a small creature. Her classmates are amazed and begin praising her. She feels irritated, wondering why ordinary people are so easily impressed. She attributes it to her own brilliance, and then notices Tadana's group. Mizuha instructs her companions to deal with the remaining matters and leaves. She suspects that Tadana is bullying the protagonist again, and feels intrigued. She hurries to observe them, unwilling to miss this opportunity. She positions herself behind a barrier and peeks through. Mizuha is shocked upon seeing the demonic soldier. She doubts their ability to stand against such an enemy in battle. However, despite her fear, the young lady decides to help them. Considering her status as a member of the Mizuha family, she is confident in her ability to turn the situation around. Mizuha rushes toward the group, shouting for everyone to run. Suddenly, a massive stream of fire magic erupts before her, striking the demonic soldier. Kusanagi defeats the formidable monster with a single blow. Mizuha is stunned, wondering whether the hero was truly responsible for this. She remembers Kusanagi as a timid child with weak magic. The girl can hardly believe that she is seeing the same Kusanagi. She watched carefully and did not hear a single incantation. Mizuha cannot understand how he defeated a demonic soldier with first-level magic without an incantation. It is too much for her to comprehend. She realizes that the strength of each demon is determined by the number of crystals adorning its body. This system also determines the hierarchy among demons. Magical beasts occupy the 6th rank. Demonic soldiers are classified as the 5th rank. Demonic captains are the 4th rank. Demonic generals occupy the 3rd rank. The demon king stands at the 2nd rank. And finally, the most powerful demon is designated as the 1st rank.
This supreme demon is also known as the demon god. Every demon possesses these established rankings, so all modern mages know that defeating a demonic soldier requires at least 3rd-level magic. She feels that 1st-level magic is insufficient to defeat one. Kusanagi begins moving forward. She walks toward him. Realizing that she has nowhere to hide, she peeks out again and watches the protagonist. He scolds her for sneaking glances. She feels a surge of embarrassment. She wonders how he discovered her actions. Our protagonist considers it foolish not to be aware of one's surroundings, especially for a mage. Mizuha becomes bewildered. He is disheartened, realizing that they truly cannot detect magic at all. The young man begins to walk away. She tries to stop his advance. However, he ignores her and continues moving forward. Mizuha demands an explanation and rushes after him, but in the alley she finds no one. Kusanagi jumps onto the roof of a building.
He is irritated as he watches the girl desperately trying to find him. He decides to scout the area for monsters and discovers that no demonic soldiers remain nearby, although there are still many magical beasts around. After witnessing Tadana's pathetic performance against the demonic soldier, he wonders, will the other students be able to handle magical beasts? The protagonist decides to eliminate several magical beasts. His body suddenly begins to radiate light as he releases his magic. He can cover the entire area surrounding the abandoned city. So he summons 2 magic circles and casts his 2nd-level spell. Countless beams of light shoot into the sky, spreading across all of Shibuya. Tadana and his companions watch the beams of light, mistaking them for shooting stars. Mizuha recognizes it as magic and wonders who could have cast several magical abilities simultaneously. Elsewhere in Shibuya, 2 students find themselves surrounded by mystical creatures. Despair overtakes them as numerous monsters charge at them at once. Both students give up, resigning themselves to their fate. But just as a monster lunges to kill the girl, it suddenly stops, writhing in pain as a powerful beam of light strikes it. The students ask each other if they are all right. The protagonist watches the entire scene from above. He feels immense satisfaction after eliminating all the creatures. Seeing their destruction, he suddenly realizes that he overdid it by wiping out nearly all the monsters in Shibuya. Kusanagi begins to worry, wondering whether the lesson will continue after this incident. He expresses regret. He regrets his lack of self-control. He unfolds his secret seals to travel across the metropolis, finding a hidden route for his descent. He does not like concealing his abilities more than necessary, but the constant attention is annoying. He reunites with his classmates and instructor.
The instructor examines the slain magical beast, wondering why so many of them remain. He had assumed that most had already been destroyed or had perished. He suspects that a master mage did this, as killing a monster with a single swift strike is no easy feat. He recalls the magic that brought down the beasts. He realizes that releasing such a barrage of magical projectiles belongs to the null attribute. Shocked, He admits that he has never seen anything like it. He acknowledges that without those magical projectiles, the situation would have worsened, knowing that even releasing 2 is an extraordinary achievement. The instructor incredulously realizes that if the number reached 6 or more, no ordinary student could possibly use such magic. The students cry out before him, desperately demanding to know why they had to face so many beasts and nearly sacrifice their lives. The instructor bows and apologizes. He recalls confirming with the authorities that most of the monsters had been eliminated, regretting that he failed to verify it with the academy. He sincerely expresses remorse for putting the entire group in danger. One student asks whether help arrived to save them. The instructor says that he does not know, but adds that it was neither the police nor an authorized mage, but most likely some kind of rogue practitioner. He silently expresses gratitude to the unknown savior. Our protagonist beams with pride upon hearing the instructor's praise. He catches fragments of the students' conversations as they discuss the magical projectiles, all wondering about their source. Kusanagi feels a wave of relief upon seeing that everyone is safe, including those who bully him. Tadano clenches his jaw, seething with frustration. The entire pack of bullies turns their gaze toward the protagonist.
Mizuha recalls seeing Kusanagi defeat the demonic warrior alone, using only beginner-level magic, and then employ some form of limitless enchantment. She wonders whether Kusanagi was responsible for both incidents. Elemental energy and void energy are different properties, and she finds it unlikely that any student, even Kusanagi, could possess both. She reassures herself that it is impossible for him to wield 2 different energies, and assumes that someone else was responsible for the void-based attacks. She still cannot understand how Kusanagi managed to defeat the demonic warrior alone. Tadano's team suggests that he might also be the creator of the energy beams. Tadano dismisses the idea as absurd, but his companion reminds him that Kusanagi also defeated the demonic warrior. Tadano flies into a rage, threatening his companion to stay silent or face destruction. His companions are paralyzed with fear, utterly terrified.
Tadano makes it clear that he refuses to believe that someone like Kusanagi could accomplish such feats, suspecting that he is hiding something. His lackeys agree, recalling what a coward Kusanagi truly is. Tadano roars in fury, vowing to expose Kusanagi's deception. He is determined to corner Kusanagi and force him to reveal his true identity. After class ends, Kusanagi leaves and finds himself surrounded by a huge crowd of bullies. Tadano approaches, stating that he has been waiting patiently. The protagonist feels irritated and suggests that they devote this persistence to studying magic instead. Tadano argues that Kusanagi has no right to say such things, considering his own deception. Kusanagi is puzzled by the accusation of deception. However, Tadano insists that Kusanagi is undoubtedly hiding unfair tricks. Tired of their stupidity, Kusanagi realizes that arguing with them is pointless, orders him to submit. He praises Kusanagi for standing his ground. Kusanagi explains that there is no reason to worry. Tadano dismisses his words and lunges forward, throwing a punch, confident that Kusanagi will not use magic in a public place. The punch lands on his cheek, but he shows no reaction. Thugs surround him and begin attacking, yet he remains calm and refrains from fighting back. Tadano asks why he is staying silent, assuming that Kusanagi is helpless without his mystical abilities. He intensifies his assault, declaring his intention to continue until Kusanagi dies, regardless of any pleas for mercy. The protagonist expresses his disappointment. Their blows barely leave any marks. His mystical energy instinctively protects him from all physical attacks. Realizing this, he decides to pretend to be injured in order to calm Tadano down. Suddenly, a figure materializes behind them, asking why they are attacking Kusanagi. Tadano turns around and notices Mizuha. The bully becomes flustered and tries to explain himself. He tells Mizuha that they are just fooling around. She sees right through his lie and accuses him of bullying Kusanagi. She is disappointed by her classmates' behavior and asks whether they are not ashamed of their actions. Tadano feels uneasy, but blames everything on Kusanagi. He believes that Mizuha now despises him and that it is entirely Kusanagi's fault. She takes the hero by the hand and begins leading him away from the situation. Tadana watches as she takes Kusanagi's hand. He becomes consumed by jealousy and reaches his limit. Tadana stops holding back and loses all self-control. He attempts to strike our hero with magic. Kusanagi is irritated. He is displeased. Tadana prepares to go all out, and his lackeys unleash their magic as well. Mizuha questions their actions. The entire group unleashes a barrage of fire magic at the protagonist. Mizuha realizes the danger and tries to shield Kusanagi, but she cannot intervene quickly enough. He takes all the attacks head-on. Tadana smirks smugly, convinced that no pathetic tricks will help Kusanagi survive against such overwhelming power. His subordinates begin to worry, asking whether Kusanagi has died. Tadana brushes them off, calling them fools for worrying too much. He fabricates a story, claiming that they were practicing magic outside the school and that it got out of control. Kusanagi was simply caught in the crossfire. That is how he was injured. Lackeys realize that they have crossed the line. When the dust settles, Kusanagi states that he tried to be lenient because he considered them mere children, but their foolishness demands punishment. He prepares to punish them all. Tadana is astonished to discover that Kusanagi is still alive after such a powerful magical barrage. Kusanagi grows grim, informing them that they should never have involved Mizuha in their conflict. He questions how depraved they must be to behave like this. Tadana shouts, blaming both of them for this disaster. He believes that they deserve to pay for making fun of him. Therefore, he creates another magic circle and declares that they will continue attacking until Kusanagi breathes his last. Our hero conjures a tiny magic circle. The bullies mock it and dismiss it as pathetic. They assume that he is merely bluffing, and they all launch a simultaneous attack with their full power, wishing for Kusanagi's death. The protagonist uses magic absorption. Strange green tendrils emerge from the tiny circle and entangle the entire group. They are all seized by fear and try to break free. However, they fail spectacularly. Their life force begins to drain away, and the bullies start losing consciousness. Tadana and his lackeys freeze in place. Kusanagi expresses his dissatisfaction. He expected them to last a little longer. He hopes that the bullies will learn from this experience and change their ways. Mizuha is bewildered. She asks herself whether she just witnessed sorcery.
She is shocked that the entire group lost consciousness, yet she cannot understand why. Kusanagi gets up to leave, but Mizuha stops him, demanding an explanation. She asks about his magic, recalling that only a few days ago he could not cast even the weakest spell. She demands to know who he really is. The protagonist grows irritated by her behavior and challenges her. He suggests that she find something else to do instead of asking so many strange questions. Mizuha begins to blush. She expresses her gratitude, thanking him for saving her. The girl begs him to finally answer her questions. However, she discovers that he has disappeared. She feels humiliated and wonders why he left her again. As darkness falls, Kusanagi once again enters Old Shibuya. He navigates using his magic circles. Earlier, he sensed something unsettling, which prompted him to return and investigate. He discovers more creatures hiding, despite having previously destroyed them, giving him a dreadful premonition. The protagonist is confident that he can manage as long as the threats remain confined to Old Shibuya. However, he senses their presence elsewhere. He considers the limitations of the police and the shortage of experienced mages, but he doubts his ability to combat threats across the entire country, preferring to develop a strategy first. His first step is to eliminate every monster in Old Shibuya. He strives to act discreetly, avoiding any attention. He releases his magical projectiles, simultaneously destroying numerous enemies. A drunk man wanders into the dangerous zone. He remains unaware of the danger. Suddenly, a beast materializes behind him, only to be instantly neutralized by the protagonist. The man notices him, but dismisses it as his imagination and starts walking away. Our hero hopes that the man did not get a good look at him. He activates his magic circle and dashes forward. Someone catches sight of him, recording everything on a phone. The man remains in shock, convinced that his footage will undoubtedly become a sensation. Without hesitation, he uploads it to the internet. The following morning, Tadana, Kusanagi, and Mizuha are summoned to the principal's office. Their homeroom teacher informs them that he is aware of students using magic outside school grounds. He issues a stern warning of immediate expulsion for any offenders and allows them to present their arguments. Sadhana points at the protagonist. He tries to shift all the blame onto him, claiming that our protagonist was the one seeking conflict. Kusanagi is astonished by how easily Tadana lies. He realizes that he must defend himself, even though it irritates him. Just as he is about to speak, Mizuha intervenes and stands up for him. She tells the principal that their words are lies and exposes Kusanagi as a victim of bullying by Tadana and his lackeys, who were the first to launch magical attacks against him.
The teacher listens carefully and discovers that the protagonist also used magic. She considers it self-defense, believing that he had no other choice and is therefore not at fault. Kusanagi expresses surprise at her intervention. Tadana tries to convince the teacher of their innocence, but Mizuha silences him by condemning his behavior. She calls him a malicious person for tormenting Kusanagi and then shifting the blame for the consequences. She cannot comprehend his complete lack of remorse. Tadana dismissively refers to the protagonist as worthless, claiming that he has no place at the academy and justifying his aggression as an attempt to get rid of trash. Mizuha flatly declares that he is the real trash and unworthy of the academy. Maintaining his arrogance, Tadana proclaims his academic superiority and insists that he alone is worthy of standing beside her. Kusanagi cannot understand what he means. Tadana warns her against defending Kusanagi, urging her to come to her senses and become his instead. Disgusted, she states that there is absolutely no chance she would ever choose trash like him. Tadana recoils from the rejection. She rejects him because of his violent tendencies and considers him foolish for confessing his feelings under such bizarre circumstances. Our protagonist understands her reasoning, but feels that she went a bit too far. Tadana loses consciousness after being rejected. The principal states that he has no need for students who selfishly use magic and harm others, since Tadana and his associates are the offenders, while Kusanagi was merely defending himself from their magical attacks. Tadana and his group are expelled. Tadana's lackeys attempt to justify their actions, claiming that they were merely following his orders. The instructor allows Kusanagi and Mizuha to leave and return to their classes. The two of them leave the principal's office.
Mizuha becomes furious, calling Tadana the most disgusting person imaginable. Our protagonist asks about their future prospects now that they have been expelled. She explains that their chances of ever becoming mages are 0, which is obvious. She cannot understand why Kusanagi was unable to defend himself. He claims that he was just about to speak, but she never gave him the chance. A memory then resurfaces. She asks about his troubles. Kusanagi reflects on the many times she has intervened to protect him, first in the classroom during his confrontation, and now during their meeting with the principal. He praises her as a good girl for constantly helping him. She begins blushing intensely, overwhelmed with embarrassment, tells him to be quiet, and rushes toward the classroom, intending to enter before him. Kusanagi watches her leave with a gentle smile. He is convinced that the original Kusanagi died, and that he was reincarnated in this body. He wonders whether the original succumbed to relentless bullying, or if the accident alone was responsible. The truth remains elusive. However, he finds comfort in the fact that the bullies faced the consequences of their actions. He believes that this outcome brings some measure of justice. He smiles. The principal informs 2 upperclassmen about the recent events, explaining that several students got into a fight and openly used magic. He assures them that no one was injured. The senior girl asks why she was summoned if the situation has already been resolved. The principal tells her that one of the participants was Yuika Mizuha, the blue-haired girl, who understands the situation and thanks the principal for the information. He asks her to pass along his best regards to her father. She assures him that there is no need to worry, and reveals that her family is considering investing in the school. She leaves with her companion, leaving the principal wondering whether Kusanagi possesses incredible power, since fighting multiple mages at once is nearly impossible. An ordinary student could only prevail by possessing some hidden, extraordinary power. He wonders whether Kusanagi surpasses them in strength, but the blue-haired girl answers negatively. Intrigued by the boy, He tells her that he wants to meet him in order to uncover the truth. She wonders whether her younger sister deserves expulsion, depending on Kusanagi's true abilities. She is Mizuha Ruka, a third-year student, and her companion is Katsuragi Ryugi, also a third-year student. Kusanagi feels gloomy now that his life has returned to a peaceful routine. He overhears his classmates discussing a certain black mage, and wonders whether it is connected to the magical nobility he learned about earlier. He decides to ignore it for now. The instructor arrives and calls Kusanagi outside for an evaluation test. He explains that students whose abilities could not be measured earlier now have an opportunity to undergo a reassessment. Mizuha watches the proceedings. She feels satisfied, anticipating that she will finally learn more about our protagonist. Suddenly, she notices her older sister, Ruka Mizuha, and Katsuragi entering the room. She is puzzled by her sister's sudden appearance. The instructor announces Kusanagi's turn, ordering him to begin the magical power assessment. Our protagonist recalls how he destroyed the device during his previous attempt. Therefore, he decides to be much more careful and restrain his power. He attempts to release his magical energy, but unexpectedly experiences a strange sensation. Tense exhaustion overwhelms him, and he begins gasping for breath. The instructor asks about his condition. She then turns her attention to the testing device. She checks the results. Mizuha and the instructor stare in disbelief as his attribute turns out to be null and his magical power only 100 units. Much to Katsuragi's delight. Two classmates discuss Kusanagi, considering his magical power the lowest in the group and calling him useless, devoid of any attribute. Katsuragi dismisses the principal's story as a lie, refusing to believe that the protagonist defeated all the bullies by himself. Ruka, feeling disappointed, decides to leave, seeing no reason to stay any longer. The students watch Kusanagi become exhausted from the test alone, which seems understandable to them, given his exceptionally meager magical power. The instructor tries to comfort Kusanagi, stating that magical power is not the most important factor. However, Mizuha cannot accept what she is seeing. She recalls witnessing our protagonist defeat a demonic soldier alone, and knows that he can simultaneously use two attributes, fire and void. She wonders what method he used to deceive everyone. She has never encountered mages capable of concealing their magical power through manipulation. The protagonist feels relieved. Pleased with the result, he used a form of magical transformation to alter the results despite the physical strain. He feels confident, believing that he has finally mastered this technique. As our hero leaves the evaluation chamber, he encounters Mizuha. He learns that she had been in the evaluation chamber purely out of curiosity and came only to observe. Suddenly, Ruka stops both of them in the school corridor. Kusanagi asks about their identities, and she introduces both herself and Katsuragi. He recalls her surname and asks whether she wants something from him. She states that she has absolutely no interest in him. She then turns toward her younger sister. Mizuha begins to worry, while Ruka, discouraged, learns that her sister could not even defeat a few thugs.
She also learns that Mizuha was helped by someone with only 100 magical power, and asks whether all of this is true. Mizuha confirms it, provoking her sister's anger. Ruka orders Mizuha to simply leave the academy. Mizuha cannot understand why she is saying all of this for no reason. Ruka reminds her that she has never won a single match. Whenever they compete, from academics to sports and magical arts, she loses every single time. Ruka doubts that Mizuha has the skills necessary to become a mage. She believes that Mizuha would be better off leaving this academy and enrolling in an ordinary school. Mizuha begins to cry. She is unable to say a single word. Her older sister asks whether she understands, and Mizuha nervously confirms that she does. Kusanagi finally intervenes and accuses Ruka of being arrogant. She asks him to repeat his statement with an icy expression. He emphasizes how she keeps talking endlessly without even bothering to listen to her younger sister's perspective. It is obvious to him that she is overflowing with arrogance. She makes it clear that this is a discussion between family members. He is astonished to hear her call it a discussion when all he hears is her ordering her younger sister around, never allowing her to speak. She flares up in anger, but our protagonist persists, believing that even she has no right to discourage someone from pursuing their chosen path. He accuses her of being terrible for forcing her younger sister to abandon her aspirations. Ruka confidently declares that her incapable sister lacks the talent to become a mage because she cannot even defeat her. Mizuha begins to cry and agrees with her older sister. She lacks faith in her own abilities. She feels that she has been deceiving herself all this time.
She had tried to convince herself that she was a prodigy with the talent to become a mage, yet she has never managed to defeat her older sister. Kusanagi confidently states that she can defeat Ruka. He breaks into a smile, leaving everyone bewildered. Ruka asks whether he is challenging her, and he requests some time, as it is currently unrealistic for Mizuha to achieve victory. Ruka gives them 2 weeks, proposing a magical duel between 2 pairs. He is surprised, but agrees. He dismisses it as absurd. With a smile, he asks Mizuha if she is ready, and she calms down, stopping her tears. Mizuha gathers her resolve and agrees to take part in the competition. After the decision is made, Kusanagi begs them never to bring this matter up again if he emerges victorious. Ruka wagers that her sister will leave the academy if she and Katsuragi win the duel. She issues a stern warning, declaring that she will not hold back, and that they must prepare diligently and face reality. Sometime later, Mizuha and Kusanagi head to the rooftop. She begs for his help, expressing hope that he can teach her more about magic to accelerate her growth. He now understands the reason she summoned him to the rooftop. He asks whether she is truly certain about learning sorcery from someone as pathetic as him, noting that his magical power is only 1. She sees right through him, knowing that he is hiding his true abilities and considering him far more powerful than herself. He notices that this time she is not backing down. She realized that he knows the path to becoming stronger, and that is why he challenged her sister to a duel. He understands Ruka's tendency to aggressively seek control over everything. It is her innate nature. That is precisely why he provoked her into a fight. However, there is no way he would ever tell Mizuha that. She lowers her head and begs for his support. He gives in and agrees to help her achieve greater strength. She asks once more to make sure. He gives her an advance warning, emphasizing that she must follow every instruction and that there will be no backing out once the training begins. She readily accepts all of his conditions. Kusanagi finds it difficult to refuse, given her sincere pleas. Considering that he already has preparations to make after observing the monster population in Shibuya, raising a mage may prove beneficial. He decides to begin her training today and considers finding a suitable training location. Mizuha starts blushing and, after shyly glancing at him, invites him to her home. Sometime later, they arrive at her residence. He is astonished by the sprawling mansion, but she considers it appropriate given her father's status as a distinguished mage. Mizuha suddenly realizes that this is the first time she has invited a man into her home. She wonders whether her invitation seemed strange, even though she had no hidden motives. Kusanagi suggests that they begin. However, he notices that she is lost in thought, so he calls out to her, addressing her as Yuika. The girl flinches upon hearing her name, but he explains that he is simply trying to avoid confusion, since her sister is also named Mizuha. She feels a pang of disappointment at his explanation. He asks whether she has another name he could use, but she agrees to Yuika, so he decides to begin the training and asks her to assist him. His first question concerns her magical energy. She considers it simple and replies that it is the power required for spells, present in every living being. He then asks her about spells, confidently states that they function like programs, converting magical energy into offensive maneuvers. He asks whether there is a way to increase one's magical reserves, but she answers negatively, believing that they are predetermined at birth and stop growing after a certain point. Beams with confidence, feeling satisfied that she answered every question perfectly. He informs her that absolutely every one of her answers is wrong. Looking dejected, she begins to cry, asking whether he is trying to call her stupid. The protagonist genuinely feels remorse and reflects on the ignorance of modern mages. He is astonished by such a drastic change in just 50 years. He continues by explaining that magical energy is not limited to physical forms. It also exists within nature and the surrounding environment. It's
Spells are merely mechanisms for properly supporting the art of magic. Moreover, it is indeed possible to intentionally strengthen one's magical power. She can hardly believe his words, considering them lies that contradict the Academy's doctrines. She thinks that if his claims were true, they would completely overturn the entire Academy of Magic.
He remains indifferent to her disbelief, declaring his intention to teach her these 3 principles during their training. He tells her to sit down and informs her that he will pour his magical energy into her body, asking her to notify him the moment she senses it. She expresses surprise that a method for detecting magical energy exists, while he emphasizes that she cannot become stronger without the ability to sense it. He orders her to close her eyes and begins making physical contact with her. He releases his magical energy, but discovers that she still cannot detect it. He expends additional magical energy, wondering how she remains blind to such overwhelming power. At last, Yuika senses a faint presence. She feels warmth gradually building in her back. He enlightens her about this phenomenon, identifying it as the perception of magical power. She finally understands the essence of his earlier explanation.
He instructs her to remember this sensation forever, emphasizing its importance for detecting magical energy. He further explains that this energy also exists in the natural world, making the ability to detect and become accustomed to it her primary objective. She radiates confidence, promising to master it quickly by relying on her status as the respected daughter of the Mizuha family. Our hero doubts whether she can keep her promise, since she failed to sense his energy even after he flooded her with his immense magical power. He resigns himself to the possibility that she may not be suited to become a mage. 1 week passes, and Yuika bursts into tears, confessing to our hero that she still cannot sense magic. She is a huge disappointment, having failed to impress the protagonist. He is astonished that an entire week was not enough for her to master something so basic, despite her diligent training. He concludes that she is simply very slow at grasping the concept.
As time runs short, he decides to fill her with magic once again. He places his hand on her back and begins channeling his power. He orders Yuika to open her eyes. She cautiously raises her eyelids, and to her amazement, she can now sense the magical aura enveloping her body. A smile spreads across her face as she finally comprehends the nature of magical power. That is it. Yuika marvels at her newfound ability. Now that she can finally sense magical energy, she considers assessing Kusanagi's power level. For some unknown reason, she can barely sense anything from him, which puzzles her. He praises her for her hard work, but she brushes it off, saying that it is only natural for a genius. Now that she can finally perceive magic, he informs her that they will move on to refining her magical energy. He thoroughly explains the entire method of using the proper amount of magical energy for any magical creation. She must focus solely on efficiency and ignore all other concerns. She also needs to expend all of her magical power to its limit so that the amount of magic she can control will expand once she fully recovers. He is confident that she will easily follow all of his instructions now that she can clearly perceive magic. He acknowledges that his teachings differ greatly from the foundations of the Magic Academy, but he does not care whether she trusts his advice, assures him that she trusts his words, and beams, declaring that she no longer doubts him. He is glad to hear that her perspective has changed, and decides to begin the next phase of their training. The protagonist asks her to step back a little and prepare herself, as they are ready to fight. She confirms that she agrees. She eagerly anticipates seeing his true abilities. She longs to witness his full power. Unleashes first-level water magic, launching countless water attacks. But our protagonist effortlessly deflects them all, much to the girl's amazement. She cannot comprehend how he blocked them. He used an ordinary magical barrier, employing chantless magic, and made it clear, if she cannot even break such a weak barrier, she has no chance of defeating her sister. In desperation, she unleashes a barrage of water projectiles. He advises her to keep moving, even while casting offensive spells. Stopping her movement will inevitably lead to defeat when facing an experienced mage. Frustrated, she launches more attacks, but eventually succumbs to exhaustion and gives up. He points out the inefficiency of expending huge amounts of magical energy without proper technique. He explains that by learning to regulate the magical power behind her spells, she will eventually be able to cast attacks without incantations. Kusanagi instructs her to watch carefully as he demonstrates the use of his magic. He unleashes Fire Burst twice at the training dummy, demonstrating his magical mastery. She realizes that the magical energy fueling her attacks pales in comparison to his. He confirms her realization, stating that she will not need incantations for any spell. Once she masters control over her magical output, she finally understands that chanting is unnecessary when casting spells. He confirms this, explaining that her initial goal is to find ways to shorten her incantations. Once she learns to control her magic, chanting will become unnecessary. He emphasizes the advantage of shorter incantations, which save both effort and magical power. This will undoubtedly enhance her magical abilities. He orders her to stand up and face him once again. She feels that it is too soon, but he dismisses that concern as meaningless. His expression grows sterner as he orders her to train with the utmost urgency. Hearing this, she is overcome with fear and falls to the ground. He asks whether she is all right, stating that these training sessions will take place every day. He notices that she is not even listening to his words. As night falls, our protagonist arrives in Harajuku, having recently detected the presence of several monsters there. He had discovered several monsters in the area and came to investigate. Despite his constant efforts to eradicate them, their numbers inexplicably remain unchanged. Suddenly, he witnesses a magical beast attacking someone. He does not hesitate. He quickly rushes toward the child. He arrives just in time, effortlessly destroying the creature in an instant. The young man checks on the little girl, asking whether she is all right. Instead of thanking him, she begins taking pictures of him. He quickly leaves the scene, puzzled by her lack of gratitude and sudden desire to take photographs. He reflects that modern people are truly strange. He decides to hide his face better next time before leaving. Next day, the protagonist resumes training with Yui. She quickly gives up and becomes exhausted. The day of their confrontation draws near. He evaluates her current progress as decent. However, she still lags far behind Ruka in almost every aspect. She has no chance of winning if she maintains this pace before the duel. He reassures her, saying that she can quit now if she wants to. She stands up and tells him that she has been compared to her sister her entire life. She has had to give up countless times, forever unable to defeat her sister. But she is determined to continue practicing the magical arts and never abandon them. He bluntly states that she will never win that way, but she asks him to be stricter with her. He agrees and decides to stop holding back. She is delighted to hear that. She prepares for battle. The two continue training together, and he passes on a great deal of knowledge to the girl. When evening falls, Yuika collapses from exhaustion after the brutal training, and Kusanagi carries her in his arms. After several days of training together, he finally tells Yuika that she is ready to face her sister. She falls to the ground, overwhelmed with relief. Kusanagi praises her for her hard work and dedication. A smile spreads across her face as she takes in his words. On the day of their match, our protagonist asks whether she is ready to face them. She answers affirmatively, and as they are about to enter the academy, they both notice an impressive crowd of spectators. Several reporters rush toward them, checking whether they are truly seeing Yuika Mizuha of the prestigious family. They ask for comments about the magical match and wonder whether she is fighting against her sister. Kusanagi expresses confusion. She explains that her family is highly influential, and considering the upcoming clash with her sister, intense media interest is only to be expected. He is surprised that a student confrontation attracts such significant attention. He assumes that it is connected to the enormous influence of the Mage. The entire group arrives at the battle arena, surrounded by a huge crowd of spectators. He finds the spectacle somewhat excessive, but she explains that student duels are rare events, turning this from a simple competition into a major attraction. He is somewhat stunned by this revelation. The pair is called onto the platform, prepares herself, but unexpectedly, her body begins to tremble. He calms her down, advising her to simply focus on giving it her all.
She regains her composure and smiles. Resolve strengthens, and she advances toward the platform with unwavering determination. She describes our protagonist as a mysterious figure, acknowledging that his words resonate deeply with her. And Ruka finally stand face to face. Ruka is shocked that her younger sister did not run away, confirms that she did not. She says it with confidence. Ruka calls Yuika arrogant for believing that she can defeat her older sister. But Yuika declares that her victory is certain. Ruka gives Yuika credit, acknowledging her remarkable transformation over the past 2 weeks. Yuika admits that her older sister is incredibly powerful. She recognizes this fact. She understands that their magical abilities differ greatly, yet she still believes in herself and in her inevitable victory. The start of their battle is announced, and both competitors are given the signal to begin. Immediately deploys her magic circle, attempting to shorten her casting time. Ruka begins her attack. Kusanagi watches the battle and realizes that moving while casting is the foundation of combat. He believes that Ruka understands the basic principles of a mage versus mage duel. Like her, Yuika is so nervous that she completely forgets the basics and remains standing still during the battle. She no longer has an advantage, even if she shortens her casting time. Ruka and Yuika exchange blows using beginner-level water magic. Manages to withstand her older sister's assault. She marvels at her own abilities, convinced that she has grown stronger. Ruka admits that her strength has indeed increased in just 2 weeks. Is delighted to hear her older sister say that. Ruka scolds her, telling her to stop giggling because it was merely an observation. She is not praising her. Ruka raises the level of her magic, this time unleashing a more powerful attack. She uses the second-level spell Water Blitz, cannot withstand the assault. She is knocked off her feet and falls beside the protagonist. He watches her, realizing that her magical skills have improved, increasing her chances of victory. However, her older sister is overwhelmingly strong. Ruka calls him heartless for not offering a helping hand despite having defended Yuika before. He states that there is no reason for him to help her, leaving Ruka bewildered. Suddenly, Yuika manages to stand up. She shocks her older sister. Ruka cannot understand how Yuika is still standing after taking a second-level attack, declares her unwavering determination to win this battle. Practicing magic is Yuika's sole purpose, a dream she will never abandon, even if she loses everything else. Resumes her attack. Ruka responds with a counterattack of her own. They clash once again. The battle reaches its climax. She strives to fight her older sister, determined not to give in, but collapses from magical exhaustion. The announcer declares that contestant Yuika has exhausted her magical power, making Ruka the winner of the match. Yuika tries to stand up, hoping to turn the tide, but she stumbles. Kusanagi calls it a contest of magical power and control, suggesting that his friend lost because of a lack of magical energy. Ruka asks whether she finally understands.
She refers to her younger sister as talentless, suspecting that our heroine has reached the same conclusion. He confirms her complete lack of talent and considerable clumsiness. Her progress was painfully slow. She proved incapable of acting effectively in real combat. However, he tells Ruka that she is truly a diligent person. She trained tirelessly every day with foolish dedication. Ruka remains disheartened by the outcome, but expresses her admiration for persistent people who refuse to give up. Just like Yuika. The girl begins to cry upon hearing his words. He tells everyone that Yuika is his student, and he does not appreciate anyone insulting her. Bursts into uncontrollable tears. Yuika calls him self-absorbed and questions why someone with only 100 magical power talks so much. He explains his intentions. He will defeat her, using only his 100 magical power. She considers him a master at spouting nonsense, but eventually agrees. Ruka informs him that his opponent is someone else, and Katsuragi appears, ready for his turn. Ruka urges him to finish quickly, and he confirms that he does not need a second invitation. Katsuragi carries Yuika away, telling her to rest and carefully watch the battle in order to learn. She understands his words, suddenly noticing that her physical pain has vanished and that there are no wounds on her hands. As he steps onto the platform, our protagonist admits that he cannot win with only 100 magical power, contradicting his earlier statement. He realizes that 100% concentration is necessary to achieve victory. The protagonist decides to maintain his magical power at 100% while using chantless magic attacks. This time, he abandons the magical barrier, acknowledging the risk of taking direct hits. He feels a surge of excitement, finding the circumstances thrilling. Tsuragi prepares himself, apologizing in advance for releasing his full power.
Our protagonist tells him that he is the one who should be holding back. Spectators erupt in cheers for Katsuragi, hoping that he will not completely lose control, or the challenger may suffer serious harm. The fighter ignores their pleas and unleashes his 8,000 magical power. Our protagonist watches this and acknowledges that it does not pose a serious threat. However, since he is using only 100 magical power today, there is a significant chance that he could be killed. The second round begins. As they face each other, Katsuragi hopes that our protagonist will not hold a grudge after it is over, while he forms his secret signs. With the attack he is about to unleash, he believes he can assess Kusanagi. He wants to find out whether Kusanagi truly defeated those thugs. He urges Kusanagi to withstand his final attack, but just as he is about to unleash it, something strikes him in the forehead. The protagonist expresses his dissatisfaction.
He calls his opponent slow. The crowd is astonished by the swift conclusion of the match. The commentator declares Kusanagi the winner. Ruka is stunned to see her companion knocked out with a single blow. She recalls that he did not even cast a spell, and wonders what tactic he used. Kusanagi hopes that she is satisfied, since the match ended quickly, just as she wanted. His words irritate her. He is also stunned and can hardly believe that he truly defeated his opponent. Ruka admits that he is strong, and he responds that he actually surpasses her as well. She tells him to stop talking nonsense. Ruka releases 10,000 of her magical power. Kusanagi senses it with his magical perception and realizes that she is stronger than the person he fought earlier. The announcer informs the audience that something unusual is happening, as Kusanagi has switched to a different fighting style, attracting considerable attention. The next duel will determine the true champion.
The third battle begins. Kusanagi once again uses the same tactic, launching magical projectiles toward her. She deflects them with water magic. Our protagonist possesses only 100 magical power. This means that he lacks the strength to affect Ruka unless a magical projectile strikes her in the forehead. He realizes that she has already adapted, protecting her forehead and remaining stationary while using magic. Ruka persists, unleashing water attacks. But even after all that, she is shocked to discover that the protagonist is still standing, completely unharmed. She knows that he is not using any magic, yet wonders how he manages to remain unscathed. The spectators are also bewildered, wondering how he manages to stay dry despite taking numerous hits. He is uncertain about the method he is using to protect himself. She knows that he definitely did something. Ruka attacks once more, but this time, the young man dodges her spell with astonishing speed. She finally recognizes his resilience, but is left speechless. Realizes that a magical attack can be countered with another magical attack. And even with an enormous difference in power, there is still a way to avoid being harmed. One realizes that this is the only way to avoid injury. Ruka clenches her jaw in frustration, realizing that her second-level techniques possess exceptional speed and density, making it nearly impossible for anyone to emerge unharmed against them. She cannot understand why the protagonist stands so boldly before such powerful spells. Kusanagi realizes that she is probably thinking about all of this. He believes that dodging magical attacks is easy if one can clearly sense and perceive them, but it requires considerable courage. Ruka becomes determined and casts a third-level spell called Azure Burst. The crowd's anxiety rises, as they know it will be disastrous if Kusanagi is hit. Ruka feels exhausted. However, she is confident that Kusanagi will not be able to dodge this attack. Suddenly, she is struck by a magical projectile and falls. She cannot understand how he remained standing. She reflects on the technique he used to evade her attacks. He reveals that he used a magic draining method that absorbs magical energy. He simply walked through the center while using his absorption ability. Ruka is initially stunned, then bursts into laughter, acknowledging her defeat. The announcer declares, Kusanagi Minato is the winner of the duel, rushes onto the platform, asking about their condition. Our champion assures her that they are unharmed and declares his victory with a grin. She responds with a smile, her joy obvious. Ruka decides to honor her promise and gives them permission to do as they wish. Kusanagi is pleased with the favorable outcome. He notes that Yuika's earlier injuries were not serious and concludes that Ruka was probably holding back during their clash.
Ruka becomes embarrassed and tries to make excuses. He emphasizes Yuika's remarkable increase in strength in just 2 weeks. He suspects that Ruka noticed it as well, and concludes that being overprotective is no longer appropriate. Firmly declares, promising both her sister and him that she will become stronger, thereby easing her sister's concerns. Ruka beams with pride. She finally begins to trust her younger sister. Kusanagi feels satisfied as he watches the sisters reconcile. However, he suddenly senses immense pressure. Recognizing it as abnormal magic, the heavens turn crimson, and the protagonist wonders whether the catastrophe is repeating itself. Tadano and his team search Kusanagi's bag for an item. They suffered numerous losses after he demonstrated his power during the competition. His subordinates report that his bag contains only technical manuals. Tadano calls our protagonist diligent, expressing his irritation. He is convinced that Kusanagi is hiding something. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone as weak as him to use such powerful spells. One of his subordinates looks out the window and is overcome with terror. Tadano asks whether he discovered anything and moves closer. Everyone notices the crimson sky and wonders what is happening. One of them suggests that it is a catastrophe, but Tadano doubts that it really is. At the training grounds, our protagonist grows concerned as he observes the scarlet sky. He reflects on the source of the suddenly emerging abnormal magic, suspecting a catastrophe. Anxiety grips everyone as the crowd falls into panic, bewildered by what is happening. One person dismisses the possibility that a catastrophe could occur here. Kusanagi feels uneasy. Confused by the sudden onset of the catastrophe, he wonders whether it is connected to his premonition in Shinjuku. He recalls that the first catastrophe also began in Shinjuku. Our protagonist wonders whether this is merely a coincidence or an important factor. Rifts tear open, releasing a flood of mystical creatures. The students are seized by terror and begin screaming, but the instructor urges them to remain calm and tries to guide them to safety. Kusanagi acts quickly, unleashing a barrage of magical projectiles to destroy the creatures. He uses sorcery to broadcast messages. Our protagonist orders everyone to remain calm. He explains that weak monsters will appear, since this is only the beginning of the catastrophe, so they should not worry. He assures them that everything will be fine if they stay alert and follow his instructions. He orders them to head to the gymnasium and move only in formation, as traveling alone poses a serious risk. He also tells Ruka and the others to escape. The instructor asks about his intentions. He states that he wants to save the people still inside the school building. The instructor doubts the safety of going out alone. He calls the young man reckless and tries to stop him, but Katsuragi agrees to accompany the protagonist so that he will not have to face everything alone. The instructor is alarmed, but Katsuragi reminds him of Kusanagi's abilities. He is forced to give them his approval. The instructor urges them to avoid overexertion and prioritize their own safety. Katsuragi expresses confidence that he will survive, but seeks confirmation from the protagonist. Kusanagi brushes it off and tells Yuika that he is leaving soon. She worries about him and urges him to stay safe. Katsuragi starts sprinting and tells his junior that he will lead the way. His extraordinary speed allows him to cover 100 meters in just 10 seconds. He asks the protagonist whether he can keep up. Kusanagi summons his magical seals. He begins moving at astonishing speed, surprising the older student. He makes it clear that he is taking the lead. Katsuragi acknowledges that he possesses outstanding speed, but claims that speed alone is still not enough. He decides to carefully observe our protagonist, searching for the hidden power he possesses. His goal is to save everyone while learning more about Kusanagi. Using his perception skill, our hero detects 58 mages within the school. He suspects that there may also be people who possess no magical abilities. If his suspicions are confirmed, he intends to search the entire school and rescue those students. A small group of students comes under attack. They are assaulted by mystical creatures. The creatures begin attacking them. He bursts into the classroom through the window, unleashing his magical projectiles to destroy all the monsters with minimal effort. The female students are astonished. One creature attempts to attack the protagonist from behind, but he effortlessly deals with it without showing the slightest concern. Katsuragi catches up and asks whether everyone is all right. Kusanagi expresses hope that he will be able to ensure everyone's safe evacuation and leaves. Katsuragi tries to stop him, believing that going alone is too dangerous, but to no avail. The protagonist moves at blinding speed, making it impossible to keep up with him. Katsuragi assumes that he was only a hindrance, acknowledging his own uselessness. Perhaps that is true. He still cannot comprehend how the boy so easily defeated the magical creature. Katsuragi reflects on his true identity. Kusanagi races through the school corridors, searching for the remaining students. He has to eliminate the monsters one by one, even with his enchanted projectiles, in order to ensure the students' safety. His only option is to pursue them while using primitive magical attacks. He enters another classroom, destroying additional magical creatures to save the students clinging to life. As soon as he defeats every enemy, the students express their gratitude. He already knows that he does not have time to personally escort everyone to safety, so he sends them to the gymnasium, one group after another. Meanwhile, Katsuragi rescues a handful of students, promising to deal with the monster while they flee. One of the students inexplicably points toward the sky. He asks what the problem is, and then watches as several students gently descend inside protective spheres. He wonders about the protagonist's intentions, reflecting on his true nature. Our hero launched the students toward Katsuragi using magical spheres, deciding that the guy could handle the others, so everything would be fine. He suddenly senses a presence. There really is something there. One female student begins trembling in terror after becoming trapped by a colossal beast. She starts crying and screams for help with all her might. A massive magical projectile strikes. The creature is instantly destroyed.
She realizes that it is the same person she saw before when she was rescued last time. Kusanagi materializes and asks whether she is hurt. She realizes that he is the very same person who saved her twice. Kusanagi confirms that her understanding is correct. She then asks whether he was also responsible for what happened during the training exercise. The girl is convinced that this is the second time he has saved her. Our hero confirms that her assumption is indeed correct. The girl cries in relief, finally expressing her deepest gratitude. She thanks him for saving her life twice. He brushes it off, considering it an insignificant feat. She is left speechless. Katsuragi finally arrives, panting. He asks who else needs his help. Kusanagi tells the girl to stay with the young man because he is leaving. She tries to stop him, but he ignores her plea and leaves. She begins to worry, while Katsuragi reflects on her fixation.
Our protagonist realizes that many people inside the building still need rescuing, and there is no time to wait for the authorities. He realizes the urgency of saving everyone. In the Prime Minister's office, the leader learns that Kamui Magic Academy is under siege by the catastrophe. His subordinates are bewildered by its return. They recall that the previous catastrophe occurred 50 years ago, and that nothing similar has happened since then. They urge the Prime Minister to devise a swift strategy, suspecting that their nation may be under attack. He informs them that the Monster Countermeasures Department, the police agency, and the magical aristocrats have all been alerted. Moreover, the Japan Self-Defense Forces have begun preparations for the impending catastrophe. His aides remind him that they only have disaster response specialists and no mages capable of confronting monsters. He acknowledges this fact. This outcome is predictable, considering that the population has enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, free from catastrophic events. Their military expenditures were almost entirely devoted to international defense matters, leaving them with only one option: entrusting beasts and demons to the police and noble mages. He falls into despair upon discovering that the exact same catastrophe from 50 years ago is repeating itself. But this time, Ichikami Minato will not be there to save them. Meanwhile, inside a car, a young woman asks her superior whether the catastrophe is truly unfolding once again. He confirms it. Convinced that this is a genuine catastrophe, she begins to worry and feels uneasy. Despite 50 years of peace, she is shaken by the realization that their safe world was only temporary. The man reassures her, saying that this is their duty after all. He introduces himself as Shugu Shido of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department.
The young woman resolves to do her very best as well. She is Sergeant Karam Sanata of the police force. News reporters arrive at the Magic Academy by helicopter. One of them thoroughly informs the viewers that a catastrophe is unfolding at the Magic Academy. He details the situation, stating that monsters are continuously appearing and that the sky has turned dark crimson. The female reporter reveals that magical beasts appeared without warning, forcing all the students to take shelter in the gymnasium. The instructor directs the students, believing that defending against ordinary magical beasts should not be too difficult. He assumes that they will be able to overcome the creatures through effective teamwork. The world watches the unfolding events through the news broadcasts. A small group of children is also watching, when they suddenly remember that the academy is located very close to their home. Both of them decide to run there as fast as they can. Outside, chaos engulfs the population. People flee in panic, trying to save their lives. Two bystanders watch the unfolding disaster from afar, realizing the severity of the situation. Viewers watching the news broadcasts begin to worry. Our protagonist notices a massive horde of creatures emerging. He recalls that the second phase is not far away, and with it will come even more formidable enemies. As the catastrophe progresses through the subsequent phases, the situation will become increasingly difficult. There is no point in defeating them because the creatures will continue to appear endlessly. As long as the boss monster remains undefeated, magical creatures will continue to spawn. He understands that the boss will only appear during the final phase, so he needs to conserve his strength until that moment. Irritation begins to build within him, but he continues rescuing more people.
He rescues 20 people and once again uses his magical spheres, lifting them into the air toward safety. He struggles to search for students because they are scattered throughout the area. He decides to move on to the next phase. In an inconspicuous classroom, Todano mercilessly unleashes his pyromantic abilities. He gives up after discovering that his attacks are completely ineffective and that his magic has run dry. Faced with the demonic soldier, the entire group bursts into tears, lamenting their double misfortune. Followers remind him that they had warned him about this situation earlier. Adira falls into despair, remembering our hero's ability to defeat the monster with a single strike. He struggles to understand why he cannot replicate that feat. The protagonist arrives and states that it is because Zodira is pathetic trash. Todano opens his eyes and sees a magical attack swiftly obliterate the demonic soldier.
He is puzzled, but then notices Kusanagi entering the classroom. Our hero starts to leave, admits that it happened again. In the end, he was saved by Kusanagi. This is the second time it has happened. He begs the young man to stop, asking why someone as incredibly annoying and trashy as himself was saved once again. The protagonist tells him that there is no specific reason for his actions. He simply decided to save them because he had the ability to do so. Is stunned by his words, regains his arrogance, and lashes out, calling the protagonist a weakling incapable of using magic properly. Is bewildered by this sudden surge of strength. Kusanagi explains that he was reincarnated after the original Kusanagi died in a traffic accident. Cannot make sense of it and wonders how someone can gain power after facing death. He aspired to become a powerful mage, only to be surpassed by someone he had considered worthless, like Kusanagi. He calls him pathetic trash, asserting that true strength does not prey upon the weak, and that the weak do not torment those beneath them. He points out Don's failures, seeing in him nothing more than trash blinded by an inflated ego. Kusanagi bluntly states that such a pathetic weakling as him could never defeat the protagonist in battle. Finally gives up and falls to his knees. He admits that he had been trying to avoid the truth. His abilities had barely improved since middle school. He took out his pent-up anger on those weaker than himself, only to be saved by Kusanagi, whom he had considered worthless trash. He simply could not accept the reality of the situation. He admits to his followers that Kusanagi saved all of them, and the bully breaks down in tears. Meanwhile, the protagonist destroys the creatures in the classroom. A demonic warrior breaks into the building. Its objective is perfectly clear. Its goal is to destroy him.
He fires a magical projectile, but the formidable beast easily dodges it. As a result, the young man is forced to use his powerful pyromancy. He effortlessly defeats it, but notices that the ranks of demons are rapidly increasing, hinting at the imminent appearance of the boss. He calms the frightened students, telling them to stop worrying. He has already figured everything out. In another area, Katsuragi boils with anger, wondering why the protagonist has burdened him with such enormous responsibilities. He uses his fire magic to destroy several magical creatures while protecting the students. He reassures a female student, telling her to stop worrying and follow him, promising to protect them with all his strength. The students find comfort in his words and begin praising him. He looks at the horde of beasts, wondering how he can possibly protect the students from such a massive threat. Kusanagi suddenly materializes, offering his assistance.
Katsuragi begs him not to appear so suddenly anymore, admitting how much it startled him. Our protagonist orders him to evacuate the area after dealing with the monsters, but Katsuragi expresses concern. He believes that defeating such an enormous force of monsters is practically impossible, and suggests an alternative approach. The protagonist unleashes his magic, unattached to any specific element. He destroys every monster, including the demonic troops, at unbelievable speed. All the observers are left speechless. However, he urges Katsuragi to take the students to safety and begin their evacuation. Katsuragi understands his order and tells everyone to follow him. The students see magical projectiles flying overhead as they flee. Katsuragi nervously grins, acknowledging the protagonist's overwhelming power. After ensuring their safe escape, our protagonist decides to re-enter the school and search for any remaining students in danger.
Elsewhere, the instructor urges the students to hold on. They must not give up and must continue fighting off the creatures. She begins to feel exhausted, but Ruka appears behind her and suggests that she simply go inside and rest, since she will only be a burden if she cannot fight. Insists that she will continue fighting because they do not have time to rest. Katsuragi finally arrives at the gymnasium with the rescued students. The instructor praises him and tells him to lead everyone inside. Katsuragi asks about the situation. Ruka regretfully informs him that they are barely holding their positions. Anxiously asks about Kusanagi, but her companion assures her that our protagonist is still alive and well. She finds comfort in this and begins to smile. Katsuragi admits that Kusanagi is exceptional and possesses tremendous power. He believes that they can overcome the catastrophe if Kusanagi remains with them. Agrees with him because she shares the same feelings. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. Every student is overcome with fear, and the instructor urgently orders everyone to retreat. A massive horde of formidable monsters emerges from the mist. He also notices demonic soldiers among them. He realizes that they have no chance of victory because the Beast Legion is simply too large, making an immediate retreat necessary. The powerful monsters of the second phase begin their pursuit. They are now chasing the students. Tries to escape to safety, but barely avoids being devoured by a mystical creature. A figure kills the monster, saving it is the police department. Ido quickly instructs his officers to eliminate the creatures, and the police do everything in their power to protect the civilians. Students breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the police, believing that they are finally safe. Chido reassures them, telling them not to worry anymore because the police are here.
He orders them to obey instructions and evacuate the school carefully. However, Yuika steps forward and tells him that the students are also prepared to fight. Chido repeats his directive, but Yuika clarifies that they are not ordinary civilians. Yuika joins them, declaring that they are mages. Shido understands and calls for reinforcements, ordering them to begin attacking from the rear. He acknowledges their limited numbers, emphasizing the urgent need for assistance from mages. He expresses his frustration at the police force's ineffectiveness. Ada uses her healing magic on the injured students. The protagonist observes the arrival of the police and decides to entrust the situation to them. He expresses surprise at the police's timely arrival, arriving even before the Baron Corps. It seems absurd that the country has no plans or precautions in place for a national-scale catastrophe. He considers this a valuable lesson for those who take peace for granted. However, he decides to continue helping rescue the remaining students. The news anchor reports the arrival of the police, but the monstrous entities are spreading at an unprecedented rate. She questions whether the police can handle this catastrophe and expresses hope that the magical aristocrats will intervene to resolve the crisis. Several students watching the broadcast become excited at the prospect of seeing an aristocrat in action. An elderly couple recalls faithfully paying their taxes, insisting that the magical aristocrats are therefore obligated to resolve this situation. The reporter expresses hope for their swift arrival. In a luxurious mansion, an aristocrat orders his butler to ignore the ongoing catastrophe. His name is Jin Fuka, head of the Fuka family, and a magical aristocrat. The butler asks for confirmation once again, and Fuka insists that this is merely a minor catastrophe. Constabulary should be able to handle it.
The butler asks about Fuka's destination, and the noble mage decides to retire for the night. The butler wishes him a good night's sleep. Back at the academy, Shido realizes that the situation is spiraling out of control. He asks one of his subordinates whether they can handle the magical creatures at the entrance, but receives a negative response. Their numbers are simply too great. Shido watches the growing number of beasts and wonders whether they will be able to rescue the civilians in time. The self-defense forces are expected to secure the rear lines, but they have not arrived yet. There is no choice but to contact the noble mages, but something feels strange. He cannot get in touch with them. They should be the ones handling this situation, yet they are ignoring it. As the students assist the police in fighting the creatures, Shido recalls everything he knows about catastrophes. He wonders if people 50 years ago faced the same situation. He hopes that the boss monster does not appear. Suddenly, the number of creatures surges dramatically, and a massive beam of purple light engulfs the surroundings. A demon captain appears, plunging everyone into absolute terror. Shido is stunned. It is a demon captain, their deadliest enemy. Fuka remembers that demon captains are rare beings, seldom seen in modern times. Only noble mages possess the power to defeat one. She realizes that they need magic above the 5th tier, and she panics, crying because there is no one capable of wielding such powerful magic. The demon captain unleashes its power, creating countless secret symbols. Is paralyzed. Fear completely overwhelms her. Fuka intervenes, channeling all her strength to block the attack, but her power is insufficient. She rushes forward to protect Yuika. She becomes her shield. The demon captain's strike inflicts devastating damage, but she manages to keep Yuika safe. The younger sister watches in horror as her sister is struck. The students flee, but Yuika stays behind, trying to save Ruka. Shido and his forces are powerless against the monstrous horde. They desperately call for help. Toragi exhausts all of his strength, yet the demon captain remains completely unmoved. The authorities acknowledge that they are incapable of saving anyone and resign themselves to their fate. She continues begging for help. She calls out the protagonist's name. As the demon captain advances, someone voices their displeasure. At last, the protagonist appears, apologizing for being late. He feels regret. He made the young lady wait. With a worried expression, Yuika tells him about her sister. However, he reassures her, saying that Ruka has merely lost consciousness. He quickly heals her wounds and grits his teeth in irritation at the destruction caused by the creatures. He tells the young ladies to cast aside their worries. He is ready to put an end to this entire chaotic situation. She places her trust in him. Suddenly, numerous magical symbols materialize. Every injured student begins receiving restorative energy, watches the wounds on her older sister disappear, and stares in amazement as the recovering students regain consciousness. Nada detects the magic while tending to the injured. She is astonished by the sight of a 3rd-tier divine spell, acknowledging that even she cannot use such magic. She wonders who this benefactor could be. Nada finds her superior and asks about his condition. He assures her that he is unharmed and has merely exhausted his magical reserves. Although she cannot fully understand the situation herself, she believes that protecting the civilians must remain their top priority. Sanada begins to cry and tries to stop him, believing his actions are far too reckless. But he remains resolute, understanding that doing nothing will lead to everyone's death. Sanada stops him once again, insisting that victory is impossible because everyone has already been defeated. She emphasizes that the police force has already fallen. Since the self-defense forces and the noble mages have yet to arrive, he must accept that there is nothing more he can do. As the demon captain advances, a reporter learns that the entire police department has been overwhelmed. Despair consumes her, and she believes that their end is near. Students watching the broadcast consider the nobles completely useless and desperately wish to survive. The public watches the news closely, learning that no one is capable of defeating the demon captain. The protagonist approaches the demon captain alone. Ada watches him and asks whether he has a death wish. She tries to warn him, but the protagonist ignores their pleas. Kusanagi has arrived to prevent the monster from carrying out its will. The demon captain coldly declares its intention to kill and destroy. Everyone is overwhelmed with terror. Several students are on the verge of losing control. Shido and Sanada are paralyzed by fear and the overwhelming pressure. Yet the young man remains completely calm. He unleashes a barrage of attacks, ordering the creature to cease its insolence. The demon captain erupts in rage, and all the other monsters join its roar as it creates enormous magical formations and launches its assault against the hero. He recalls unleashing his full power during his previous encounter with the catastrophe. The young man realizes that if he releases all of his power again, everyone nearby will die, so he decides to hold back in order to protect them. The creature's onslaught strikes him with tremendous force. Shido is convinced that he has perished. He believes that the young man has been killed. It seems that his end has come. He is certain of his death. However, as the onslaught approaches the students, the young man deploys his defenses and unleashes a storm of magical projectiles, pushing back the monstrous horde. Shido is shocked. He tries to figure out who this person is. The reporter learns that a student is fighting the monsters alone. She moves closer, unable to make out his features. The camera suddenly explodes, smiles, knowing that the protagonist has gone to great lengths to conceal his identity. Now she believes that he can unleash his full power without distractions. The young man relentlessly bombards the enemies with magical projectiles. For the students, a ray of hope finally begins to shine. They erupt into cheers, anticipating his victory. Several magical beasts attack from behind, nearly striking the students, but Shido destroys them and decides to support Kusanagi from the rear, as it is their only option at the moment. Our protagonist smirks as he watches the diligent police officers. He praises them, admitting that they are not as incompetent as he initially thought. He continues his barrage. Magical projectiles streak through the air. The demonic commander roars and summons several secret runes. It unleashes its full power, casting a 6th-tier spell, stunning Shido. He falls into despair, believing that they are finished, as such a powerful spell rivals the magic of the nobility, and all hope fades away. The demonic commander unleashes 6th-tier dragon flames, scorching the entire area. A colossal vortex of fire engulfs everything as everyone struggles to survive. Shido tries to shield his companion, Sanada, but the students sink into despair, resigning themselves to certain death. Sanada prays to the heavens for help, hoping that at least the students can survive. Shido doubts that any student, regardless of strength, could defeat the demonic commander. He believes that Kusanagi has no chance, however, places absolute trust in the hero. She believes in him with all her heart, convinced that he will win. As the colossal strike rushes toward him, Kusanagi watches it slow down. He realizes that this is because the demonic commander is straining itself to cast a 6th-tier spell. He acknowledges that there is no way to counter it using only 2nd-tier magic. So, despite wanting to remain unnoticed, he decides to release more of his power. Kusanagi creates 4 magic circles and begins using the water element. Beams with excitement. She begins cheering for him. The water transforms into a colossal serpent, and Shido asks in astonishment if this is fusion magic. The water and fire attacks collide, and Kusanagi begins to overwhelm the demonic captain. However, the demonic captain refuses to surrender. It pushes itself even harder, screaming about its intention to kill. It seeks to annihilate humanity. The fire magic intensifies, but Kusanagi pours in even more energy. After a brief clash, The demonic captain realizes that its defeat is inevitable. The creature wonders how it could fall at the hands of a mere youth. Kusanagi calmly replies that it simply lacked enough training. He expected a more difficult duel, but is disappointed to discover that it was less formidable than anticipated. The sky finally returns to normal. Kusanagi smirks, pleased that the catastrophe has ended now that he has defeated the greatest enemy. The students are stunned, struggling to accept that Kusanagi has surpassed the demonic commander. They all rise to their feet and begin celebrating. Even the reporter and cameraman join in, finally feeling safe. Nada comforts a student, assuring her that safety has returned because the catastrophe is over. She looks at Kusanagi, finding it unimaginable. She cannot comprehend how an ordinary student could stop the crisis alone. She wonders whether even a noble could defeat a sixth-tier demonic captain, and reflects on Kusanagi's true identity. His limbs buckle from extreme exhaustion. Kusanagi finds you. He tells her that everything is over. She beams, saying that she never doubted him, and thanking him sincerely. This brings a smile to his face. Suddenly, the students rush toward him, praising his actions. They all express their gratitude, but an irritated Kusanagi asks them to give him some space. He complains that attracting so much attention reminds him of his previous life, and wishes that his future life will be less troublesome. Watches his irritated expression. An announcement is made. The crisis at Kamui Magic Academy has been resolved. The academy conceals the identity of the person who single-handedly defeated the boss. Although there were no fatalities, several people were injured. Kusanagi's classmates inform him of the news. He becomes irritated, but they insist that he rightfully deserves recognition as a powerful savior. Kusanagi is also promoted to S-class, and his former classmates feel depressed, realizing that their relationship with him will never be the same. Several female students wonder about the source of his power, speculating that he might possess the bloodline of a noble mage. An S-class student notices Kusanagi's obvious irritation caused by all the attention. He questions the existence of such a powerful student. Kusanagi's classmates vouch for him, confirming that he alone defeated the demonic captain. The S-class student remains skeptical, considering the story unlikely from any perspective. Kusanagi takes this opportunity to leave the classroom, feeling a sense of relief as he exits. Intercepts him, playfully asking if he is having a hard time, wearing a mischievous smile. He wants to avoid further teasing, but she insists. She believes such an outcome was only natural. He is a powerful savior. He protected the entire academy. Kusanagi recalls Yuika's promotion to S. It was a result of her actions during the catastrophe, yet she appears indifferent. When questioned, she assures him that she is happy, attributing it to the presence of another person in S. Suddenly, Kusanagi remembers Ruka and asks about her condition. Ruka answers affirmatively, noting that they have been talking much more lately. Kusanagi considers this a positive development, and Yuika shares his satisfaction. She expresses her appreciation for his help. She voices her gratitude. Suddenly, Kusanagi gently pats her on the head, causing her to blush and ask what he is doing. He explains that he dislikes repeated thanks, believing that one expression of gratitude is enough. Yuika begins to smile. During an international summit, a gentleman concludes his remote discussion with colleagues from around the world. They acknowledge the difficulty of receiving assistance for the impending catastrophe, given their current burdens of strategies and agreements. One participant mentions reports about a student who defeated the boss. The others point out the strange circumstances, including the complete inability of the police to act, suggesting it may have been a misunderstanding, and expecting international skepticism. The gentleman orders his subordinates to select respected mages and prepare them for the next catastrophe. On the school rooftop, Ruka and Katsuragi Ryugi meet Kusanagi and Yuika. They exchange glances for a moment. Then Ruka expresses her desire to question Kusanagi. She wants him to take her as his disciple. Several days later, Ruka talks with her sister. She recalls that the catastrophe was stopped by the protagonist. Her sister confirms it, reminding her that Kusanagi defeated the demonic commander using fourth-tier fusion magic. Ruka is deeply shaken by this revelation. She remembers that even master mages cannot wield such power. Confirms that her words are true, and Ruka accepts her younger sister's account, beginning to glow with excitement. Wonders why her older sister believes she is incapable of lying. Ruka remembers Yuika as an honest child, always obedient, never deceitful, kind, and hard-working.
She finally acknowledges that her younger sister possesses talent. She admits that she was the stubborn one, understands her sister's concerns, rises resolutely, and promises her older sister that she will become incredibly strong, easing her worries. Yuka listens carefully to her sister and realizes how much she has grown. Yuka hears the praise and cannot suppress her smile. Yuka knows that no student can compare to Kusanagi, and suspects that even her father might be weaker than him. She asks Yuika for help, realizing that simply following her current path will, at best, make her a high-ranking mage.
Therefore, she absolutely needs Kusanagi's guidance to truly increase her strength. Meanwhile, in the present, Ruka apologizes for all of her disrespect. She sincerely regrets underestimating them. She already understands how unreasonable and selfish her request is, but still wants to cast aside her pride and be honest. Ruka expresses her hope that he will accept her as his disciple. Our protagonist agrees, to her complete astonishment. He confirms his willingness to take her as a student, but she cannot comprehend his kindness. He calls her strange for making the request and then reacting that way. She admits that he is right, yet she is still puzzled by his continued kindness, especially after the way she treated him in the past. He bluntly states that he has already accepted her apology and forgiven her, so the matter is settled. She is left completely speechless. Katsuragi takes the opportunity to make a similar request.
The protagonist agrees, as teaching two people is not particularly difficult, and the young man is delighted to hear it. He tells her older sister that her friend is simply very kind. Katsuragi also calls him mysterious. Later that same day, the protagonist is summoned to the conference room. Shido introduces himself as a member of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Monster Control Division. Sanada introduces herself as well. They both bow and express their gratitude, acknowledging that without his help, both civilians and their teammates would have been killed instantly. Kusanagi asks whether they need anything else and tells them to stop thanking him, since they have been expressing their gratitude for quite some time. He believes that is more than enough. Shido informs him that the investigation has already been completed, but something has caught his attention. Kusanagi asks what exactly it is.
Shido shares that he learned how the young man obtained his magical powers after being involved in a traffic accident. His classmates and those around him all say the same thing, but one student even claimed that the protagonist became a completely different person after the car accident. Kusanagi remains silent. He listens to the investigation. Shido discovered that his personality had completely changed, and suddenly his magical power had become extraordinarily strong. So strong that he was able to defeat the demonic captain with ease. Asks him to stop and questions his intentions. Shido decides to rephrase his question and asks whether he knows anything about a certain Black Mage. Our protagonist does not recognize the name, but the officer shows him a video explaining that the Black Mage destroys magical creatures, clears dangerous areas, and protects civilians. This individual conceals his identity, appearing only after sunset. Shido is surprised that such a famous video escaped his notice. The protagonist understands what they are implying, interrupts, asking why they are telling Kusanagi all of this. With a grin, Shido replies that the similarities are striking, not only in age, but also in physique and height. Shido concludes that the Black Mage is a powerful and highly skilled individual. He doubts that there is anyone among students of the same age with such abilities. There is also another strange detail. The Black Mage began operating at exactly the same time our protagonist was discharged from the hospital. Since using magic in the city without proper authorization or a license is completely illegal, any student caught doing so would place significant responsibility on the academy. However, because of the enormous public attention recently, law enforcement has been forced to intervene and take decisive action. She bluntly states that simple expulsion would not be enough, but if the protagonist confesses, they are willing to show leniency and reduce his punishment. Therefore, he must answer carefully. Shido repeats the question, asking whether he is the Black Mage. Kusanagi denies it without showing the slightest emotion. Shido looks relieved and smiles. She is glad to hear that the protagonist is not a dark mage. The officer thanks him for everything and decides to leave for now. After he leaves the room, Shido notes with amazement that the young man remained completely unfazed. She praises his nerve for lying so openly, assuming that he truly is the dark mage.
She admits that Kusanagi is far from an ordinary student and suspects that he is hiding something. Sanada already suspects that Kusanagi is the Dark Mage because of their similar voices and appearances. She wonders whether his sole purpose that night was simply to save others.
Sanada decides to keep his secret. Acknowledging that this could be viewed as neglecting her duty as an officer, she is convinced that the protagonist has a kind nature. She resolves to work hard to uncover the true identity of the Dark Mage. At the same time, Sanada considers protecting his secret and offering him any assistance she possibly can. After a short break, the S-class homeroom teacher introduces Mizuha Yuika and Kusanagi Minato to the entire class. She expresses hope that the other students will build good relationships with them. The gathered students immediately begin asking whether he is truly the one who defeated the demonic captain. The girls question Yuika about her feelings regarding her status as a noble mage. The instructor tells everyone to take their seats because class is about to begin. She is astonished by the fame both new students possess. Kusanagi endures questioning throughout the entire day, and he feels miserable.
He remembers that this is exactly why he tried to conceal his true identity. He hears a voice behind him calling his name. Our protagonist turns around and sees the girl he saved earlier standing before him. She expresses her hope that he would not mind sparing her a moment. The young man once again finds himself outside, and soon after, back on the rooftop. He wonders whether it is standard practice to always climb to the highest point whenever a serious conversation is needed. He follows him and watches the unfolding situation from behind a barrier. She remembers the personal combat instructions he gave her and wonders why he is on the rooftop. She feels a slight pang of jealousy seeing him alone with another girl and tries to understand their intentions. The girl asks whether he remembers her, but our protagonist admits that he does not. She reminds him that he was the one who saved her during the catastrophe. At last, recognition dawns on him. The girl recalls that she had been on the verge of death because of magical creatures during the training exercise. However, someone then used magic and saved her. She is convinced that Kusanagi was the source of that magical attack. He recalls the incident, and she begins thanking him for saving her life. He accepts it gracefully, saying that he merely did what he was capable of doing. The girl starts blushing and praises his manners, calling him cool. Strains to listen, trying to make out their words, but she can barely hear anything. The girl opens her heart and confesses her love to the protagonist. She hopes that he will agree to go on a date with her. Is shocked to realize that the girl laid everything bare. The protagonist shows almost no surprise. He knows that she may lack many admirable qualities, but she vows to do her best, hoping that he will make her his girlfriend. Kusanagi smirks, thanking the girl for her sincere confession.
She begins to smile, but he continues, saying that he is truly sorry. Her smile instantly disappears. He politely tells her that he has no time for a relationship right now. He has an important mission that must be fulfilled. She accepts his explanation and tries to smile again. Grateful for his honesty, she decides to move on without him. The girl leaves the rooftop, tears welling up in her eyes. Kusanagi calls for Yuika to stop hiding and show herself. She realizes she has been discovered and steps out with a guilty smile. She believed that her mana concealment had worked this time and asks how he noticed her. He states that her mana control is terrible, pointing out that her mana is literally leaking everywhere. This is already the second time he has caught her spying. He asks if she has a tendency toward voyeurism. Embarrassed, Yuika explains that she simply happened to be passing by and had no intention of eavesdropping. She asks why he rejected such a charming and attractive young woman. Kusanagi bluntly states that he is not interested in relationships at the moment. She looks stunned, but he justifies it by saying that the age difference is too great, even though they are physically in the same class. He begins to feel relieved after learning that he is not looking for a romantic partner. She cannot understand why hearing that he has no plans to date anyone makes her feel so relieved. She looks at him with a concerned expression. Kusanagi advises her to continue refining her mana control, claiming that it is absolutely terrible. He is convinced that she needs far more training. She acknowledges this and resolves to devote herself to intense training, determined to surpass her current limits so that he will eventually notice her. Under the cover of night,
the protagonist arrives in a new area overrun with monsters.
He wonders whether another catastrophe is approaching, considering their increasing numbers. Suddenly, he hears a young woman screaming for help. A man is illegally using magic to torment a young woman. He tells her that screaming is pointless because there is no one else around. Mage intervenes, showing the aggressor that there actually is someone there. The thug is stunned, but our hero wastes no time, delivering a swift punch to his stomach. He uses his magic to knock the attacker unconscious. He discovers that the man is merely a novice mage, and a thug whose close combat skills are utterly terrible. He assumes that the guy is simply not accustomed to fighting other mages. The rescued young woman expresses her gratitude and asks whether he is the mysterious mage. Annoyed, he quickly leaves, ignoring her questions. Kusanagi realizes that the mysterious mage everyone, including students and law enforcement, has been talking about is actually him.
He cannot comprehend his sudden fame. The next day, while eating with his companions, the protagonist discusses the mysterious mage. He recalls Shido mentioning a novice mage who appears only after dark. He has heard many stories and is simply intrigued. Tsuragi suggests that this is due to the mysterious mage's immense online popularity. Our protagonist innocently asks about the internet, wondering whether it is something like a fishing net. Everyone is shocked by this revelation, questioning his sanity. In this era, they cannot comprehend his ignorance regarding the internet. They already knew that he had lived a sheltered and isolated life, but this exceeds even their expectations. Yuika explains that the internet is a worldwide information network that allows data to spread rapidly, including information about the Black Mage. People can find almost anything online. With visual materials such as images and videos, it contains practically everything. Kusanagi finally understands. Tsuragi adds that he can access any information through his smartphone. He encourages Kusanagi to take out his phone and open a random application. Kusanagi's face lights up, and he beams with excitement as he opens a search engine. Everyone praises him, saying that now he can look up anything online. Our protagonist remarks on how simple it is. Ruka remembers that Kusanagi promised to help with their training and asks when they will begin. Kusanagi agrees to train them after school, acknowledging their help in teaching him how to use a smartphone. He vows to dedicate himself to training them efficiently. Senses trouble the moment she hears that statement. During training, all three collapse from exhaustion. Kusanagi expresses disappointment, noting that they have not even finished the warm-up. He demands that they train as if their lives depend on it. All three rise to their feet once more, swearing that they will not fall so easily. Satisfied, he orders them to attack him with all their strength. They unfold their magic circles and obey his command. Elsewhere, near Tokyo Tower, several men recall how normal everything had been just moments earlier. As they stare at the crimson sky, consumed by fear, they wonder what is happening. A colossal horde of monsters materializes, consisting of numerous demonic soldiers and commanders. Despite the exhausting training, all three collapse once again from fatigue. He asks whether they have given up. Ruka and Katsuragi launch a simultaneous attack. With determination, they declare that they refuse to surrender. He erects a barrier for defense and then unleashes magical bullets, effortlessly defeating them. Both of them are injured. However, Yuika quietly approaches from behind. She attempts to ambush him. He effortlessly dodges her attack and defeats Yuika with the same technique. Kusanagi calls for a break, giving them time to recover.
Yuika takes a sip of water, while Katsuragi comments on the protagonist's overwhelming strength. Yuka agrees, astonished that even a top-ranked student falls short of his power. Yuika confirms their words. She sees him as something entirely different from every other student. She notices the familiar, irritated expression on his face. Kusanagi explains that the near-fatal car accident granted him these strange abilities after he awakened. He offers no further explanation and orders them to stop asking questions. Yuka realizes that his powers manifested when he was on the brink of death and wonders if the experience awakened something within him. Sees right through him. Knowing the meaning behind that expression, she laments the naivety of the other two. She trusts that there is a good reason for his secrecy, considering how hard he works to conceal the truth. For now, she decides to let the matter rest. Kusanagi easily deceives them and is pleased by their gullibility. Their training session comes to an end as dusk falls. Katsuragi declares the session productive. Our protagonist notes how diligent Katsuragi is as he watches him. Katsuragi assumes it is because he used to train alone. Feeling hungry, he mentions that he needs to return home to cook dinner. The protagonist is surprised to learn that Katsuragi cooks for himself. Judging by his appearance, the protagonist never expected Katsuragi to be that kind of person. Katsuragi bristles slightly upon hearing such remarks. He asks whether the protagonist usually eats out. The protagonist replies that he survives entirely on instant noodles, shocking Katsuragi. Kusanagi is amazed by the convenience of this new world. His companion scolds him for such unhealthy habits, warning that his body will not withstand them. The protagonist finds Katsuragi's concerns somewhat strange. Katsuragi grabs him, deciding to take him home for dinner. Our protagonist tries to protest, but Katsuragi insists and drags him along. Kusanagi smiles brightly, feeling satisfied to have such a companion. After arriving at Katsuragi's apartment, our protagonist ends up entertaining the children while Katsuragi prepares dinner for everyone. After the meal, Katsuragi apologizes, only to watch the protagonist play with the children using magic. The protagonist reassures him. He creates magical bubbles for the children. Katsuragi calls him an idiot for his actions and warns him against using magic inside his apartment. He is astonished that magic can be used for something like this. A small child comforts our hero after he is scolded. Katsuragi is stunned to discover his exceptional childcare skills. The protagonist suddenly recalls the catastrophe from his previous life. He declares that children are precious treasures. Katsuragi calls him an old man because of the way he talks, but our hero tells him to be quiet. He begins to find joy in helping the children with their reading. Everyone eats together and gives thanks for the meal. The children happily devour their food. They all enjoy the delicious dishes. The protagonist tastes the food and is amazed by its quality. He becomes upset as he tries to remember the last time he enjoyed a proper meal. He laments neglecting himself while focusing solely on battles for such a long time. Kusanagi asks about his friend's parents. The young man reveals that he does not have a father. Because his mother has to work late, he takes responsibility for the household and caring for his siblings. He even works part-time in his spare time. Kusanagi is stunned by his story, but Katsuragi assures him that he finds joy in taking care of his family. The protagonist understands, recalling how he himself once craved difficult trials. Eventually, they all share the same sleeping space. Katsuragi apologizes to Kusanagi for forcing him to put up with the demanding children. He does not mind and finds satisfaction in the change of pace. Katsuragi feels relieved and expresses his gratitude. The protagonist is puzzled by the thanks, but Katsuragi explains that it concerns Ruka. She has seemed much more cheerful lately, and he attributes it entirely to Kusanagi. Our protagonist wonders whether their relationship involves romantic feelings. He asks whether Katsuragi has feelings for Ruka, but Katsuragi denies it. He explains that they are both outcasts who struggle to communicate with others, which led to their close bond. Kusanagi sees a parallel with his own circumstances. The next morning, Kusanagi and his companion walk side by side. Their destination is the academy. In despair, Yuika asks why they are late. Katsuragi explains that the protagonist overslept. They discover that the two boys had a sleepover together. Feeling jealous, Yuika asks whether they trained together. Kusanagi wonders why this interaction feels so ordinary. He admits that he enjoys it. Shido arrives with Sanada and asks the protagonist for a moment of his time. The protagonist is irritated by their repeated appearance. She apologizes for disturbing him again, but says that this is an emergency. Sanada reports that magical beasts have suddenly begun appearing near Tokyo Tower. She suspects that it is connected to another catastrophe and asks Kusanagi for help. He tries to refuse, citing his status as a student. However, Shido dismisses the excuse, acknowledging his ability to handle disasters on his own. He openly admits that the police force is overwhelmed and needs his assistance. Kusanagi questions their willingness to reveal such information to him. Shido insists that they have no other choice, as they are completely cornered. He formally begs the protagonist to help them fight the creatures. Kusanagi agrees to their request. He had hoped to remain unnoticed, but circumstances continue to spiral out of control. Shido assures him that he will be properly compensated and that there is no need to involve the academy. Yuka and her companions vow to help as well. Yuka expresses confidence in supporting Shido and Katsuragi agrees. Shido thanks them for their willingness, but refuses to let them participate, believing it to be impossible. Ruka tries to persuade him, but Shido doubts their combat readiness, seeing them as nothing more than the Academy's elite students. He asks whether any of them can truly compare to Kusanagi. Shame forces them all into silence. Shido suggests that they return to the Academy. He invites Kusanagi to accompany him. The protagonist hopes that his companions will eventually reach his level. Answering with conviction that they will, they all gain renewed determination. At the police headquarters, our hero finds himself attending a briefing. An officer reports that numerous magical beasts have appeared near Tokyo Tower, requiring immediate planning and action to prevent civilian casualties. He mentions that among them is the student who played a key role during the recent catastrophe at Kamui Magic Academy. He asks the protagonist to step forward. Obeying the request, he walks up, while several people begin whispering behind his back. One person asks why some kid is interfering in their affairs. Another explains that Kusanagi was the one who single-handedly defeated the demon captain during the recent catastrophe. He dismisses the story as nonsense, unable to believe it. Nada feels embarrassed. Shido interrupts, informing everyone that Kusanagi truly is the student who stopped the catastrophe and defeated the demon captain alone. Shido vouches for him because he personally witnessed the events. He believes that no one present can compare to the protagonist's strength.
Since the protagonist was directly involved in the catastrophe that occurred after 50 years, Shido believes it is only reasonable for him to cooperate with them. He hopes that everyone will treat the boy as an equal, rather than as a subordinate. One man remains skeptical, seeing him as nothing more than an arrogant student among seasoned professionals. The commander declares that their objective remains unchanged despite the arrival of a new member. He orders everyone to act quickly and eliminate the creatures. As the others leave, Shido approaches the boy and apologizes for the unpleasant remarks directed at him. Kusanagi accepts the apology, assuming that his presence merely soured their mood. Shido is impressed by his composure and turns his attention to Sanada. She begins to cry, admitting that fear prevented her from standing up to the men. Kusanagi reassures her, saying that he could not care less about the opinions of a few people.
She lights up and calls him an outstanding person. On the way to Tokyo Tower, Kusanagi asks about their current approximate combat strength. An officer states that they have 80 mages, with only a handful being high tier, while the rest are merely mid-tier mages. Our young hero knows that mid-tier mages can use second-level magic, whereas high-tier mages can cast spells up to the third level. Shido admits that it sounds rather pathetic, but points out that the protagonist is the strongest mage present, possessing the ability to use fourth-level fusion magic. Kusanagi asks whether they intend to follow a specific strategy. However, Shido regretfully tells him that everything will ultimately come down to magical combat, making detailed planning nearly impossible. He believes that they could easily defeat ordinary demonic soldiers and magical beasts, but any enemy surpassing the rank of demon captain requires careful strategy and countermeasures due to their intelligence and overwhelming power. Shido doubts that such a simplistic approach to combat can even be called a strategy. Kusanagi notes that he has not seen any specialized equipment capable of destroying monsters. The officer agrees, saying that they possess nothing capable of dealing effectively with magical entities and beasts, which is why they prefer clothing that allows freedom of movement, or suits adaptable to any form of combat. The protagonist recalls that there once existed weapons specifically designed to fight magical beasts, but Shido replies that very little of that equipment remains today, and what is left has become extremely rare. Only the magical aristocracy still preserves such equipment. Kusanagi is astonished by this revelation, remembering that magical equipment had once been commonplace in his era. He understands that long periods of peace led to the decline of magic and mages, but this degree of change is simply absurd. He begins to wonder what exactly happened during the last 50 years. Shido carefully studies his expression, pondering what he might be thinking. At last, everyone arrives at Tokyo Tower. They have made it. Kusanagi discovers that no catastrophe is taking place, but monsters are appearing in unusually large numbers. He asks what is going on. Even the officers who had mocked him earlier are stunned by the enormous horde. This was never mentioned during the briefing, and after spotting a demon captain among the creatures, They fall into despair, deciding to request assistance from elite guilds or magical nobles because the situation is beyond their capabilities. Shido confirms that reinforcements have already been called, but they will not arrive anytime soon. With the number of magical beasts increasing and illegal magic-related incidents on the rise, the organizations are already overwhelmed. The officers ask whether their only option is to confront these terrifying monsters themselves. They consider it a suicide mission and begin to hesitate. Having no other choice, Shido sets aside his pride and asks the protagonist for help. He asks whether the monsters can be defeated. Our protagonist confidently replies that they can. The skeptics immediately begin to doubt him. They find it hard to believe that an ordinary-looking boy could defeat such a horde. Kusanagi notices that something unusual is happening. They question his words. As the creatures grow increasingly restless, the sky suddenly changes color, turning crimson. Nada and the other officers realize that another catastrophe is approaching. Shido sends out a directive to police stations across the country, announcing that Japan has been struck by a catastrophe. When ordinary civilians come under attack by mysterious creatures, Shido once again confirms that a catastrophe is underway. He orders everyone to prioritize human lives above all else and protect civilians from danger. Because they are trapped in a densely populated area, immediate countermeasures are urgently needed. Shido and his team watch the unfolding events with growing anxiety. However, our hero remains calm. The officers witness the rebirth of the catastrophe and are overcome with fear, wondering where it originated. The protagonist understands that catastrophes are normally natural phenomena. However, he senses that this one is connected to the previously appearing magical beasts. He does not know the exact method, but wonders whether they developed a new way to create catastrophes during the past 50 years. Shido's subordinates inform him that entering a hopeless battle without support would be pointless. They need to regroup first. The catastrophe begins to advance, and the beasts start marching toward the populated urban district. The officers begin arguing among themselves. Some insist that they must fight the beasts to protect civilians, while others believe it is a suicidal endeavor they cannot possibly win. One officer points out the pitiful state of the police force, infuriating another, who insists that defeating such a horde of magical beasts is impossible. Kusanagi jumps down from a nearby structure, assuring everyone that victory is inevitable. He smirks and begins deploying his secret sigils. He advances toward the monstrous horde. Landing among them, he immediately attracts the creature's attention, and they charge at him all at once. An officer desperately urges him to run. Failing to do so would mean certain death. Kusanagi unleashes a third-level spell called Wind Cutter, leaving all the observers in shock. The creatures die instantly, although several demonic warriors manage to survive. Countless attacks rain down upon our hero, but he emerges unharmed thanks to his defensive barriers. His magical defense proves astonishingly effective. He decides to create a barrier for the spectators, ensuring their safety amid the chaos. As he cuts down more monsters, Shido is astonished by his power. He finds it hard to believe that someone can wield multiple magical elements simultaneously. He concludes that only Kusanagi possesses such an ability. The commander orders everyone to advance and follow our hero. Nada starts running forward to provide crucial support. The remaining officers tremble in fear, but with no opportunity to flee, they steel their resolve and charge into battle. As the officers begin fighting the monstrous horde, they are left stunned by the protagonist's skill. A demonic commander emerges from among the beasts. A police officer notices the colossal threat and falls into despair. Only a legendary class mage could defeat such an enemy. Kusanagi summons his water serpent once again and tells the officers to leave the demonic commander to him while they deal with the remaining monsters. In just a few seconds, he defeats the demonic commander, shocking everyone. They acknowledge his overwhelming strength. Shido orders everyone to continue fighting until the boss appears. He instructs them to handle the remaining threats, while Kusanagi deals with the demonic commander and anything stronger. As the protagonist battles the monsters, he recalls the global catastrophe that struck 60 years ago. It was the very first catastrophe of its kind. After that event, such disasters became increasingly common, relentlessly ravaging the world. He refuses to allow the events of 60 years ago to repeat themselves, knowing that the approaching catastrophe will inevitably engulf the entire planet. He is grateful to be here,
He resolves to prevent humanity from being destroyed by this catastrophe. A demonic soldier attacks Sanada, but the protagonist intervenes and instantly destroys it. She recalls that the night feels exactly the same as that one. He asks whether she is all right. Sanada thanks him and struggles to stand up. He realizes that the situation mirrors the past. He begins to worry, anxiously wondering whether she has discovered the truth. Sanada cannot understand why he became the Black Mage. She reflects on his strength, but hopes that he will not be offended by her strange questions. She blushes, trying to suppress her strange thoughts. After all, he is just a student. Sanada comes under attack once again, but Kusanagi shields her from danger and tells her to stay alert. She apologizes. He asks her to stay close so that he can protect her. He notices that she cannot use combat magic. Sanada begins blushing again and obediently follows his instructions. She wonders whether he is truly a student because his words sound far more mature than hers. Suddenly, every police mage senses an overwhelming presence. They begin trembling in terror, wondering what is happening. A creature materializes from the glowing light. Shido identifies it as a variant of a demonic captain. He wonders why this superior type of demonic captain has appeared now. The officers realize that victory is unattainable. They doubt that even noble mages could defeat such a formidable beast. Kusanagi steps forward. They try to keep him out of harm's way, believing that even with all his power, he cannot overcome it. Kusanagi assures them that he will win. The men stop trembling so excessively. Begins praying for Kusanagi's victory.
Shido admits that Kusanagi's strength rivals that of noble mages, giving him a significant chance of defeating this variant. As the creature confronts the protagonist, Shido eagerly awaits the opportunity to witness our hero's true power. Shido orders everyone to continue giving their all until the monster boss is finally defeated. Kusanagi confronts the new demonic captain. He begins the battle by unleashing fire magic. A police officer is astonished by the monster's terrifying power as it destroys numerous objects with first-level magic. Our protagonist remains completely unharmed. The monster begins to question its own existence. Kusanagi reveals that he is merely a student. He summons his water serpent once again. The demonic captain vows to kill our protagonist and unleashes a gigantic fire serpent. A police officer recognizes it as 6th-level magic and falls into despair. Kusanagi realizes that dodging or blocking the attack could cause the flames to engulf his allies. He contemplates his next move. All the monstrous creatures suddenly begin converging. It happens without warning. The police are bewildered. As the creatures charge at Kusanagi, Sanada tries to warn him. He remains completely calm. Numerous powerful attacks rush toward him. He stands perfectly still. He destroys the demonic captain's fire serpent with his water magic and repels the magical beast's attacks using his non-elemental barriers. Water begins cascading down from above. The protagonist feels slightly disappointed, realizing that the battle is already over. Shido's jaw drops in shock. He witnesses the sheer power of our hero. Sanada struggles to comprehend what she has just witnessed. Still frozen in disbelief, Shido grabs his head as he watches the impossible unfold right before his eyes. Only mages of noble blood can normally wield 6th-level magic, an advanced art comparable to remote activation. Sanada doubts whether Kusanagi truly accomplished all of this by himself.
Shido reveals another astonishing fact that he has just observed. The protagonist used a second form of magic simultaneously while fighting the demonic captain. Normally, there is a recovery period between casting 2 spells, yet Kusanagi used both at the same time. Even mastering a single spell is difficult, making the simultaneous use of 2 spells proof that the protagonist surpasses even the most exceptional mages. Shido is pleased that events are unfolding exactly as he predicted. He is convinced that he has finally found the person he has been searching for. The new Ichikami Minato. The protagonist suggests that the demonic captain continue their battle elsewhere, as the current location is too cramped. The demonic captain begins using basic wind magic. It then takes flight and flies away. After relocating, the demonic captain expresses mild surprise at its newly acquired proficiency with aerial magic.
The demonic captain believes that relocating was necessary to prevent any cooperation from the enemy forces. The boy explains that the poor coordination of the other beasts does not affect him in the slightest. With a stern expression, he announces that they have successfully relocated. Now he is free to unleash his full power. The demonic captain charges and attacks, but our protagonist effortlessly dodges every incoming strike. He even uses his limbs to parry several blows. The demonic captain seizes an opening. It unleashes its powerful fire magic. The attack strikes the boy directly in the forehead. However, the creature immediately strikes him again. Without wasting a second, it hurls him into the ground. When the dust settles, Kusanagi emerges completely unharmed, shocking the demonic captain. He rushes forward, realizing that the demon has switched to close combat because its magic is completely ineffective against him.
He considers the demonic captain's attempts pointless and demonstrates that the creature cannot land a single hit on him, while he himself delivers a powerful punch to the demon's head. The demonic captain is sent flying, but manages to save itself by creating a magical shield. He asks whether such a strike could truly harm him, believing Kusanagi to be nothing more than a mortal. But then his entire body begins to tremble. The demonic captain cannot comprehend his true power. Furious, he demands to know Kusanagi's identity. Kusanagi smirks and says that magic is not the only thing he excels at. He decides to show the demonic captain one of his skills. It is a technique that he created himself. The protagonist snorts and unleashes his ability. The demonic captain is astonished. Ido and Sanada sense the tension and notice a presence above them. Kusanagi manipulates the energy he projects. This energy protects his body. He begins to feel its power, but the demonic captain believes that human punches are useless, even when protected by magic. Kusanagi thinks otherwise. He decides to test his own strength. He unleashes a barrage of blows, driving the demonic captain back, who is stunned as attacks come from every direction. The creature weakly tries to defend itself, but Kusanagi relentlessly continues striking with his new technique. Ido watches the confrontation and sees the young man overpowering a true monster in close combat. He is amazed that such a thing is even possible, considering that human attacks are ineffective against monsters. Kusanagi gradually wounds the creature with nothing but his bare hands. The demonic captain suffers damage and cannot understand how a human attack could reduce him to such a pitiful state. Kusanagi knows that ordinary blows or any conventional weapon are useless against monsters.
However, if an enormous amount of magical energy is infused into an attack, it becomes effective. A strike in which the entire body is enveloped in magical energy is known as the fusion of martial techniques and sorcery. He named this art sorcerous martial arts. The demonic captain cannot comprehend how a mere human could surpass him in strength. He flies into a rage. Refusing to accept defeat, he attempts to strike Kusanagi. However, Kusanagi effortlessly dodges. Without wasting a second, he delivers a powerful punch that tears a hole through the demon's abdomen. The demonic captain calls him a monster for possessing such overwhelming power. The remaining monstrous creatures realize that their commander has already been defeated. The skies return to normal, and the catastrophe finally comes to an end. The officers feel relieved, realizing that the young man has handled everything. Ido orders them to eliminate the remaining creatures and remain vigilant.
Kusanagi smoothly descends with a smile on his face, leaving the remaining tasks to the authorities. He suddenly remembers that it has been a long time since he last used his magical martial arts. As a result, his proficiency in them has declined. He lands and notices a group of officers gathered together, waiting for his arrival. Ido thanks our hero for his tremendous efforts and for single-handedly defeating the demonic captain, thereby preventing another catastrophe. They express their gratitude for his cooperation. The entire police department salutes Kusanagi as a sign of respect. After this incident, catastrophes began occurring regularly all over the world. However, thanks to the combined efforts of the police and respected mages, these new disasters were gradually suppressed as well. The population grew fearful because of the recurring catastrophes and began harboring resentment toward the government for its lack of preparation.
Their frustration was also directed toward the mages who were expected to protect the people. As public anxiety continued to rise, some began suggesting that the Black Mage was still on humanity's side. The world's faith in the Black Mage grew stronger, and everyone began wondering about his true identity. Back at the academy, Kusanagi becomes irritated when the entire class learns that he was the one who suppressed the second catastrophe. They praise him as a hero and shower him with endless compliments. They ask whether it is really true that he fought a variant demonic captain during the catastrophe. He grows increasingly annoyed and wishes it would all stop. Notices how exhausted he looks. The instructor begins discussing the recent catastrophe. He urges everyone to remain vigilant at all times because they are not merely students, but mages. It is impossible to predict when they may be called into action. She points to Kusanagi and calls him an experienced example. Suddenly, Sanada appears with several officers. She dismisses the class, and the teacher anxiously asks if something is wrong. Sanada shows her badge and confirms that her visit has been approved by the principal. She calls for Kusanagi and begs him to help them once again. Our protagonist is stunned by yet another request from the police. He questions whether they care at all about public appearances. He notices the students staring at him, which irritates him and prompts him to leave. He asks Sanada to explain the situation. She assures him that he does not need to worry, as he will be rewarded and recognized for his efforts. She explains that, because catastrophes are occurring all over the world, magical beasts continue to appear, and rogue mages connected to suspicious organizations have suddenly become far more active. Kusanagi states that they came looking for him because they lack manpower. Sanada apologizes for asking for his help again, but explains that they have no other choice because he is the strongest. Kusanagi takes her phone and suggests that they simply contact him directly in the future. Sanada apologizes and says that she understands how he feels. She manages to obtain his contact information and feels satisfied. Protagonist asks what he should do next. She assigns him the task of eliminating all the beasts in Harajuku. He acknowledges the instructions. Nada offers to drive him there, but he is certain they would arrive too late. As a result, the protagonist activates his magic circles and leaves the academy alone. The police are astonished by his incredible speed. In Harajuku, the sky turns crimson, and two young brothers are overcome with fear. The older brother tries to protect his younger sibling from danger. A mystical creature materializes. The children try to run away, however, the younger brother stumbles. Just as the monstrous creature is about to devour them, the protagonist appears and immediately destroys it. The children recover their composure, and he praises their courage, telling them that they did well. He returns their Ichikami figurine and gives them an encouraging smile. He then entrusts the children to the authorities. Afterward, he rushes off to clear the surrounding area. The children bow in gratitude as he leaves, while the younger child beams with appreciation. Kusanagi finds the battle in Harajuku more difficult than the ones at his school or in ruined Shibuya because of the numerous obstacles and bystanders. He refrains from using magical projectiles, fearing that he might harm fleeing civilians. Although he can distinguish humans from monsters, ordinary people without magic are not easy to identify. The only way to guarantee everyone's safety is to thoroughly search the entire area. Law enforcement arrives, prioritizing the elimination of monsters while delegating civilian rescues to the military and emergency services. They find Kusanagi. They call out his name. Recognizing the officer from the previous catastrophe, our protagonist descends and welcomes him as reinforcements. He finds this helpful and asks about the current situation. The officer reports that they have not yet rescued even half of the civilians and are having difficulty entering the eastern sector. Kusanagi unleashes several volleys of magic. Afterward, he decides to investigate the eastern sector. The officer warns him about the presence of illegal mages in that area based on intelligence reports, but realizes that warning Kusanagi is pointless considering his unparalleled strength. Other officers observe him and wonder who he really is, since he effortlessly defeated numerous creatures. They consider him a beacon of hope during these difficult times. Kusanagi destroys a demonic captain using his 6th-level explosion stream spell. He is surprised to encounter demonic captains despite the absence of a catastrophe. Such a thing never happened even 50 years ago. As the beast population grows, Kusanagi notices their increasing strength, and the worsening situation becomes a challenge even for him. He decides that strategy is critically important before the situation escalates any further. Kusanagi rescues 2 more civilians and hands them over to the firefighters. He has several options, but he is uncertain which course of action to take. He uses his magical bubbles to rescue even more people. Nada and several officers arrive, helping calm the civilians. The police once again express their gratitude, crediting him with minimizing the destruction. Kusanagi disputes this, attributing the success to the police and firefighters, saying that he merely assisted. An officer acknowledges him as an exceptional student. They apologize for their previous rudeness during the earlier catastrophe, admitting that their arrogance led to it. Kusanagi reassures them and urges them to let go of past regrets. The officers are impressed by his composure and thank him once again. Nada steps forward, also expressing her gratitude and noting that they continue to rely on his abilities despite his status as a student. He reassures her, reminding her that he promised to help. Kusanagi emphasizes the growing number of monsters and their increasing strength. Nada agrees, believing that a counter-strategy against the catastrophes is necessary. She mentions that her superior is actively working on a solution. As she speaks, the children Kusanagi saved earlier approach him and thank him for rescuing them. He feels relieved to see that they are unharmed. The younger child asks whether he is the great sage. The older brother apologizes, explaining that his sibling is obsessed with the great sage.
Kusanagi notices the toy. He recognizes it as an Ichikami figurine. He assures the children that he really is the great sage. The younger child beams, saying that he already knew it. Kusanagi recalls his previous life, when someone had asked Ichikami for permission to create a doll in his likeness. That person enthusiastically explained that he intended to make not only dolls, but also photo cards and keychains. Ichikami had been skeptical that such items would be in demand. The man insisted that people needed the support of the great sage in their hearts. He claimed that such merchandise would be perfect for the younger generation. Ichikami remained unconvinced, but the man argued that it would provide protection for 100 years rather than only 50. He pleaded for Ichikami-kami's approval. Kusanagi smirks, acknowledging the man's foresight. He realizes that simple toys cannot truly protect people, but humanity once again needs his help.
In a gloomy club in the capital, several men report to their leader, Kuroya Kuto, the head of the secret magical organization, Black Rebellion, about the rogue sorcerer. He rises upon hearing about an illegal mage operating outside any known guild. Enraged, he discovers that the dark mage dares to challenge him. He asks his subordinate whether the assessment is accurate, and the trembling subordinate confirms it. Kuroya orders them to uncover the dark mage's true identity, authorizing military intervention if necessary. Someone asks whether they have permission to eliminate him. It is the executive director, Kagashugi. Kuroya declares that they may kill him only after torturing him first. Kaga grows excited, and a sinister grin spreads across his face. Uka asks about Kusanagi's magical power. Echoes her words, admitting that she has long been curious about it as well. She wonders whether his power level reaches 100,000, or perhaps even 5.
Admits that such a figure seems plausible for someone of his caliber. With a completely straight face, he states that his power level is 9. Everyone is initially shocked, doubts him, and Katsuragi shares her disbelief. Ruka recalls that even Ichikami's magical power is said to be around 1 million, making her skeptical of his claim. Kusanagi is stunned by this revelation. They explain that 1 million is considered the absolute limit for that very reason. They ask why he does not know such common knowledge. The protagonist wonders whether his own power is supposedly only 1 million. He tries searching for information on the internet but quickly becomes confused. Smirking, he admits that he still cannot properly use his phone. Deciding that it is too troublesome, he gives up on the attempt. A call comes in. It is from Shido. The young man asks what the problem is, and Shido apologizes for interrupting, asking whether he has a moment.
Kusanagi agrees, prompting the officer to ask whether his companions are present. Kusanagi confirms that they are there, Shido then asks him to put the call on speaker. Kusanagi is completely baffled by this request, helps him activate the speaker mode. The officer explains in detail that because of the growing number of monsters and catastrophes, he has established a special anti-monster unit called the Special Magic Squad. He wants the protagonist to lead the unit. Is shocked to see her companion receiving such an opportunity. She considers it an extremely prestigious position, coveted by many mages. She assumes that her friend would never reject such an offer, but to her shock, Kusanagi declines, demands to know why. Her anger immediately flares up. The officer begs them to hear him out first. The protagonist asks Yuika why she is getting angry on his behalf, but decides to listen to the explanation. Shido states that countless problems are occurring, and law enforcement cannot handle everything on its own. Furthermore, as monsters continue to grow stronger, it is becoming increasingly difficult to keep up with them. He believes that the young man understands their predicament. Kusanagi realizes that this is due to the exceptionally low magical abilities of mages in this era. He wonders where the nobility is. Shido reveals that the leaders of the Mitsuha, Hemerai, and Kaichi families remain occupied at an international conference, leaving only Fuka available. However, even he has become unreachable for unknown reasons. Kusanagi suddenly realizes that he has never met Yuika's parents. She tells him that they still have not returned from the conference. Shido clarifies that the specialized unit will consist of numerous police officers, along with a selected group of cadets from the academy. He chooses Yuika, Ruka, and Katsuragi for the new elite team. He guarantees that he will personally handle all burdensome tasks, including administration and diplomatic negotiations. Therefore, their only responsibility will be to improve their abilities and guide the police officers, while receiving proper compensation and boosting their academic status for future career opportunities. Shido begins pleading, trying to convince the young man to accept the role of captain. He sincerely hopes that the protagonist will agree. Kusanagi becomes slightly irritated, but eventually accepts. Shido can hardly believe it, yet he looks pleased. The other team members also agree with the decision. Ruka would rather not see Kusanagi carry the entire burden alone, while Katsuragi enjoys difficult challenges. The protagonist remains somewhat hesitant. Nevertheless, he agrees, motivated by his desire to mentor other mages. The media begins criticizing the noble families of mages. Not only did they neglect their true duties during the academy catastrophe, but the aristocratic families were also slow to suppress the monsters. A noble listens to the report and considers the journalists foolish for believing that noble mages are capable of handling every situation. A call arrives, prompting the noble mage to grant entry. His servant materializes and announces that the Metropolitan Police Department has sent an official document. The noble mage reviews the details concerning the formation of the Special Magic Unit. He considers it foolish and believes that incompetent people are engaging in pointless endeavors. Feelings of dissatisfaction well up inside him. Though he assumes that the initiative may calm the public outcry, he instructs the servant to summon his foolish offspring. The butler accepts the order and leaves. At the police headquarters, the protagonist and his companions officially join the special unit. The meeting begins, and Shido starts briefing the assembled group. The protagonist expresses surprise when only a few dozen members are mentioned. However, Shido apologizes, explaining that, although there were potential candidates, for unknown reasons, no applications were submitted. Shido expects more applications once our hero achieves significant results. Since Kusanagi had been included, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Considering how strange it was for a mere student to lead the team, some conflict had been inevitable. Shido presents an item, stating that it is a temporary mage identification card. He admits that it is merely an external arrangement, but clarifies that they are now all government employees. Therefore, if anyone questions them, they can present these IDs when necessary. He mentions one more detail. These identification cards are issued only to members of the unit. Since none of them are officially mages at the moment, the cards are only temporary. Shido officially concludes his introduction of the student Kusanagi, now addressing him as Captain Kusanagi. He entrusts all responsibility to the young man. The protagonist smirks, as it has been a long time since he last stood before his peers. He steps forward and introduces himself once again. He announces himself as the leader of the Special Mage Unit, and promises to give every member of his team the power to surpass even the heads of the prestigious families. His companions and the officers are stunned, finding the situation hard to believe. Kusanagi understands their skepticism, but decides to provide undeniable proof to dispel their doubts. He asks whether the police station has any devices capable of measuring magical energy. A man answers affirmatively, but looks puzzled. Kusanagi brings out several measuring devices. He orders Ruka and Katsuragi to step forward and measure their power, and they obey. As they both channel their magic into the devices, the protagonist informs everyone that Ruka's magical energy had previously been only 10,000, while Katsuragi's had been 8. Ruka is left speechless when the reading shows 30,000 units of magical energy. Katsuragi expresses surprise upon seeing 28,000 displayed on the screen. The officers are astonished, recognizing that these are the levels of top-class mages. Kusanagi tells them to remain calm and asks Yuika to evaluate her abilities. She obeys his order, though she feels somewhat anxious. Yuika wonders what she should do next, convinced that the gap between herself and her older sister is still far too great. She knows that she has worked tirelessly, yet ultimately considers herself nothing more than an ordinary person without innate talent. Her anxiety grows, and she fears seeing the result. Gathers her courage, deciding that she will no longer avoid such tests.
Casting aside all concern about the outcome, she channels her magic into the device with unwavering determination. Shido and Sanada stare at the displayed numbers in disbelief, though still slightly nervous, opens her eyes and discovers that the reading is 20. Shido recalls that her officially registered magical power had been only 2,000, making it difficult for him to understand how such an enormous increase is possible. Kusanagi clearly tells everyone present that increasing magical power is indeed possible. It simply requires natural aptitude and an unshakable determination to persevere and strive diligently until the very end. He looks at Yuika with a warm smile and gently ruffles her hair, expressing how proud he is and praising her outstanding effort. Yuika feels happy as she watches their exchange. Kusanagi also praises the other two. However, they consider such achievements ordinary.
For Ruka in particular, such progress is standard for someone from the Mizuha family. Therefore, she believes praise is unnecessary. He dismisses her words and ruffles her hair as well, praising her hard work. Katsuragi senses an overwhelming aura around his friend, but is stunned by his fearless behavior. Begins to grow nervous, knowing what terrifying side of her sister emerges when she becomes angry. Ruka tells the protagonist that she is not a child, and understanding this, he removes his hand. Katsuragi has just experienced a moment of fear, and Yuika also expresses gratitude that her sister managed to keep her composure. The protagonist tries to pat Katsuragi on the shoulder, but he becomes embarrassed. Ruka recalls that she has never been treated this way in her entire life. Even her father had never shown her such affection. A rather unattractive, overweight man enters the room after locating everyone. He states that he was looking for Shido and asks why no one welcomed him properly. Shido attempts to explain, telling Toshiki that he believed he would not be coming today. The heavy-set man tells him that his intentions have not changed, which is why he came. Shido considers introducing him to the group and announces that he is Shu, a noble mage from the Fuka family. Shido secretly tells our protagonist that he had no choice, since the approval of a noble mage was necessary to form the special team, forcing him to include their names. He apologizes for the situation. Kusanagi recalls how the Fuka family refused to send help during the catastrophe at his academy. Shido tries to explain that this happened because nobles have a strong tendency to protect their authority, making such requests embarrassing to them, since relying on others is unusual behavior for a noble mage. Speaks up, saying that he had heard he would be meeting Japan's leading magical task force. He wonders why there are so many students in the room. Shido introduces Kusanagi, revealing that he was the one who defeated the monster boss and resolved the disaster at the school. In recognition of his outstanding achievements, he was chosen as the commander and captain of the unit. Shu stares intently at him. He wonders how a worthless student, one not even born into a noble family, managed to stop the disaster at the school. He deliberately steps on the protagonist's foot and arrogantly declares that he is nothing more than trash. He seethes at the sight of our hero serving as captain. The man makes it clear that he should not become arrogant just because he is a student, and Ruka question his behavior and order him to step back, while Katsuragi threatens to beat him down. Shu cannot understand why mere commoners are trying to tell him what to do. He recognizes the two sisters, recalling their connection to the Mizuha family. He is stunned.
Apparently, not everyone present is complete trash. Shu begins to smirk, declaring that he will be the one leading the unit. However, Shido tries to explain that Kusanagi has already been appointed leader of the unit, making any changes impossible. Shu decides to challenge the protagonist, declaring that whoever defeats the boss of the next disaster will earn the right to command the squad. Shido attempts to intervene, but the overweight noble decides to impose his own rules, considering the matter settled. Shido apologizes for his behavior, but Kusanagi reassures him, saying that anything he could have said would have been completely useless against such an idiot. He finds the arrangement acceptable, as his only requirement is victory, and the others become fired up. She is determined not to let that man become their leader. The other two also become determined, resolving to give it everything they have. He wonders why they are all so enthusiastic. Why are they so devoted to someone as ordinary as him? At the police department grounds, Kusanagi considers his next course of action. He recalls the police officers. Most officers generally possessed around 10,000 units of magical power. He had anticipated this and decides to focus on increasing magical power first. He begins his explanation by discussing the significance of magical power. He informs everyone that while he knows they use it exclusively for magical attacks, it has additional applications. He calls Katsuragi forward and instructs him to strike with all his might. Katsuragi looks somewhat confused, but the young man urges him to proceed. Katsuragi throws a full power punch, hoping the protagonist will not complain afterward. The blow is stopped by a strange shield. He reveals that he is using the power of a mystical barrier. Individuals possessing enormous reserves of magical energy can naturally create magical shields. Katsuragi continues attacking, yet none of his blows reach their target. He explains that vast reserves of magical power allow one to cast subconsciously, something he calls innate power. Katsuragi eventually collapses from exhaustion, realizing that his attacks are completely ineffective. The protagonist instructs everyone to remember one important point. Expanding one's magical energy should be the highest priority for any mage. He begins channeling his magic into the officers, one by one, helping them sense magical energy. Everyone begins training diligently, dedicating themselves to becoming stronger. Kusanagi realizes that specialized equipment is necessary in addition to simple practice. He contemplates acquiring anti-monster equipment. Based on Shido's response, our young hero discovers that obtaining such equipment currently seems extremely unlikely. Shido assures him that he will find a solution with a little more patience. Kusanagi realizes that finding skilled craftsmen in this era is unlikely. Therefore, he decides to create the item himself despite having no previous experience. He is confident in his ability to forge it personally. He opens his desk drawer, searching for a suitable object. He discovers an inexpensive ring, noting that its flawless condition suggests considerable potential. He is certain it will work, but it is still not enough. The protagonist wonders which store he could visit to buy additional materials. His phone suddenly rings. He realizes that the call is from Ruka. He asks about her intentions, since she rarely calls him. Kusanagi answers, but is puzzled by her silence. She expresses her conviction that only he deserves to command the squad. Puzzled, he asks whether she is trying to motivate him. She confirms that he is right. Kusanagi smirks, recognizing her shy personality. He decides to ask her something.
Kusanagi invites her to go shopping with him the next day if she has free time. He admits that he knows little about buying accessories and needs her help. Ruka asks whether he plans to invite the others as well. He answers no, believing that large group outings are unnecessary. She hesitates slightly, and Kusanagi asks whether she wants to go. She agrees to go with him. He calls her his savior and asks where they should meet. She suggests Harajuku, and he agrees to meet her at the station around noon. She says that she is looking forward to seeing him tomorrow and ends the call. Kusanagi is pleased that he will now be able to buy rings for his entire team. He wonders whether he should spend the day creating anti-monster equipment using the ring he just acquired. He begins channeling his magic into it. He believes that somehow it will produce results. Calls her sister to dinner, but receives no response and begins to worry, since such behavior is unusual for her sister. Decides to investigate and announces her arrival. She discovers her sister holding an adorable dress, which completely surprises her. Ruka asks what the matter is, apologizes, and informs Ruka that dinner is ready. Ruka says that she will be there shortly. Has never seen her sister show such enthusiasm before. She assumes that Ruka is planning to go somewhere, thinking that it must be a date with that young man. The next day, Kusanagi arrives at Harajuku Station, watches him from behind a barrier, trying to remain anonymous and keep her distance so that he will not notice her. She feels awkward spying on them like this, and silently apologizes in her mind. Ruka eventually appears in a stunning dress, attracting the attention of every passerby. She asks whether the protagonist has been waiting long. He replies that he has just arrived, so there is no problem. The onlookers comment on her breathtaking appearance, and assume that she is talking to her boyfriend. Feels a twinge of jealousy as she tries to understand the situation, concluding that her sister and Kusanagi are on a romantic date. Ruka asks about his objective. Kusanagi answers that he is looking for rings. She assumes that they are meant as gifts. He confirms her guess, but adds that he needs several of them. Ruka is surprised, completely misunderstanding his intentions. She asks whether he has numerous romantic interests. He confirms it, but she points out that polygamy is not permitted in Japan. He assures her that he already knows that. Ruka suggests choosing inexpensive options if he intends to buy so many. She remembers the perfect place, and he entrusts the task to her. They browse through several stores, watches the pair from afar. After several hours of searching, Ruka admits that finding rings that are durable, affordable, and not overly flashy has proven extremely difficult. Kusanagi begins to feel a little nervous, noting that every time they find a suitable ring, something is always missing. He examines another one and realizes how expensive it is. From a distance, Yuika sips her drink while reflecting on their conversation and feeling a pang of jealousy at their closeness. A store manager approaches with a smile and asks how their search is going. She offers to help, assuming that he is choosing a gift for his girlfriend. Kusanagi tries to correct her, explaining that Ruka is not his girlfriend. But before he can finish, Ruka interrupts him with an icy glare and confirms to the manager that she is not his girlfriend. The manager stammers an apology and quickly retreats, leaving them to continue browsing. Ruka tries to stop her from leaving, while the young man feels a surge of irritation. They eventually calm down, and Kusanagi expresses his exhaustion from walking around for so long, especially in such a crowded shopping district. He is struggling to find a suitable ring. He wonders whether his standards are simply too high. Kusanagi notices the expression on Ruka's face. He quietly observes her. She admits that she is not good at expressing her feelings and says that he already knows how awful her personality is. He agrees with her assessment, and Ruka recalls how poorly she treated her younger sister, admitting that she caused her a great deal of trouble. She suggests that he should have gone shopping with Yuika instead because she feels that she is only getting in the way. He refutes her words, knowing that she carefully researched several stores before they met. She had even considered the best options for him and took the outing seriously, despite it being his own concern. With a smile, he assures her that she has been a tremendous help. Ruka's cheeks turn red and her mood immediately improves. Watches her sister's expression, realizing that she has never seen such a look on her face before. She begins to feel depressed, wondering why she is secretly watching them in the first place. Decides to return home. Several hours later, Kusanagi leaves the shopping center beaming, having finally purchased the perfect rings. Ruka is still somewhat puzzled by his need for 5 rings, and he explains that one is intended for each of his partners. Ruka is certain that his companions will be delighted with the gifts, considering how much time he spent choosing the rings. He explains that they are actually for the squad's equipment, so there is no way anyone could be dissatisfied. This confuses her slightly, but she eventually understands the reason behind such a large purchase. He expresses his gratitude for all her help and sincerely thanks her. Ruka brushes it off, saying that it was no trouble at all. She is glad that she was able to help.
He intends to compensate her for the inconvenience, but she assures him that nothing is necessary.
He takes out the ring he had earlier and asks her to hold out her hand. She becomes slightly shy and asks what he intends to do. He takes her hand and reveals that this is the first special ring he has ever personally created. He says that he hopes she will treasure it and smiles. Ruka is pleased, but then starts to walk away. He tries to stop her, but she gives him no opportunity and leaves. He had intended to explain the anti-monster equipment in more detail. However, he decides to save the explanation for another time, when the circumstances are more favorable. As Ruka walks away, she suddenly stops and looks down at the ring. She clenches her hand, admiring the ring. Her face turns bright red. The next day, Kusanagi announces that it is time to distribute the anti-monster equipment and invites everyone to collect theirs. Hinata and the other officers put on the equipment and immediately feel a surge of magical energy. They are astonished by their first encounter with magical equipment. He explains that this is anti-monster gear infused with wind magic. By channeling their own magical power, they can use the ring to generate first-level wind magic. Shido is amazed and asks how the protagonist managed to obtain such an item. Kusanagi reveals that he is the one who created it. Shido finds it hard to believe, since craftsmen capable of creating such valuable equipment are extremely rare. He is shocked to learn that the protagonist can effortlessly produce such items. He admits that Kusanagi constantly surprises him, and notices that her sister did not take one of the rings. She sees that Ruka is already wearing a ring that she has never seen on her before, assumes it is a souvenir from their outing, and begins to worry, wondering what happened after she left. Kusanagi believes that they all lack proper transportation. He dismisses cars as too slow and therefore unreliable. Shido agrees, since they are constantly arriving too late. Kusanagi demonstrates the wind spell Aerial using the anti-monster equipment. He is certain that it will significantly reduce their travel time. He explains that the power is insufficient for attacking monsters, but since it allows flight, they should test it. He tells them to imagine themselves soaring through the sky, because air magic requires both flight and speed. Hinata and Shido rise into the air with the help of the special rings. Kusanagi notices that Yuika is flying as well. He praises her, but she feels that it was only natural since she had spent a long time training her mana control. She looks at the protagonist, suddenly feels guilty for spying on her sister earlier. Kusanagi notices her gaze and looks puzzled. He approaches Yuika and says that he wants to ask her something. He asks whether she knows Ichikami Minato. She confirms that she does, since he is her greatest hero. He asks about Ichikami's power. She answers that his power level was around 1 million. He could use countless spells, but he died fighting the demon god during the Great Catastrophe. He becomes interested in what happened after his death. She explains that most powerful mages also perished. Her esteemed ancestors were among those who worked to rebuild society. The Mizuha family played a key role in that effort. She says this proudly, adding that once the catastrophe finally ended, almost no records or documents remained. That is why magical research had to be rebuilt from scratch. Kusanagi knows that the mortality rate among mages back then had been extremely high. However, he remembers leaving behind numerous books. He had preserved magical knowledge in various locations in preparation for the future. He wonders why modern magical knowledge is so scarce and full of errors compared to what he left behind. The current generation of mages possesses incredibly low levels of power. He begins to suspect that someone may be behind all of this. Notices that he is lost in thought and asks if everything is all right. He assures her that it is nothing serious. She asks him to remember that if something is troubling him, he should not hesitate to confide in her. She admits that she may not be very helpful, but still encourages him to rely on her. Kusanagi thanks her for her concern and calls her a great help. He is certain that she would keep any secret, but he still needs to be careful regarding the dark mage situation. There is a chance that she could get into trouble if he involves her. Therefore, he decides never to mention it. He realizes that she might simply faint if she learned that he was the legendary Ichikami Minato. Assumes that he is hiding something because she is not trustworthy enough. She resolves to become stronger so that she can be more useful to Kusanagi. She vows to give it her all.
1 week passes, and Kusanagi orders everyone to prepare for an attack. Hinata can now use second-level holy magic, known as Holy Crest. Shido can use third-level magic, while Katsuragi and the Mizuha sisters can cast fourth-level spells. Kusanagi is pleased to see that everyone has improved. Even Sanata, who previously lacked offensive abilities, can now use attack spells. What impresses him the most is the synergy between the Mizuha sisters. He acknowledges that most people would consider it natural, given their family bond. And Ruka destroy the training ground. Their fourth-level magic causes complete devastation, is suddenly struck by unpleasant memories. However, she begins to smile, having finally earned her sister's admiration. Kusanagi praises everyone for their dedication, but warns them not to become complacent because higher spell levels do not automatically guarantee greater strength or mastery. He decides to demonstrate this and orders Ruka to cast a fourth-level spell at him. She understands his intentions and follows his instructions. Ruka unleashes a fourth-level spell at him, but Kusanagi responds with nothing more than a first-level earth spell. When the two magical attacks collide, everyone is stunned that a first-level spell was able to neutralize a fourth-level one. He explains that magic levels only affect the amount of magical energy invested in an attack. That does not necessarily mean that a higher-level spell is stronger. Even a first-level spell can easily overpower a fourth-level one if the caster pours enough magical energy into it. He points out that magical attributes are also important. Water is naturally weak against earth. He tells everyone not to limit themselves to the concept of spell levels. He explains the importance of understanding magical energy and mastering existing spells. Following his guidance will lead to greater strength.
Everyone listens carefully as Kusanagi explains the importance of never losing sight of one's allies. Synergistic abilities can provide even greater power. Everyone renews their determination, but suddenly that overweight man appears again, looking down on them. Shido asks why he has shown up uninvited. Shu says that no catastrophe seems likely to occur, and that he has grown bored. Shido suggests that he go eliminate some monsters if he has nothing else to do. However, Shu dismisses the idea as too troublesome. He shifts the responsibility onto the police, and a sinister grin spreads across his face. Kusunagi's companions are irritated, but he remains completely calm. Shu wishes for a catastrophe to happen soon, just as the sky begins turning crimson. Is the first to notice and announces that something is wrong. It really is a catastrophe, and Shu becomes excited. He reminds everyone that whichever squad defeats the boss first will be chosen as the vanguard of the special unit. He declares the start of their competition. Kusunagi's squad burns with determination, unwilling to lose to a disgusting glutton, and his subordinates deploy their equipment and take to the skies using wind magic. He arrogantly labels everyone else as failures before departing, protests his unfairness, but Kusanagi reminds her that they all have the same opportunity. He orders everyone to get ready and put on their communication devices. As the entire contingent takes flight, Kusanagi warns them that this is their first battle as a team, and that they must remain vigilant. They begin their advance. Shu overtakes a vehicle traveling along the highway. He considers it slow and smirks. Tsuragi comments on his speed, while Yuika struggles to understand how such a heavy individual can move so fast despite his size. Kusanagi thinks that their team's mastery of wind magic is still insufficient to keep up with that pace. He could easily outpace them all, but he refuses to undermine the purpose of the team. He restrains himself after confirming that the civilians are unharmed. Shu begins mocking them, ridiculing their claim of being a special team when they cannot even surpass him. He continues calling them losers, watches his behavior, and concludes that he is mocking them even though she cannot hear his insults. The overweight man finds some civilians and announces his arrival. He warns them about the approaching catastrophe and begins destroying monsters alongside his allies. His companions use wind magic and kill a creature. The civilians try to find a safe place. They ask the large man for help, but he completely ignores them. He continues firing wind magic at the monsters. Just as the civilians are about to be engulfed by his wind magic, the protagonist materializes and protects them with his barrier. With an icy and intimidating glare, he demands to know what the fat man's intentions are. The arrogant noble and his entourage are so frightened that they nearly soil themselves. He tries to comprehend the situation,
unable to move even a finger. Kusanagi's squad arrives and checks whether the civilians are safe. Yuika demands an explanation for the fat man's actions. Her anger rises as she forbids him from dragging ordinary people into their battle. Shu and his companions finally regain their mobility. He asks whether Kusanagi's intervention caused his paralysis, but dismisses it as insignificant. The fat man accuses them of interfering with a noble mage. Patience reaches its limit, and she orders him to repeat what he just said. He activates his wind magic, flies away with his companions, and leaves the safety of the commoners to Kusanagi. He is determined to defeat the boss. As the fat man leaves, Kusanagi watches him, confident that he could eliminate him in mere moments. However, he decides not to reveal that he was provoked by such foolish behavior. Suddenly, he realizes a potential advantage in this turn of events. Kusanagi instructs his squad to eliminate the monsters, while he ensures the complete safety of the civilians. Shido asks how confident Kusanagi is in his ability to protect so many civilians alone, considering the immense difficulty of the task. Kusanagi reassures Shido, saying that his confidence comes from leading their elite squad. Shido accepts Kusanagi's words, considering his own question foolish, and encourages the team, urging them to begin attacking the monsters since the civilians are depending on them. The team agrees with Yuika, prompting the protagonist to order them to advance. They charge forward, unleashing wind magic as they engage the swarming monsters. Unleashes third-level magic spells, destroying the fearsome monsters. She recalls their previous encounter, when she had been paralyzed by fear in a similar situation.
However, now she marvels at her own strength as she effortlessly defeats demonic soldiers, has finally become stronger. Kusanagi senses the magical energy around him, realizing that both allies and enemies are present, while numerous civilians are still in danger. He acknowledges the severity of the situation, but trusts in his ability to resolve it, because he is Kusanagi Minato. He advances forward, channeling wind magic to ensure everyone's safety. Shu and his subordinates continuously bombard the area with wind magic, completely ignoring the civilians. Ga and the others maintain their formation, determined not to fall behind the glutton. He begins to sense an unusual magical aura coming from an unknown source. She turns around and discovers a demon materializing behind her. The reckless fat man charges at the demon without hesitation, hoping to prevent the catastrophe and achieve his foolish goal. He decides to use his fourth-level magic. His followers try to dissuade him, arguing that even fourth-level magic would not leave a scratch on a demon. Shu dismisses their concerns, believing that they simply lack understanding because they have never faced a demon before. He is certain that he will emerge victorious because he is an exceptional mage. The fat man unleashes a fourth-level wind attack, but the demon responds with its own fourth-level fire magic, completely obliterating Shu's pathetic attack. Shu struggles to comprehend how he could have been so thoroughly outmatched. As the fiery onslaught approaches, he flees together with his followers. The civilians are caught in the crossfire. They cry out for help, but Shu abandons them, caring only about saving himself. Kusanagi arrives and uses earth magic to stop the attack. His team supports him, and together they shield the civilians from the blazing barrage. Kusanagi smirks, praising their courage, approaches the overweight man. He lets out a sigh of relief, glad that he survived. With an icy glare, she demands to know why he ignored the civilians and focused only on saving himself. He shifts the blame, accusing them of failing to save themselves. He claims that they do not deserve to live if they hinder a noble mage like him. Hearing his foolish remarks, Yuika's anger spirals out of control. Unable to contain her rage, she punches him with all her strength. The fat man is sent flying by the powerful blow. She calls him a spineless and pathetic excuse for a magical noble. Shu asks why she struck a noble, orders everyone to leave his worthless body behind and continue eliminating the remaining monsters appearing throughout the city. They agree and press onward, while Shu laments the fact that she completely ignored him. Kusanagi watches them while escorting civilians to safety, noting how noisy they are in front of the enemy. He considers it acceptable, given how quickly they have recovered. Kusanagi decides to search for other survivors in need of help, while remaining vigilant for the possible appearance of the boss. When a demonic entity materializes, Shu and his followers retreat behind a barrier, acknowledging that they cannot defeat such a fearsome foe. His companions urge the fat man to retreat. Shu recognizes the overwhelming power of the demonic monster, believing that even his noble status gives him no advantage against it. The fat man devises a plan. He will allow the other squad to weaken the monster during their battle. Then, once the creature is exhausted, he will step in and claim all the glory by delivering the finishing blow. His subordinates praise his brilliant strategy. He considers such thinking only natural for someone as intelligent as himself, and decides that they should remain hidden until the right moment. His followers agree. Shu's entire squad confronts the approaching demonic monster.
Senses the monster's immense power, doubts their chances of victory, but resolves to give it everything she has. The entire squad launches its attack against the demon. They relentlessly assault the demon. They wonder if it has finally been defeated. But when the dust settles, the demon emerges completely unharmed. Realizes that it has not taken any damage at all. Ruka suggests using 4th-level magic or lower-level spells reinforced with sufficient magical energy. The demon begins unleashing fiery attacks from its arcane sigils. As it attacks and they desperately dodge, Yuika realizes that the demon has grown stronger and now possesses twice as much power as she does. Admits that the difference in strength is simply overwhelming. They have no chance of victory in their current state. She begins considering their next move. Kusanagi watches as his squad becomes trapped in a dangerous predicament. He decides to give them some guidance.
Kusanagi orders them to cooperate. She objects, saying that they are already working together. He tells her to combine their strength as much as possible. He hints that she and Ruka possess the key element needed for victory. Yuika is confused and anxiously asks what he means, but he tells her to figure it out herself. Tries to stop him from ending the call, but a burst of pyromancy strikes her, forcing her to focus on defending herself. Yuika believes that Kusanagi's words carry great weight and demands that the squad think collectively. Agrees with her sister, knowing that Kusanagi has always led them to remarkable achievements. Suddenly, she understands everything. She realizes what her next move should be. Notes that the demon's casting time is long, suggesting that they evade its attacks for now and prioritize dealing with the smaller threats. Instructs Shido and the officers to handle the eastern flank, while her group attacks from the west, signaling them when the demon begins an attack. Everyone quickly understands her plan. When the fearsome demon begins its assault, Yuika warns everyone and gives the signal. Thanks to Yuika, they all manage to dodge the creature's attacks. Kusanagi watches the events unfold while rescuing civilians. He had expected Ruka or Katsuragi to step forward, but instead discovers Yuika's talent. Noting her ability to understand people, he believes that she has the qualities of a leader, begins to feel exhausted, realizing that their magical energy and combat abilities may not be enough to secure victory. She contemplates her next move. Trying to recall Kusanagi's words, Yuika suddenly realizes that she had completely misunderstood his meaning. She doubts whether such an absurd approach will save them, but having long abandoned conventional thinking, she decides to act.
She realizes that this is the critical moment that will decide everything. Asks everyone to contribute their magical energy. The fat man watches from afar, curious about what they intend to do. The entire team prepares for the upcoming maneuver. Shido wonders whether this is truly possible. Herself is uncertain, but she understands that they have no other choice. Ruka places her trust in Yui. Katsuragi and Sanada also decide to give it their all, believing they can devise another strategy if this fails. The demon raises its limbs and casts a 5th-level fire spell, Blazing Pillar. A massive torrent of flames crashes down toward Kusanagi's squad. The fat man and his subordinates mock the squad as pathetic losers, but his followers urge him to keep watching. He expresses surprise as he sees the entire squad charge straight toward the monster. Nada uses her 3rd-level holy healing magic to heal every member of the squad.
Kusanagi praises this strategy as brilliant, noting how difficult it is to evade a 5th-level spell. With Sanada supporting them, everyone can be healed from any injuries they suffer, making the plan exceptionally clever. And Ruka stand united against the creature, strengthening their attacks together. They unleash their water magic. Kusanagi is pleased that they have finally grasped the concept. If they cannot defeat the enemy with their own individual strength, They can combine their powers to achieve victory. He smirks, calling it a magnificent flow of magic, as a colossal wave of water destroys the demon in a single strike. When the dust settles, Shido expresses amazement that the Mizuha sisters managed to jointly cast a 6th-level spell. Katsuragi points toward the demon. They are shocked to see that it is still clinging to life. Yu and his followers seize the opportunity, attempting to deliver the finishing blow and claim the victory.
Kusanagi intervenes, stopping them with his extending magical tentacles. Fatsu is stunned by the situation, as his entire mana reserve is suddenly drained. He instantly loses all of his strength. Kusanagi appears behind them, retracting his magical tentacles. He feels slightly irritated by their actions. The demon finally dissipates. Katsuragi and the others let out sighs of relief. It reflects that the demon had probably been on the verge of death after such an assault. The catastrophe finally comes to an end. The skies return to their normal color. The entire squad celebrates their hard-earned victory. Hinata praises the Mizuha sisters and expresses her gratitude. Yuka and Yuika collapse unconscious. Katsuragi grows worried and asks about their condition. They are completely exhausted after using up all of their magical energy. She tells her sister that they really did win. Yuka agrees and feels relieved. Kusanagi praises his team for their hard work. A smile crosses his face. He confirms that they were the ones who stopped the catastrophe. He states that this was their first real mission, and is glad that they showed their true capabilities and did not disappoint him, despite fighting together for the first time. He is confident that his team will continue to improve. He applauds Yuika for her remarkable progress and notes that she issued excellent commands during the crisis. She had even grasped his thoughts regarding the great magical art, and he asks whether she already knew about that technique. Confidently replies that she did not, and that now she finally knows it is called great magical art. He is astonished to learn that she had no prior knowledge of it, and cannot understand how she accomplished it without any instruction. She thanks him for his excellent guidance, and reveals that everything else was simply instinct. Kusanagi is stunned, realizing that he had misjudged Yu. He assumes that she may be far more exceptional than he originally believed. Kusanagi ends the discussion by emphasizing that her accomplishment was truly impressive. He believes that the bond and closeness between her and Ruka also played a major role in the outcome. He notices the time and announces that the moment for something significant has finally arrived. Kusanagi picks up the remote control and turns on the television. Several elite police officers, including Shido, are participating in a meeting. One of them steps forward and announces that they have created a special magical division, also known as SMT, in preparation for the growing number of catastrophes and monstrous creatures. News anchor asks why they chose a student involved in the Academy catastrophe as the squad's commander, and whether the claims about him are true. Shido steps forward to answer the question. He introduces himself as the vice commander of the special squad and confirms that the commander is indeed only a student. The audience finds this difficult to accept. Many object to appointing a minor to such a leadership position. Shido vouches for Kusanagi, explaining that his abilities surpass even those of the magical nobility. He points out that the magical nobles proved completely ineffective and did not even offer assistance. The police were left in a critical situation and had no choice but to protect the population on their own. He states that Kusanagi then appeared and saved everyone from the catastrophe. Shido considers Kusanagi a divine messenger destined to protect this era from monstrous beings. Shido refuses to entrust command to anyone else. Watching the broadcast, Kusanagi feels embarrassed. He had hoped that Shido would not make such a huge fuss over him. Several influential government officials consider the situation ridiculous and troublesome.
They believe it is disrespectful to ignore the magical aristocracy and establish a squad without informing them. If this continued, the magical nobles might lose their positions. The men acknowledged that the magical aristocracy has been completely ineffective, as they did not even respond to the catastrophe. They are aware of the terrible reputation of the Fuka clan, and although some clan leaders are overseas, dealing with catastrophes remains their responsibility, meaning they have neglected their duties. The police chief addresses the assembly, stating that they still trust the magical aristocracy and that the special squad was not created to undermine any noble family. A man suddenly enters the conference hall and orders everyone to step aside. It is the ugly fat man and his entourage. He calls the current leader a clumsy loser and claims that a magical noble like himself deserves to be the true leader. He scolds them for their disrespect in holding a press briefing while completely ignoring him. His followers echo his claims. She cannot understand his sudden appearance, despite his defeat in the competition. Sho and his followers behave as though the contest never happened. He falsely denies that any such agreement ever existed. He proclaims that his word, as a magical noble, is absolute and orders everyone to obey him. A female journalist steps forward to ask a question. He permits her to ask anything. She informs the audience that she has learned he provided no assistance to civilians during the recent catastrophe. Instead, he repeatedly dragged innocent people into his battles. She asks whether these allegations are true. Shido becomes uneasy and denies that such events occurred. However, other journalists expose his lies by presenting evidence of his misconduct. The officials wonder whether a magical noble could truly commit such atrocities.
They find it unacceptable, as civilians must always be the highest priority. This time, they refuse to overlook his actions. The fat man panics and orders everyone to be silent. He refuses to take responsibility, blaming the civilians for obstructing a magical noble like himself. He contemptuously calls them peasants and orders them to stop speaking. She believes everyone is already aware of the current corruption among the magical nobles. He emphasizes the need for heroes like Kusanagi, who can guide the country and protect the people from monsters. Heroes who fight without selfish motives. He considers Kusanagi the ideal candidate for the position of squad commander. Shido points at the fat man, declaring that they have no need for deceitful and self-centered magical nobles who neglect civilians. The journalists support Shido's stance, while the police chief expresses his concerns. Furious, the fat man storms out, swearing revenge and vowing to make them regret their words.
Kusanagi awkwardly smiles as he watches the stout man leave. He is surprised by Shido's straightforward confrontation this time, then presents video footage of the catastrophe that has spread online. She reveals that the fat, magical noble is facing widespread criticism for his behavior. Kusanagi begins to fear the internet, realizing how quickly information spreads. He is suddenly startled. Looking concerned, Kusanagi asks what is wrong, reveals that their faces were captured on camera. Kusanagi falls into despair. Hiding his true identity is now impossible. He had wanted to remain unnoticed. However, things are now going to become much more complicated for him. Several days later, Kusanagi is stunned by the enormous crowd gathered in the conference hall. He asks why so many people have assembled. Shido explains that the authorities have been issuing permits with unusual ease, and the number of volunteers has also unexpectedly increased. Shido nervously smiles, believing that this surge is a result of the information spread online and the recent press conference. Shido begins apologizing for losing his composure during the press conference. He admits his mistake and searches for a way to make amends to Kusanagi. The protagonist had hoped to train more people, but he never wanted this level of public attention. Steps up from behind him and takes his hand. She advises him to simply adapt, because it is difficult for the world to look away from someone as extraordinary as him. He considers this an annoying nuisance and hopes to avoid such intense attention in the future. Late at night, in a mysterious location, a bound man sitting on a chair is being interrogated. A figure raises a blade to the prisoner's neck, demanding that he reveal everything he knows or face death. The red-haired man is overwhelmed with terror.
He is questioned about the Dark Mage, but he explains that he has already revealed everything he knows, claiming that the mage is a young man capable of incredible magical feats. The man presses the blade against the red-haired prisoner's body, threatening to kill him if he does not confess everything. The victim gives in to fear and begs for his life. He finally remembers additional details. The red-haired man reveals that law enforcement has been aggressively investigating the Magic Academy for information about the Dark Mage, fueling rumors that he may be enrolled there. He swears that he knows nothing else about the Dark Mage. The kidnapper accepts his statement, but finds it unsatisfactory. The prisoner expects to be released now that he has revealed everything. The mysterious man assures him that he will indeed be released, but then kills him, explaining that he will instead be freed from the chains of existence. The victim bleeds out and dies.
The mysterious four-eyed man becomes furious when crimson blood splashes onto him. He calls it impure and immediately begins wiping it away. He has managed to discover that the dark mage may potentially be a student. He becomes excited and grins menacingly, imagining the delightful sounds of a child's screams. He expresses hope that the dark mage is eagerly awaiting his arrival. Kusanagi arrives in Shinjuku, wearing a mask to conceal his identity. After defeating a monster, he looks around and notices a group of teenagers carrying cameras. One of the youths begins filming the dead creature that Kusanagi had just slain. They attribute the feat to the Black Mage, and one laments that he failed to capture Kusanagi on camera. The protagonist had expected public interest in the Black Mage to fade by now, but he realizes that he was completely mistaken, as numerous people are still actively searching for him, even in residential districts. The police are present as well. He is pleased that the police can now effectively deal with monsters and catastrophes, a sharp contrast to the situation immediately after his reincarnation. He assumes that society no longer needs the Black Mage. Kusanagi observes an incident unfolding on the street below. A small group of thugs has cornered a defenseless man, demanding 10 million yen. They order him to sell his organs if he cannot meet their financial demands. The man tries to resist, explaining that he only has 200,000 yen. However, the thugs release their magic, claiming it is interest on the debt. They intend to punish him, but just as they are about to strike, Kusanagi intervenes and shields the man from their attack. The defenseless man takes the opportunity to escape. The thugs become enraged, asking whether Kusanagi thinks he is some kind of hero. They attack Kusanagi, but he decides to make them suffer in order to discourage such behavior. After being thoroughly beaten, they apologize and promise never to resist again. The Dark Mage wonders why the authorities still have not addressed the problem of illegal mages. The thugs recognize the Dark Mage and recall hearing whispers about him. One of them mentions that underground syndicates are hunting the protagonist. They begin to worry that they may have trespassed on another faction's territory. Kusanagi overhears their conversation and questions them about the syndicate. Terrified, they pretend to know nothing, begging him to spare them and insisting that they have no information. They swear to keep their encounter with him a secret. Intrigued by their knowledge, the Dark Mage offers them freedom in exchange for complete disclosure. The thugs agree, and one of them reveals that the Black Revolt is an underground community of mages hidden from public view. He reveals that they are deeply involved in sinister activities, including illegal financing, control over the Yakuza, street gangs, and organized crime. This organization controls everything. The thugs reveal that Black Revolt's influence extends into the media and government, granting them immense power. Forcing an awkward smile, the thugs tell him the location of the nearest Black Revolt branch. They had gone there themselves in search of work. Kusanagi knocks them unconscious and leaves the dark alley. Kusanagi recalls Sanada mentioning the recent increase in illegal activities. He finally discovers that the Black Revolt is orchestrating everything. The protagonist finds this intriguing and grows somewhat impatient. He decides to leave the chaos and monster outbreaks to his student identity, while personally purging the criminal underworld as the Black Mage. He decides to start with the Kabukicho branch, as it is the closest. The protagonist arrives at the location and observes crowds of people engaged in illegal transactions. He is surprised by the lively atmosphere of the modern entertainment district. Kusanagi feels a twinge of irritation, but continues by trying to sense the surrounding magical energy. He struggles to distinguish members of the organization, since his current targets are humans. The protagonist decides to apprehend several criminals involved in suspicious activities in the area. He discovers two people dealing drugs in a dimly lit alley. They notice him and prepare to attack, but the protagonist quickly incapacitates them, attempting to gather any available information. He obtains only minimal information, but decides to notify the authorities so they can handle the remaining issues. He subdues several more individuals and learns that members of the organization gather at an establishment called Western. One man insists that he is telling the truth and asks whether he can leave now that he has shared everything he knows. Kusanagi attacks him. Kusanagi then leaves. He trusts the information he received, believing it to be accurate. Inside the Western bar, an attractive woman with purple hair appears and takes a seat at the counter. The bartender asks what she would like to drink. She hands him some money and expresses her hope that he can provide information. He accepts the money and allows her to speak. The mysterious young woman asks the bartender about the sanctuary of the Black Revolt. The bartender states that her question is incorrect. She becomes slightly uneasy. He corrects her, advising that she should instead ask about her own impending fate. The purple-haired girl realizes that it is a trap. She looks back and sees several thugs rising to their feet. One of them sensed that someone had been spying on them, but he never expected it to be such an attractive woman.
She realizes that she made a serious mistake by trusting misleading information. The attackers rush forward, but one of them orders the others to keep her alive. The defenseless young woman fights back as well. She desperately wants to survive. Without wasting any time, she dashes toward the exit, but an attack of fire magic strikes her in the back. The woman falls to the ground, injured. The bandits admire her unyielding spirit and decide to make use of her striking appearance. She falls into despair and silently apologizes to her brother. She feels that she has accomplished nothing. Just as one of the bandits reaches toward her, the protagonist bursts into the bar, astonishing everyone present. He ignores the chaos unfolding around him and walks straight toward the bartender. Our hero asks whether there are any members of the Black Revolt in the establishment. One of the attackers approaches him from behind. He asks whether the protagonist realizes the situation he has stepped into. He tries to attack while hurling insults, but our hero lands a precise punch to his jaw. The thug is sent flying backward, crashing into the wall of the establishment. He attempts to stand up, but loses consciousness. The remaining bandits and the young woman stare in stunned silence with their mouths hanging open. The purple-haired girl realizes that an ordinary person could never deliver such a punch. She is puzzled by his abilities. The girl asks whether he used some kind of magic, even though she saw no spell being cast. She wonders who he really is. Kusanagi is pleased that the information turned out to be somewhat useful, having found numerous low-level mage thugs inside the Western Club. He calls the members of the Black Revolt pathetic scum for cornering a woman, continuing his verbal assault. The bandits begin to fear him, but they try to remain calm, believing they still outnumber him. One orders his men to surround the protagonist, confident that their combined attack will guarantee victory against a lone opponent. The bandits unleash a barrage of fire attacks, but our hero restrains himself, focusing solely on evasion. The purple-haired woman doubts that he can win, considering the overwhelming numerical advantage, especially in such confined conditions. She assumes that he lacks powerful magical abilities. This means that his defeat is inevitable. The young woman cries out, urging the protagonist to run. At the very moment he is about to be struck, the protagonist becomes enraged and, with lightning-fast speed, dodges every attack while closing the distance between himself and the thugs. He charges at them. He begins the fight. Our hero defeats them one after another, incapacitating all of them in mere moments. The purple-haired woman is left speechless. She cannot comprehend what has happened, because the young man moved at incredible speed.
She wonders whether he used some kind of magic. One of the thugs begins to cry, demanding to know who he is. He insists on receiving an answer. Kusanagi then reveals that he is the Black Mage, the one destined to destroy the Black Revolt Syndicate. He knocks out the last remaining opponent and walks toward the young lady. She remains astonished by how quickly he defeated everyone and wonders whether he is some kind of master or legendary mage. As Kusanagi approaches, she notices that he looks like a student. She remarks on his captivating gaze. Slightly concerned, he asks whether she is all right. He confirms that she is not seriously injured. With a confused expression, the girl assures him that she is fine. He approaches the bartender, who is hiding behind the furniture. Kusanagi demands detailed information about the Black Revolt, but the bartender refuses, fearing retaliation from the organization if he reveals anything.
Our protagonist delivers a powerful strike, shattering a table to intimidate the bartender. He repeats his request for information, emphasizing that this is the bartender's final opportunity. Overcome by fear, the bartender decides to reveal everything in order to ensure his safety from Kusanagi. He reveals that the Black Revolt's main headquarters is located in Tokyo, while its outposts extend far beyond Kabukicho. He mentions that the leader of the Kabukicho branch is a formidable individual. This gangster is a mage with considerable influence in the criminal underworld, and rumors claim that he manipulates Japan from the shadows. Kusanagi questions him further about the branch, but the bartender insists that he knows nothing more about it. He explains that people in his position only handle minor errands and remain unaware of the branch's actual location. The protagonist feels somewhat disappointed, realizing that he is back to square one. He decides to search for other rogue mages. He needs to gather information about the branch. As he prepares to leave, the woman stops him and expresses her deepest gratitude for saving her life. She can only imagine the horrors she would have suffered if he had not intervened. He reassures her, saying that he was merely passing by. He believes that she brought danger upon herself by willingly involving herself in such a risky situation. She calls him cruel, and he readily agrees, admitting that he reserves his harshness only for adults. The woman assumes that he intends to hunt down the Black Revolt. She curiously asks about his ultimate goal once he finds the syndicate. His expression turns cold as he declares his intention to destroy it. She appears somewhat stunned by his unwavering seriousness. She understands his desire to wipe out the gang entirely, but doubts that he can accomplish it alone, despite his obvious strength. Realizing her own limitations, she decides to propose an alliance. The woman approaches our protagonist and asks whether he would like to join forces with her. With unwavering confidence, she reveals that she is a detective with extensive access to crucial information and a wide network of contacts. She acknowledges her lack of overwhelming combat power. The woman is greatly surprised to discover that the Black Mage's abilities far exceed the rumors. She believes that their goals can be achieved through cooperation. Kusanagi understands her proposal and asks whether she is offering her valuable information in exchange for his strength. The woman confirms his assumption, considering it the perfect partnership. Extending her hand, she formally asks him to become her partner. He knows that he desperately needs information, but he is uncertain whether he can trust her. He decides that it is acceptable, believing that he can simply get rid of her if things go wrong. He agrees and shakes her hand, deciding to join forces with the woman. She finalizes the agreement and reveals that her name is Leona. Our protagonist simply states that he is the Black Mage. She finds that strange and asks why he does not use a simpler name. He allows the girl to call him whatever she likes, so she settles on Crumb. He approves of the name. He asks why the thugs had been pursuing her. She reveals that her objective was to locate the Black Revolt's secret base. He calls her foolish because of her recklessness. She argues that they are in the same situation, but he informs her that he is perfectly capable of protecting himself. She admits that she has many weaknesses, but saw no alternative because no one dares oppose the Black Revolt. Leona explains that rogue mages now operate freely in Kabukicho because the authorities are occupied with disasters. Kusanagi recalls that Sanada had mentioned this earlier. He realizes that she is in a desperate situation. Leona composes herself and reveals that her younger brother was attacked by rogue mages. Ever since their parents passed away, she has borne sole responsibility for her brother's well-being. She worked tirelessly to provide her younger brother with a carefree life. She admits that she was unable to spend enough time with him, which probably caused him to feel lonely. However, her younger brother never complained. She recalls the day when several criminals suddenly broke into their home. Fortunately, her brother witnessed the criminals, prompting them to attempt to take his life. Her expression changes. He asks whether her brother survived. She replies that he was injured and has remained unconscious ever since the incident. He realizes that even divine magic is insufficient to awaken someone from a coma. Frustrated, she tells him that the doctors are uncertain when he will recover. Her brother is only 9 years old. She believes that he deserved an ordinary life.
Leona recalls that the perpetrators were operatives of the Black Revolt. She managed to track down and capture every one of them, but she will never find peace until the entire organization is destroyed. He asks whether revenge is her only goal. She rejects that idea, firmly stating that she wants to set things right so that no one else has to endure what she experienced. She admits her current helplessness, but believes that he can decisively stand against the Black Revolt. Kusanagi assumes that her story is genuine, but wonders whether she revealed everything to prevent him from betraying her in the future. He acknowledges her determination, but smiles, finding desperate women attractive. He warns her not to get in his way, but she assures him that she has discovered numerous possible hideouts and urges him not to dismiss her intelligence network. She possesses an extensive list and suspects that some of the groups may even be yakuza or mafia organizations, which is why she has acted cautiously. He insists on hearing the details about the hideouts' locations. She asks about his strategy. The young man states that he will simply pay them a visit. She warns him about the extreme danger, doubting that he could survive even with his considerable strength. He assures her that it is perfectly fine, considering that he is the infamous Black Mage. She decides to provide him with the information, but insists on accompanying him to verify everything herself. He warns her about the danger, but she is determined to go, even if it costs her life. He asks what will happen to her brother if she loses her life. She thinks it will be fine, because her brother will receive insurance money if she ever dies. He considers money worthless. He tells her never to say such things again, emphasizing that family is more important than anything else.
She doubts that he can understand her feelings of helplessness, given his overwhelming strength. In despair, she laments the agony of trying to live an honest life while being oppressed by despicable scum like those thugs. Even when people like her are cornered, they lack the strength to fight back. She wonders why her completely innocent brother had to suffer such hardships. Tears begin to flow, and she falls silent. He starts moving, prompting her to ask about his intentions. He demands the locations of their hideouts, swearing that the gang members will pay for their crimes. Her tears stop, and her spirits finally rise. She provides the information, but wonders how they could possibly travel to every location on foot. He tells her not to worry, then embraces her from behind and instructs her to hold on tightly. A blush spreads across her face. It is completely beyond her control. Inside a random building filled with gangsters, a man approaches the window out of sheer curiosity.
Another thug asks what the problem is. Suddenly, the window shatters, and Kusanagi flies into the room carrying Leona in his arms. He immediately delivers a swift kick to the thug standing by the window, stunning everyone. The gathered gangsters recoil in shock as one of their men is instantly neutralized. Kusanagi wonders whether this is truly a Black Revolt hideout. Leona tries to compose herself, but intense anxiety overwhelms her because she had been convinced that they were both about to die. The gangsters demand an explanation, asking who they are. They ready their weapons, intending to eliminate the protagonist. He remains calm, noting that even the yakuza have changed very little since his previous life. The boss steps forward, cigar in hand, and demands to know the protagonist's identity. He declares himself to be the Black Mage. The boss erupts in rage and orders a full-scale attack on the protagonist. He gives Leona several pieces of advice.
He instructs her to stay close to him. The thug attacks him with a blade, but our hero remains completely unfazed. The thug staggers back in shock as his weapon splits cleanly in two. He cannot comprehend what just happened. Several more thugs advance from behind and begin firing projectiles. Kusanagi effortlessly deploys his magical shield, deflecting every attack. The gangsters fall into despair, realizing that blades and firearms are completely useless. They begin calling the Dark Mage a monster, but he ignores them and advances toward their leader. He once again asks whether this man is truly their leader. He also asks whether their group has any outside connections. He wonders whether they are linked to the Black Revolt. The commander begins trembling and freezes for a moment before shouting insults at Kusanagi. He makes it clear that the Dark Mage will not leave unharmed and warns him not to underestimate the yakuza.
The gang resumes firing and attacking, but Kusanagi remains unmoved, calling them stubborn because they refuse to understand. Leona reflects that he should not expect reason from people like them. She cannot understand how he remains unharmed after enduring so many attacks. He senses that none of them are true mages, leading him to conclude that they are unrelated to the Black Revolt. Kusanagi decides to put an end to the entire situation. The boss warns him that he has provoked the wrong people, but our protagonist does not let him finish and kicks him. He completely crushes them, sending them flying with a single blow. The Yakuza finally admit defeat. Leona is astonished by how quickly everything ended. Our protagonist is irritated that they understood nothing, so he decides to move on to the next location. Leona realizes the true power of the Black Mage. She begins to believe that he might truly possess the power to eradicate the Black Revolt, once and for all.
He wraps his arm around the woman and pulls her close. She immediately grows anxious, realizing that they are about to depart once again. He leaps out the window while carrying her. She screams in terror, begging him to stop, but he continues onward. They arrive at the next target and once again make a dramatic entrance through the window. In just a few moments, our hero wipes out the entire group. They all fall to their knees before him, begging for mercy. Back outside, he wonders why they keep attacking him. He concludes that the Yakuza are unbelievably foolish. She agrees with his assessment, but points out that no gang member would ever listen to his words. Leona irritably begs him to stop making destructive entrances through windows. She feels as though they are practically ambushing the Yakuza, and she is tired of the constant aerial maneuvers. He admits that she is right, explaining that he ignored all conventions while dealing with the Yakuza.
She calls him unreasonable, so he agrees with her opinion and decides to follow proper procedures this time. The two of them arrive at another location and knock on the door. Several bald men appear and ask who they are. The young man declares that he intends to investigate the Black Revolt. The bald man immediately slams the door shut, telling them to leave at once. Kusanagi loses his patience and kicks the door open. The gang members become alert, wondering if a lone raider has come to attack them. They demand that he state his affiliation. However, Kusanagi repeats that his only goal is to gather information about the Black Revolt. The bald man's patience finally runs out. He steps forward, ready to strike. Our protagonist had hoped for a peaceful conversation, but with no other choice, he retaliates and effortlessly defeats the bald man. The remaining thugs are left stunned. Kusanagi walks past the subordinates and searches for their leader. A man named Ushira steps forward, introducing himself as the boss. He demands to know why Kusanagi has barged in and directly asks whether he has any connection to the Black Revolt. The boss understands Kusanagi's question, but his subordinates consider it insolent and prepare their weapons. Shira orders his men to stand down, silencing their protests by stating that they are no match for someone like Kusanagi. He decides to answer the question, stating that he has no ties to a despicable group like the Black Revolt, emphasizing that honor is important to his clan. The protagonist asks about the location of their secret base. Ushida seeks confirmation that Kusanagi will leave after obtaining the location. Kusanagi assures him that he will. Leona and our protagonist sit across from Ushida, surrounded by gang members. She feels uncomfortable, wondering how she ended up in this situation. Ushida introduces himself once again, prompting Kusanagi to state his name. He replies.
Leona also introduces herself. The leader points to a map, noting that the Black Revolt's hideout is located in the marked area. He concludes the discussion, claiming that he knows nothing more. Kusanagi checks the location and discovers that it matches the information Leona had previously provided. He finally admits that she is far more reliable than he had expected. The Dark Mage asks whether the Elder is certain about revealing such information, considering that they share a similar profession. Ushira clarifies that he has no involvement with them and states that they are, essentially, enemies. He assures our hero that his clan's honor would never allow them to attack decent people. Kusanagi reflects on the reason for the initial attack, but the Elder suggests that robbing a Yakuza establishment does not make someone appear respectable. Ushira informs him that his clan follows strict codes and principles, making any comparison with the Black Revolt unnecessary. Kusanagi expresses surprise at meeting a Yakuza like Ushida in this era. He decides to leave as promised, having already achieved his objective. As he prepares to leave, Ushida asks whether Kusanagi intends to confront the Black Revolt. He warns our hero that the organization has influential allies who affect the entire country, making this endeavor extremely difficult. Kusanagi grabs Leona and tells the old man that he has already defeated many enemies similar to them. He flies away with Leona in his arms. The old man watches him leave, praising his bold spirit. He believes that the young man may truly have the potential to defeat the Black Revolt. Inside an inconspicuous warehouse, several people gather to complete a deal involving a unique weapon. One of the henchmen inspects its caliber, confirming that it surpasses his boss's weapon. The red-haired men order their subordinates to bring the payment. Several mysterious figures dressed in dark suits accept it.
One of them shakes hands with the red-haired man, sealing their agreement. The suited man comments on Japan's remarkable hospitality toward criminals. Another man agrees, claiming that it truly is an extraordinary country. As they exchange laughs, Kusanagi descends from the sky with Leona still in his arms. The men are stunned, but they instantly prepare their magic circles and firearms. Kusanagi realizes that he has finally found the syndicate. This was the very organization he had been searching for. He uses his magical perception and discovers that every member of the Black Revolt is a mage. Several mages are also present among the mafia members attending the gathering. Leona takes cover behind a container and pulls out her phone to document everything happening. The red-haired man asks about Kusanagi's identity. Our protagonist is tired of answering the same question repeatedly. He declares himself to be the Black Mage and announces his intention to destroy the Black Revolt. The man is bewildered by his declaration. They burst into laughter, unable to believe that a youngster like him could accomplish such a feat alone. Ignoring their laughter, he unleashes a massive fire attack. Several of them are annihilated by the explosion. He makes his intentions perfectly clear. He intends to wipe out the entire gang. The gangsters fly into a rage and unleash a barrage of magical attacks at him. Our hero effortlessly blocks every attack with his defensive barrier. He estimates that they are unwilling to risk using magic above the second tier, because it could destroy the warehouse. He considers using offensive spells himself, but dismisses the idea because there are simply too many enemies. The henchmen are shocked that all of their attacks have proven completely ineffective. Even bullets prove useless. They begin wondering how he remains unharmed, having never witnessed magic like this before. Nagi smirks, knowing that he is not even using his true power. He finds their fear amusing. One of the men in suits suddenly remembers the special weapons they had brought earlier. Their arrogance returns as they confidently warn our hero not to be too overconfident. He senses the change in their behavior. When the gangsters put on masks and draw their special weapons, Kusanagi recognizes them and quickly tells Leona to run. She obeys his order, then she retreats. A gangster throws a gas grenade, but our protagonist uses his magic to stop it in midair. It explodes, releasing toxic fumes. The attackers wonder whether he can survive such an attack despite his strength. They believe the battle is over and feel relieved that the Dark Mage has died. They begin advancing. They examine what they believe to be his lifeless body. When the smoke clears, both sides are stunned. The young man reappears, completely unharmed. The gangsters can hardly believe it and ask how he managed to survive. He explains that no spell could protect him from poisonous gas. However, it is only gas, allowing him to use his aeromancy to disperse the air around himself. He considers their attempt foolish and informs them that a powerful sorcerer like him will not be defeated so easily. The gangsters begin to panic and attempt to call for reinforcements, but receive no response. Kusanagi declares that it is pointless. He has already taken care of that matter. He announces that he has already destroyed all of their secret bases. Therefore, they are the only survivors left. Kusanagi tells them to prepare themselves before brutally attacking them. Feeling satisfied after wiping out the Black Revolt in Kabukicho, he decides to look for Leona. Our protagonist suddenly senses a presence. A figure emerges from the darkness, holding Leona hostage. The stranger expresses surprise that the protagonist eliminated everyone by himself. He admits that it is impressive and grins maliciously,
stating that he wishes to negotiate with the Dark Mage.
At the moment, Monata, also known as the Dark Mage, finishes destroying the members of the Black Revolt and neutralizing the toxic fumes, he rushes toward the warehouse entrance to check on Leona, only to discover that she has been captured by a sinister sorcerer. The assailant insists that Monata must bargain for her freedom. Monata quickly analyzes the situation. The distance is too great for him to reach her in time, even with combat magic, unless he finds an opening. Just as he prepares a first-tier spell to force the attacker to release his blade, the man senses his magic and warns him not to act recklessly if Leona's life matters to him. Surprised that his opponent can detect his magic, Monata acknowledges him as a capable adversary and praises his skill. Based on his observations, Monata assumes that the man is concealing his true strength. He estimates the man's magical power at around 40,000, identifying him as a formidable sorcerer.
Meanwhile, Leona attempts to apologize to Monata. She also calls him crone, but he assures her that he intends to save her. Irritated at being ignored, the aggressor swears that he will truly kill Leona if Monata does not take him seriously. After a brief exchange of words, Monata eases the tension. He agrees to refrain from making any sudden moves. Satisfied, the attacker introduces himself as Kagashugi, the leader of the Kabukicho branch of the Black Revolt. He reveals that his mission was to investigate the Dark Mage. His objective was either to capture him or eliminate him. Kaga confesses that he tortured everyone connected to the Dark Mage, only to be disappointed when he discovered that his target was merely a young man intent on destroying the Black Revolt's branch. Kaga tightens his grip on the blade and accidentally cuts Leona's throat. Realizing his mistake, he apologizes. Not out of genuine remorse, he simply allowed his emotions to get the better of him while wielding the blade. He even pauses to admire the sight of her blood running down the steel. Observing Kaga's chaotic behavior, Monata asks about the terms of the deal. Kaga loses focus for a moment before declaring that he would rather torture and kill Monata in exchange for Leona's life. If Monata refuses and attempts to escape, he vows to kill her instead. With those words, he forces Monata to choose between his own life and Leona's. Without hesitation, Monata agrees he will endure the torture. Encouraged by his determination, Kaga mocks Leona, asking whether she finds Monata's courage unwavering. Deep down, Monata knows that no attack will truly affect him because of his magical shield, making this agreement the best possible choice. However, Kaga insists that he deactivate the shield, claiming that otherwise his fire would be wasted. This revelation shocks Leona, who now understands how Monata has been deflecting attacks all this time. She worries about what might happen if he truly lowers his defenses. Monata, on the other hand, is surprised that Kaga knows about his shield and realizes that he made a mistake by using it so openly earlier. Despite the danger, he deactivates it. He asks Kaga whether he is satisfied now. Without wasting any time, Kaga unleashes a first-tier lightning spell, aiming directly at Monata's vital areas. Leona begs him to stop, but Kaga, consumed by cruel delight, refuses. After enduring a brutal barrage of attacks, Monata pretends to lose consciousness, while Leona blames herself for being too weak to intervene. Sensing an opportunity, Kaga prepares another strike while mocking her. Determined to protect Monata, Leona tries to interfere with Kaga's spell, but he quickly notices her intentions. He knocks her to the ground. He insults her. He calls her a fool who never understood her place. He claims that her presence is the reason Monata is dying. He approaches to deliver the finishing blow. He relishes the thought of watching her die in agony. At the very last moment, Monata suddenly rises and lands a devastating punch to Kaga's face, horribly disfiguring him. A shocked Leona asks how he survived the attack. He endured it despite disabling his barrier. Monata reveals that shortly before the attack, he secretly maintained a small hidden barrier, creating the illusion that he had completely removed his defenses. Intrigued by his cleverness, Leona nervously laughs, commenting that only Monata could pull off such a trick. With the danger gone, Monata uses light magic to heal Leona's wound, assuring her that she is safe now. Overwhelmed with relief, Leona silently feels grateful that the Dark Mage is fighting alongside her. But Kaga rises once again.
His facial injuries have been magically restored.
He is furious at their audacity. Monata is surprised that Kaga did not collapse from his speed-focused combat magic. He had remained cautious, understanding that simple torture would not be enough against someone like Kaga, who intended to burn both him and Leona alive. As Kaga prepares a powerful fire attack, Monata finally realizes the true extent of his opponent's strength. He notices that Kaga had been holding back the entire time, as the power of his magic continues to grow. Once the spell symbols are completed, Kaga unleashes a fourth-tier spell that combines fire and lightning. He calls it Fire Spark, and fires it directly at Monata and Leona. Just before the attack reaches them, Leona begins to panic. She is certain that Kron cannot stop it. However, Monata remains calm and simply activates his magical shield as the flames approach. To Leona's shock, the ordinary defensive spell completely neutralizes the powerful attack without any difficulty. This leaves her utterly stunned.
Seeing how effortlessly Monata extinguished the flames, she unexpectedly feels safe simply by being near him. The more she watches him, the more she wonders who this dark mage truly is. Kaga sees that his fire attack has failed. He bursts into laughter, praising Monata's power. He admits that fire spells are useless against him, but claims that he still has other options. Meanwhile, still confused, Leona asks why Kaga's magic remains active, since it should have disappeared by now. Monata explains that Kaga is using sustained magic, allowing him to keep the spell active by continuously renewing it. He compares it to the way he uses wind magic to maintain his flight spells. Tired of his lengthy explanations, Leona tells Monata that now is not the time for lessons. Just as she warns him that the barrier might disappear soon, she notices that it remains completely intact and asks how that is possible.
Assures her that, like Kaga, he can also sustain magic, so there is nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kaga flies into a rage. Sensing his hesitation, Leona boldly orders him to surrender. She pleads with him to do so while he still has the chance. Kaga pretends to be frightened, then drops the act and resumes his attack. Ignoring Monata's power, he finally reveals his hidden trump card by intensifying his continuous fire magic around Monata's barrier. Suddenly, Leona begins to feel weak. Her body grows heavy, and she struggles to breathe. Kaga explains that by surrounding the barrier with flames, he has consumed all of the air inside. Without oxygen, they will suffocate. And as the heat continues to rise, even Monata's barrier will not last forever. He presents Monata with an ultimatum: either die inside the barrier, or be consumed by the flames outside. Monata yawns. Kaga asks whether his opponent truly understands the seriousness of the situation. Monata calmly assures him that he understands the gravity of the situation far better than Kaga does. Kaga insists that no matter what abilities Monata possesses, Leona is already on the verge of death, and there is no hope left. At that very moment, Leona suddenly regains her senses, confused by the abrupt change. Kaga, equally shocked, watches in complete disbelief. Monata explains that while fire magic can alter the air, Kaga has clearly overlooked the fact that magic itself permeates the atmosphere. Furious, Kaga demands a more precise explanation. He needs to understand what is happening. Monata thoroughly explains the interaction between magical barriers and ambient magic, then proves his point by controlling the surrounding air and extinguishing the flames with powerful gusts of wind. Watching his strategy collapse, Kaga panics and laments his defeat. Before he can surrender, Monata advances. He is determined not to allow Kaga to lose consciousness and escape.
Mocking Kaga's love of torture, he then casts a spell, banishing him into the realm of shadows. Kaga suddenly finds himself trapped within a realm of absolute emptiness. No sound reaches him, no light pierces the darkness. Only endless blackness remains. Overwhelmed by fear, he screams for help, but no one answers his desperate pleas. Meanwhile, Monata returns to Leona. She informs him that the warehouse has already been marked by the authorities. Without hesitation, Monata picks her up and leaves, ignoring her protests as they flee before the authorities arrive. Once they reach a safe observation point, Leona finally acknowledges that the leader of the Kabukicho branch of Black Rebellion has been destroyed.
Already planning ahead, Monota speaks about purging the next sector. Addressing him as Krona, Leona asks whether she can become his companion. She understands her own weakness and the burden she could potentially become.
Nevertheless, she promises to use her intelligence and network of contacts to help him achieve his ambitions. After a brief pause, Monota admits that he cannot resist heartfelt pleas, and finally agrees. Leona is overjoyed. She enthusiastically promises to handle public relations and recruitment, freeing him from those responsibilities. Several hours later, the morning news covers the events at the warehouse, confirming the annihilation of Black Rebellion members, while credit for their capture is given to the Black Mage. As the broadcast continues, it is suddenly interrupted by an emergency report showing a nationwide video message from an anti-mage group led by the Black Mage. As the video begins, a cloaked figure, presumed to be the Black Mage, appears, introducing his organization as the Shadow Bearers and declaring himself the Black Destroyer, vowing to eradicate all rogue mages affiliated with Black Rebellion. Immediately after his introduction, he issues a warning.
From this moment onward, he will no longer tolerate lawlessness. It does not matter who commits it. Watching the broadcast, a high-ranking member of Black Rebellion flies into a rage, outraged by the Black Mage's audacity. His assistant, however, remains calm. He considers the Black Mage insignificant and unworthy of concern. Reassured by those words, the enraged man regains his composure. He places his trust in his formidable magical ally and patriarch of the Fuka clan, Fuko Jin. After his intense battle with the boss, Fuko Jin retires to his chambers and watches the news, where reporters condemn the magical aristocracy, branding them incompetent and disgraceful during their public appearances. Even though they failed to deal with the recent catastrophe, the Special Magic Corps demonstrated far greater capabilities. This causes both the media and the public to question their effectiveness. They now wonder whether magical aristocrats are truly necessary. Furious at the open contempt, Jin smashes his teacup against the television and orders his servant to summon Shu. As the butler quickly departs, Jin burns with rage, vowing to make those insignificant commoners understand the consequences of mocking the so-called useless magical nobility. At the same time, the bustling streets of New York descend into panic as monsters suddenly materialize and attack innocent civilians. What was once a thriving urban center turns into a scene of horror as people desperately flee for their lives. Within moments, the first response teams arrive, relaying updates to headquarters while attempting to contain the attacks. Despite their efforts, the overwhelming number of monsters proves too much. One officer holds back the beasts, while another desperately requests reinforcements. He contacts SMAT, only to discover that catastrophes are breaking out everywhere, and assistance will not arrive anytime soon.
Explosions shake the metropolis, leaving hundreds dead and countless others injured. The damage is catastrophic. Amid the ruins, a monstrous commander appears, preparing to unleash a fifth-tier fire attack. Just as disaster looms, a noble mage of the highest caliber materializes, countering the attack with a fifth-tier water sphere. The noble mage, known as Mizuha Tushiru, father of Yuika and Ruka, effortlessly neutralizes the monstrous leader's attack before descending into battle. First responders, astonished by his strength, are instructed to assist Tushiru with containment operations. Ignoring the awe of the onlookers, Tushiru remains focused on the fight. He unleashes an even more powerful water spell to suppress the monstrous commander. The sheer power of his magic eventually engulfs the beast before it can retaliate, ending the conflict with Tushiru's triumphant victory. After the battle concludes, the first responders eagerly gather around Tushiru, praising his actions.
Remaining a composed professional, he dismisses their gratitude, stating that he merely fulfilled his duty. Soon afterward, the mayor of New York personally thanks him for his role in minimizing the damage, who then prepares to return to Japan. Rumors begin spreading among the gathered crowd. Skeptics mock the idea that a low-ranking Japanese noble would act arrogantly, ridiculing Japan's weakened condition. Having overheard their whispers, Tushiru chooses to ignore them and instead focuses on the challenges awaiting him back home.
His daughters have joined the Special Magic Unit because of Japan's damaged standing in the world, where Yuika, Ruka, and their companions recover on the training grounds, still trying to recover from their brutal sparring session with Monata Kusanagi. Ruka complains about his overwhelming strength, noting that Monata was not even fighting seriously. Before they can dwell on the unfairness, Sanada and a group of trainees arrive with a new proposal.
They believe that a coordinated attack by everyone might give them a chance against Monata. Encouraged by their numbers, Yuika rallies the group, convinced that even Monata could not withstand an assault from more than 100 trainees. Unfortunately for them, Monata overhears their discussion. Suddenly appearing behind them, he casually asks whether they would like to test their hypothesis. Paralyzed with fear, Yuika immediately backs down, insisting that they were merely having a casual conversation. Impressed, Monata declares that their deliberation time is over. He presents their next challenge: defeat him while using all of their strength. Seizing the opportunity, the squad launches a full-scale assault, confident that their numerical advantage guarantees victory. However, Monata barely makes any effort. He defends himself with a simple barrier. It is merely a first-tier spell.
When Yuika smugly tells him that such a barrier will not be enough, he effortlessly upgrades it into an advanced 4th-tier barrier, leaving the trainees stunned. Determined to break through his defense, they intensify their attacks. But Monata's barrier effortlessly neutralizes every single strike. The squad realizes the severity of the situation, finally understand Monata's true and terrifying strength. Once his counterattack begins, Monata unleashes pure suffering upon them, easily dominating every single trainee. By the time the chaos subsides, the trainees are screaming in agony. They lie scattered across the ground, utterly defeated. When the training session ends, Yuika and Ruka check their phones, and their faces immediately turn pale. Seeing their reaction, Monata asks what is wrong. Both sisters look at him with utmost seriousness and inform him that their father has returned to Japan. The Mizuha sisters leave their father's residence.
They arrive at their family estate for an important discussion. A brief, awkward silence hangs in the air before Tushiru finally breaks it by asking them about the special magic unit they recently joined. Confirms that they are indeed members of the group. The tension between them intensifies. Tushiru insists that they reveal more details about the unit. Believed that their strict father is at least showing interest, the sisters enthusiastically explain the positive impact the squad has had on society. They mention that their new comrades are exceptional individuals. Ruka eagerly adds that they have made tremendous progress in both magical power and spell mastery in a short period of time, crediting Monata Kusanagi and the entire squad. Intrigued by their praise of Monata, Tushiru acknowledges the man's extraordinary talent and influence on society.
However, while drinking his tea, one of the girls compares Monata to their father, implying that Monata could rival even a magical noble such as himself. Hearing this, Tushiru carefully sets down his teacup and suddenly issues an order. They must immediately leave the special magic unit. Shocked, the sisters demand an explanation. Remaining calm, Tushiru states that the status of magical nobility is already declining, which could negatively affect Japan. He claims that magical nobles, not the special magic unit, are the foundation of the nation. Therefore, Monata's very existence causes more harm than good. Understanding this, Tushiru forbids them from maintaining any further contact with Monata. Furious, the sisters protest, calling his logic absurd. Unmoved by their anger, Tushiru orders them to obey him, as they always have. He then turns to leave. Before he can walk away, Yuika, who has always unquestioningly followed her father's orders, firmly refuses for the first time.
She declares that she will never abandon the special magic unit or Monata because she believes he possesses the power to change the world. She argues that while the nobles have become complacent, the unit trains tirelessly and prepares people for real battles. She says that if their father had asked for their cooperation, they would have gladly agreed, but demanding obedience is a mistake. Upon hearing this, Tushiru coldly disowns her and forbids her from ever claiming the title of magical noble again. Ruka, ready to intervene, watches as Yuika simply nods and leaves without another word. Just before leaving, Yuika gives her father a farewell smile. She assures him that from now on, she will be known only as Mizuha Yuika. He no longer needs to worry about her disgracing the family name. After her departure, Tushiru grumbles about Yuika's disobedience, while Ruka warns him that Yuika has changed. Hoping to keep at least one daughter, Tushiru is disappointed when Ruka chooses to join Yuika and abandons her noble status as well. Tushiru repeats his declaration, ordering her to stop using the family name from this moment onward. Ruka happily agrees, thanks him for everything he has done, and leaves, leaving him alone, muttering to himself. Finally freed from their father's authority, the sisters exchange their noble attire for casual clothes and head toward a hotel while discussing their newfound freedom. Along the way, Yuika asks whether Ruka is truly happy about leaving their family behind. Ruka reassures her. She states that, as her older sister, she would never abandon Yuika. Moved by her words, Yuika beams with happiness, and the two warmly embrace. Their happiness is short-lived, as they soon run into trouble finding a place to stay. After exhausting every option, they try speaking with a manager, but their efforts prove futile. An entire day of searching yields no results. Every hotel, rental property, and even internet cafe refuses them because they are minors. Yuika could have lied about her age, but Yuika's youthful appearance makes that impossible. Discouraged, they find a small cafe where they can rest and enjoy some drinks. Laments the cruel twist of fate, considering that they have plenty of money from their missions. However, they have nowhere to spend it. While they are talking, two drunken young men approach their table and begin flirting with Yuika right in front of Ruka. Before the situation escalates, Ruka fixes them with a cold stare and threatens them to leave or face serious consequences. Sensing danger, the men quickly apologize and hurriedly leave. After the troublesome men depart, Yuika smiles brightly as she looks at her sister. She suggests that they have some fun while they are stuck outside. When Ruka asks about their housing problem, Yuika brushes it off. They can deal with it later. Determined to make the most of their first evening as independent sisters, they spend it buying new outfits and plush toys, singing karaoke like carefree revelers, and simply enjoying the moment. As dusk falls, reality once again catches up with them. Nevertheless, Yuika thanks Ruka for the unusual evening, admitting that her sister's company has eased their worries. Accepting the praise with a knowing smile, Ruka points out that finding a place to stay for the night remains an unsolved problem. While considering potential hosts, Yuika receives a message from Manhwa. Awkwardly, he asks for help with his phone, claiming that he has forgotten everything again. The sisters exchange understanding glances. They decide to visit Monota, assuming that he might be willing to offer them temporary shelter. Finally arriving at Monota's place, the sisters ask whether he would allow them to stay with him for the time being. Before answering their request, Monota invites the Mizuha sisters into his living room to discuss everything that has happened. After hearing the full story, he asks for their thoughts regarding their bold actions. The young women admit that they acted impulsively and immaturely. As Monota studies them, he notices not only their newfound honesty with themselves, but also the strengthened bond they now share as sisters. After reflecting on their situation, Yuika apologizes for causing Monota trouble and once again asks if they can stay with him, as they have nowhere else to go. Monota considers the consequences of granting their request. He has no romantic feelings toward either sister, so living together would not be a problem. He agrees to let them stay. However, before they can celebrate, he warns them that his home is modest and lacks the luxury they are accustomed to. To his surprise, the sisters do not care in the slightest. Instead, they begin jumping around and chatting excitedly like children. Watching their behavior, Monota cannot help but remark on their remarkable adaptability, unexpectedly embarrassing the girls. Suddenly, they begin indulging in fanciful thoughts about living together with the formidable and charming Kusanagi Monata. Ruka's thoughts race, her heart pounding from unfamiliar emotions, forcing her to regain her composure. Ignoring their embarrassment, Monata casually asks whether they plan to take a bath before going to bed. The girls immediately overreact, accusing him of being a pervert. Monata remains calm and repeats the question. This time, they answer more cautiously. Ruka goes first, leaving Ruka alone with Monata in the living room. During their conversation, Monata praises their brave decision to leave home, admitting that he never expected them to take such a step. Ruka agrees, saying that she shares his surprise. This was their first act of defiance against their father, a man who had always been strict and opposed any display of independence. She predicts that he will only intensify his efforts to impose his principles rather than change his approach. It reminds her that Tushiru strongly dislikes their group, therefore his future actions against them are impossible to predict. Before Ruka can respond, Yuika emerges from the shower, dressed in comfortable home clothes, and asks Ruka to take her turn. Ruka immediately gets up and enjoys the most refreshing shower she has had all day. During Ruka's absence, Yuika tells Monata that being in his home feels like calmly assures her that, despite this being his first time hosting guests, he does not feel anxious at all. Sincerely thanks him for allowing them to stay, brushes it off, saying that it is nothing special. She laughs, and when he asks what amused her, she replies that she has always seen him remain calm no matter what happens, confirms that they are members of his team. As long as they remain so, they will forever be his companions. He vows never to abandon them. Upon hearing those words, Yuika's heart begins to race. However, before she can think further about it, Ruka emerges from the bathroom. She looks elegant in her pajamas, stands up to take his own bath, leaving the sisters quietly sitting together and reflecting on recent events. The following morning, Monata meets with Shidu, his superior. He is presented with an updated training plan for his squad. After their usual conversation, he informs Shidu that Yuika and Ruka are currently living with him. Realizing that Monata has taken in 2 girls, Shidu explodes and demands to know why Monata seems so unconcerned about it. Confused, Monata wonders whether such situations are normal for modern youth. Determined to instill some common sense in him, Shidu lectures Monata, explaining that Japan does not permit polygamy and bombards him with distorted facts about customs and inheritance. Leaving the office, Monata considers moving to a larger residence. 3 people living in his small apartment would be far too cramped. Before leaving, he notices Sonata training alone in the courtyard and decides to check on her. Approaching her, he asks why she continues training so diligently. Sonata explains that she feels as though she is falling behind. Though her abilities have improved and she can now use offensive magic, she still does not feel satisfied. She tells Monata to stop speaking so formally because she is his subordinate, and he immediately agrees. Monata encourages her to try using an offensive spell. When she hesitates, he reassures her and promises to guide her. Following his advice, Sonata takes her stance and casts a spell. Watching her attempt, Monata praises her effort and advises her to continue training. Persistent practice will lead to greater strength. Sonata thanks him, but admits that she still feels inferior compared to the rest of the team. Monata tells her not to underestimate herself because he has witnessed her relentless efforts. She then confesses that she only joined the police because holy magic is rare, doubting that she can ever compare to her teammates since she considers herself the weakest among them. Noticing that she has been pouring out her feelings, she apologizes for burdening him with her doubts. Instead of dismissing her concerns, Monata asks what originally motivated her to join the police force. Sonata shares that her grandmother was a holy mage who saved countless people during past disasters. Inspired by her example, she joined the force in hopes of following in her footsteps. Even after her confession, she continues to struggle with self-doubt. She says that, unlike the others, she has no clear goals or ambitions and possesses no exceptional talents. Nata quickly refutes her claim, listing her strengths, her restorative abilities, her offensive spells, and her constant drive to improve herself. He insists that the original reason she chose this career does not matter. What truly matters is how she uses the path she has chosen. His words resonate deeply, and Sonata realizes just how much progress she has made through training. Overwhelmed with emotion, she bursts into tears of relief and happiness. After calming down, she apologizes for being such a pitiful adult. However, Minata dismisses the idea, telling her that age does not matter. Grateful for his support, Sonata begins to see Monata as her hero. Time and again, he rescues her from her self-doubt. Later that night, Monata prepares to begin his secret mission. He will act as the Black Mage. Before departing, he meets with Leona. She informs him that she has gathered information regarding the dark rumors surrounding the magical nobility. Impressed by her efforts, Monata asks Leona to share the information, but she insists that he first put on his Shadow Reaper uniform. After the Black Mage refuses, she reports her findings concerning illegal mages and shadowy magical organizations. She reveals that magical nobles are allegedly involved in numerous criminal activities, including money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement. Rumors claim that certain clans, especially the Fuka clan, maintain direct ties with the criminal organization known as the Black Rebellion. Asks whether she knows anything about the leader of the Black Rebellion. Based on rumors, Leona states that the leader is Kuroi Akuto, a former magical noble who became infamous after his public disgrace. Hearing this, Minato finds the connection between the magical nobility and the Black Rebellion even more suspicious. Nevertheless, Leona reminds him that there is still no concrete evidence linking the Fuka clan or any noble house to the organization. Since no one is willing to talk and crucial information is scarce, she believes that potential informants are being silenced. Knowing this, she warns Monata to proceed carefully if he intends to continue investigating. After finishing their discussion, Monata asks her to send all the collected information to his device. When asked about his next move, he tells her that he is leaving. He is going to deliver retribution. Without another word, he leaps from the top of the building. He contemplates the most appropriate way to punish the guilty. He intends to show them absolutely no mercy. After several hours of dispensing justice, the Black Mage returns to his residence and once again assumes the identity of Minato Kusanagi. He relaxes with his new housemates, Yuika and Ruka. The trio spend a quiet evening together, each absorbed in their own activities. With no pressing matters to attend to, Minato decides to research Ichikami Minato and the disasters that occurred 50 years ago, now that he has learned how to use a smartphone. After some searching, he discovers that most records concerning Ichikami remain unchanged. However, modern mages are portrayed as being significantly weaker, which strikes him as strange. Furthermore, he notices that information regarding magical nobles and their ancestors is vague and fragmented, with very few details about their powerful techniques or cultivation methods. Seeing this, Minato, who still retains Ichikami's memories, laments that if his magical grimoires had survived, mages would never have fallen so low. Remarks that no texts or records concerning advanced magical training exist, almost as if they had been deliberately erased. Minato speculates that the current head of the Mizuha family may possess some knowledge. However, given the extreme shortage of information about disasters, arranging an audience would be extremely difficult. For now, he continues to think intensely about the nature of disasters and how they first appeared on Earth, yet no clear answers emerge. He notices his frustration but decides to ignore it and continue with her own work. The following day, while the elite magical squad is training, Minato and his unit receive an urgent report about a newly detected disaster and are immediately ordered to engage. They rush to the scene, only to discover Shufuku, the son of Jinfuka, and his followers standing over the remains of a recently slain disaster beast. Despite his confusion, Minato remains calm, while Sho arrogantly reprimands them for arriving late. He boasts that his team defeated the beast before they could even arrive. Noticing Minato's grim expression, Sho assures him that no civilians were harmed and tells him to relax. He then brags about how disastrous the situation could have become without his intervention, before arrogantly advising them to remain more vigilant in the future and walking away. After Sho leaves, Yuika asks about his strange attitude toward Minato, but Minato admits that he has no idea. Over the following days, new disasters continue to occur, and each time Sho and his companions arrive just before the special magical squad, claiming victory. Sho repeatedly mocks their slowness, insisting that the world still needs the magical nobility. He becomes furious whenever Sho insults their squad and calls them incompetent. After his latest departure, she fumes, pointing out that this is already the 5th time he has pulled the same stunt, clearly suggesting foul play. Around this time, Shidu raises the possibility of sabotage, citing the constant delays in their intelligence reports. Since Minato cannot detect disasters from long distances, he has no idea how to solve the problem.
Meanwhile, Yuika throws a fit, emphasizing that Sho always avoids direct confrontations whenever a demon-class enemy appears. At a loss,
Sonata takes out her phone and shows the others the immense public support that the Fuka family has been receiving online. This surprises everyone, considering the severe criticism they had recently faced. She also discovers that Jin Fuka has scheduled a press conference that is about to begin. Minato and the rest of the team gathered together. They listen carefully to his statement. During the press conference, Jin expresses his gratitude to everyone in attendance and states that the purpose of the meeting is to address the recent shortcomings and failures of the magical nobility, specifically mentioning his son. Unexpectedly, Jin Fuka bows and publicly apologizes for Shou's disgraceful behavior. The journalists, who never expected an apology from a magical noble, are left speechless. Jin continues by taking responsibility for failing to properly raise Shou and promises to correct the situation. At the same time, news outlets begin spreading stories about how Shou had dealt with numerous disasters before the special magical forces even arrived. Jin realizes that his strategy is succeeding. He confidently stands and speaks about the shortage of capable magical nobles. Nevertheless, he assures the public that measures are being taken to resolve this issue. As the conference gains momentum online, nearly 50% of the comments begin supporting the Fuka family, greatly irritating Yuika. She complains to her teammates, wondering if all of their efforts had been meaningless only to be mocked by the public. Before she completely loses control, Monata advises her to remain calm, reminding her that their goal remains unchanged regardless of public opinion. He urges them to trust in his ability to handle the crisis.
Several days after the conference, Shadu receives a summons. He has been called to an important high-level meeting. His superior reveals that the Special Magical Division is in danger because complaints against them continue to increase due to their frequent clashes with the magical aristocracy. When Shadu attempts to justify Shou's questionable behavior, his superior dismisses his concerns, accusing him of provoking the magical nobles. He holds Shadu responsible for supporting the creation of the Special Magical Division and making enemies among the nobility, stating that the consequences are entirely his fault. Then asks whether there has been any progress regarding the reason their operations keep being disrupted. This time, his superior reprimands him for suggesting sabotage, making it clear that the division's survival depends on improving public opinion and restoring relations with the magical nobility. If they fail, the Special Magical Division will be disbanded.
Meanwhile, Jin Fuka watches the situation unfold, pleased that everything is proceeding according to plan. He knows that a crowd easily swayed by sensationalism and deception will accept whatever narrative he presents. With public opinion on his side, Jin is confident that he will soon completely destroy the Special Magical Division. About a week of inactivity passes before Minato and his team find themselves on their school's rooftop, lamenting their idleness during lunch. At one point, Ruka reminds them that the Fuka family has been dealing with the recent disasters. However, Ryuji Katsuragi interrupts, saying that there are moles within the police force who are undermining the special magical team. Onata agrees, revealing that some officials are directly connected to the magical aristocracy and consider the SMD an obstacle to their plans. However, naive Yuika questions whether such a thing is even possible. Nato explains that their actions had tarnished the reputation of the magical nobility. He silently acknowledges the connection between the nobles and the Black Rebellion, implying that the growing popularity of the SMD is severely damaging their agenda. Frustrated, Yuika explodes, accusing the magical nobles of incompetence and declaring that they should work harder to restore their own image. After calming down, she wonders whether her father might be involved, but Ruka reassures her, expressing disbelief. At that moment, Minato finishes his meal, stands up, and announces that they will personally visit the Mizuha residence to investigate. The sisters express their reluctance, claiming that their relationship with their father is strained. Minato tells them that they may stay behind if they wish, but resigning themselves to the inevitable, they agree to accompany him. Soon, the group arrives at the Mizuha estate and encounters two female guards at the entrance.
After identifying themselves, they are immediately denied entry. When Yuika and Ruka ask for special consideration, the guards relay their request. Their patriarch has forbidden his disinherited daughters from setting foot on the property. Just as everyone accepts defeat, Minato steps forward, introduces himself as the commander of the SMT, and declares that he has questions for Tushiro. The guards tell him to schedule an appointment. However, Minato insists that he only needs a brief conversation. Growing irritated, he considers forcing his way inside. Before he can do so, Tushiro himself appears. He surveys the situation, then he permits them to enter. As they head toward the conference room, Minato jokes about Tushiro's youthful appearance, asking whether he is the sibling's older brother. The young women quickly correct him, explaining that despite his appearance, he is actually their father.
After taking their seats, Tushiro opens the meeting by accusing Minato of corrupting his daughters. Minato responds by noting that blaming someone else for the independence of one's children is a poor quality for a father. He then asks Tushiro why he is not proud that his daughters have reached adulthood. Tushiro silently observes him, realizing that Minato did not come for casual conversation. Without further hesitation, Minato gets straight to the point and asks whether Tushiro has been interfering with the operations of the Special Magical Division. Tushiro denies any involvement. He claims that magical nobles rarely cooperate with one another, implying that the Fuka family is acting independently. Commenting on Minato's determination, Tushiro acknowledges his fame as a student possessing the power of a noble and as a hero who has prevented numerous disasters. Doubting those claims, he challenges Minato. It is a test of strength. Releases an overwhelming surge of mana to demonstrate his power. To his surprise, Minato effortlessly withstands it. The rest of the group, including the sisters, are left trembling. They tremble under the pressure of overwhelming magical power. After the demonstration ends, Toshiro praises Minato for matching his strength. Minato brushes it off as mere mana manipulation, but notes that Toshiro was holding back significantly. Pressed by Minato's keen perception, Toshiro confirms his assessment. Minato then asks why modern mages are less powerful than the mages of the past. Toshiro questions the premise of Minato's question, and when Minato mentions events from 50 years ago, Toshiro states that mages were deliberately suppressed for control and supervision. Fused, Minato asks for further clarification. However, Toshiro mysteriously replies that understanding will come soon enough.
He then insists that nobles born through magic are necessary, prompting Minato to ask whether the Fuka family is equally indispensable. Shuro remains silent. With no further answers forthcoming, Minato stands up, thanks Toshiro for his time, and ends the discussion. Before leaving, the others mention their ongoing difficulties. They are still progressing at a slow pace because of the mana surge they previously experienced. Minato helps them stand up, and as they leave, he tells Toshiro that he appreciates not having to expose any wrongdoing within his family. If he had been forced to do so, Minato would have acted differently. In conclusion, Minato tells Toshiro that his daughters are his precious companions. When Toshiro is asked to clarify his meaning, Minato simply walks away without answering. Sometime later, after several days, the Special Magic Squad finally receives new clothing made from anti-monster fabric, impervious to most spells. Shido declares that they are fully prepared. They are now capable of operating at 100% capacity. With all preparations complete, Minato gathers his squad, declaring that it is time to confront the Fuka family. Meanwhile, at the Fuka residence, Jin Fuka and his son Shu delight in the impending destruction of the Special Magic Squad. He boasts that with the support of the Black Rebellion, he will soon seize control of Japan. Their celebration is interrupted when police officers in suits burst into the room, ordering everyone to stop. The scene is broadcast live, and the news anchor reports the shocking arrest of a magical noble. Reporting from a helicopter above Jin's estate, a journalist informs the public that this is the first time a noble has faced such accusations. The police arrest Jin for bribery, coercion, and abuse of special authority, informing him that his estate is under investigation. Furious, Jin argues that a noble should not be treated like an ordinary criminal and demands proof. At that very moment, the Special Magic Squad arrives. Nata steps forward holding his phone and calmly tells Jin that they have all the necessary evidence. Jin's son, Shu, immediately recognizes Kusanagi Minato from the SMT presenting the evidence. He demands to know Minato's purpose for being there, but his father, Jin, dismisses the evidence as fabricated. In response, Monata shows an image on his phone, revealing irrefutable evidence of Jin's involvement in bribery, cooperation with illegal mages, and even plotting murder. Jin immediately defends himself upon seeing it. He accuses Monata of fabricating false evidence. To refute the accusation, Monata plays a recording showing Jin Isho ignoring a minor disaster threatening the townspeople. He then asks whether Jin considers this recording fake as well. Realizing he has been cornered, Jin erupts in rage and demands to know who dared to spy on him. His servant steps forward, admitting that he was the one who betrayed him. Raged, Jin grabs the servant by the throat, berates him, and demands to know why he betrayed the man who had fed and sheltered him for years. It is revealed that the servant had secretly met with the Black Mage, who questioned his loyalty. The Black Mage challenged him. He asked whether the servant was obligated to passively watch the family he served sink deeper into corruption. The stunned servant was given a choice. He could either continue enabling corruption or choose the righteous path. And so, standing before his master, the butler makes a bold declaration. He declares that Jin is unworthy of being a magical noble and demands his exile. Boiling with rage, Jin summons several magical formations. He swears to destroy everyone present in the hall. Before he can move, Monata destroys the formations and blasts a hole through the wall. This confirms that a corrupt noble like him has no escape. Jin laments the destruction of everything he has built. However, Monata sternly reminds him that he alone is the architect of his downfall. In a final, desperate move, Jin boasts about a foreign stronghold he prepared for moments like this, claiming that once he escapes, no one will ever be able to reach him. But before fleeing, he proclaims that no one will be able to touch him. He also vows to kill anyone who tries to detain him. Jin, his descendants, and their followers unleash a barrage of secret attacks on the constables, but Monata shields the officers and instructs them to retreat while the elite magic squad handles the situation. Monata then releases another wave of energy, creating a second breach in the building. This time, the news helicopter stationed outside records everything in real time.
Journalists report that the Fuka clan is actively resisting arrest, sparking significant controversy over the influence of magical aristocracy in society. Now, as the public watches in disbelief, the correspondent asks whether people can still trust magical nobles to protect them. However, she quickly reassures them that Japan still has the SMT and their commander, Kusanagi Monata, to uphold justice. Outside the estate, the Fuka family and the SMT prepare for battle. Monata confronts Jin, while Shu and his subordinates engage the remaining squad members in combat. Before the battle begins, Shu mocks the SMT, asking if they truly believe they can win with such limited forces. Like the arrogant nobles, Yuika states that their squad is already dealing with other disasters in different locations. Enraged, Shu vows to unleash his full power and promises to destroy every one of them. Yuika condemns him as a disgrace to the magical nobility and declares that they will never forgive his sins against the people. As the confrontation intensifies, Jin laughs at Monata, questioning his confidence in defeating a noble mage. Monata replies that there is no excuse for yielding to such insignificant individuals as him. Furious, Jin launches a powerful plasma beam toward the news helicopter. He attempts to stop the media coverage. Monata blocks the attack with a shield, criticizing Jin for his moral downfall. Jin calmly responds that profit is all that matters, no matter how deep he must sink to obtain it. This only deepens Monata's disgust. He is utterly revolted. At the same time, Yuika, Ruka, Sanada, and their ally methodically defeat Fuka's subordinates. Seeing his followers suffer defeat, Fuka begins to lose his composure. He refuses to accept that commoners are defeating magical aristocrats. He orders his forces to unleash their most powerful magical attacks.
He insists that they eliminate the SMT operatives without delay. As their opponents prepare their final spells, the Mizuha brothers combine their magical power to unleash a great 6th-level water spell, Explosive Torrent. The catastrophic spell engulfs Shu and his minions in a single swift strike. They are left defenseless at the mercy of the SMT. Defeated, Shu falls to his knees. In a desperate plea for his life, he claims that his actions were merely a temporary lapse in judgment, promises to change, and begs for mercy. Seeing through his deception, Yuika pretends to accept his apology. The moment she and Ruka turn away, Shu reveals his true nature, calls them fools, and launches a surprise attack. However, the sisters had anticipated his betrayal, quickly counterattacking and subduing him. In icy tones, they ask whether he truly believed they would spare someone who had no intention of changing. His final attempt to escape is crushed. He collapses to the ground, sobbing. Meanwhile, sensing that his comrades have subdued the remaining members of the Fuka family, Monata refocuses on Jin and informs him that his so-called pride and joy, his son, has finally been defeated. Watching his dominion crumble before his eyes, Jin finally engages Monata in battle. After a brief standoff, Jin opens the fight by striking Monata with a first-level wind spell. Monata dodges the attack without any visible effort, as if it had never happened. Raged, Jin attacks again, using a second-level wind spear to catch him off guard, but Monata once again evades effortlessly. Refusing to give up, Jin unleashes a third-level wind blade, yet Monata slips away once more. By this point, the reporter in the helicopter broadcasting the battle live marvels at the magical power Jin is displaying. But then she begins to worry about Monata, asking viewers whether they believe he can withstand the relentless attacks. Determined to end the battle, Jin increases his magical power.
He unleashes a fourth-level storm spell, creating a vortex that threatens to consume everything around it. When Monata dodges again, Jin strengthens the spell, transforming it into a fifth-level Great Typhoon, powerful enough to tear apart everything in its path. Around this time, Monata's team, fully aware of the danger posed by the attack, begs him to stop fighting and capture Jin later. Ignoring their pleas, Monata creates a 4-layer advanced magical shield and successfully neutralizes the typhoon before it reaches him. Ruka remains stunned, trying to comprehend how their leader just repelled such a devastating spell. Yugi, already familiar with Monata's bold nature, watches in awe. Meanwhile, the viewers of the live broadcast are left speechless, finally realizing the immense power of magical aristocrats, especially after witnessing Jin effortlessly cast a 5th-level spell. But the true shock comes when they see Monata neutralize it with ease. As the battle rages on, the reporter keeps viewers engaged with lively commentary. During a brief lull, Jin begins to suspect Monata's lack of offensive magic, wondering if he is merely stalling while waiting for reinforcements. To confirm his suspicions, Jin provokes Monata. He asks why Monata is holding back. Monata smirks and states that he is simply trying to avoid ending the duel prematurely. He wants to prolong this moment a little longer. Encouraged by Monata's confidence, Jin decides to reveal his full power. He claims that his current magical energy amounts to about 200,000 mana points, and warns Monata not to panic when he realizes the difference in their strength. Hearing this, the members of the SMT scoff in disdain, convinced that Jin is making up the number. After all, even a mage possessing 100,000 mana points is extraordinarily rare in Japan. This fact alone highlights his considerable potential. Anxious, Ruka and her brother consider intervening, but Monata casts them a stern glance, making it clear that they should stay out of it. The pair immediately understands and refrains from acting. Sensing their hesitation, Jin smirks. He warns that if they had come any closer, he would have destroyed them immediately. With those words, he creates 5 powerful magic circles and finally releases the colossal power he had been suppressing. His entire figure radiates immense energy, shaking the battlefield. Watching in horror, the SMT members fear that Jin has gone too far. Monata remains completely indifferent, asks whether he can comprehend the full extent of his magic, but Monata does not answer. Instead, he silently watches as Jin prepares to cast a spell called Neo-Magic, designed to destroy everything in its path. A green portal materializes overhead, pulsing with growing power. For the first time since the confrontation began, Monata smiles.
He is intrigued by this new spell. After manifesting the portal, Jin takes the opportunity to demonstrate his ultimate ability. He calls it atmospheric magic and boasts that it can instantly destroy a person. Amused, Monata challenges him. He tells him to attack. Furious at such arrogance, Jin enhances the spell into a 6th-level atmospheric magic technique called air press. The immense pressure distorts the surrounding atmosphere, making escape impossible. Minato holds his ground as the magical portal engulfs him. He bursts into laughter, convinced that Minato has been crushed. Even the SMT members briefly think that their commander has been defeated. For more than a minute, Yuika and Ruka call out to Minato. They desperately pray for a response. They desperately want him to answer them. Just as they are about to accept his death, his voice pierces the silence, causing the sisters to gasp in astonishment. Minato scolds them for declaring him dead so prematurely.
Stunned, Jin demands to know how he survived. Minato casually states that he simply equalized the internal and external pressure to neutralize the spell's effect, just as deep-sea creatures withstand the monstrous pressure of the ocean. Still stunned, Jin asks how Minato managed to use atmospheric magic, his signature spell. Minato smirks and tells him that he simply observed and acquired the knowledge. Jin is shocked. But Minato reminds him that if he had not wasted time explaining his method, he might have actually harmed him. To mock him even further, Minato uses sound enchantment to distort the pressure inside Jin's ears, causing him excruciating agony. Jin stumbles backward, demanding to know what Minato has done. Minato smirks and explains that he used sound enchantment, an additional application of wind magic, to increase the sound pressure around his ears and make him miserable. As the battle progresses, Yuika finally begins to understand something crucial about Minato.
At the same time, Jin, feeling utterly humiliated, loses all self-control. He releases even greater power, declaring that he will no longer hold back. He claims that his previous 200,000 mana units were only preliminary, and that by unleashing his full strength, his magical power will rise to 500,000 mana. Shocked, the SMT operatives sense the surge of energy and realize that Jin is not bluffing this time. The next clash is about to begin. Roars, ordering Minato to surrender to despair as he prepares his most devastating attack yet. For several moments, Jin gathers an enormous amount of magical power, astonishing the SMT members. Realizing that they underestimated the magical aristocrats, warns that Minato may not be able to handle this colossal power. Now fully empowered, begins boasting about his strength. Minato yawns, causing Jin to stop in confusion. The magical aristocrat asks whether Minato is too stupid to understand his power. However, Minato remains silent. Jin continues bragging about his final spell. He releases a small green atmospheric vortex toward Minato, who remains motionless. Annoyed that his attack fails to intimidate Minato, Jin amplifies his energy, creating 6 more green magical symbols. The immense power radiating from them alarms the SMT members, marking the first 7th-level spell they have seen this year. As the pressure intensifies, Yuika places her faith in Minato, silently begging him to defeat Jin. With his ultimate spell complete, Jin mocks Minato, saying that he should have struck earlier while the spell was still forming. Now he tells him that it is too late for regrets. Despair is his only option. Annoyed, Minato asks if he is finally going to attack. Instead of answering, Jin continues his pointless speech. He finally unleashes his most powerful spell, 7th-level atmospheric magic, Plasma Rupture. The sheer power of the spell destabilizes the helicopter hovering above. Meanwhile, the SMT members search for a way to counter it. In desperation, Ruka shouts for Minato to run, but he stands his ground. Jin gives Minato one final chance to escape, warning that if he does, his friends will die in his place. Minato accepts the challenge and prepares to counterattack. Before the Plasma Rupture spell can spiral out of control, he summons a 4th-level spell. It creates an amethyst core. Mocks his choice. He asks if they truly believe they can oppose his magic with something so insignificant. As Jin laughs, Minato launches the amethyst crystal into the core of Plasma Rupture, already anticipating the outcome. To everyone's astonishment, Plasma Rupture is instantly neutralized. It is completely stopped. And the SMT members stand frozen, trying to understand how his ultimate spell was dispersed so easily. In disbelief,
Jin demands answers. Minato casually states that wind magic is weak against earth magic. Since plasma rupture was a slow-moving spell, it was easy to neutralize with the amethyst crystal. He then mocks Jin's ignorance, leaving the noble mage stunned by this revelation. Still cannot comprehend what just happened. He asks for further clarification. Minato explains that although the amethyst core does not possess significant offensive power, its dense magic allows it to absorb spells of the opposing attribute, neutralizing them, despite the difference in rank. Still in shock, Jin asks why. Why does Minato possess such an absurd spell? Minato grins and admits that he invented it simply for fun. Hearing this, Jin completely breaks down, unable to accept that the spell he spent decades perfecting was overcome by something his opponent created on a whim.
The battle is essentially over. Minato approaches, ordering Jin to prepare for retribution. But before Minato can do anything, Jin quickly surrenders, claiming that his magic is exhausted and his body can no longer move. Minato reassures him, saying that he has no desire to attack someone as weak as Jim, and instead decides to lightly flick his forehead. Jim is unable to gauge the power of the incoming strike. He dismisses the impending flick without a second thought. The moment Minato flicks him, Jin is sent flying several meters backward and loses consciousness from the sheer force. The SMT operatives watch in stunned silence, wondering whether their commander possesses any humanity at all. With Jin neutralized, the authorities proceed with his arrest. At the same time, the airborne news correspondent announces a historic downfall. The magical aristocrat has been defeated by SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato. The nation erupts in celebration, with people praising Minato's virtues.
After the conflict is resolved, the SMT squad surrounds Minato, congratulating him on his final victory over Fukujin. Minato watches as the authorities lead Jin away. He feels deep disappointment in Japan's magical aristocrats, recognizing them as mere charlatans. As Jin disappears from sight, Minato asks about the actions of the magical aristocrats following the death of Chikama Minato 50 years ago. Silence prompts Minato to ask whether they destroyed the magic of that era, demanding an explanation for such actions, and finally responds that commoners could never comprehend the lofty reasoning of magical aristocrats. Confused by this vague answer, Minato requests further details, but Jin merely smirks and tells him to uncover the truth himself before being led away. Several hours later, Minato is required to participate in a press conference with Shadu and the team leader. At the beginning of the conference, he gives a brief account of his confrontation with Fuko and Jin.
His statements quickly attract significant media attention. His fame skyrockets overnight. He gains widespread recognition. Several days pass, and Minato finds himself relaxing on a Hawaiian beach, lying under the sun while still reflecting on his unexpected arrival there. As he ponders, Yuika approaches him in a swimsuit and asks what he is thinking about. Before answering her question, Minato recalls his final conversation with Shido and the other team members. In the flashback, Ryugi asks Shida about their destination in Hawaii. Shida explains that, as everyone knows, the SMT has recently exploded in popularity. Due to the immense attention they are receiving, things are gradually getting out of control. As he speaks, Yuika discovers footage of Minato surrounded by girls, realizing that they are now being recorded even at school. She informs the group that clips of them are rapidly spreading across numerous social media channels.
Yuika adds that the internet is also flooded with posts concerning the SMT. While the team expresses concern about their growing visibility, Shida confirms that the entire nation of Japan is now focused on them. Consequently, he has arranged a vacation for them in Hawaii until the situation settles down. He also thanks Minato for supporting the team and securing assistance from the Suho clans, which will help manage crisis interventions during their absence. With that reassurance, he urges them to take this opportunity to recover. He then leaves, allowing them to prepare for the trip. Turning to the present, after hearing Yuika's question, Minato stands up and tells her that he was simply lost in thought. Pleased by his answer, Yuika shyly draws attention to her swimsuit, asking whether she looks strange in it. Without hesitation, Minato assures her that she looks charming. The unexpected compliment stuns Yuika,
causing her to blush deeply. Minato adds that the swimsuit complements her sense of style and looks absolutely fantastic. Yuika awkwardly expresses her gratitude and looks away to compose herself. Soon, Ruka appears wearing a dark swimsuit, annoyed that Minato has ignored her all day. He looks puzzled. She asks whether there is something he would like to say. He replies that he was simply appreciating her beauty, noting how her fair, translucent skin makes the swimsuit stand out and enhances her elegance. Embarrassed by such elaborate praise, Ruka turns away, her cheeks burning crimson, and thanks him. All this time, Ryuji, standing beside Minato, is amazed by how smoothly and sincerely Minato compliments the girls without any hidden motives. A little later, Sonata appears. She is dressed in a white flowing dress. As she apologizes for keeping them waiting, Ryuji is stunned, noticing for the first time how slender she is beneath her clothing. Intrigued, Sonata asks Minato for his opinion about her outfit. Before he can answer, Ryuji silently wishes that Minato will not mention her figure. Minato becomes the center of attention. He has just said something to Sonata. He tells her that her sense of style is exceptional. Able to believe his sincerity, Sonata asks for details, prompting Minato to emphasize how perfectly the dress highlights her natural grace. Caught off guard, Sonata blushes just as deeply as the others, embarrassed by the generous compliments. Amazed by Minato's strange talent for making everyone blush, Ryuji jokingly calls him incredible and then asks if he might be exaggerating. Free, Minato replies that he is simply telling the truth, and if someone deserves praise, he sees no reason to withhold it. Since he believes that all three look stunning in their swimsuits, he felt compelled to say so.
Although Ryuji admits that there is nothing wrong with that, he cannot help feeling second-hand embarrassment from the girls' stunned reactions. To make matters worse, Minato suddenly turns toward Ryuji. He begins praising his well-balanced physique, encouraging him to take pride in his appearance. Is not amused. He immediately stops him. He warns him never to compliment another man. He also warns him never to do that again in front of girls. The tension fades, and the special magic squad spends the rest of the day enjoying various activities. They play volleyball, ride jet skis, sunbathe, and take numerous photos. As night falls, Minato heads to a nearby store to buy a drink. However, shortly after leaving, he notices Yuika acting unusually shy and decides to accompany her. As they walk, they reflect on how often they have been fighting lately. This break feels almost unreal. What follows is a brief moment of silence, during which Yuika recalls the ring Ruka had been wearing earlier and wonders whether her sister is romantically involved with Minato. Before her imagination runs wild, she reminds herself that Minato told her he was not in a relationship. Minato notices her sudden change in behavior and remains silent, waiting for her to speak. Gathering all her courage, Yuika asks what type of person Minato likes. Minato admits that he has never really thought about it, and she jokingly offers herself, Ruka, and Sonata as candidates. She insists that he choose one of them. After a brief pause, Minato chooses all three, praising their attractiveness, devotion, and admirable qualities. Annoyed by his inconclusive answer, Yuika points out that his words lack any genuine romantic feelings. Minato states that he always considered admiration and affection to be somewhat similar. Pausing to gather his thoughts, he says something to Yuika.
If he had to choose, she would be his preferred choice. Hearing this, Yuika freezes in shock as Minato sincerely lists all the reasons he values her. Her face turns bright red, and she sinks to the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. Concerned, Minato sits beside her and asks if she is all right. Still embarrassed, Yuika murmurs that although she knows Minato does not see her romantically, his words bring her immense happiness. If anything has changed, it has only strengthened her deep affection for him. Meanwhile, in Japan, Shidu studies social media trends and realizes that a crisis is steadily growing. Not only is there a rising wave of disapproval toward magical aristocrats,
but the public is also increasingly calling for the SMT to handle monsters and disasters. Moreover, the mysterious vigilante Shadowbringer is gaining popularity, fueling online discussions about a possible clash between him and Minato to determine who is stronger.
Amid all these developments, Shido finds himself at a critical crossroads. A particular plane lands at Japan's international airport. On board are two leaders of magical aristocrat families, both furious about the chaos that occurred during their absence. The first is Hamurai Hinato, head of the Hamurai clan. The second is Kaiichi Riku, leader of the Kaiichi clan. As they descend the stairs, both complain about the mess they now have to deal with. About a week later, Minato and the girls return to Japan to resume their normal lives. One evening, while Yuika is preparing dinner, Minato remarks on how quickly their vacation ended. Yuka, sitting beside him, assures him that the SMT and their academy have implemented strict media restrictions, so they will finally get a break from the paparazzi. At that moment, Yuika peeks out from the kitchen, asking for help serving the dishes. Minato immediately gets up to help, and soon the table is filled with exquisite dishes. During dinner, Yuika asks whether everyone is ready for school, which resumes tomorrow. Minato tells her that with police support at the school ensuring their safety, the attention directed at them should have faded. After some casual conversation, Minato suggests forgetting about all the commotion. He believes that people will quickly lose interest. Fortunately for them, Minato soon realizes the futility of that idea when girls from numerous classes surround him the next day, bombarding him with questions about his girlfriends. When the pressure becomes unbearable, Yuika and the others ignore the students and invite each other to lunch. On the way to lunch, Yuika remarks that the attention had been even stronger before their break, when outsiders sometimes sneaked into the school just to catch a glimpse of them. The conversation continues until Ruka casually mentions that they are almost out of toilet paper. Minato suggests stopping by a store after classes to restock supplies and buy bath salts, a treat that Yuika enjoys. The moment Minato mentions this, the surrounding students realize that he lives with the Mizuha sisters. Embarrassed by the negative reactions, Yuika drags the others away. Minato leads them to the rooftop to eat. There, Ryugi confirms that the trio really does live together, and decides that it is acceptable since they are living with their team captain, Minato Kusanagi. In any case, he assures them that if they encounter any difficulties, they can rely on his support. The girls express their gratitude for his generosity, and afterward, Ryugi suggests that they stop being so formal when speaking with Minato. He asks whether Minato minds if they use his first name. Minato is an easygoing person. Consequently, he tells them to address him however they like. He does not mind at all. Just as Yuiko is about to speak, she suddenly stops, realizing the profound implications of the trio living together. Before her thoughts can spiral out of control, she quickly dismisses them, convincing herself that everything is fine as long as nothing inappropriate happens. Puzzled by her sudden shift in mood, Ryugi and Minato exchange glances. Regaining her composure, Yuiko turns her attention back to Minato. She asks whether he ever feels uneasy about living with the two of them. Without answering immediately, they finish their meal and quietly continue with their day. When darkness falls, while Ruka and Minato sleep soundly, Yuiko remains awake, confused by their ability to sleep so peacefully. She wonders whether she is the only one who feels awkward about them living together. When the silence becomes overwhelming, she has a brief emotional outburst before forcing herself to rest. A moment later, Ruka also wakes up, reflecting on the same concerns her sister had earlier. She admits to herself that she still is not used to sharing a room. She still is not used to sharing living quarters with Minato. Unable to fall asleep again, she gets up, trying to understand why their current circumstances trouble her so much. When no answer comes to mind, she glances at Minato. He is sleeping peacefully on the floor. The sight makes her blush, and when inappropriate thoughts begin creeping into her mind, she quickly pulls the blanket over her head. Thinking about how casually Ryuji and the others call Minato by his first name, Ruka wonders why she continues to call him by his surname, Kusanagi. Her mind returns to the moment when she almost choked. She had tried to use his first name on the way to school. In the end, she managed to say only Kusanagi before mumbling nonsense that left Minato confused. On another occasion, she found herself alone with him on the rooftop during lunch. Even then,
she still could not bring herself to say his name.
She recalls even more embarrassing moments. She grimaces, scolding herself for being too timid to do something so simple. Next morning, on the way to school, Minato notices Ruka's gloomy mood and asks if she is feeling unwell. Ruka assures him that she is fine, but once again addresses him as Kusanagi. This time, Minato stops her, reminding her that they are no longer strangers. He begs her to stop using his surname and simply call him Minato. Blushing, Ruka finally gathers her courage and says his name. Elsewhere, the magical aristocracy gathers in a secret location to discuss their recent failures and current situation. To begin the meeting, Hamarai Hinata outlines the declining favor toward magical nobles, attributing it to the specialized magic squad. While considering a solution to this dilemma, Kaiichi Riku asks her about her strategy for dealing with the commander. The troubled young man, Kusanagi Minata, awaits her response. Unable to answer his question, Hinata turns to Mizuha Tushiru and asks for his perspective. Tushiru tells them that he merely seeks to comply with the decree of their sovereign, irritating Hinata with the Mizuha patriarch's mysterious nature. When she presses him for details, Tushiru reveals that Minata does not recognize him. This causes Hinata to wonder whether Monata is simply ignoring their existence, which Tushiru confirms. On learning that Monata is unaware of their presence, Riku decides to test him, evaluating his potential usefulness to their cause. If they deem him useless, they will eliminate him without hesitation. The next day, Minata informs his team about the location of the next major catastrophe, which is expected to occur in Osaka. Up to this point, the disasters have mirrored events from 50 years ago. This pattern does not apply to minor disasters. Despite extensive media coverage, Yuiko notes that the interval between disasters has drastically shortened, and major catastrophes, which once occurred annually, are now unpredictable even with police vigilance. Moreover, because disaster response is in disarray and there is no specialized unit like the SMT in other regions, the situation will only worsen. Around this time, Shido's eyes gleam with pride as he proudly informs Monata that the police have established a second SMT in Osaka. It turns out that cooperation between the self-defense forces and the police could improve disaster response, and many trainees there are eager to receive guidance from Monata. After saying all this, Shido smugly asks whether Monata will grant their request and travel to Osaka to train them. Unable to refuse, Minata further delights Shido by agreeing to go and train them. Afterward, he informs Minata that someone who survived the Great Cataclysm 50 years ago is waiting for him there. Akagami Shizuku, the person awaiting him, is now one of the few remaining masters of anti-monster equipment creation, and she is eager to speak with Minata. Eventually, Minata agrees to meet her. Shido then mentions that Takagami was the one who created the SMT's clothing. With the arrangements settled, Minata heads to the airport. He briefly stops to say goodbye. He reunites with his squad. He then boards the plane. Just moments before departure, Minata reaches into his pockets and gives each member of his team a bracelet. He warns them to wear the bracelets until his return, and under no circumstances take them off. Finally, when he asks whether they will manage without him, the other three assure him that they have also grown stronger, so he can head to Osaka without worry. Hinata bids farewell to his comrades, telling them that he is counting on them. At last, he boards the plane and takes his first-class seat.
During the first moments inside, Minata reflects on the various random events that occurred during his stay in Hawaii, but then pauses to think about flying first class, acknowledging Shido's excellent work this time. At that very moment, he notices several suspicious individuals entering the aircraft. They are strangers he has never met before, and he wonders about their identities. When Hinata and Riku take seats very close to him, Minata immediately identifies them as powerful mages. By this point, there appears to be a significant number of them on board, although security measures remain strict. Minata believes that they should not cause any trouble. They should not cause any trouble. As soon as boarding is completed, the plane departs, and Minata is served an extremely luxurious and delicious meal, which he thoroughly enjoys. Soon after eating, Minata leans back in his seat. He enjoys the view from the premium class window. He relaxes like an extraordinarily calm individual. But before he can find peace, the rogue mages aboard the aircraft begin to act. They take the passengers, including Minata, hostage, and threaten to execute everyone if their demands are not met. However, Minata, Hinata, and Riku remain seated, as if they had been expecting this. As the hijacking unfolds, Minata counts the rogue mages, quickly determining that there are 10 of them. If he confronts them one by one, the remaining passengers will be placed in serious danger. Advanced magic could endanger the aircraft, forcing Minata to conclude that he cannot deal with these fools alone and needs outside assistance. Around this time, the entire aircraft descends into chaos. The passengers beg the hijackers for mercy, but the rogue mages silence them to prevent any interference.
Once they establish complete control over the plane, one of the foolish sorcerers approaches Minata, demanding the release of other BR members and declaring that they will not tolerate unfair treatment from elite mages. Receiving no answer, the individual gives Minata 5 minutes to contact those on the ground and force them to release their comrades immediately, or they will begin executing hostages one by one. Before issuing their announcement, the villains confirm with the pilot whether he recorded everything they had just said. Minata does not have a single second to waste. He needs to think about his next move. What choice will he make? Before making an impulsive decision, he exchanges knowing glances with Riku and Hinata, who are secretly building up their mana while waiting for the signal to attack. That is when one of the rogue mages notices his suspicious behavior. Another mage threatens to kill Minata. He is warned not to make any movements.
A moment later, the rogue mages become distracted. Hinata and Riku move quickly. They neutralize the hijackers one after another at the highest possible speed. After finishing off the villains holding the passengers hostage, all three, Riku, Hinata, and Minata, exchange glances for a brief moment before moving through the passenger cabin to neutralize the remaining villains guarding the area. During the clash, the villains strike back. They attempt to shoot someone like Hinata. Unfortunately for them, Hinata's magical power surpasses theirs by a wide margin. Thus, together with Riku and Minata, she continues mercilessly beating down these defiant fools. They finish them off as well. Shortly afterward, one of the rogue mages grabs a flight attendant, threatening to crash the plane unless they stop eliminating his allies. Noticing the idiot's momentary distraction, Minata rushes forward and brutally knocks him down, freeing the flight attendant from his grasp.
At the same time, Hinata and Riku neutralize the remaining 2 hijackers. The other passengers watch in astonishment, barely believing that these 3 strange individuals have just defeated the bandits and saved them. As the passengers gather to express their gratitude to their saviors, Hinata dismissively refers to the rogue mages as pathetic because of how quickly they were defeated. She grumbles that they made the confrontation boring. However, Monata senses hostility coming from the cockpit and quickly informs the others that the ordeal is not over, silently ordering them to hurry toward the cockpit door. Inside the cockpit, Minata and the remaining 2 discover another rogue mage holding the pilot hostage and threatening to shoot if they approach. Hinata has grown tired of dealing with these low-level sorcerers. She delivers a devastating surprise strike to the imbecile. He is reduced to a whining child calling for his mother. What a humiliating defeat. Unfortunately, the fool fires at one of the aircraft's control systems, and Monata, having already protected the pilot, realizes their terrible situation as the entire plane immediately loses stability and violently shakes the passengers. After trying every possible maneuver, the pilot informs the trio that they are doomed because not only are the controls unresponsive, but the radio communications have also failed. Without intervention, they will crash into the mountains and perish. Hearing this, Hinata is immediately overcome with terror. She shakes the pilot and begs him to resolve their crisis to avoid dying. Around this moment, a window shatters, and the freezing air outside quickly creates powerful gusts inside the cockpit. Feeling the bitter cold, the co-pilot voices his frustration. He laments that he will freeze to death before the crash even occurs. Hinata, fully realizing the severity of their situation, asks the others whether they have any ideas, while Riku suggests that they should all die together. After scolding the depressed bastard for his terrible words, Hinata begins to think that they have finally reached their end. Having exhausted all options, the pilot resigns himself to his fate. The co-pilot also accepts his fate. They urge everyone else to prepare for death. It is then that Minata, who has remained silent all this time, smiles for the first time, ignores the pilots, and assures everyone that he will save them all. Hearing this, the pilot warns him, "This problem is not something an ordinary person can fix. All of them are destined to die today." Tired of listening to the pilot's pessimistic rambling, Minata walks toward the shattered cockpit window. Ignoring the pilot's warnings and questions, he makes his move. Minata jumps out of the plane. Minata assumes that Minata simply fled to save his own skin, but she will quickly regret those words when the plane begins rapidly losing altitude, threatening to kill everyone inside within moments. Around this time, the passengers had already begun offering their final prayers, hoping to reach the Lord when it was all over. The pilot, on the other hand, continued trying to raise the nose of the aircraft to avoid crashing into the sea, seconds before the plane was about to plunge into the ocean. After everyone had lost hope, a miracle occurred. The aircraft not only regained its balance, but also began climbing as rapidly as possible. Witnessing this, both pilots could not believe their eyes. They wondered what the hell had happened to the plane. Minata, who had been suspicious of Minata all along, says that it was Minata who saved their lives. And if she is right, then he is personally supporting the entire aircraft. By then, Minata is already beneath the plane, carrying more than 230 tons and guiding it toward the nearest airport. To explain how he managed it, Minata says that he first created a barrier covering the underside of the aircraft, using an enormous amount of magical power, and then enhanced his physical strength with magical martial arts. At the same time, he adjusted the plane's trajectory with wind magic to guide it toward a safe landing site. Since this is his first experience supporting an aircraft, Minata encounters some difficulties along the way. Thousands of meters above sea level, with a 230-ton aircraft, the pilot still struggles to believe that a single person can support the plane as if it were nothing. After witnessing Minata's feat, Hinata recognizes him as a monster and immediately focuses her attention on him. By this point, the flight attendants and passengers are finally able to relax completely.
The pilot informs them that everything is under control. Even a father and his young daughter shed tears of happiness, realizing that they will survive to see another day. Despite the celebration and tears of joy, the pilot warns everyone not to celebrate too soon, as he has just learned that the landing gear is completely unresponsive. In other words, if they wish to land safely, their fate now depends entirely on Minata. With that said, the pilot identifies the runway at the nearest airport. He points the aircraft's nose toward the runway. He trusts that Minata already has a strategy for landing. The heavily damaged aircraft approaches the runway. Minata, still beneath it, casts a 6th-level void magic spell. He deploys a massive, wall-like magical barrier to soften the aircraft's impact. He then slows it down enough to bring it to a complete stop. As soon as Minata somehow manages to land the aircraft, the entire cabin erupts in cheers. Strangers embrace one another, and the pilot salutes SMT Captain Kusanagi Minata as a true soldier should. Riku and Hinata, however, simply keep their eyes fixed on the captain, unmoved by his actions, and anticipating their final encounter with him. The moment he steps off the plane, reporters from every direction swarm him, asking for a brief statement so the world can learn how he prevented the crash. At that moment, Minata simply becomes furious at the scoundrels for disturbing his peace. He has just endured the most nerve-wracking flight of his life. Fortunately, before he snaps, security personnel arrive to disperse the media, assuring them that a press conference will take place later. They then escort Minata to Tokigami's residence so that he can visit her. Just before departing, Hina and Riku intercept him, offering praise in the hope of softening him up for future dealings. To their disappointment, Minata brushes aside their compliments. Instead, he praises both of them. He states that they performed equally well. Realizing that their plan is failing, the pair exchange a few more casual remarks and part ways cheerfully. Minata firmly expresses her desire to meet him again in the future. Shortly after they leave, Minata is shown the way. He is escorted to Tokigami's conference room. Inside, he is greeted by the elderly Mista Kagami. She warmly welcomes him as an honored guest.
After they settle in, Tokagi reveals to Monata that she invited him solely because of her admiration for his recent achievements and magical abilities. She notes that many of his techniques resemble those of her mentor and companion, Ichikami Monata. Void magic is a rare discipline, and Ichikami mastered it perfectly. Its complex nature means that only a few practitioners can use it effectively, and it is often dismissed as inefficient.
Nevertheless, Tokagami expresses surprise that Monata possesses the ability to use it. Her curiosity prompts her to ask how Monata acquired the ability to use the same magic as Ichikami. Hearing her words, Monata lets out a quiet chuckle. He comments that she has not changed and that those are exactly the kind of words Ichikami himself would have said while alive. Used, Tokagami asks whether they have met before, to which Monata confidently replies that they have met many times. Monata then answers her question. He reveals that he is capable of using Motikami and Ichikami. Monata himself possesses that very. Although Tokagami is surprised by such a claim from a stranger, she remains composed, recalling the many people in the past, relatives, companions, romantic partners, and even secret descendants who falsely claimed connections to Ichikami Monata in order to exploit his name. After years of dealing with such imposters, she never expected someone to claim that he actually was Ichikami himself. Taking him for yet another fraud, Tokagami apologizes for her forthcoming rudeness, acknowledges that she initiated the contact herself, and politely asks the unfortunate Monata to leave her residence. Before continuing, Monato tells her that he once met a pair of siblings and learned that the younger one possessed a doll resembling Ichikami. Tokagami asks what he means, prompting Monato to recall her own words from when Ichikami was still alive, expressing her desire to create a doll in his likeness. At that moment, Tokagami begins to sweat, asking Monato how he learned such a personal detail. After a brief pause, Monata tells Tokagami that she once said his doll gave strength to children, and that even to this day, Ichikami continues to help people. Considering everything Monata has revealed, Tokagami gradually begins to accept that he may truly be the real Ichikami Monata, and even asks whether he is indeed the genuine Ichikami. Monata expresses his disappointment that she still has doubts. He decides to tell her a story. After spending several minutes reminiscing about past events, Tokagami finally accepts that Monata is the reincarnated Ichikami Monata. Monata gently scolds her for her disbelief, states that believing in reincarnation is not easy in their world. Ichikami finds it difficult to accept that he has returned during her lifetime, even considering her unusual personality. He tells him about the disasters that befell the world after his death. She then expresses her immense joy at being reunited with him in her lifetime. She even sheds a few tears. When she finishes crying, Monata addresses her, fully aware that she knows about the events of the past 50 years. He then lays out in detail his conclusions regarding the decline in magical knowledge, the weakening of mages, the false narratives surrounding Ichikami Monata, and the rise of the magical nobility, before asking about the events that occurred during his absence. This time, a troubled Tokagami receives a message and examines it, only to exclaim in shock, prompting Monata to ask what is troubling her. Realizing that it is something she cannot reveal, Tokagami abruptly ends their meeting, citing the late hour, and then begs Monata to stay the night so they can resume their conversation the following day. Fortunately for her, Monata agrees. Soon afterward, he retires to his room for the night. Around midnight, Riku silently infiltrates Monata's room, aiming a blade at his body in a swift strike intended to end his life. Against all expectations, Monata performs an astonishing maneuver, appearing beside the bed and mocking Riku's clumsy attempt to strike a sleeping enemy. At that moment, Monata has no idea that his attacker is Riku. However, upon seeing his face clearly, he immediately recognizes Riku as the assailant. But before Monata can begin a conversation, Riku launches another attack. This time, Monata dodges the strike. Shortly afterward, Riku throws Monata through the window of his room. Monata lands unharmed in the garden below. Without wasting a second, Riku reappears before Monata in the courtyard and uses a basic earth skill, Stone Destruction. At the same time, Minato uses his basic void magic and a magical barrier. He does his utmost to withstand Riku's assault. However, after several initial exchanges, Riku skillfully breaks through Minato's basic magical barrier, forcing him to retreat so that the real battle can begin. Before the second round begins, Minato praises Riku's blade for piercing his barrier. He then asks whether it is anti-magic equipment. Receiving no answer, the pair charge their mana for the second clash.
But just as they are about to collide, Hinata appears and orders them to stop fighting. At that moment, Minato tells her that he anticipated her involvement in this nonsense. However, Hinata ignores his remark. She begs him not to ignore their summons. To force him into compliance, she shows live broadcasts of her subordinates stationed suspiciously close to Minato's companions at their homes and threatens to kill them in their sleep if he refuses to obey. He realizes that he has been deceived. He calmly asks them to state their objective. Hinata begins by introducing herself and Riku. Shortly after the introductions, she informs Minato that their only demand is for him to join them as a magical noble, gaining status, rank, honor, wealth, power, and even companionship if he desires. More importantly, if he decides to join them, Hinata guarantees that he will be able to protect his friends and gain the authority to issue absolute commands. On the other hand, even if he escapes the current situation, Hinata swears that the magical nobles will pursue him forever, turning both his life and the lives of his friends into misery. With their demand stated, Hinata insists that Monata make a decision. They need his answer before proceeding. Ultimately, Monata refuses to join their circle of idle sorcerers, and Hinata, enraged by his refusal, raises her phone to issue an order. Shortly after muttering a few unpleasant words about using Monata's friends as collateral, she instructs the operatives on the ground to proceed with Plan B. This will ensure that Monata can never act so smug again. Just as the operatives prepare to execute Plan B, the bracelets Monata entrusted to his subordinates before departing for Osaka awaken. All the team members are still fast asleep as a yellowish, magic-like outline resembling Monata manifests around them.
Witnessing this, Hinata's operatives are horrified, struggling to understand the nature of what they are seeing. Tragically, before they can comprehend the unfolding events, the Monata-like magical manifestations unleash a 5th-level high void magic spell, Devouring Void, annihilating every opponent as though they were nothing. A few moments later, Hinata notices the unusual loss of communication with her operatives. She attempts to get a response from them. Unfortunately, after minutes of silence, Riku arrives at the darkest possible conclusion. The entire team has been eliminated. Furious, Hinata demands that Monata explain everything, but Monata objects. He says this outcome should have been expected, unless she was a complete fool. Recognizing Monata as an irritating obstacle, Hinata nevertheless praises him for resolving the hijacking and hostage crisis, stating that despite all his accomplishments, he has passed the first test.
Confused by her statement, Monata asks whether the hijacking was their operation, but Hinata clarifies that they would never orchestrate such a foolish act merely to force him into their scheme. Having established that, she invites him to proceed to the next test. She channels her mana together with Riku, preparing for their second genuine confrontation. At the same time, Monata, eager for a worthy battle, jokingly asks whether he may decline. As expected, Hinata refuses, just before rushing toward him. She advances alongside Riku. As her opening move, Hinata delivers a kick toward Monata, which he effortlessly blocks. She then leaps back to a safe distance to begin her next attack, a 4th-level fire spell that she calls Flash. The moment she releases the magical strike, a deafening explosion erupts. Unfortunately for her, Monata remains completely unharmed. The explosion has absolutely no effect on him. In the midst of this chaos, Riku swings his sword, aiming for Monata's neck,
but he fails to land a single hit. The captain effortlessly blocks the attack with a tiny barrier that appears around his neck. After surviving the attack, Monata exhales, reflecting that an ordinary person would undoubtedly have died from such a strike. At that moment, Hinata warns him against becoming overly confident. She unleashes another fire magic attack against the SMT captain, a 5th-level spell called Blazing Pillar. Anticipating the incoming spell, Monata acknowledges that Blazing Pillar is a powerful technique. However, to counter it, he uses the third-level water magic spell, Water Azure Burst, completely neutralizing the attack. Witnessing Monata's abilities, Hinata finally understands the truth behind the rumors about his wordless spellcasting. To think that he neutralized my 5th-level spell with only a 3rd-level water spell. Hinata concludes that Monata must be mocking her magic. Around this time, Riku attacks Monata again, but he dodges the strike and invites them to continue the battle in the air. Without the slightest hesitation, Hinata accepts his challenge, soaring after him together with her companion Riku. At this stage, Hinata admits that they had previously underestimated him. However, they will no longer hold back. Now, they are ready for a true confrontation. With those words, they both unleash the strongest spells in their arsenal. Hinata casts the 7th-level fire spell, Demon's Flame, while Riku uses the 7th-level earth spell, Comet. Shortly after boasting and loudly declaring that he cannot defend himself against her ultimate technique, the pair launch their attacks at Monata. Their goal is to inflict double damage. Unimpressed by the pitiful magical attacks, Monata creates the 7th-level void magic spell, Vanishing, which absorbs both ultimate techniques and dissolves them into nothingness.
At that moment, Hinata and Riku are left stunned, as their minds cannot even process what has just happened. To help them understand their defeat, Monata explains that he simply dispersed the magical energy to minimize damage to the surrounding environment. Hearing this, Hinata calls it nonsense and even dismisses his explanation, feeling that Monata is simply cheating to avoid a real fight. She claims that everything up until now has been nothing more than a farce. Now that the moment has arrived, she swears to show Monata her true power. Fortunately, before she can demonstrate just how strong she is, there is a sudden shift in the atmospheric energy around them, and everyone senses it. As they try to understand what is happening, the heavens turn crimson, confirming to Monata that Osaka's destruction has truly begun. However, deep inside, he is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the unfolding events. He is convinced that this cannot possibly be a mere coincidence.
As crimson clouds engulf Osaka, Takigami notices the ominous glow from her window. After a brief glance, she closes the curtains. At the same time, Hinata watches the catastrophe unfold. However, she decides to ignore it. She is eager to resume her battle with Monata and destroy him. Before her impulsiveness gets the better of her, Riku restrains her. He redirects her attention to their true objective. Acknowledging the wisdom of his words, Hinata regains her composure, while Monata, realizing the necessity of confronting the catastrophe, declares that their duel must be postponed. With that announcement, Monata flies toward the devastated Dotonbori district, which was destroyed during the Great Cataclysm half a century ago. Surveying the area, he compares its condition to Shibuya, noting that monsters continue to appear even without an active disaster. Given the danger, he assumes that no human would be foolish enough to hide there.
After discovering swarms of lesser monsters throughout the city, Monata quickly realizes that he cannot handle them alone. If left unchecked, these creatures could infiltrate human settlements and cause widespread destruction. He needs a solution, and quickly. Just as he considers calling for reinforcements, Riku and Hinata arrive, offering their assistance. Monata welcomes them, teasing that they must have abandoned their attempts to kill him. Riku explains that their previous battle was merely a test, and since Minata passed it, they are willing to cooperate for the time being. With a sigh, Monata accepts their help, knowing that his troubles with them are far from over. The streets are filled with monsters. The trio advances to intercept them. Minata, eager for battle, makes a dramatic entrance and prepares for what she calls a monster bloodbath. She unleashes her 5th-level fire magic, Pillar of Flame, and incinerates an entire horde of creatures with a single strike.
Riku, equally skilled, deals with his share.
He swiftly eliminates his own targets. Meanwhile, Minata, hovering above, unleashes a 5th-level void magic spell in the form of a bolt. A barrage of projectiles annihilates the lesser monsters as they wait for the boss to appear. Surveying the battlefield, Minata notices an elderly man walking with a cane. Concerned, he descends and asks whether the man is all right. The old man does not respond. This prompts Monata to take action. He offers to escort the elderly man to a safe location. However, before Monata can extend his hand, the man pushes him away and frowns. After a brief pause, he expresses gratitude for the concern,
but insists that he is unharmed. There is something familiar about the old man, but before Monata can identify him, an assistant helps the elder into a dark vehicle, which immediately drives away.
Soon afterward, Osaka's emergency response and self-defense forces arrive, sealing off the exits around Dotonbori to contain the unfolding catastrophe. Monata is impressed by their coordinated efforts and recalls Shidu's words about their preparedness despite their lack of experience. As the units take their positions, Monata lands beside an officer who mistakes him for a lost youngster, but upon realizing that he is the commander of the elite magical division, the officer allows him to assist as well. A creature suddenly sneaks up behind the officer, but Monata quickly incinerates it, saving the officer's life. He warns them to remain vigilant before asking about the current situation. The officer informs him that the police and self-defense forces have secured the area up to Dotonbori and are focused on protecting civilians. Fortunately, he admits that they have no means of confronting the main monster, as their own forces are no match for it. Monata reassures them. He promises to deal with the main threat. He will handle it alone. The troops express their gratitude, and Monata impresses them even further by revealing that he has reinforcements. Ku and Hinata, respected mages from the Hamadai and Kaichi families. Shocked, the troops ask whether the SMT and the magical families are now cooperating. Without saying a word, Monata watches the officers' morale rise. Their faith rests upon these mighty figures. Suddenly, a menacing dark purple mist begins to fill the sky. The soldiers are overwhelmed by crushing pressure. They can barely even move. Lost within the haze, a colossal figure gradually emerges. The officers instantly recognize it. The main demon. The boss. This single entity possesses enough power to level Osaka. And as ordinary humans, they are hopelessly outmatched. Monata, however, remains completely unfazed. With a smirk, he scolds the main demon for being late.
His composure astonishes the police, who cannot understand how he remains so calm in the face of such terrifying danger. Before Minata can act, Hinata and Riku step forward, declaring the main demon to be their prey and ordering him to stand aside and watch. Although Minata is annoyed at being beaten to the punch, he yields, confident in their ability to confront an enemy of this scale. The stage is set for battle. Riku and Hinata prepare for the final confrontation. After uttering a few more strange phrases, both Hinata and Riku unleash their 6th-level magical attacks, Hellfire and Comet. They direct these attacks at the main demon, who stands in the street, considering them idiots. As both attacks approach, the main demon completely destroys them with his 8th-level fire magic, Supernova, blinding both the magical elites and the troops with its furious radiance. Stunned, they struggle to comprehend the situation. How can such a creature command such overwhelming magic?
Acknowledging the demon's immense power, Hinata and Riku prepare another attack, but before they can act, the main demon unexpectedly speaks, asking whether there is a powerful mage among them. One of the soldiers, although aware that main demons possess intelligence far superior to ordinary monsters, is nevertheless astonished to hear it communicate like a human. Observing the fear on the soldiers' faces, Monata understands their reaction. A creature with human-like intelligence is rare, and the unknown inevitably breeds fear. Nevertheless, he decides to remain on the sidelines and watch the aristocrats continue humiliating themselves. Missing with her first attack, Hinata once again makes an immature declaration, promising to reduce the demon to ashes. She unleashes a fire spell even more powerful than demonic blaze, while Riku, driven by frustration, imbues his blade with 8th-level gravity magic, Spatial Blade. Hinata grows excited as he sees the aristocrats finally using unique spells. He believes that their combined efforts will be enough to defeat the main demon. As Hinata and Riku prepare to attack, the main demon suddenly comments on someone's magical energy. Thinking that he is referring to them, Hinata boasts about her power, but the demon then reveals that he was actually referring to Monata's immense mana. Offended by the slight, Hinata and Riku cancel their spells. They foolishly charge at the demon with their bare hands. To their horror, the demon effortlessly dodges every strike, mocking their slowness. After toying with them for a short while, He retaliates, sending them flying. He then combines fire and wind magic to create a 6th-level spell. The vortex of flames instantly overwhelms the aristocrats. Riku and Hinata rise to their feet, trembling from the immense power of the attack. Monata steps forward, declaring that the remaining task is his.
Hinata tries to dissuade him, arguing that if they, as magical aristocrats, could not defeat the main demon, then he has no chance. Riku suggests a tactical retreat, but Monata remains steadfast, confident that such an enemy poses no threat. Riku asks whether Monata truly understands this colossal magical power. This terrifying force emanates from the main demon. Hinata, however, rejects the idea of surrender, realizing that they cannot fail the one they serve. Hinata approaches the battlefield, mocking the main demon. The main demon, however, expresses admiration for his magical mastery. As the confrontation draws near, the main demon asks Monata to reveal his identity. But Monata evades the question, asking whether he is obligated to answer. The main demon agrees with Monata's reasoning. He withdraws his question, stating that mortal alliances mean little to demons. With the formalities concluded, the clash begins. The main demon instantly rushes forward, attacking Monata from all directions. But Monata effortlessly blocks every strike with his advanced magical shield. Watching the battle, Hinata believes that Monata is struggling. She begins boasting, claiming that she knew he would not stand a chance. Before she can finish her tirade, Monata calmly knocks the main demon away. He then expresses his irritation at the main demon's persistence. Both magical elite fighters are stunned into silence, realizing that the demon's relentless assault has failed to leave even a single scratch on Monata. Riku, analyzing Monata's tactics, fears that a defensive approach may prove useless, as the main demon also possesses extraordinary defenses. Meanwhile, Monata considers using a new spell that he recently developed, but restrains himself because of the nobles observing him. Instead, he chooses an alternative tactic and unleashes the 9th-level void spell, Magical Radiance, as a prelude to his counterattack.
Hinata is astonished upon witnessing a 9th-level spell. She had always believed that 8th-level magic represented the pinnacle of achievement. Hinata then traps the main demon within the radiant golden seals of void magic that he had previously created, and destroys it with a single, swift motion. Whispers of amazement spread among the onlookers, as the warriors realize that Captain Monata has effortlessly defeated an enemy that even the magical nobility considered a formidable opponent. As Monata descends, the soldiers erupt in cheers, proclaiming him incredible and even hailing him as a hero. Monata approaches the humiliated nobles and casually remarks that the monster posed no difficulty for him. Completely defeated, Hinata admits that they are far below his level and realizes that they have no chance of overcoming him in their current state. Hinata then asks whether they still wish to continue the battle. Without hesitation, both nobles concede defeat, declaring that Monata has passed their test. After settling that matter, Monata demands an explanation. Riku agrees to reveal everything, but notes that another person's presence is necessary, Takigami. Monata instantly understands who he means. A moment later, Takigami appears and asks Monata whether he realized that she orchestrated everything from the very beginning. Monata confirms, reminding her that nothing escapes his notice. Now she must explain her reasons for testing him. She also needs to clarify the decline of mages over the past 50 years, and her alliance with the magical nobility after his death. Before revealing the truths Monata seeks, Takigami escorts him and the magical nobles to her residence, ensuring that they are comfortable for her explanation. After they settle in, Monata asks whether she knew about the magical nobles before his arrival. Takigami not only confirms her knowledge, but also reveals that she knew about the planned attack in advance. Confused, Monata asks why she allowed it, but Riku answers, explaining that their sole objective was to evaluate Monata's abilities and determine whether he would use his powers selfishly. Monata points out that his companions became involved in their so-called tests, and Riku assures him that they harbored no malicious intent and merely threatened them. Nevertheless, Monata persists, demanding the reason for their actions. Riku explains in detail that Monata's very presence within the SMT poses a threat to the magical nobles, thereby creating a dangerous situation for Japan. Hearing this, Monato argues that the current crisis is the result of their own negligence. The SMT never sought to humiliate the magical nobles. Instead, it was the nobles who looked down on them. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Hinata feels unwell. But Riku, showing greater maturity, tells her to stop, because Monato is right. Acknowledging their passivity during the initial catastrophe, Riku argues that the world still needs nobles to maintain order. Takagami then intervenes, explaining that the source of the conflict traces back 50 years to the period following Monata's death, which led to Japan's current state and the creation of the magical nobility. After Ichikami Monata died and most of the demons disappeared, Japan was flooded with rogue mages. Their numbers grew to such an extent that even the police and self-defense forces became exhausted, making law enforcement impossible. Japan turned into an ungovernable nation, and the few remaining lawful mages fought against the illegal ones, but were ultimately defeated and killed. The country stood on the brink of collapse, and hope seemed to vanish. Summing up, Takagami states that Japan's collapse was triggered by the death of Ichikami Monata. Without him, the remaining mages found it difficult to restore hope. After lengthy discussions, they decided to establish the Magical Nobility, an organization intended to earn the people's trust and become a new symbol of hope, much like Monata had once been. Because magic posed a significant danger during peacetime, the nobles confiscated all magical texts and records, recruited those with magical abilities, and eliminated those who refused to join. By exclusively controlling magical knowledge, they prohibited oral accounts and rumors concerning magic, steering Japan toward stability. However, as a result, Japanese mages became weaker, and internal politics led to a decline in innovation and understanding. A cycle Monata understands all too well.
Recalling the events of 50 years ago, Monato remembers the chaos, the deaths of both civilians and mages, and the misuse of magic for evil purposes. He realizes that matters only worsened after his death. He then asks Takagami a question. He wonders whether the nobles truly possess the political influence necessary to orchestrate events. He asks whether this is really true, given their alleged connections. Watching the nobles, Takagami quietly asks Monato whether he remembers Mumu Hifumi, his former subordinate. A proud failure, but an exceptionally gifted one. When Monato confirms that he does, Takagami reveals that Mumu now leads the powerful Mumu Group. Originally known as the heir to the Mumu conglomerate, he has financially supported the magical nobility since its founding 50 years ago. Monato finally comprehends the extent of the noble's influence, although he never knew that Mumu was an heir. Takagami laughs, seeing that Ichikami Monata remains unmoved by influence, wealth, or fame. She notes that he has always been interested only in magic and people. Takagami continues, stating that during Monata's era, Japanese mages were world leaders, but their abilities have declined ever since. Monato interrupts, claiming that Japan achieved peace only because of their ancestors. Annoyed, Monato asks what she would do if another catastrophe were to occur. Unable to answer, Hinata falls silent. Riku then states that, back in those days, they believed that the police alone could handle any emergency. Since the magical nobles intervened only in extreme circumstances, Monato asks whether they now acknowledge their mistake. He waits for their answer, and Riku remains silent. Monato then turns to Takagami again, asking whether she had been aware of all this. She confirms her involvement over the past 50 years, but insists that she is not a magical aristocrat and does not possess their power or influence. She is now simply a craftsman who creates anti-monster equipment and is content with her position. After uncovering the truth, Monato reflects on everything, but suspects that Takagami is still hiding certain details. To test this, he asks whether she still has any secrets, and she assures him that she has revealed everything. With that, Monato shifts his attention and proposes a pact between the magical aristocrats and the SMT to manage disasters more effectively. He explains that if they agree, he will not serve under them. It will be a partnership. Given their performance during the previous disaster, working together is clearly necessary.
Minato scoffs, unable to believe that someone as powerful as Minato would need their assistance.
He states that he has his own limitations, and if the nobility joins forces with the SMT, he will forget their past disputes. He then asks whether they have any reservations about helping the population. Riku realizes that they would not have been able to defeat the main demon on their own. He acknowledges that relying on Minato is their most viable option. Okugane offers her expertise as a creator of anti-monster equipment. Minato accepts her into the group. After much hesitation and another emotional outburst, Hinata finally agrees to the pact, on the condition that Minato never again brings up the incident involving the main demon. He agrees to their terms, but also demands a guarantee that they will not take hostages whenever they require his consultation. To this, they agree. With all matters settled, the SMT and the magical aristocrats form a pact for the first time in 50 years.
Soon afterward, Minato feels that he is forgetting something, but unable to recall what it is, he dismisses the thought and moves on. Around the same time, the other members of the SMT awaken and discover beaten and bound men in suits lying near where they had been sleeping. At first, they assume that these men were intruders. However, they soon suspect that it is related to their bracelets. By noon the following day, Minato finally appears. He heads to the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy. Numerous students eagerly await his arrival. During his first moments there, Minato is overwhelmed by the sudden attention from the cadets. Fortunately, the instructor on site orders Minato's admirers to form a line, since they are no longer mere cadets, and then apologizes for their behavior. The instructor explains that many people join the police out of admiration for Minato, and that he understands their enthusiasm, considering the SMT's outstanding achievements during disasters.
Hearing this, Minato sighs and immediately begins training the recruits. A moment later, he gathers several cadets and orders them to prepare their first-level spells. He then commands them to fire at the wooden targets in front of them. As the training continues, Minato notices 3 girls watching him and realizes that social media and the press have greatly influenced many people. Knowing this, he concludes that even if their motives are not entirely pure, they are determined, so he will not hold back. With that thought in mind, he intensifies the training, forcing them to run while sensing his magic, which helps improve both their physical and magical strength. After several minutes of running, the recruits begin to complain. They ask what he will do if they collapse from exhaustion. To calm their fears, Minato states that he can use divine magic to heal them, regardless of their condition. Therefore, they should stop complaining and keep running, because enemies will not take their condition into account in battle. After that, the recruits persevere, training as if their survival depends on it. After 1 week of grueling, repetitive training, the average magical power of the Osaka Police Department shows noticeable improvement. This improvement is significant. On the final day of training, Minato delivers a farewell speech, praising the recruits for enduring the harsh program and greatly improving their abilities in just 7 days. He urges them to continue training even when he is gone, for they are now the guardians of Osaka's peace. After finishing his speech, he leaves, leaving both the recruits and their instructors in tears. Soon afterward, it becomes known that Osaka's magical potential has increased significantly, matching that of Tokyo's officers. And it is all thanks to Minato Kusanagi. Shortly after leaving the training grounds, Minato dreads returning to Tokyo. He foresees being greeted by yet another press briefing or some similar nuisance. As he travels, national broadcasts report on the pact between the SMT and the magical elite families Hamarai and Kaiichi, formed to combat natural disasters and threats posed by monsters. As countless people respond to the news, journalists mention rumors that major corporations may support the SMT. Those concerned about its influence on the police are reassured that the SMT is not an official division of the Tokyo Police Department. As information about the SMT's beneficial actions spreads, citizens across Japan begin recognizing the group's growing influence. In separate reports, journalists note that the Mizuha family has yet to appear publicly, which is strange considering their previous cooperation with the SMT. Theories emerge that they may reject the partnership just as Japan is beginning to unite against disasters.
Upon arriving at the airport, Minato asks whether the girls can contact their father. Explains that she has repeatedly tried to reach him, but since they were disinherited, he may refuse to answer. Nevertheless, Monada expresses concern that the patriarch has not publicly endorsed the partnership. Yuka expected him to speak out after they joined forces with the other two aristocratic families. Monada realizes that Susera's silence is suspicious. He decides to check on him later. Noticing his deep contemplation, the young women bring him back to reality, congratulating him on his triumph in Osaka and expressing their admiration. Monada realizes the full extent of his situation. He joins their discussion. Meanwhile, Shadu, who is nearby, notices that Krona did not appear during the night while Monada was absent. Despite his suspicions, he reasons that if Monada truly is the leader of the Shadow-Bearers, Krona, and a rogue mage, then he will be forced to arrest him.
Nevertheless, with all his heart, Shidu hopes that his suspicions are wrong. He is convinced that Monada is destined to become the savior of the world. Later that evening, while walking home and grumbling about his busy companions, Monada is suddenly intercepted by two of Tushira's attendants. They inform him that he has been summoned. Remaining calm, he accompanies them. Soon, he arrives at Tushiru's estate. There, an enraged Tushiru asks whether the reports that both of his daughters are now living with him are true. He immediately threatens Monada's life if he ever considers putting them in danger. Confused, Monada assures the man that they are merely friends, but Tushira persists, making sure that Monada will not lay a hand on them. To reassure him, Monada firmly states that he would never do such a thing to his friends. He then asks whether Tushiru summoned him solely because he was worried about his daughters. Despite everything, Monada acknowledges Tushira's deep, fatherly instincts. A moment later, Tushira escorts Monada outside. Once in the air, he challenges Monada to a duel. Having some free time, Monada accepts. Immediately launches his attack, releasing 6th-level water magic, Geyser Wave, after gathering his mana. In response, Monada counters with 7th-level fire magic. The flames blaze fiercely, overwhelming the water attack. Afterward, they land, and Tushiru praises Monada for neutralizing water superiority with an equally powerful fire spell. Acknowledging Monada's strength, Tushira finally entrusts his daughters to him. For a moment, Monada remains silent, watching as the father walks away. Elsewhere, the enraged boss Burr from the previous incident loses control. He discovers that Chrono is still breathing. This only fuels his rage even further. In desperation, he decides to cast aside all limits. He swears to destroy anyone who stands in his way. He then turns to his newest ally, Tushiru, demanding assurance that he will live up to his expectations. Surprisingly, Tushira vows to eliminate. Around this time, the furious boss, later identified as the former rebellious magical noble Roy, proclaims the next phase to be an all-out conflict between BI and the Shadow Guardians. He implores the Black Mage to anticipate his arrival. A few days before Burr's attack, Monado and his SMT companions return to school and receive even more admiration than before, especially now that their media fame has skyrocketed. Monado feels exhausted as things become increasingly troublesome. Unfortunately, the others are also facing difficulties. Is relentlessly harassed by admirers who simply want to be near her, attracting not only devoted fans, but also jealous individuals who despise her. Seeing Yuika receive the admiration they crave, 3 spiteful girls decide that they can no longer tolerate it. Slips away from class. She insists that she is simply going to the restroom. The rivals seize the opportunity to confront her. After relieving herself, Yuika grumbles in the hallway about being tired of the endless attention. Suddenly, the trio blocks her path and drags her to an infamous spot within the school. There, they stomp their feet to intimidate her, then accuse her of being annoying and question her enrollment in the SMT. When Yuika remains silent, a large, heavy-set girl suggests that she must have received special treatment as a magical aristocrat. As if that were not enough, a simple-minded green-haired girl adds her own accusation, claiming that Yuika charmed her way into the SMT. Unable to endure the mockery any longer, Yuika explodes, shouting that she worked hard to join the SMT and would never resort to underhanded tricks. Noticing her hesitation, the red-haired leader of the bitter losers presses harder, ordering Yuika to swear on her status as a magical aristocrat that she has no feelings for Minato. But before she can show weakness, Minato appears and demands an explanation. Frightened,
The girls quickly claim that they were merely discussing how unfair it is that Yuika receives special treatment. Their leader even has the audacity to accuse Minato himself of giving in to favoritism. Minato remains silent as he turns his gaze toward Yuika. He instantly realizes the humiliation she must have endured because of their bullying. At the same time, the jealous girls begin talking about joining the SMT, claiming that they would be of great assistance to him. Realizing their intentions, Minato decides to play along. He postpones reprimanding them for the moment and instead invites them to enroll in the SMT introductory program.
Since they seem so eager, he promises to allow them to join once they succeed. Aware of the harsh nature of the training regime, the girls burst with joy. Minato escorts them to the SMT training grounds, informing Ryuga and Ruka that they will participate in the program. At first, Ryuga and Ruka are unimpressed. They note that the girls do not appear particularly skilled. However, Yuika, worried that Minato intends to let them join, dismisses the thought in order to focus on more pressing concerns. Noting how naive the newcomers are, Ryuga and Ruka become even more suspicious of their motives. When they ask Minato about it, he simply advises them not to overthink the situation. He feels that these girls need this experience. The training begins, and within 60 minutes, the red-haired girl is already on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Minato and the other SMT veterans shout commands, urging them to run as though their lives depend on it.
He uses the same strict regimen. It is the same training method he used with the Osaka Police Department. He has previous experience with it. After making them run 4 laps around the track, Minato moves on to magic-assisted push-ups, performing them with one hand while training alongside the others and scolding those who lag behind to push beyond their limits. They then continue casting spells non-stop until they are completely exhausted. At that moment, the resentful trio begins planning their escape. They refuse to endure this madness any longer. Just as they prepare to run away, Minato calls them back, casually stating that they have only completed the warm-up exercises. The furious girls begin accusing Minato of cruelty. One of them even claims that he deliberately made the training unbearable just to spite them.
In response, Minato points to the real SMT members, reminding the defeated girls that despite their initial struggles, they worked tirelessly every day to reach their current status as warriors. He explains that the SMT operates on the brink of death, fighting monsters and doing everything in their power to protect the population. He then shifts his attention to Yuika, declaring that despite their belief that she was unworthy, she works tirelessly to become better. The suggestion that she used her looks and connections to join is complete nonsense. He knows that she would never stoop so low. Finally, he locks eyes with the red-haired girl, making it clear that Yuika is a dear companion to him. He will forgive no one. Anyone who tries to tarnish her reputation will incur his wrath. Realizing their mistake, the trio of bullies begs for mercy and flees like the cowards they are. Watching their hasty retreat, Minato sighs at their complete lack of backbone.
Still stunned, asks about the recent events. Minato simply advises him to ignore the defeated rivals. Later, during their walk home after training, Yuika thanks Minato for protecting her, admitting that she heard everything he said. Minato brushes it off, claiming that he merely told them the truth and stopped their pointless jealousy. He is certain that they will spread rumors, so she should no longer worry about it. Chuckles, repeating his final words, before shyly confessing that she considers him an important person in her life. She understands that Manata's idea of importance differs from her own, but for now, she is satisfied. She is confident that, with time, she will gain the strength to stand beside him. Then, she will finally win his affection. With newfound determination, she tells Minato to prepare himself for the day when she becomes strong enough to surpass him.
After Yuika's troubles come to an end, life for the SMT returns to normal as they await the next catastrophe. When the hour of catastrophe arrives over Tokyo, the skies blaze red, and monstrous entities materialize on the streets without warning. Realizing the danger, civilians flee for their lives as the hideous creatures begin their assault. At the same time, Monota and Hinata, who happen to be nearby, rush into battle. Hinata enthusiastically declares several monsters to be her prey. She reduces them to ashes with her pyromantic abilities. Without wasting a second arguing with the tiny nuisance, Monata turns his attention to the remaining threats, eliminating them with his void magic. As this unfolds, first responders and several foolish onlookers watch in awe as the SMT and the magical nobles fight together. A sight they never expected to witness. Since the magical nobles began cooperating with the SMT, their public image has steadily improved. A recent survey by a research group confirms this development. At present, Krona is detaining rogue mages. Meanwhile, the SMT confronts disasters and monstrous beasts. However, because the core members of the SMT are students rather than officers, the group lacks official recognition as a legitimate authority. This misconception sometimes leads to failures during emergencies, increasing public dissatisfaction with the police. A few days after the catastrophe, Monata secretly visits Leona's brother, Kai, who remains in a coma. He goes to see him at the medical facility. Monata conceals himself under the guise of the Shadow Bearer. Under the cover of darkness, he slips into Kai's room. He places his hand on the unconscious man's forehead, attempting to heal him with Angel's Breath, a 7th-level divine spell. Although he knows that divine magic normally does not help with comas, Monata believes that it will at least provide some benefit to Kai's physical and mental condition.
However, despite repeated attempts, no improvement is observed. He begins to doubt that holy magic works on this particular illness. Monata recalls Leona's optimism, even though her brother's condition continues to trouble her. He refuses to give up. Just as he prepares to try another approach, the door swings open. He quickly hides. Leona enters, having sensed a fleeting trace of another presence, but she dismisses it as a trick of her imagination. She approaches her brother and continues the story she began the day before. This time, she praises Krona's incredible magic, reliability, and determination. She admits that, although she respects him, his mentorship is pure hell. His harsh and merciless training truly feels infernal. However, as she speaks about it lightheartedly, her demeanor suddenly changes. Clutching Kai's hand, she solemnly promises to keep striving until no one else has to suffer as he did. She vows to destroy the Black Rebellion alongside Krona, no matter the cost.
Overcome with emotion, she breaks down in tears, begging her brother's forgiveness once more for his suffering. Having heard everything he needed to hear, Monata silently leaves the room and heads to the storage area to meet Leona and the trainees she intends to introduce. Soon, Leona arrives and introduces Monata to the new faces, catching him off guard when he requests formal introductions. She clarifies that these are not just random people. These individuals found her after seeing her online posts and information campaign. She intentionally shared only minimal details to test their determination to find her. Now that they have arrived, she reassures Monata she has confirmed their identities and thoroughly vetted them. Overflowing with enthusiasm, the trainees begin showering Monata with praise. However, Leona quickly orders them to calm down. Once order is restored, Monata makes it clear that although he is willing to train them, he will not babysit them. After consulting among themselves, the fearless recruits firmly urge him to push them to their limits. Satisfied with their determination, Monata begins their training and nearly kills them with his grueling regimen. Although the recruits initially displayed excessive enthusiasm, their dedication soon became apparent. Over time, under Monata's brutal training, they improved dramatically. Within a week, Monata successfully forms a specialized tactical team focused on information manipulation and hacking, as well as an operations team responsible for locating and destroying BR hideouts. As the influence of the Shadow Wanderer grows, he receives unexpected support. This support comes from underground organizations. Meanwhile, Black Rebellion hideouts are repeatedly destroyed, leaving the police confused about the Black Mage's true intentions. However, Shidu remains unwavering in his belief that all criminal mages are criminals.
In his eyes, the Shadow Wanderer is not a vigilante, but simply another lawbreaker. Determined, Shidu vows that these so-called heroes will not escape justice. At the same time, Kuroya, as irritated as ever, throws another tantrum in rage over the Black Mage's continued defiance. Before he can destroy anything, a subordinate arrives with a report stating that their next operation is fully prepared. Even so, Kuroya continues berating them for their slowness and incompetence.
Nevertheless, he remains focused on his objective. He swears that no matter the cost, he will personally capture and destroy Monata and Krona, even if it is the last thing he does. The following day, during SMT training, Shidu, who has been observing the entire squad, cannot shake the growing suspicion that Captain Monata may, in fact, be Krona. Given his age and abilities, it is impossible not to be suspicious, and Krona's appearance at this exact time only strengthens those suspicions.
While Shidu is lost in thought, Ryuji and the girls apologize to Minata for accidentally breaking their bracelets in their sleep several weeks earlier. After hearing the details, Minata assures them that it is acceptable and that the bracelets likely reached the end of their life. However, deep down, he admits that a novice like himself cannot properly create anti-monster equipment. He decides to contact Tokigami later to obtain more advanced gear. Nevertheless, Ryuji and the others are furious at the nobles for initiating a nighttime attack solely to test them, believing they acted with complete impunity. Acknowledging their anger, Minata admits his own dissatisfaction with the nobles' underhanded methods, but emphasizes that future cooperation with them is vital. With that in mind, he politely asks his subordinates to forgive this incident, just this once. They reluctantly stop complaining, but then redirect their frustration inward, blaming their own weakness for failing even to detect the attack. At that moment, Yuika recalls how confused the noble mages looked when they awakened, and asks Minata about it. She is unsure what type of magic affected them, but they still appeared unaware of their circumstances. Monata explains that he used an extraction-type spell to drain their magical energy and cloud their memories. It is entirely possible that they retained no memories from before or after the spell was activated. With the day's training complete, Monata suggests that they all head home together, but his subordinates quickly refuse, citing various excuses. Left alone, Shidu offers him a ride, and Monata accepts. On the way, Shidu brings up the growing influence of the Shadow Summoner, arguing that Monata, as a member of law enforcement, cannot remain passive. Standing where the conversation is heading, Monata asks whether Shidu still harbors suspicions. Shidu avoids answering directly, instead listing certain traits of the criminal before asking whether Monata has noticed them as well. Monata feigns ignorance, claiming complete unfamiliarity. Despite his deep doubts, Shidu decides to postpone the matter for now. Monata then asks whether Shidu considers Krona a villain, pointing out that no reports of wrongdoing have ever surfaced. Shidu admits that he has heard Krona is benevolent, prompting Monata to ask why he still harbors such hostility. Shidu replies that it is because Krona remains a criminal. To help Monata understand his perspective, Shidu shares his own story. His father was an outstanding law enforcement officer, guided by an unwavering moral compass.
While society condemned lawbreakers, his father always insisted that they possessed an inner sense of decency, and that treating them with respect could lead them toward redemption. Shidu admired this conviction, and it ultimately inspired him to join the police. But his father was killed while trying to negotiate with a criminal holding hostages. He was brutally attacked with magic while unarmed and defenseless. Unable to fight back against magic, he perished in a completely one-sided battle. The criminal was later apprehended. He was charged with theft and murder. When asked why he killed Shidu's father, the suspect claimed that he had been afraid. He said that an unarmed man had intimidated him. Recalling those words, Shidu is consumed by anger, fiercely insisting that true fear belongs to the victims, people like his father, who was murdered for such a trivial reason. With that declaration, his stance becomes unquestionable. He will show no mercy to criminals. Even if they attempt to save others, they cannot be forgiven. Without this principle, honest citizens would lose their faith. Shidu once again sinks into his grief. Monata realizes that this conviction is deeply rooted within him. After his emotional outburst, Shidu apologizes for losing control, then leaves Monata, saying that, as always, he will be counting on him again tomorrow. The next morning, the members of SMT gather for training, but to their disappointment, Monata is late, something extremely unusual for him. After waiting for a few moments, he rushes out of class, grumbling about the instructors dragging their lectures on for too long. Hurrying toward the training grounds, he ignores two suspicious individuals watching him from a hidden location. Only moments after Monata leaves, the giant news screen is suddenly hijacked. The image changes, and Kura, the leader of BR, appears on every major screen across Japan. The moment he appears, people immediately recognize him as the former magical noble Kura. Different to the attention, he addresses SMT and Krona directly. He announces that he has a gift for them. He claims that explosives have been planted throughout Japan and warns the authorities not to interfere. Failure to comply will result in their sequential detonation. To demonstrate his sincerity, Kura snaps his fingers. A nearby building erupts into flames. The incident occurs close to Monata's location. Monata immediately rushes into action, deploying a powerful magical shield to protect civilians from the shockwave. Meanwhile, SMT frantically gathers information, only to discover that all of their data has been completely distorted. To make matters worse, neither they nor the authorities can respond quickly enough. An increasingly frustrated Yuika declares that they cannot even contact Monata, wondering what he is doing right now.
As chaos intensifies within the police department, Kura issues his ultimatum. Krona must arrive at the designated location alone. If he disobeys, all the explosives will detonate simultaneously. Shortly after surveying the destruction in the area, Monata reaches his conclusion. He decides to wait until nightfall before taking action. When darkness falls, he dons his Shadow Wanderer outfit and heads to the designated location, an abandoned warehouse at the harbor. After verifying the location, Leona asks through their communication link if he truly intends to proceed, and Monata assures her that everything will be fine. Preparing the stage, Leona wishes him a safe journey and hopes that he survives this encounter. Reassuring her once more, Monata races across the entire metropolis. He lands only after arriving at the designated warehouse. The warehouse lights up as he enters, revealing dozens of illegal BR mages.
Their commander, Kuroi, welcomes him, declaring that he had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. He then boasts that everyone present is a first-rate BR mage, possessing formidable abilities. In response, Krona, also known as Monata, asks whether defeating everyone present would be enough to disband BR. Hearing this, Kuroi mocks Krona's arrogance. However, before he can say anything further, one of his mages calls Krona a fool, confidently claiming that there is no way he can win alone. Kuroi grabs the fool by the throat and scolds him, noting that many people had fallen to Krona because they underestimated him, just as Kuroi himself once did. Since he is here now and claims to be different, Kuroi promises not only to fight with everything he has, but also vows to eliminate Krona flawlessly without lowering his guard. Confused, Krona, on the verge of fighting Kuroi, asks whether he truly believes he can accomplish that. However, before he can make any sudden moves, Kuroi stops him, warning that if he resists, the explosives surrounding the city will detonate. Fully aware that Kuroi is serious, remains where he is and waits for his next move. Kuroi then orders his mages to kill him. Almost instantly, they unleash their attacks on Krona. When none of the attacks reaches their target, Kuroi initially suspects that Krona has erected a magical shield and orders them to continue attacking. When the same result repeats itself, Krona informs them that their attacks are useless. Third-level magic has no effect on him. Enraged, Kuroi loses his composure. He even strikes his own soldiers. He calls them worthless for failing to inflict even a single wound on Krona. Krona, in contrast, calls them trash, causing Kuroi to swear that these very trash soldiers will brutally destroy him. Despite Krona's power, Kuroi remains confident, stating that under normal circumstances, he would have had no chance. But now that he possesses his new weapon, things will be different. Noticing the weapon in Kuroi's hands, Krona assumes that it is an ordinary firearm and arrogantly declares that guns will have no effect on him. But the moment he finishes speaking, Kuroi fires a shot that grazes his right cheek. To his complete astonishment, Krona is injured. Enjoying the surprise on Krona's face, Kuroi laughs wickedly and reveals that his firearm is an anti-magic artifact imbued with enchantments capable of destroying mystical energies. After explaining the capabilities of his bullets, Kuroi fires 3 shots simultaneously, all of which lightly wound Krona. Kuroi then admits that it has been some time since he last fired a gun, so he expected his accuracy to be somewhat off. Nevertheless, he is surprised, consciously heals his wounds through innate magic. Mistakenly interpreting it as divine magic, Kuroi accuses him of using it.
But Krona corrects him, explaining that it is actually natural magic that activates autonomously to restore him. In any case, Kuroi proclaims that healing will not change the circumstances. It simply means that he can continue injuring Krona. He possesses the ability to inflict even greater harm. Kuroi then fires 3 more rounds while mocking Krona, but he soon notices that all of his bullets, just as before, only barely graze him. Despite this, Krona once again recovers with ease. At that moment, Kuroi begins to suspect that something is wrong. None of his attacks have landed directly, which defies logic. He wonders whether Krona has been dodging, but quickly dismisses the thought, convinced that such a feat surpasses even his capabilities. While Kuroi is absorbed in his thoughts, Krona secretly communicates with Leona and the others. He checks whether their covert operation has been completed. Kuroi notices this and accuses him of talking in the middle of battle and showing disrespect. With his objective achieved, Krona unleashes Grand Typhoon, a 5th-level wind magic spell. He uses it to sweep away all of the rogue mages and blast a hole through the warehouse ceiling, destroying the entire structure. Upon seeing this, Kuroi immediately orders the explosives across the city to be detonated. But to his despair, Krona reveals that his comrades have already disarmed them. Now that nothing prevents him from focusing solely on Kuroi, Krona tells him that his bullets caused considerable discomfort. He vows to return the pain with interest. The arena is set for battle. Kuroi prepares himself, but before they can clash, SMT arrives and stops the fight before it begins, announces that all the explosives have been disarmed, prompting Ruka to plead with BR to stop their senseless rebellion. Intending to conceal his identity, Krona silently praises SMT for arriving so quickly, while wondering whether they had simply been hiding nearby unnoticed. Nevertheless, SMT immediately recognizes Krona as the leader of the Shadow Phantoms. They acknowledge his extraordinary magical power. Meanwhile, Sonata, knowing that Krona is actually Monata, feels compelled to help him. Fearing that he may have been secretly injured, and with the situation having changed, Krona confidently provokes Kuroi into battle. Just as victory seems assured, Toshuru suddenly materializes. He remarks that Kuroi has had a difficult battle and offers his assistance. Recognizing the traitor as their own father, the daughters cry out in shock, desperately hoping there is a good explanation. Without hesitation, they demand to know why their father has allied himself with someone as vile as Kuroi. Before Toshuru can answer, Kuroi declares that it is because they are bound together by the ties of comradeship.
Still stunned, Yuika and her sister bombard their father with questions, desperately trying to understand what could have driven him to join forces with such a scoundrel. Finally, exhausted by their relentless questioning, Toshuru coldly tells them that he owes them no explanation. Hushed, they fall silent and simply stare at him. Meanwhile, Shidu demands Krona's arrest, but Krona asks whether this is truly the right moment to regard him as an enemy. The other SMT members express similar opinions, arguing that they should unite, especially in Monata's absence. Realizing the validity of their arguments, Shidu reluctantly agrees to cooperate, but only this once. A short while later, Kuroi uses special explosive throwing devices. He hurls them toward SMT. Krona shouts a warning for everyone to evade. They barely escape the blast zone, managing to keep most of their limbs intact. They quickly realize that these are no ordinary explosives. Shocked by the existence of anti-magic weaponry beyond firearms, Krona watches as Kuroi smirks and opens his coat, revealing additional hidden equipment. While Krona confronts Kuroi, the sisters struggle with the grim reality of fighting their own father. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Toshuru summons a 3rd-level water magic attack. Wishing to assess their abilities, he unleashes Azure Burst upon his opponents. Ruka responds with a similar spell, but she lacks the necessary power. Attack effortlessly breaks through it. With no other options, The girls brace themselves for the impact. Just as all hope seems lost, Ryuji enters the battle with a third-level earth spell. The stone wall prevents them from being swept away. Afterward, the sisters thank Ryuji, while Toshiro acknowledges their progress and coordination. However, he warns them that they are still no match for him, as his magical power rivals that of Mana. Even so, Yuika refuses to give up. With determination, she and Ruka combine their mana to unleash the great 7th-level water spell, Geyser Wave, effortlessly counters with the 8th-level spell, Tidal Wave, completely overwhelming them. He notes that they managed to neutralize part of his magic, but they are still far inferior. While the sisters lie defeated, Kuroi complains about how one-sided the battle has become in his favor. He mocks Krona, proclaiming that even the mighty Shadow Summoner is powerless against anti-magic weapons. He smirks and hints that Krona has never truly participated in combat before. He suggests that Krona has never faced firearms. With Toshiro supporting him, Kuroi declares that Krona is doomed, and even offers him the humiliating chance to beg for mercy. However, Krona remains calm. Seeing this, Kuroi grows uneasy and suspicious, shouting at Krona not to get carried away. He fires additional anti-magic rounds, but Krona dodges every single one.
At first, Kuroi assumes it is merely luck, but the longer he watches, the less convinced he becomes. At the same time, Toshiro once again demonstrates his 8th-level water magic. He asks for their opinion. What will their answer be? Receiving no response, he attacks Krona. Krona dodges with perfect grace. Kuroi notices an anomaly in Krona's movements. He quickly casts his 5th-level dark magic spell, Night Raid, and appears behind Krona to launch a surprise attack. Krona dodges every sword strike, forcing Kuroi to fire at him once again. However, Krona dodges yet again. As Krona catches his breath, another torrent of water magic crashes down upon him. He raises a void barrier, but it cracks upon impact. The SM team members watching from the sidelines are astonished by the enormous mana consumption. They begin to feel inferior simply standing there. Realizing that, in their current state, they cannot compete with Monata, they decide to take action and earn his recognition. Shidu, who still harbors resentment toward Monata, sees an opportunity. Since Krona is occupied and appears cornered, he is convinced that they can finally subdue him. Knowing that reinforcements will soon arrive to help capture Toshiro and Kuroi, Shidu does not want to miss this chance. He turns to Sanada, who is standing nearby, and begs her to help him defeat Krona. Hesitates, questioning his logic. Shidu argues that Krona, a rogue mage fighting alone, should be apprehended immediately. At first, she refuses, but Shidu insists, practically begging her. Unable to refuse directly, Sanada clenches her fists and looks ahead, which Shidu interprets as agreement. But instead of attacking Krona, she suddenly casts white magic on him. Seeing this, Kuroi mistakenly assumes that the police have turned against their only ally, Krona, and mocks them.
However, just as Shidu is about to make his next move, he realizes that Sanada has actually provided Krona with first aid, using 5th-level holy magic. Around this time, Kuroi accuses the police of aiding Krona, an illegal mage. But Krona, who can heal his wounds through passive magic, ignores him and asks Sanada why she used magic on him when she knows he does not need it. After some reflection, Krona concludes that Sanada must be trying to convey her feelings through magic, so he accepts the healing effects and continues his battle against Kuroi. Meanwhile, Shidu, apparently lacking common sense, asks why Sanada healed the criminal, and, tired of his nonsense, she replies that it is because Krona is fighting for their sake. When the simpleton asks how, Sanada tells him to think about why they, who can barely move, are still alive, or why Krona has not moved even an inch from this spot. Since Shidu remains silent, she informs him that it is because he is solely trying to protect all of them. As poor Krona continues taking bullets from Kuroi, Sanada tells Shidu that without Krona, they would have become Kuroi's targets, which is why he refuses to retreat. Even after hearing all of this, Shidu still tries to paint Krona as a villain, foolish as he is. There is no way an illegal mage like him would save the police. Seeing the suspicion in his eyes, Sonata tells Shidu that Krona stands with them solely to protect the innocent and defend the helpless. At that moment, Shidu finally starts thinking, and noticing Krona's immobility and severe injuries, he begins to reconsider his previous judgment. Reality soon sinks in when the girls declare their unwavering support and willingness to fight alongside Krona, regardless of his status as a rogue mage. Unfortunately for them, Kuroi smirks, claiming that their arrival will not change the outcome because their remaining magical reserves are critically low. The SMT operatives attack him with all their strength. Mika tells him that even with their depleted mana, they still have an effective plan. After those words, their attention shifts to He floats in the air atop his levitating sphere of water. They force him to descend to their level. His sanctuary has now been compromised. The moment he touches the ground, Krona strikes with demon flame, and Tushuru, quickly noticing the ambush, counters with a water wave. He realizes that SMT will interfere with his advance. He understands that he has little chance of landing a blow on Krona. With that in mind, SMT focuses on obstructing. Sincerely wants to help. She is determined to help Monata. As the girls attack their father, Shidu steals his resolve.
He joins the battle to hold Tushuru back, ultimately infuriating Kuroi. As for Krona, he praises SMT for delaying Tushuru, making the battle easier, and continues provoking Kuroi until the villain swears to destroy them all with his full power, firing even more bullets at Krona. This time, Krona dodges the attacks perfectly, leaving Kuroi bewildered and wondering how he managed to evade every single bullet. Accusing him of cheating, Kuroi is assured by Krona that he used no magic at all and simply dodged. At that moment, Kuroi loses his temper, telling Krona to stop joking because this is not some cinematic performance. By then, Krona tells him that although it has been some time since he last faced long-range anti-magic weapons, he can still fight effectively. Hearing this, Kuroi begins firing wildly. But Krona declares that he has already analyzed Kuroi's attack patterns, flawlessly dodges every shot, and advances toward him. Realizes that his bullets are now ineffective.
He draws his anti-magic weapon. It is a rocket launcher, and he aims it at everyone present. He is prepared to annihilate them all. Unfortunately, before he can fire, Krona uses Night Raid to instantly close the distance, shocking Kuroi, and unleashes Cruel, a unique dark magic different from ordinary spells. It inflicts 3 days and 3 nights of agony upon the villain, as fitting retribution. After subduing Kuroi, Krona turns his attention to Tushuru, intending to fight him next. His allies are immobilized from exhaustion. Krona smirks, acknowledging how effectively they managed to delay Tushuru. He tells them to leave the rest to him, and focuses entirely on Tushuru. But before they can clash, Tushuru surrenders. Krona requests a report on the situation. At that very moment, Leona contacts him over the radio, reporting the problems have arisen.
Law enforcement forces and the magical nobility are raiding BR safe houses throughout Tokyo, noting that the timing was clearly orchestrated. Moreover, she confidently claims that Mizuha Tushidu is the source of the information leak. This revelation prompts Krona to ask Tushidu about his role as a spy within BR, and Tushidu confirms it. Before they can continue their exchange, Kuroi gets back on his feet and orders everyone to stop their antics. Observing his condition, Krona concludes that he must have neutralized the effects using anti-magic equipment. His reinforcements accompany him. Kuroi tightly grips the detonator. He threatens to detonate every explosive device. He strategically placed them in the immediate vicinity. Seeing this, the remaining SMT operatives lament their inability to escape the explosives in time. But then Krona and Tushidu, both still capable of moving, simultaneously cast Firewall and Emerald Aqua.
Both are 7th level spells, intended to shield the SMT members from Kuroi's explosives. However, no matter how many times he presses the detonator, nothing happens. Kuroi stands there in disbelief, insisting that he planted explosives everywhere. As he wastes time trying to understand what happened, Leona, who has just arrived, informs him once again that they already defused the explosives he had hidden nearby. The moment he recognizes Leona as a Shadowbringer operative, he immediately hurls contemptuous remarks at them. He calls them his slaves and orders them to kneel and obey him. Furious, Leona lands a surprise blow and finally declares that she has taken her revenge. Nevertheless, the imbecile confidently claims that he is merely one component of an organization known as BR. This means that the true leaders are still at large and continue carrying out their evil deeds. Immediately after saying these words, Kuroi dies. This causes Krona to wonder about the identity of BR's true mastermind. Krona realizes that further investigation is necessary to uncover this person's true identity. Pushing the thought aside, he carries Leona away, intending to leave before the authorities arrive. At that moment, Yuika attempts to stop him to ask something, but Krona brushes her off and disappears into the night, ensuring that SMT will never catch him. Soon after his departure, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji are left bewildered, wondering about the true nature of the Shadow Summoner's leader. In any case, Sanada, who knows that Krona is actually Kusanagi, is overwhelmed with gratitude toward her savior for preserving so many lives that night. By dawn the following day, national news agencies report the capture and arrest of the former magical noble and BR president. Kuroi faces numerous charges, including conspiracy to terrorize the city. Furthermore, the authorities receive considerable praise for solving the bombing case so quickly and demonstrating elite counterterrorism capabilities. Watching the broadcast, Hyunata and Riku, somewhere in the city, mock the media for taking credit for their accomplishments. Meanwhile, Minato resumes his usual duties as captain of SMT. That same morning, he and his squad head to the Mizuha estate to visit Tsusuru. On the way, they ask about his absence during the operation against Kuroi the previous night. Minato fabricates a story, claiming that a family emergency had arisen. Fortunately for him, they accept his explanation, though they insist that he inform them next time. Upon arriving at the residence, Mizuha warmly welcomes them and escorts them to the conference room. Inside, his daughters ask their father to explain everything in detail. Tsusuda begins by stating that he had merely pretended to obey Kuroi. He had infiltrated BR.
His goal was to erase the shame of the magical nobility and stop the spread of illegal sorcerers. Continuing, he reveals that Kuroi was once a member of the magical nobility. He was also involved in countless crimes and had expanded his power without restraint. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Tushiru decided to take decisive action, then asks why he infiltrated BR. Only now does Tushiru reveal that he had received a direct order from the police, who believed that his status as the head of a magical noble family would make infiltrating BR easier, especially considering that Kuroi had previous dealings with Tushiru employed psychological manipulation tactics. He easily earned Kuroi's trust. He concludes his story by detailing his circumstances. He was not officially a law enforcement officer, but he was treated as a special undercover agent. He would not face any consequences for his actions.
Hearing this, the young women sigh in relief and criticize the police for putting their father through such an ordeal. Meanwhile, Minato reflects on the various factions involved in this scheme. MT, the police, who seemed to obey the magical nobility, and even Mizuha Tushiru, who had gone to such extraordinary lengths. He also questions the police's decision to intervene only at this particular moment, when they could have acted much earlier. To him, their justification for acting now seems unconvincing. Everything appears suspicious. A flashback to the night Kuroi was subdued shows Krona and Leona discussing how the police, despite having limited information, discovered that more than half of the explosives used were actually dummies. When Krona asks whether the criminals lacked the resources for real bombs, Leona admits that it is possible, but considers it far too amateurish for a serious threat.
Nevertheless, the police acted with unusual speed, as though they had been warned in advance. She suspects foul play, but currently lacks evidence. Returning to the present, Tushiru acknowledges his mistakes, begs for forgiveness, and declares his intention to openly support SMT and revoke his daughter's disinheritance. Hearing this, the young ladies immediately rejoice, knowing that they can once again proudly bear the Mesoha name. On their way home from the meeting, the Mesoha family and Ryuji remark on this fortunate turn of events,
finally feeling relieved that the situation has been resolved. On the other hand, calls both Minata and Krona her saviors and expresses her desire to repay their kindness. Shidu, knowing that Krona is an unlicensed mage, still cannot deny the fact that he saved them on that fateful night. If Krona turns out to be Kusanagi, Shidu is no longer certain whether arresting him would be morally right.
Meanwhile, Yuika grows increasingly uneasy as she recalls Krona's eyes that night, recognizing their striking resemblance to Minato's. Unable to ignore the similarity, she begins to suspect that they might be the same person. Nada, fully aware of the unfolding situation, foresees potential complications if this continues. That night, disguised as Krona, he sneaks into Kai's hospital room to continue healing him with sacred magic. Receiving no response this time either, Krona urges Kai to wake up. He tells Kai that his sister is waiting for his return. At that exact moment, Leona enters, forcing Krona to hide outside the window. She quietly informs her younger brother that she has finally defeated her enemy together with Krona. She assures him that he no longer needs to worry. She guarantees that no one will ever hurt him again. A moment after hearing his sister's voice, Kai speaks her name, and Leona immediately confirms that she is by his side. Fully conscious once more, Kai welcomes his older sister back and says that he did his best to remain strong during her absence. Without a moment's hesitation, Leona tightly embraces Kai. Tears freely stream down her cheeks. Seeing this, Krona smiles, realizing that his mission has been accomplished, and quietly ascends into the night sky. The following day during lunch, Ryuji, who is on the school terrace with the others, begs Monata and the girls to help look after his younger siblings tomorrow. When asked about the situation, he explains that his work schedule lasts all day and that he will return home extremely late. He usually handles SMT activities and works whenever his mother is on duty. Fortunately, none of them are available at this particular time. Since he absolutely cannot leave his younger siblings unattended until nightfall, Ryuji asks them for help.
Hearing Ryuji's sincere request, Minata readily agrees to help, mentioning his love for children, and Ryuji expresses his deep gratitude. As for Yuika, she regretfully explains that she is unavailable because she has obligations related to moving. Realizing that she is no longer estranged from her family, Ryuji asks whether she is finally returning to her father's residence. However, Yuika informs him that they are instead moving into a larger home. At that moment, Yuika imitates her father, saying that he advised them to continue developing their independence and exploring the outside world, provided that Kusanagi Minata stays with them. Soon afterward, Ryuji comments on her father's behavior, while Yuika notes that he is at least generous enough to provide financial support. Nevertheless, Minata believes that if Tusharu encourages independence, then it makes sense for the sisters to continue living together. On the other hand, he understands Tusharu's hidden intentions. He now realizes why Tusharu wants him to remain close to the girls more than ever before. In any case, Ryuji jokes about Minata and Ruka helping Yuika move, only to remember their domineering and absent-minded personalities, concluding that Yuika will probably manage on her own. After everyone laughs at the joke, he asks Ruka whether she will accompany Minata. Ruka stammers for a moment. In the end, she volunteers to help Minata watch the children. After saying this, Ryuji thanks them both and vows to repay their kindness. The next day, Minata and Ruka accompany Ryuji's 3 younger siblings to an amusement park, since they have not visited one in a long time. The children excitedly chatter about riding the carousel, roller coaster, and Ferris wheel one after another. To reassure them, Minata promises that they will try every attraction. Just as they are about to board their first ride, he notices that Ruka is lagging behind and asks her to join the group. By this point, Ruka's expression looks so intimidating that the children become frightened. Minata asks why she is not smiling. To avoid being seen as unfriendly, Ruka apologizes, then makes things worse by forcing an awkward smile and asking whether it looks better. Fortunately, the children find her even scarier. Minata pats the children gently. He wants to stop them from crying. For the moment, he ignores gloomy Ruka. Later, the group of 5 rides the roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and carousel before finally finishing as evening falls. While Minata is taking care of the happy children, he notices the sad expression on Ruka's face. He decides to talk to her.
Fortunately, the children briefly head to the restroom after Minata warns them not to wander off, giving the pair a moment of privacy. After a short conversation about the children's excitement, Ruka tells Minata that he is wonderful. Even small children adore him.
Although he already knows this, Minata considers it insignificant. But Ruka disagrees, confessing that she does not get along well with children. It is not that she dislikes them, she simply finds it difficult to talk to them. Minata understands, and she expresses regret over her arrogant behavior. Changing the subject, she recalls how Yuika once said that she could never surpass her. But now she feels inferior in every possible way. She cannot cook, socialize, or be as caring as Yuika. Even in magic, once her greatest strength, she now falls behind. On the contrary, she realizes that she is far from perfect. She is merely an incompetent woman incapable of handling things on her own. While Minata remains silent, Ruka apologizes for her childish complaints and begs him to ignore her words as the children return from the restroom.
As the children make their way through the crowd, the eldest accidentally bumps into one of 3 delinquents who are threatening other children and attempting to film them. Realizing that a confrontation is inevitable, Minata prepares to intervene. But before he can move, he sees Ruka step forward to protect the children and decides to watch. She quickly pulls the boy out of danger. Then she asks if he is all right. The boy bursts into tears, and she sighs in relief after confirming that he was not hurt. At that moment, the thug's companions demand that the little child apologize simply for existing. Ruka rejects their demands, insisting that the child did nothing wrong and that the aggressor should be the one apologizing. Acting like the typical thick-headed brute he is, Zodira tries to strike Ruka for getting in his way, but the moment his fist moves, Minata catches it, calling him a scumbag who only causes trouble.
He points out that they are in a public place and tells them not to ruin everyone's mood for their own amusement. When Zodira cries out in pain and begs to be released, Minata lets him go and grumbles that there is no escaping unpleasant people. As soon as Zodira leaves, he checks on his companions, making sure that everyone is unharmed. Seeing how hard Ruka worked to protect them, the 3 children immediately grow attached to her. They cry while thanking her for saving them. At first, Ruka freezes in fear, but after glancing at Minata, she warmly embraces them and assures them that everything is all right. After resolving the incident, they spend the remainder of the day peacefully. When night falls, Ryuji finally returns home. He apologizes, hoping that his younger siblings did not cause any trouble. To his surprise, he finds all 5 of them peacefully sleeping side by side. They look just like an ordinary, happy family.
Over time, it becomes clear that while SMT Captain Monada, Shadowbringer leader Krona, and the Japanese twin mages continue to attract significant attention, the authority of the police keeps declining. Despite their rapid response during the BR bombing incident, which earned them some praise, SMT's accomplishments completely overshadow the police, leaving their reputation in ruins. During one of their so-called meetings, members of the Tokyo Police Department declare that they cannot allow Shadowbringer to continue running rampant and tarnishing police honor. The chief superintendent acknowledges that their argument is valid. He issues a directive ordering the arrest of these criminals masquerading as champions of justice and demands that they be brought to justice. Meanwhile, in the martial arts hall of the Kaichi family, Ada and Riku engage in a sparring match using wooden swords. They assess each other's swordsmanship. For nearly 10 minutes, without uttering a single word, the pair attacks each other with killing intent, exchanging slashes, thrusts, and dodging only when necessary. Eventually, Riku declares the duel a draw, as both of them had reached fatal situations. Riku remarks on Monada's exceptional swordsmanship. He expresses surprise that Monada could rival him, the assistant manager. Despite this acknowledgement, Monada tells Riku that he still cannot match him in swordsmanship. Observing Monada's humility and talent, Riku is deeply impressed. Once the sparring session ends, the duo returns the wooden training swords, and Riku immediately begins complaining about how tired he is of life. Confused, Monado asks Riku what is wrong, since he seemed perfectly fine only moments earlier. Riku explains that whenever he holds a sword, he feels motivated, but now that he has put it down, he feels useless and wants either to die or become a plant.
Hearing this, Minato sincerely tells Riku not to die just yet. He states that simply living and doing nothing is enough, as long as it brings happiness. Seeing how thoughtful Minato is, Riku calls him an interesting person. He then stands up and tells him that he has always felt out of place. In fact, the fame brought by his sword skills only made him feel even more isolated. And that is what troubles him most about the world. Hearing this, Minato reassures him. He explains that it is not alienation, but rather a sign of uniqueness. Astonished, Riku tells Minato that no one has ever described his talent as uniqueness before. Minato claims that he had a similar experience in the past. He then tells Riku about his previous life as Ichikamo Monado during his teenage years, recalling unimaginable horrors and countless near-death experiences. Minato explains that he fought back during that time and, as a result, awakened his abilities.
However, Riku listens indifferently, which is perhaps fortunate for Minato. He assumes that Minato is referring to the traffic accident incidents he mentioned earlier. In his memories, Minato recalls that from that day onward, he began studying magic by imitating a monster's spell, and eventually created his own, becoming the sole survivor. As Minato tells Riku, during that period he could not save anyone, and was often regarded as a weirdo by those around him. However, now he makes sure that his power and strength are used to help others. With that statement, he asks Riku whether there is something he wishes to protect. Recognizing that Minato is right, Riku confirms that there is indeed something he wants to protect. Understanding this, Minato happily advises him to use his strength for that purpose, because uniqueness already resides within him. Determined to follow Minato's advice, Riku expresses his gratitude for the help. Afterward, the pair shakes hands. They promise to cooperate in their next endeavor. Shortly after leaving Dazu, Minato reflects on Kaiichi Riku's character and concludes that, despite his eccentricities, he is quite respectable for the leader of a magical noble house. Minato believes that his current companions far surpass the others. The rest are arrogant, malicious, and completely incomprehensible. Continuing his walk while lost in thought, Minato bumps into someone on the street and immediately apologizes for his clumsiness, only to discover that the person he collided with is none other than Hamirai Hinate, the tiny troublemaker. Recognizing Minato as the one responsible, Hinate demands an explanation, hoping that he can provide one. She tells Minato that she had previously encountered an irritating individual. She has been furious ever since that encounter. Minato then asks why she is not wearing her usual flashy clothes today.
Hinate states that there is no way she could wear such eye-catching clothing every single day. Since it is anti-demon equipment, it is reserved exclusively for official duties and for no other purpose. At this point, Minato hints at her fascination with such things, only to realize after a brief pause that it is actually true. Soon, the pair notices passers-by on the street staring at them. To avoid unwanted attention, Hinate abruptly suggests that Minato accompany her to a secluded spot around the corner. Minato, already tired of the girl who lives entirely by her own schedule, follows her. After arriving at the place she selected, the pair quickly finds an empty table. They take their seats in an attempt to avoid attracting the attention of the other customers in the cafe. Fortunately, it is already too late, as people begin whispering and staring at them, with some even assuming that they are on a romantic date.
After several fierce glares from Hinate, the gossipers become frightened and return to their own business. Remaining calm, Minato starts seeing Hinate as a wild animal, but keeps silent to avoid conflict. After dealing with the troublemakers, Hinate asks about Minato's previous meeting with Riku. Sensing that she might be displeased about his relationship with Riku, Minato regrets not inviting her to the dojo. Understanding the true meaning behind his words, Hinate loses her composure and insists that she is not upset about not being invited. From her perspective, their connection is merely temporary and not genuine friendship. Immediately after saying that, she enviously watches a family celebrating a child's first birthday. Minato assures her that he is fine with whatever she says, as long as they can continue working together. Annoyed by his confidence, Hinate demands to know the source of his strength. When Minato makes up a story about obtaining his powers as a result of a traffic accident, Hinate rejects it, claiming that it is impossible to gain such strength from a mere accident. She is well aware of Minato's extraordinary magical abilities, and such power cannot manifest in that way. However, in his thoughts, Minato admits that he is actually suppressing his magical energy even more than before. Furthermore, Hinata reasons that, if merely coming close to death were the key to increasing magical power, they would not have endured such hardships. Exhausted by all the secrecy, Hinata stands up and firmly insists that Minato reveal the truth. She demands to know the truth behind his overwhelming power. Minato understands her strong desire to become stronger, but explaining to someone from the current era that he is the reincarnation of Ichikame would be pointless and would not satisfy her. Consequently, he advises her to follow conventional training methods. He says this on the condition that she truly wishes to become stronger. In frustration, Hinata sighs, remarking that Minato is a mystery, and returns to her seat. Shortly afterward, the waitress brings their food, and, apologizing for the wait, serves Hinata her long-awaited berry parfait. Is stunned by the enormous size of the parfait and asks what exactly is going on. But Hinata, now glowing with excitement, informs Minato that she has been looking forward to this moment. Immediately afterward, she behaves as if the waitress had brought someone else's order. Minato watches in confusion as she devours every bite with complete focus, savoring its rich flavor and delicate texture. After finishing, Hinata slowly exhales and confesses that she had always wanted to try the parfait at this cafe, but was too embarrassed to come alone. Her pleasant outing with Minato turned out wonderfully. It was a complete success. Minato realizes that she has a weakness for sweets. She checks her mana flow and sees that it is completely full. When Hinata realizes that she has lowered her guard, she abruptly ends the conversation, declaring that there is nothing more to discuss before hurrying out of the cafe. After she leaves, Minato realizes that he managed to briefly sense the magical energy she had been concealing. Nevertheless, he acknowledges that she is significantly stronger than the last time they fought. It is impossible for her to have become this much stronger in such a short period through training alone. Reflecting on how she increased her power, Minato concludes that Hinata Hamirai is hiding something. Meanwhile, Shido, still stuck at work, begins to suspect that Monado is truly Kronos. He has noticed that Kusanagi disappears whenever Kronos appears. It is becoming increasingly difficult for him not to believe that they are the same person. At this point, the police investigation is rapidly gaining momentum. Du realizes that it is only a matter of time before Kronos is arrested. In confusion, he stares at a family photograph, hoping that the spirit of his father might offer him some guidance. Later that evening, Leona summons Kronos to the rooftop. She informs him that the authorities are working to bring down Shadowbringer. Raids are taking place everywhere, resulting in several members being detained for questioning. Realizing this, Kronos understands that SMT has also been ordered to arrest them. For a brief moment, he considers revealing to Leona that he is Kusanagi from SMT, but ultimately decides against it. If she were arrested, knowing the truth would only burden her with unnecessary anxiety, because he knows she would never abandon him. Moreover, at this stage, there is no real benefit in revealing his identity. He can still hint at his knowledge of internal police affairs without exposing everything. Therefore, now is not the right time for a confession. At that very moment, Leona tells him that they need a strategy because, if the situation continues, the police will eventually corner them. To keep her from worrying, Kronos reassures her and tells her to leave these matters to him. He already has a plan. The following day, Minato visits Takigami at her home to ask for help with his scheme, and Takigami agrees to assist him. Several days later, the chief of the Tokyo Police Department asks about the progress of the investigation into the Ripper case. Upon learning that Chrono has still not been captured, he flies into a rage and demands an explanation. One of the officers reports that they are still interrogating the captured Shadow Ripper operatives, but so far, all of them claim to know nothing. The chief then asks why they have not forced them to talk. However, the officer explains that they have no leverage, as it appears that the rank-and-file members genuinely know nothing. In desperation, the chief authorizes the officers to use force if necessary to capture Krona, insisting that the reputation of the police department is at stake. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the officers quickly spring into action. Meanwhile, Shadu summons all SM team members to the briefing area and informs them that upper management has assigned them the task of locating Krona and his accomplices. Since Krona's whereabouts remain unknown, Shadu reveals that information about him has been publicly distributed to simplify identification and capture. Furthermore, because materials discrediting the police are circulating, Shadu orders the SM team members to search for Krona while continuing their efforts to prevent disasters. Some SM team members express dissatisfaction, emphasizing that they are already overwhelmed with managing disasters and monsters. They grumble that the higher-ups must be completely out of touch with reality, as this task falls far outside their responsibilities. However, Manhwa sees this as a sign of the police's desperation, realizing that if they become truly determined, it will be extremely difficult for his group to evade them. Concluding the meeting, Shidu reminds his team that their top priority remains dealing with disasters and monsters while continuing the pursuit of the Shadow Reapers. After the meeting, Sanada asks Shidu whether they are really going to do this. Shidu replies that they have no other choice, as it is a direct order, complains that most of the burden of dealing with disasters already falls on him, and the Mizuha sisters join in with their own complaints. Shidu acknowledges their dissatisfaction, but explains that the higher-ups are in a difficult position because the Shadow Phantoms possess considerable influence and public support. After evaluating the possible consequences of rogue mages receiving even greater support, Shidu turns to Minato and directly orders him to stop pretending. Shocked, Minato asks for clarification. Without hesitation, Shidu declares that he is Krona and orders him to surrender immediately. The accusation shocks the entire squad, and the women quickly rush to defend Minato, insisting that there is no way he could be Krona. Seeing how eager they are to protect him, Shidu begins to have doubts. He suspects that Yaika and Sanada have conspired with Krona. When they try to object, Shidu argues that although Krona has saved many lives, he should surrender now in exchange for a lighter sentence from the judge, which would be far preferable to being hunted down by the authorities. To support his claims, Shidu points out the coinciding arrival times of Krona and Minato, their similar physiques and abilities, and the fact that Minato is always absent whenever Krona appears. He challenges the team, asking whether they can truly dismiss all of this as mere coincidence. Silence falls over the room. Shidu demands an answer from Minato.
He desperately wants Minato to reveal his true identity. Just as Minato prepares to respond, Sanada intervenes by displaying a live broadcast on her device. Shadow Phantoms have seized a broadcasting station once again. The broadcast begins while Minato is still in the room, and another individual declares himself to be Krona. Apologizing for the interruption, the imposter Krona addresses the growing public interest. He discusses the supposed struggle for dominance between himself and Minato. To settle the dispute, he boldly challenges Minato to a public duel in broad daylight, shocking the entire world. The group stares in astonishment. Shidu cannot comprehend how Krona could dare challenge Minato if they were truly the same person. At the same time, Sanada and Yuika begin to waver in their suspicions, as the circumstances defy logic. Meanwhile, Ryugi and Ruka, unaware of the serious implications, ask Minato about his intentions. Minato confirms that he will accept Krona's invitation. A few hours later, the entire nation is fixated on Shibuya, awaiting the monumental clash between Kusanagi and Krona. Media helicopters circle overhead as journalists cover the enormous crowd, treating the event as a major spectacle. Authorities, concerned about the dangerous potential of the battle, deploy officers who are presumably prepared to detain Krona. While waiting for his appearance, some supporters shout words of encouragement to their favorite fighter. Meanwhile, Ryugi remarks on how this confrontation has escalated into a media frenzy. His companions present statistics from social media platforms and live stream audiences, illustrating the event's enormous reach. Shidu, in contrast, watches quietly, attempting to uncover Minato's true motives, and hoping that he was mistaken, because there is no turning back now.
Not far from the venue, Hinata and Iriku encounter Tushiru, who surprisingly arrived to watch the match, and they ask why he is here. He replies that this is a confrontation he must witness with his own eyes. And no sooner has he finished speaking Then a brilliant light materializes in the sky. It hovers directly above the stadium. What could it possibly mean? While the spectators wonder what it is, a beam of blue energy suddenly descends, narrowly missing a helicopter and creating a powerful explosion that almost throws the audience off their feet. When the debris clears, the imposter appears, the leader of the Shadow Phantoms. News agencies immediately broadcast his arrival. Stunned that Krona has actually appeared, begins to question his original hypothesis. Monata and Yuika also start reconsidering their suspicions, now wondering whether Monata and Krona are truly separate individuals. Right before the clash begins, Monata lets out a sigh.
He admits that although he normally dislikes putting on a show, it seems unavoidable at this point. Seeing that the fake Krona remains silent, Monata decides to abandon formalities and proceed directly to battle. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Monata initiates the conflict by unleashing Void Magic Inorganic Cannon Barrage, a 6th rank spell. In response, the fake Krona releases Dark Magic. It is Chaos Warren. When their attacks collide, the resulting shockwave is so destructive that the helicopter pilot overhead is forced to move out of the direct impact zone. He ignores the journalists demanding a closer view in order to prevent them from crashing and getting killed. As soon as the first attacks fade, both fighters rush forward. They exchange blows, officially commencing the duel. Afterward, they engage in close combat, trading strikes several times. The fighters mirror each other's intensity before eventually transitioning to magic.
Resorting to magic, Krona unleashes the 9th level lightning spell, Piercing Thunder, targeting Monata. Monata emerges from the attack completely unharmed. However, he grumbles that the fake Krona didn't hold back, ruining his clothes in the process. Without saying a word, the fake Krona follows up with another attack. This time, he uses the 7th tier Earth spell, Comet. He launches it at Monata, intending to destroy him. To defend against the incoming comet, Monata summons a 9th tier Null Magic Shield with the help of a magical sprite. Placing it between himself and the magical projectile, he watches as the shield shatters the comet into debris. With the comet destroyed, Monata turns his attention to the magical sprite. He praises it for its skillful use of null magic and playfully tickles it. Around this time, the spectators erupt into cheers and applause. Some rioters even declare that they no longer care about the magical aristocrats, as Krona and Monata operate on an entirely different level. At the same time, several of Monata's female fans faint from the sheer aura he radiates. Meanwhile, the ever-irritated Hinata tells Riku and Tushiru that ignorant users of null magic always love showing off flashy spells. Hearing this, Riku reminds her that both Krona and Monata can use 9th tier magic. But Hinata points out that what is truly unusual is not only their enormous spell arsenal, but also their mana reserves. Even after casting high-level spells, the fact that they still have enough mana left for more is astonishing. However, Tushiru notes that Monata's magic is even more impressive because his continuous magic, which he believes far surpasses theirs, moves with a will of its own. Monata adds that very few mages can even control continuous magic, let alone combine it with automatic magic. Considering Monata's absurd physical strength, Tushiru speculates that Monata likely channels magical energy not only to strengthen his body, but also to enhance both his offense and defense. At that moment, Hinata asks if Tushiru is suggesting that Monata is essentially a fortress of magical power, and Tushiru confirms it, much to her irritation. When asked why he remains uncertain about the strength of Monata and Krona, Tushiru explains that their magic is simply too unconventional. In essence, he implies that Monata and Krona are true anomalies. He states that they have surpassed the magical aristocrats in every possible way. They are genuinely superior in every single aspect. After all of that, the duel between Krona and Monata reaches its climax. Somehow, Monata manages to catch the fake Krona off guard while suspended in mid. He then slams him straight into the ground. The moment the fake Krona crashes, he immediately springs back up to confront Monata again. This causes the remaining SMT members and the entire watching world to gasp in amazement. The conflict intensifies. Yuika, Ryuga, and Ruka admit that they underestimated their opponents. They can now see the true extent of their opponent's power. This explains the incredible amount of public attention. Sonata informs the SMT members that the battle's popularity is skyrocketing across all platforms. Shidu confirms that the confrontation has reached its peak, captivating the entire world. Meanwhile, events unfold across the globe, from New York to South Korea, as crowds watch from their devices. The world is mesmerized by the live broadcast of the epic clash between the planet's two strongest sorcerers, Krona and Minata Kusanagi. After their duel shakes the entire planet, Minata praises the fake Krona's performance and declares the match over. Just when Minata thinks everything is over, the fake Krona unleashes 9th-tier dark sorcery. He attacks Minata with Shadow Scythe.
Determined to secure victory, Minata uses a 10th-tier annihilation spell for the first time, Giant Hex, neutralizing Krona's Shadow Scythe and smashing him into a nearby building. Witnessing the attack, the SMT members are thrilled by Minata's use of 10th-tier sorcery and the overwhelming magical power he displayed. He begins to question what Minata's true limits really are. At that moment, Minata rushes toward the battered Krona, prompting the news crew in the helicopter to track his every move in anticipation of the finishing blow. Despite their best efforts, the pilot informs the reporter that he cannot keep up with Minata's speed. When the cameraman reports that the video feed has been interrupted, the reporter scolds him for losing the signal at the very climax of the battle. Meanwhile, Minata arrives at the fake Krona's location, hesitates, and slightly lowers his guard. The exact moment Minata lets his guard down, Krona reaches out toward him and begins casting dark sorcery.
However, just as the fake Krona prepares to cast the spell, Minata orders him to stop the act, and the fake Krona instantly disappears. With his disappearance, Minata mutters to himself in relief, thankful that he successfully deceived the entire world. Regarding the anti-monster equipment Takigami created for him, Minata concludes that it has reached its absolute limit. It can only withstand 9th-tier magic for a limited period. He also reflects on the usefulness and difficulty of cloning magic, noting that the fake Krona he created is far weaker than himself and can barely even speak. As Minata evaluates the aftermath, Takigami, who is nearby, expresses her gratitude that everything ended successfully. Earlier, when she discovered that Minata's secret identity was Krona, she was stunned, never expecting him to resort to such measures. Since it is impossible to activate 2 spells simultaneously, she assumes that Minata had only the briefest moments to attack the clone again. It was merely a fleeting enchantment. Because he had to continuously maintain magic, he had no opportunity to cast any other spells. That is precisely why she developed anti-monster equipment equipped with automatic magic. By using equipment capable of automatically casting enchantments, even while unconscious, it became possible, at least in theory, to use multiple types of magic simultaneously. Despite understanding this, Takigami acknowledges that Minata still required tremendous magical power and control to mentally manage a separate personality. Otherwise, it could have gone out of control and attacked innocent bystanders. Considering all the factors, Minata managed to stage a thrilling duel with himself while expending an enormous amount of magic and maintaining perfect control. According to her, only Ichika Minata possesses the brilliance necessary to accomplish something so ingenious. After the match concludes, Minata contacts Leona while pretending to be Krona and instructs her to stop disrupting the broadcast. Leona asks whether everything is over, and Minata confirms that it is. She then addresses Krona by his real name, Minata, and tells him that after today's performance, no one will pursue Krona anymore. Startled, he realizes that she has figured it out. Minata asks when she discovered the truth. She admits that she has known for some time, but never saw any reason to mention it. When asked why she is revealing it now, Leona explains that she believes this will be the last time she ever meets Krona. Acknowledging the truth in her words, Minata silently praises her. After a brief pause, Leona thanks both Krona and Minata for protecting her, the world, and their companions, saying that she is grateful he was by her side. Since crimes committed by rogue sorcerers have fallen to an unprecedented low, Monata explains that the shadow emissaries will cease their activities. They will remain inactive until the situation calms down. Before ending their conversation, Leona offers to take over any of Monata's duties whenever necessary. Monata replies that he will rely on her help if the need arises. After exchanging these words, they part ways and return to their ordinary lives. The moment Monata ends the call, his fellow SM team members rush toward him, asks about Krona, while Ruka asks whether he was injured. Monata tells them that Krona escaped, but he will need treatment and likely won't be seen for some time. Then Hinata appears, looking embarrassed, and apologizes for mistakenly accusing Monata of being Krona. Hearing this, Sanada and Yuika also express regret for doubting him and ask for his forgiveness. Monata feels guilty for deceiving them, but begs them not to blame themselves.
Everyone makes mistakes. Just as he is about to leave the arena, Hinata suddenly shouts, asking no one in particular where Monata and Krona obtained such overwhelming power. Realizing how far she is from their level, she admits that she must become stronger, or she will never reach them. While Hinata throws another tantrum, Tushuru is astonished that Monata still has magical energy remaining. He wonders what the true limit of Monata's magical reserves might be. Meanwhile, Monata reflects on how he successfully proved that he and Krona are separate individuals, and lets out a relieved sigh, pleased that his deception worked. Since BR has now been dismantled, he assumes that the shadow phantoms are no longer necessary. Nevertheless, Kuroe's final words about being nothing more than a pawn continue to echo in his mind. For now, however, he feels satisfied. The most pressing issue has finally been resolved. At last, he can find peace.
Several days after the conflict, Monata begins promoting tea brands, live streaming SMT training sessions, releasing merchandise with artists, and appearing on television to talk about his awakening and intense training regimen. One day at school, Monata is surrounded by a crowd of young women eager to shake his hand, hug him, or even marry him. Watching the spectacle, Ryugi, Ruka, and Yuika wonder whether their now famous leader can handle it all. Unbeknownst to them, Monata is on the verge of losing his sanity because of all the attention. He sees the young women as if they are draining his energy. In despair, he jumps out of a window and flees the school, blaming Shidu for forcing him into public appearances. Just when he thinks he is safe, a crowd of fans spots him and begins chasing him. He spends most of the day running away and begging them to stop. Later, after returning home, Ruka and Yuika ask how he is doing, assures them that he is fine, and then asks about the move. They tell him that they finished cleaning everything while he was busy escaping his admirers. Monata expresses his gratitude, then tells him about their new home. It is a 3-bedroom apartment, giving everyone their own private space. Realizing that they will no longer see Monata sleeping nearby, both girls blush and look away, leaving Monata confused by their reaction. His phone suddenly rings. He steps onto the balcony and answers a call from Tokigami. She asks whether he is free to talk, wanting to check on him after the recent events. Assures her that everything went smoothly thanks to her help, although he admits that the situation was still stressful. Tokigami laughs, remarking that controlling the public's admiration can be difficult, then tells her to contact him whenever necessary, since she is not only a trusted and valuable ally, but also the only person who knows his true identity. Hearing this, Tokigami expresses her gratitude for his trust. Afterward, he ends the call. Shortly after the conversation ends, Tokigami takes out a photograph of herself with 2 other girls and quietly reflects on her situation. Fortunately, no details are provided regarding what happens next. Several days later, numerous new SMT recruits gather at the MPD training base. Everyone hopes either to be assigned to the same unit as the Mizuha sisters or to train under the flawless Captain Mo. Upon arriving, Yuika expresses surprise at the enormous number of recruits, but Ruka explains that they are all there solely because of money. Nevertheless, Ryugi remarks that enthusiasm alone is not enough, and hopes they can endure Monata's grueling training. Otherwise, their journey will end quickly. Soon afterward, Monata makes a dramatic entrance onto the training grounds. His mere appearance instantly captivates the recruits, filling them with awe. As they shower him with praise, Monata, exhausted by their flattery, releases an overwhelming surge of intimidating magical energy. The recruits freeze in place, their bodies trembling with fear. Once they recover, Monata praises them for enduring it. He mentions that, although he originally intended to go easy on them during their first day, he no longer sees any reason to do so. The other SMT members notice their leader's displeasure, but the recruits remain unaware of the danger. As a result, when Monata subjects them to his usual harsh regimen of magical, physical, and mental training, the recruits quickly become exhausted and begin to complain, with some even accusing him of bullying them to break their spirits. Just when they think it is all over, Yuika and her companions continue launching magical attacks at Monata's barrier. Witnessing this, the recruits stare in astonishment. They realize that this goes far beyond any ordinary training. Finally, Minata ends the day's exercises and informs everyone, including the recruits, that they will next measure their magical power. He gives them a 5-minute break before moving to the evaluation chamber. Watching him walk away, as though the training had been effortless, the recruits decide that Minata is a demon. At the same time, Ryuji and the Mizuha siblings reflect on their own shortcomings and devise strategies to improve during the next training session. Seeing this, the recruits begin calling them demons as well. One devoted admirer even bursts into tears as his idealized image of the kind Mizuha siblings is shattered. Moments later, the magical power of each SMT member is evaluated. Records 1, Yuka records 1, Ryuji records 1, Anada records 1, Shidu records 1. These numbers leave the recruits stunned, making them wonder whether SMT members can rival the power of the magical aristocracy.
Minata explains that Yuika's original magical power was only 2,000, but through dedication and effort, she reached her current level. Inspired, one recruit asks whether such strength is attainable for them as well. Minata confirms that it is, provided they remain committed. The trainees strengthen their resolve to improve. After assessing the others, Minata concludes that they could individually defeat a chief demon, or, as a group, eliminate a demon general. Despite their progress, Minata realizes that it is still not enough, since the demon king and the demon god remain threats. While he is lost in thought, Shidu approaches, wishing to speak with him. Can tell from Shidu's expression that bad news is coming. He can feel it. Hours later, Minata finds himself dressed in formal attire at a joint reception for the magical aristocracy and SMT, complaining about how exhausting the event is. Just before he reaches his limit, Shidu, also wearing a suit, thanks him for attending. Although Minata agrees that teamwork is vital, he questions the necessity of such a lavish gathering. Shidu apologizes, suggesting that the magical aristocrats are probably using this occasion to celebrate their resurgence, since the BR incident boosted the police's reputation, and realizing that he cannot avoid attending, Minata simply stands there pretending to enjoy himself. After a brief pause, Minata compliments Shidu on his suit. Nearby, Ryuji admits that he feels awkward in formal clothing. Refusing to let him belittle himself, Minata generously praises Ryuji's height and physique. It is then that Shidu announces the arrival of the young ladies, makes her debut in a magnificent flowing dress, apologizing for being late. Next appears Ruka, captivating everyone in an elegant dark blue gown, also apologizing for taking so long. Then Sanada arrives in a pale green dress with a flared skirt, commenting on the large number of guests attending the celebration. Turns to Monata and asks whether her outfit looks strange. Knows exactly what to say. He tells her that she looks even more charming than usual. He then showers all three girls with compliments, causing them to blush from the abundance and sincerity of his praise. Watching the scene unfold, Ryuji concludes that Monata always goes all out when it comes to kindness. Soon afterward, Hinata approaches Minata. Her usual irritation remains, but she is dressed in a stunning scarlet gown and accompanied by Tushiru and Riku, the patriarchs of their prestigious families. Unable to restrain himself, Minata offers her the same admiration he gave the others. This immediately enrages Hinata, and she insists that he stop. Irritated, she leaves with Riku, while a puzzled Minata asks why Tushiru is present.
Tushiru reminds him of their cooperation agreement, stating that this occasion is part of it. Wishing to avoid unnecessary pleasantries, Tushiru excuses himself, leaving Monata bewildered by such abrupt behavior. The young women apologize for their father's bluntness, mentioning that he is simply not very talkative. Monata assures them that he holds no grudge. Suddenly, he senses a strange presence passing nearby. He turns to investigate. He notices a young woman. She is wearing a flowing black dress. Before he can approach her, the MC appears, thanks everyone for attending, and introduces the evening's distinguished guests, the members of SMT, the magical aristocrats, and finally, the founder of the magical nobility and head of the magical association, Mumu Hifumi, along with his esteemed daughter, Chloe Mumu. Monata instantly recognizes Hifumi as the man he encountered in Dotonbori.
More importantly, now realizing that the mysterious woman is Chloe, he feels uncertain about what to do next. For the moment, however, he remains silent and watches as Mumu Hifumi steps onto the stage to address the assembled guests. Reaching the podium, Mumu formally introduces himself and begins by acknowledging the persistent problem of monsters within the country. He then emphasizes that the partnership between the magical aristocracy and SMT is the ultimate solution to this threat. To restore public faith in the noble mages, Hifumi promises to ensure global stability and prosperity for all magicians. With that, his speech comes to an end, earning thunderous applause. After Hifumi's speech, Monata praises him. His message was clear and effectively delivered. He then notices Chloe, Hifumi's daughter, smiling brightly at him and wonders about her intentions. In any case, Hifumi approaches SMT and assures them that the noble mages will work closely with them to protect the nation.
He then turns toward Monata with a grin. He expresses his anticipation for their future cooperation. Firmly shaking the elder's hand, Monata returns the sentiment while discreetly assessing Hifumi's magical power. So far, Monata concludes that the man has maintained his training regimen. His magical output remains exceptional. Indeed, Monata can confidently say that Hifumi has not changed since their first meeting 50 years ago. Recalling the past, Monata remembers the day he met the young Takigami and Hifumi at the Mage Academy training grounds. At that time, the Mage Association was recruiting new members, and the revered sage Ichikami Monata was personally overseeing their training. During the first exercise, Ichikami boldly ordered the trainees to attack him all at once. However, one trainee, the young Mumu Hifumi, defiantly responded by calling him a scoundrel and warning him not to underestimate their abilities.
Hearing this, the young Takigami Shizuku scolded Hifumi for being disrespectful toward a living legend. Nevertheless, Hifumi insisted that he did not care who Ichikami was. He intended to smash his smug face into the ground. Together with Takigami, who commanded water magic while he wielded dark magic, Hifumi launched the attack. But Ichikami, thoroughly unimpressed, repelled it with a simple first-tier spell, only further enraging Hifumi. Ignoring his outburst, Ichikami summoned wooden spears and earth spells to defeat all of the cadets. After the chaos subsided, many abandoned their ambitions, shocked that he had effortlessly countered fourth-tier magic. Ichikami understood the true power behind their attacks. He admitted that he had been holding back. He expected many of them to give up, as was usually the case. But, to his surprise, Hifumi rose to his feet and declared that the battle was not over, proclaiming that he had only just begun. Takigami, equally determined, joined the fight once more. The pair prepared for another round. Takigami, just as resolute, stood alongside him. Together they prepared for the next exchange. Pressed by their true potential, Ichikami allowed them to attack again. Despite their best efforts, they were ultimately defeated and forced to confront the terrifying truth of Ichikami's monstrous strength. After most of the trainees had dropped out, Ichikami was impressed by the two who persevered. He brought the training session to an end. He then advised them to recover. Rest was truly necessary. However, as he was leaving, Hifumi unleashed dark magic, declaring that their battle was not over. He swore that he would eventually defeat him before collapsing unconscious. Seeing the determination in Hifumi's eyes, Ichikami was certain that the boy would one day become a formidable sorcerer. When Takigami launched a surprise attack shortly afterward, he realized that the Mage Association had just gained two remarkable new recruits.
As Hifumi lost consciousness, he vowed to surpass Ichikami Monata. He swore that he would one day surpass Ichikami Monata. Ichikami merely told him that he would be waiting for that day. And with that, the flashback comes to an end. Returning to the present, Monata, the reincarnation of Ichikami, reflects on how that passionate young man transformed into a powerful figure possessing immense wealth and influence. For a moment, he considers revealing his true identity to Hifumi, but then remembers Takigami's warning. He decides against it. A few moments later, SMT is officially introduced. Afterward, the participants are invited to socialize. They begin mingling with one another. Just when Monata thinks he has escaped, Chloe approaches him, introduces herself, and says that she has wanted to meet him for a long time.
He praises her as a talented sorceress and expresses his willingness to talk. Chloe laughs at the compliment, but modestly admits that she is nowhere near his level. Agrees. Her magical power and elemental control seem insufficient. Yet there is something unsettling about her. He simply cannot determine its source. For now, Chloe expresses her hope of building a relationship with him, relying solely on her intuition. Carefully considers his response. Nearby, Ruka and Yuika watch the conversation between Chloe and Monata with concern. Realizing that these are probably only initial greetings, they try to dismiss their worries. Around this time, Chloe tells Monata that she looks forward to working with him. He replies that he feels the same way. As they shake hands, Chloe senses his magical energy and remarks that she is glad he is a worthy person. Without saying anything further, she assures him that they will meet again soon and leaves. The following day at school, Monata endures the usual barrage of attention from the girls. Just as he is about to reach his breaking point, the instructor enters and tells everyone to calm down because a new student has arrived. A moment later, Mumu Chloe appears. Introducing herself as a student from Kamui Mage Academy, she takes her seat, leaving Monata speechless, as he had never imagined that she would transfer to their school. As soon as the other students see her, they recognize Chloe Mumu from the previous day. Some even comment that it is their first time seeing someone from the Mumu conglomerate in public, since such appearances are exceedingly rare. Shortly after her introduction, the teacher directs her to the empty seat beside Monata, and Chloe agrees. As the lesson continues, Monata whispers to Chloe that he never expected her to enroll here, but Chloe reminds him that she promised they would meet again soon, and now she has arrived. Throughout the entire class, Monata keeps a close watch on the unusual Chloe sitting beside him, until the lesson finally ends. As soon as class is over, every student in the room turns their attention toward Chloe, staring at her in astonishment. Around this time, Yuika comments on Chloe's instant popularity, pointing out that the same people who usually bother them are now flocking around her. When Ruka and Ryugi enter the classroom, they both wonder about Chloe's motives, never expecting her to actually transfer. Given how quickly the transfer happened after the recent incident, Yuika suspects there is an ulterior motive, claiming that the timing is far too perfect to be a coincidence. Still grumbling about their tensions with the noble mages, Ryugi hopes that her arrival is not part of yet another scheme. For now, Monata and his team decide to keep a close eye on Chloe. Roughly 60 minutes later, Monata and the others are left stunned. Shido announces that Chloe Mumu will be integrated into SMT. One of them asks why she is joining, and Shido explains that, in order to strengthen the agreement with the noble mages, the higher-ups have decided that Chloe will serve as a liaison between the two factions. He adds that by incorporating her into SMT, they hope to reinforce solidarity between both groups. When given the chance to address them, Chloe introduces herself as a member of the Mumu family and expresses her hope that they will welcome her warmly. Sensing her gentle nature, Yuika's attitude softens, and she offers Chloe a friendly handshake. While the girls are talking, Shido turns to Minato, apologizing for the sudden announcement and explaining that it was a direct order. Minato assures him that it is fine, admitting that he somewhat expected this after the joint announcement. Relieved, Shido nods. He continues observing Monata for a little longer. Realizing that he still needs to evaluate her abilities, Monata puts Chloe through the standard, grueling training regimen. He trains her alongside everyone else, even when he increases the intensity, leaving the trainees exhausted and complaining.
Chloe not only keeps up, but surpasses Yuika and the others without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Every attempt Yuika makes to close the gap ends in failure. Chloe is clearly in an entirely different league. During subsequent exercises, she completes everything effortlessly. She performs every task without strain or signs of exhaustion. During a break, while everyone else is recovering and congratulating themselves, Chloe asks whether it is really time to rest, claiming that she still has plenty of energy remaining. Receiving no answer, Chloe approaches Monata and remarks on the harshness of his training. Monata asks whether she finds his methods outdated. However, Chloe disagrees. She states that the training is reasonable, since a stronger body improves combat ability, while casting magic under physical stress enhances both skill and magical capacity. Even with Monata's harsh shouts constantly pushing them forward, she considers the training highly effective. Acknowledging that she is right, Monata praises her insight, and Chloe proudly reminds him that she is a member of the Mumu family. Shortly afterward, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryugi acknowledge Chloe's strength and ask whether they may train under her guidance. Chloe compliments their diligence, saying that she always believed SMT members would be dependable. Once their conversation ends, Chloe turns back to Monata and resumes their discussion. Meanwhile, Yuika begins to worry about Chloe's charm, watching her popularity with everyone and possibly even with Monata. Realizing that Chloe may surpass them in strength, Yuika fears that Chloe will eventually be the one supporting Monata instead of her.
Thinking about this, she and her sister shake their heads, trying to convince themselves that Monata would never abandon them. Nevertheless, they cannot help glaring at Chloe, who is still happily chatting with Monata, wishing that she would be a little more considerate. With this new partnership between SMT and the noble mages, Monata notes that although catastrophes still occur frequently, the nobles now respond much faster than before. In addition, thanks to SMT expanding into new territories, there has been a noticeable reduction in casualties. Even so, since disasters continue to increase, Monata understands that they must remain vigilant. Later, Minato, the noble mages, and the other SMT members rush to a sudden catastrophe in the city. Once the group arrives, Hinata takes command and swiftly and efficiently eliminates the monsters. After the area is cleared, she sarcastically mocks the fallen creatures, earning praise from her subordinates. Confirms that Hinata defeated the majority of them. Impressed by her development, Monata comments that she has grown stronger than before. Hearing this, Hinata frowns and vows to surpass him. But Riku, knowing how unlikely that is, apologizes for her rudeness, saying that she is simply not honest with herself. Monata reassures him. Arrogance does not bother him. Riku begins discussing their next course of action. While they are talking, Monata asks whether the noble mages are on good terms with Chloe. Riku replies that they usually keep their distance from the Mumu clan. Before he can explain any further, he notices Chloe approaching and excuses himself. After Riku leaves, Chloe boldly approaches Monata and openly asks whether he would like to go on a date with her. Naturally, Monata agrees, and then returns to his usual duties. A few days later, on the appointed day, Monata arrives early and waits for Chloe at Shinjuku Station. While waiting, he accidentally overhears two men talking about a beautiful girl they had just seen. One urges the other to approach her, while the other admits that she is far out of his league. After the men leave, he overhears another pair recognizing the attractive girl as the daughter of the Mumu clan. Finally, he notices her arrival. Countless excited men gather around her, showering her with attention. Seeing this, Monata makes his way through the crowd. Upon reaching her, Monata warmly greets Chloe. As for the men, once they realize that the guy standing beside the stunning Chloe is none other than Kusanagi Monata of SMT, they immediately give up, knowing they have no chance against the planet's greatest warrior. Shortly after the crowd disperses, Monata, fully aware that Chloe never intended this to be a real date, asks why she invited him. Slightly surprised that he saw through her true intentions, Chloe admits that since she is unfamiliar with the area after transferring to a new school, she hoped he could act as her guide. When Monata asks why she did not ask someone else, Chloe says that she wanted to speak with him in private. Hearing this,
Monata asks why she had to go through such a complicated method and ruin the atmosphere when she could have simply invited him normally. However, he receives no answer. Chloe then mentions her title and status, confessing that she has always felt like an outsider no matter where she goes, because people only pretend to respect her and always treat her differently. However, she tells him that he seems different. During their very first conversation, she quickly realized that he did not treat her any differently. Explains that rank and status mean nothing to him, and that only a person's true character matters. Hearing this, Chloe quietly laughs.
She declares that he is a truly charming person. With that, the pair continue their peaceful stroll, completely unaware of Yuika's jealous gaze as she once again follows them, considering herself pathetic for doing so. Although she considers giving up this awkward habit, her curiosity refuses to let her stop before seeing how everything ends. Just as she prepares to continue, she notices a commotion nearby and turns around to see her sister Ruka doing exactly the same thing. At first, she finds it hard to believe that Ruka is also following them, but after noticing the red bean bun in Ruka's hand, she becomes somewhat convinced, completely ignores her. She resumes the pursuit so she does not lose sight of them. When it becomes necessary to leave their hiding spots, both Yuika and Ruka suddenly jump out and exchange shocked looks, asking each other what the hell they are doing there. Around this moment, Monata hears the noise and turns around to investigate. When Chloe asks if everything is all right, Monata assures her that it is nothing important. Keep in mind that Yuika and Ruka are currently hiding behind a giant stuffed bear, grumbles about how close they came to being discovered. Ruka remarks that although she suppressed her magical power, Monata's senses remain incredibly sharp. After all that, Yuika tells Ruka that it seems they are pursuing the same objective. Ruka agrees. After a tense standoff, both girls once again begin following Monata and Chloe. Chloe then asks Monata for a typical high school date experience. Monata agrees. Throughout the entire outing, Yuika and Ruka follow them everywhere solely to ensure that nothing romantic happens. At one point, while Monata and Chloe sit in a cafe enjoying their drinks, Chloe asks what usually happens after completing all these activities. Monata replies that it depends on the circumstances, but people usually talk, spend time together, have dinner, and then head home. By this point, Yuika and Ruka are exhausted because they cannot see much from their hiding place. Chloe then admits that she finally understands what a standard date means, but still questions the purpose behind participating in all these activities. She asks whether she is missing something, because simply walking around and having dinner holds no particular meaning for her. Monata explains that it is not about the activities themselves, but about the company. With the right person, even a simple walk can become meaningful. That is why moments spent with someone important carry value, even if they seem insignificant. Chloe then asks whether that is his definition of a date, and Monata confirms that it is. With that said, he asks Chloe whether the time they spent together that day held any meaning for her. Chloe replies that, in her opinion, it did. As Monata expresses his happiness, Chloe remarks that although her words and actions sometimes frighten people, he never appears shocked.
Moved by his acceptance, she blushes and calls him a wonderful person. Unfortunately for Yuika and Ruka, they overhear this and begin to panic, fearing that Chloe may also have feelings for Monata. Deeply touched, Monata tells Chloe that he is genuinely honored. By then, the cafe customers have started noticing them, so he suggests that they leave, and Chloe agrees. After walking a short distance, they bring their date to an end. Chloe thanks Monata for making the day meaningful. She then asks whether they can meet again in the future. Monata replies that he does not mind. He would like to get to know her better. Hearing this, the two eavesdroppers gasp, their hearts breaking just a little. Meanwhile, Chloe praises his honesty and admits that she feels the same way. With those words, the pair say goodbye and part ways. Watching them leave, Yuika and Ruka are shocked that Monata actually said something like that to another girl. As for Monata,
most likely ignoring the Mizuha sisters, he keeps his eyes on Chloe, hoping to uncover her true nature as soon as possible. The following day in the SMT briefing room, Ryuji waits together with Shido and the others. He asks Monata how his meeting with Chloe went. After making sure Ryuji has no hidden agenda, Monata states that he does not consider it a date, since they merely walked around, visited shops, and had tea together. Although Ryuji acknowledges that this is literally the definition of a date, he remains silent, allowing his strict captain to continue talking. Shortly afterward, the boys notice some tension between the Mizuha sisters and Chloe, who is deeply engaged in conversation with Sanata. He hopes that Monata's outing did not trigger any conflict. He warns his companion to avoid causing trouble. But Monata, possessing the social skills of a cockroach, is completely confused. Soon, Shido arrives, and everyone takes their seats. To bring the team up to date on the current situation, Shido reports that monster-related deaths have sharply declined in recent times. Furthermore, following the dissolution of BR, illegal activities involving mages have decreased proportionally, while the Shadowbringers and Chrono have ceased all activity for quite some time. Checks the online forums and informs the team that public interest has also faded, despite the initial hype. Taking Sonata's data into account, Minato concludes that law enforcement can now handle most illegal incidents involving mages, suggesting that the Shadowbringers may still be lying low. Despite these positive developments, Minato warns the team against becoming complacent. Their training regimen will become even more intense from this point onward. Later that evening, Minato relaxes in his bed. He contemplates strategies to improve cooperation between SMT and the noble mages. Suddenly, he receives a phone call from Leona.
Calling from home while preparing dinner, she wishes to share the intelligence she has gathered regarding Chloe Mumu and Tokigami Shizuku. With Minata's approval, Leona begins with Chloe, revealing that Chloe is not Hifumi's biological daughter, but rather his adopted stepdaughter. Although she became his stepdaughter only a few years ago, her parents supposedly died in a serious traffic accident, which coincided with Hifumi adopting Chloe. Minata then asks whether Chloe transferred from another magic academy, and Leona confirms that she did, at around the same time she joined SMT. Although Chloe's official power rating is merely above average, Minata, having witnessed her effortlessly complete his training, understands that she possesses far greater strength. He remarks that she seems like a serene individual with a distinctive presence and appearance that make her stand out. Before responding, Leona briefly sets her phone aside to call Kai over and ask him to help set the table, warning him not to rush because of his ongoing recovery. Minata simply smiles. He quietly listens to the siblings laughing together. Returning to the discussion, Leona apologizes for the interruption and shifts the topic to Tokigami Shizuku, revealing that Shizuku has a daughter and a young granddaughter whom nobody has seen recently. Minata asks for more details. Leona says that, according to rumors, they moved overseas. That is all the information she has managed to obtain. At that moment, Minata briefly interrupts the conversation to greet the Mizuha siblings upon their return, before heading back to his room. Continuing their discussion, Leona states that the rumor about moving abroad remains unconfirmed and seems suspicious to her. When Minata asks whether she suspects the rumors were fabricated, Leona admits that she is uncertain and may be mistaken. Nevertheless, she promises to investigate the matter further, and Minata thanks her for her help. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they end the call. Immediately afterward, Kai asks Leona whether she had been speaking with Chrono. Confused, Leona asks why he thinks that. Kai replies that it is because she looked unusually happy. She ruffles his hair and continues eating dinner. The following day, the chief superintendent of the Tokyo police summons Tokigami for a secret meeting and assigns her to continue investigating Kusanagi. He warns that without understanding the source of Minato's power, the police department will eventually become obsolete. To his surprise, Tokigami agrees. The superior asks why Minato always appears so relaxed around her. Knowing that she cannot reveal the truth, Tokigami fabricates an answer, suggesting that it may be due to her age and his compassionate personality.
Chief Superintendent remains unconvinced, but accepts her explanation nonetheless. He reminds her that they have already gone too far to turn back now. Having no alternative, Tokigami agrees and proceeds with her new assignment. At the same time, Minato gathers SMT at the training grounds. They begin their usual training session. Just as he is about to start, Shido appears, apologizes for the interruption, and informs them that a contingent of American military mages currently visiting Japan for a conference wishes to observe SMT's training. Uka and the others exclaim in surprise, unable to understand why the Americans, famous for possessing world-class mages, would be interested in them. Nevertheless, Minato notes that America's standing was nowhere near this high when he was Ichikami, and judging from his team's reaction, the country has clearly risen to the top. As it turns out, SMT's fame spread overseas because of their confrontation with crime.
He suggests that the Americans probably just want to see Minato in action. Moments later, the gates to the main facility open. As the Americans make their way toward the training grounds, Shido quietly informs Minato that they are probably here to develop strategies for dealing with the recurring catastrophes occurring around the world, just as they did in the past. Upon the arrival of the American contingent, their commander steps forward. He possesses an enormous physique and looks as though he lives on stimulants, accompanied by equally muscular subordinates. With only minimal politeness, he directly asks SMT what exactly they discuss during such meetings. Without waiting for an answer, the steroid-built brutes release magical pressure far exceeding what would be necessary for intimidation, continuing their advance. Soon, their massive leader confronts the presumed captain, Kusanagi Minato, projecting overwhelming intimidation through both his physique and magical power.
Likewise, unwilling to be intimidated by the oversized brute, Minato releases his own magical pressure to counter the commanders. Unfortunately, the remaining SMT members find themselves struggling, barely able to remain standing. This is due to the immense forces colliding with one another. Finally, after a brief standoff, the excited leader suddenly grabs Minato. Grinning broadly, he hugs him, delighted to finally meet the famous Kusanagi. However, after feeling Minato's lean physique, the commander becomes intrigued, carefully examining him and asking whether such a slender, though well-trained body is truly capable of surviving deadly battles. Irritated by the leader's unexpected admiration, Minato asks him to let go. The leader apologizes for his rudeness. He introduces himself as Major Aaron Anderson of the United States Army's 1st Magic Division, and the chief researcher of the Army Magical Institute, despite his primitive appearance.
Assumes that such an institution must research monsters. It must also investigate catastrophes and magic as a whole. He then introduces himself as the captain of SMT. But before he can introduce the rest of the team, Aaron interrupts him, stating that he already knows all of their names and recognizes their exceptional level of skill. While the team enjoys the praise, Minato reflects on how far Japan's magical research has fallen behind because of the mage aristocracy. He views this meeting as an opportunity to learn something new, especially considering that his own knowledge is outdated. Acknowledging Aaron's role as a researcher, Minato expresses his desire to ask him about monsters, catastrophes, and recent discoveries. However, before Aaron can answer, his subordinates frown. They intensify their magical energy in an attempt to intimidate Minato. It feels as though they could overwhelm him in battle.
And the others nearly collapse under the intense killing intent, but Aaron orders his soldiers to stand down. He then apologizes for their behavior, describing them as loyal but overly cautious guards. To establish his superiority, Moneta casually remarks that their magical pressure felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze. Amused, Aaron laughs, pats Moneta on the shoulder, and calls him an entertaining guy. Turning to the topic, Moneta apologizes for his ignorance and asks for an explanation regarding catastrophes, monsters, and Aaron's latest findings. Aaron explains that they are still in the theoretical stage, but they suspect that monsters are living magical entities, while catastrophes are events that bring them to Earth. They have discovered that catastrophe zones are saturated with a type of magic distinct from that of humans. Although they previously relied on the red sky as an indicator, concrete evidence has only emerged recently. They confirmed that because the magic within the sky matches the magic of monsters, these creatures must themselves be composed of magic. Their disintegration into particles after death only reinforces this conclusion. Despite behaving like beasts, monsters lack biological functions such as excretion or reproduction. They are merely simulations of life. Minato then asks why monsters attack humans. He states that there is no definitive explanation, but some theories suggest that they react to humanity's magic. Indeed, Numerous catastrophes have been linked to the awakening of individual magical abilities. Thanks to improved detection devices, researchers recently discovered that catastrophe magic lingers in the atmosphere even after an event has ended. The same phenomenon occurs when monsters die. Both release magic into the surrounding environment. Consequently, the particles observed when a monster dies are essentially its body dissolving into pure magic. Hearing this, Yuika realizes that this is exactly what Minato had once explained to her. As she reflects on his prior knowledge, Minato recounts witnessing a monster attempting to trigger a catastrophe, admits that they know about that incident, but claims that the first documented catastrophe occurred without any visible monsters. He suggests that Minato may have misunderstood the circumstances, but Minato, trusting his intuition, disagrees. Further explains that powerful demon lords possess the ability to grow strong enough to initiate catastrophes themselves. When Minato questions his certainty, Eren reveals that they once tested this hypothesis by intentionally allowing a catastrophe boss to survive. Monsters continued appearing until a fixed number had been reached, after which no more appeared. Whenever one was destroyed, another would emerge to maintain that exact number. However, the intensity of the surrounding catastrophe magic did not increase.
From this, they concluded that the occurrence of catastrophes may correlate with the strength of monsters, although leaving them unchecked is extremely dangerous. Nevertheless, once the hypothesis had been tested, the boss had to be eliminated. In the end, Minato concludes that nothing has truly been proven, nothing has been conclusively confirmed. With that, Eren changes the subject and praises Minato's formidable magic, eagerly asking to examine his physique. Naturally, Minato rejects such a ridiculous request, causing Eren to pout and call him unkind. After a brief exchange of jokes, Minato asks whether Eren knows anything about the Mage aristocracy. He replies that he knows roughly as much as Minato does. 50 years earlier, when American mages were still weak, Japan suddenly stopped sharing intelligence and assistance. Minato assumes this was because influential aristocrats monopolized information. Minato expresses his gratitude to Eren for providing such extensive information. However, Eren insists that it is the least he can do, because America remains forever indebted to Ichikami Minato and Japan for their assistance during the global catastrophe. Sensing that Eren is still withholding information, Minato presses him further, and Eren finally admits that he came to Japan solely to witness Minato's power firsthand. Confused, Shido asks why Eren claimed he was attending an important conference, dismisses any concerns regarding a meaningless gathering filled with ignorant VIPs. Before Shido can voice his complaint, Minato assures everyone that it is fine as long as no one mentions it publicly. Amused, Eren declares himself a fan of Minato's determination and urges him to give it everything he has. After a few more jokes, Minato, seeing an opportunity to assess America's current magical strength, instructs the muscular major to demonstrate his abilities.
At first, Eren proposes that Minato fight against his subordinates instead. Then, Yuika, finally fed up with Eren's arrogance, informs him that if he pits his men against SMT, they will have no choice but to fight. Hearing this, Eren politely asks them to set aside any supposed advantage they may possess. When asked for the reason, he tells Yuika that their sole interest lies in the strong. Therefore, unless they can match Minato's level, Eren advises the rest of SMT to refrain from participating. Around this time, Yuika begins sulking. However, in order to raise their fighting spirit, Minato instructs his squad to observe the duel carefully, considering it a valuable opportunity to learn how to battle other mages, given that most of their experience comes from fighting monsters. Encouraged by their captain's words, the members of SMT stand at attention and watch the upcoming match intently. Who had initially dismissed SMT as insignificant, now acknowledges their true discipline after witnessing their conduct. The arena is ready. Minato and Eren prepare themselves. This will be the most significant training match of their careers. At Eren's signal, the training match begins, and the American mages immediately converge on Minato, dodging his strikes and surrounding him in an instant. Witnessing the speed of the American mages, Yuika gasps in astonishment. She suddenly realizes that they not only rushed Minato instantly, but also closed the distance without using any magic. Meanwhile, Minato praises their agility. He immediately dodges a thrust and a crushing blow from one of Eren's mages. Realizing that Minato is out of reach, the mage quickly chants a spell and begins close-quarters combat using wind magic. Minato dodges once again. However, before he can counterattack, the others assault him with fire, water, and lightning spells. Minato skillfully evades every attack, creating a safe distance between himself and Eren's forces, or so he believes. The moment he feels he has escaped danger, another soldier rushes forward with a swift knee strike. Minato is stunned by the soldier's incredible speed, yet manages to block the blow with his elbow. After surviving that attack, the remaining soldiers unleash a barrage of elemental magic upon him. Minato then repels all incoming attacks with his 4th-tier null magic, Supreme Magic Barrier. Amid the ongoing clash, Yuika and the others express their amazement that the American mages are actually cornering Minato. Yuika specifically notes that while the soldiers' spells lack complexity, their sheer destructive power is so immense that even Minato's defenses may not withstand the strain. Furthermore, witnessing the astonishing speed at which the spells are cast, Yuika and her companions finally grasp the terrifying might of the American Mage Corps.
During a brief lull in the battle, Minato begins by acknowledging the excellent combat training of the American military. He then addresses SMT, explaining that in magical duels, large-scale, high-power spells are rarely used unless both opponents possess exceptional skill. Normally, battles take place at close range because the process of casting spells requires considerable time. Even elite mages typically engage in close combat because of this limitation. After finishing his lesson, 3 warriors simultaneously attack him with fire, electricity, and water. Minato dodges them all. As always, when Eren realizes that Minato has been teaching his students during the fight, he mistakes it for showing off and expresses his disapproval. To end this embarrassing spectacle, Eren gestures for his troops to finish the fight quickly. Soon afterward, however, he becomes puzzled when they still fail to land a hit. Minato continues dodging every attack.
Eren finds it strange that after everything thrown at him, Minato remains completely unharmed. The American warriors realize that not only can they not hit him, but they have never encountered an enemy like Kusanagi Minato. As they begin to despair, Minato praises them for their rigorous training. He considers their mental fortitude outstanding. Minato also praises their excellent combat skills. To reward them for demonstrating their talents, Minato decides to increase his intensity. He raises his magical energy just enough to match theirs, while the soldiers hesitate to act. Minato rushes forward and overwhelms every one of them, incapacitating them all simultaneously, astonishing both Eren and the members of SMT. Witnessing Minato completely crush his soldiers as if they were made of paper, Eren admits that he never imagined a mere student from a once arrogant nation could attain such power. Remaining humble, Minato states that Eren's soldiers performed admirably. Although flattered by the compliment, Eren realizes that they were utterly defeated. Intrigued, Eren asks where Minato learned such hand-to-hand combat skills. Minato tells him that he is mostly self-taught. Hearing this, Eren bursts into laughter and, slapping Minato on the back, declares him a fascinating person. Now that the secondary opponents have been dealt with, Eren begins taking off his shirt and begs Minato to allow him to demonstrate his own strength next. Showing off his well-developed muscles, Eren claims that despite his appearance, he genuinely enjoys a challenging fight. Interested, Minato reflects that Eren certainly looks like someone who enjoys a good brawl. After a few more exchanges, Eren begins his sparring session with Minato and immediately floods his body with mana. As Eren enters the fight, Minato observes the mana flowing through his body, but just as he is about to identify it, rushes forward and attacks him. Minato remarks on Eren's speed. He responds with equal quickness. He dodges every blow Eren throws, realizes that brute force alone is ineffective. He uses a 5th-tier lightning spell, Particle Discharge. He directs it at Minato, who performs a backward roll several feet away to evade it. Minato quickly regains his footing and charges at him, attempting to trap Minato's slender body in a bear hug. Fortunately for Eren, Minato proves faster and slips out of his grasp, leaving Eren bewildered. He had been certain he caught him. After a brief pause in the match, Minato asks whether Eren enhanced his physical abilities using magic. Eren confirms this, pleased that Minato noticed. He claims that the technique is his own invention, crediting recent advances in mana quantification and sensory devices. America, he declares, is paving the way toward unrestricted magical control, and his technique is part of that endeavor.
Just as Eren prepares to announce the technique's name, Minato interrupts him, revealing its true name, Mana Artes. He then unleashes his own version, one that vastly surpasses Eren. Instantly recognizes it as the same technique Minato used against Now, fully convinced of Minato's overwhelming magical superiority, Eren considers himself fortunate to have met such a person. Although it took years to create such a spell, Minato seems to wield it with absolute ease. Nevertheless, Eren does not dwell on it. He simply wants to fight. As the duel resumes, Minato reflects on his surprise at seeing Eren use Mana Artes. He had never anticipated that someone else would be able to replicate the same technique. But, considering how things have unfolded, Minato steels himself to enjoy the confrontation. The second round begins. Minato charges at Eren with incredible speed. They simultaneously land blows to each other's torsos.
Minato unleashes a series of rapid attacks, but Eren blocks most of them. Meanwhile, Yuika and the other SMT members, struggling to keep up, are astonished by the ferocity of the battle. Even the usually composed Ryugi begins to question the limits of Minato's power. Despite being their classmate, Minato possesses profound magical knowledge and refined skills, effortlessly defeating high-level opponents. Calling Minato's duel with Krona, Ryugi notes that Minato now surpasses the Major from the U.S. Army, not only in magic, but also in hand-to-hand combat. With that, he asks the million-dollar question: how the hell does this guy do it? Around this time, Yuika, who had been pretending not to notice, finally admits that Minato is overwhelmingly strong. She once believed that with enough hard work they could close the gap. She believed they would eventually catch up to him.
However, after seeing him effortlessly defeat elite mages, she can no longer imagine a future where they stand as equals. Silently, Yuika continues watching as Minato, her commander, delivers relentless blows. Even when Eren attempts to counterattack, Minato parries every strike. At one point, Minato lands a powerful punch. It sends Eren flying backward. Exhausted, Eren drops to one knee, gasping for breath. As Minato approaches, Eren finally concedes defeat. He tells Minato that their battle was never truly a competition, admitting that he has rarely encountered someone so strong. He begs Minato to visit the United States, declaring that he will always be welcome there. Minato accepts with a handshake, promising to visit if the opportunity arises. After that, Eren retrieves his coat and bids farewell to Minato and SMT. The moment they leave, the SMT team erupts in celebration over their captain's triumph against the U.S. Army's magical corps.
However, Ryugi, Yuika, and Ruka remain silent, feeling defeated. They vow to become stronger on their own. When night falls, the trio begins secret training, determined to stand beside Minato rather than trail behind him. Several days later, Minato is shocked to discover that SMT and Mage Noble merchandise has appeared on the market. He asks Shido for an explanation, and Shido explains that as Minato receives more media attention, their funding increases, attracting new recruits and supporters to SMT. They are moving on to the next stage. Cautiously, Minato checks whether Shido is simply profiting off him. Shido nervously denies it, claiming that the money is necessary for operational expenses. Although Minato does not consider the situation ideal, he acknowledges their need for support. Eventually, he reviews the proposed merchandise. He notices concept art for a plush toy modeled after him.
It reminds him of the one Takagami made in his previous life, and he agrees, but on one condition. Upon hearing Minato's undisclosed condition, Shido panics and asks whether it is even possible with their limited budget. However, Minato assures him that the plans have already been set in motion. Soon afterward, the SMT members receive notifications during a break about an upcoming joint training session with the Mage aristocrats. Reactions are mixed, but orders are orders.
Several days later, SMT and the Mage aristocrats travel to a designated district in Tokyo. They will be training there for the next 2 weeks. Upon arrival, the SMT members remain hopeful about what awaits them. Meanwhile, the Mage aristocrats, especially Hinata, complain that the entire thing has become a major headache. Since the founder of the Mage aristocrats, Hifumi Mumu, is also present, Yuika and the others are shocked and begin to wonder whether the training will be standard or something far more intense.
Yu informs them that President Mumu is the organizer of the training camp, suggesting that this may be his way of correcting the past mistakes of the Mage aristocrats. Looking more closely at the aristocrats, Monata asks Chloe why the Fuka family failed to appear. She tells him that the family effectively collapsed after its head and heirs were arrested. As far as she knows, it is almost impossible for the Fuka family to regain its former status, since most of its members have now disappeared. Curious, Monata asks about the members of the Fuka family who were not involved in the conspiracy. Chloe states that they were probably acquitted and released to begin new lives. Judging from the information provided by Leona, it appears that the butler who helped expose the family escaped unharmed. Nevertheless, Monata is more concerned about the hostility between the Mage aristocrats and the members of SMT. He notes their lack of unity.
As the Mage aristocrats stare at them, Yuika and her companions wonder why they are being looked down upon, especially considering that the aristocrats rarely participate during anti-catastrophe operations. Nata becomes wary. He is uncertain about the outcome of this hostility. After unpacking their belongings, the Mage aristocrats and SMT members gather at the training grounds for the founder's address before the actual exercises begin. Fumi approaches the podium, expressing his gratitude for their attendance and opening with some light conversation. Meanwhile, Monata reflects on the situation back in his hometown. The police and the local SMT branch are managing without him, but he still worries about possible crises. As Hifumi continues, he emphasizes the importance of joint training to overcome the enormous catastrophe and urges both factions to train diligently and improve their synergy. Next, Hifumi introduces the commander and instructor of the camp, Captain Monata Kusanagi. The magical elites immediately object, refusing to take orders from an SMT member. Irritated, Hifumi challenges anyone who believes they can defeat Minata to step forward. As expected, silence fills the area. With that matter settled, Hifumi yields the stage to Minata. Before speaking, Minata reflects on Hifumi's intentions. Even if the magical elites, who possess extensive secret knowledge, cannot defeat him, Hifumi's statements align with his own plans. Minata realizes that Hifumi, who despises defeat, is manipulating him. But he harbors no resentment. He asks only one thing during the 2-week training program: that everyone obey his instructions as though their lives depend on it. Training begins with push-ups, while tires are strapped to their backs. When asked for the reason, Monata explains and urges them to give it their all. The 3 renowned family leaders, Riku, Toshuru, and Hinata, accept the challenge with several tires attached. The next exercise is sprinting. Monata warns them against slacking off and encourages them to run with genuine effort. During the final sprint, the family heads push themselves to their limits, maintaining their competitive spirit. Watches in amazement, astonished that the aristocrats are actually following Minata's instructions. After the sprints, Monata grants them a brief break. The pause lasts 5 minutes. Several magical nobles begin grumbling, insisting that the training is pointless, while several SMT members defend their captain. But the nobles dismiss Monata as an incompetent student. This sparks a fight between the factions, but Monata quickly intervenes. He instructs the noble who provoked the conflict to obey orders and advises the SMT member to endure it for now if he truly trusts him. With that, calm is restored. Monata senses a glimpse of the deep hostility lurking between the two factions. Realizing they still have enough energy to argue, he decides to intensify their training. For the next exercise, he forces them to continuously cast spells until their mana is depleted. The lazy nobles panic, but Monata warns them that real death awaits those who cannot fight, since their survival depends on it. When the SMT members begin mocking them, the magical nobles refuse to tolerate the insults and accept the challenge. Their competitive spirit ignites, and both factions clash in a friendly contest. Monata smirks, seeing that he has successfully ignited their fighting spirit. After many hours of practice, Manhwa concludes the day's training and orders everyone to recover for the following day. As he leaves, Hinata calls out to him, asking whether this is truly his plan for their future training. When he asks if she is dissatisfied, she replies that it is merely a suggestion. Hinata explains that the alternative training method, which involves using a master mage to perform electric shock therapy to awaken magical flow, is intended only for beginners and would not be effective for magical nobles. Hearing this, Hinata lists all of Manhwa's unusual traits, his magical power, his highest-level spells, and his ability to cast them without verbal incantations. She then asks about the source of his immense strength. Hinata recalls his grueling training. He states that he knows of no alternative methods. In response, Hinata tells him to forget about it and walks away. Meanwhile, Riku apologizes on her behalf. As Manhwa watches them leave, he begins reflecting on how he obtained such tremendous power. The first catastrophe triggered his awakening. However, since then, he has never encountered anyone capable of matching his strength. The deeper he sinks into thought, the more he questions the very reason behind his overwhelming power.
Unable to find an answer for now, Monota abandons the attempt to uncover the origin of his strength and continues his usual routine. As they continue following the same regimen over the following days, the mage aristocrats grow exhausted, questioning the value of these daily, dog-like exercises. Receiving no answers, one compares the harsh training to military drills, while another laments the lack of visible progress despite days of effort. They collectively conclude that Captain Kusanagi was simply boasting. To prove them wrong, Monota leads everyone to the magical chamber to measure their magical power. Along the way, the aristocrats mock Monota for wasting his efforts. They strongly doubt that any changes could have occurred in their magical potential after only a few days of hardship. Eventually, one of them undergoes a magical power measurement. He is stunned to discover that his magical power has increased by 33% in just a few days.
Manhwa observes the shock reflected on the faces of the mage aristocrats. He assures them that they will become even stronger over the next 2 weeks if they continue training diligently. From that very moment, the mage aristocrats begin taking Manhwa's training program seriously. Watches them. To them, such astonishing results after only a few days seem unbelievable. They realize they will gain even greater strength if they devote themselves completely. This was destined to happen during the next 2 weeks. Delighted that the aristocrats are finally dedicating themselves to the training, Manhwa increases the difficulty, forcing both the mage aristocrats and SMT members to keep casting spells until they can no longer continue. At one point during the session, the SMT members reach their limits and complain of exhaustion. Just then, the mage aristocrats, still full of energy, call SMT careless and declare them inferior. Outraged by the mockery, the previously exhausted SMT trainees regain their strength and, unwilling to lose, resume training. By this point, Ruka and her brother are quite satisfied. They watch as both factions become increasingly motivated. Lively competition begins to take shape. While Manhwa smiles and chats during training, he suddenly casts a fire spell and vows to increase the training intensity specifically for the pair. Seeing that they still have time for idle conversation, several hours later, it is finally lunchtime. During the meal, a group of noble mages discusses how effective Manhwa's training has been lately. Their spell ranks, mana reserves, and even casting speed have improved significantly in just a few days. One of them even admits that he managed to shorten his incantations thanks to Manhwa's guidance. Embarrassed, they come to realize their mistake. Kusanagi Manhwa is truly formidable. If he can achieve such results with them, then imagine the potential growth of the SMT members. Around the moment they admit this, 2 SMT operatives overhear their conversation and boast about Manhwa's incredible abilities. Faced with reality, the noble mages are forced to admit defeat, although some still insist that the Archmage surpasses Manhwa. In any case, both the SMT operatives and the noble mages begin to grow closer, and Manhwa, who is also present in the dining hall, is pleased by this positive turn of events. Eventually, the lunch break comes to an end, and Manhwa sends everyone back to training. Based on their progress, he concludes that everyone is performing excellently and that their magic has advanced. As for Mumu, she stands out. Chloe trains with the determination of a champion. Monata recalls Leona's words about Chloe's exceptional talent, but now realizes that her magical potential far exceeds expectations. Around this time, Chloe notices him watching and waves at him, but Monata understands that beneath that cheerful facade, she is hiding her true strength. This makes deciphering her intentions even more difficult. For now, he decides to ignore her and focus on Hinata, who seems uninterested in training alongside Toshuru and Riku. Although he understands her feelings, he still cannot comprehend her constant anger whenever he is around. Regardless of the reason, he acknowledges that allowing this situation to continue will bring no positive results. After training, Monata instructs Riku to stay behind. He also tells the hurried Hinata to remain. As soon as Hinata signals that she is ready, Monata tells her that he believes her training has been unproductive and asks for the reason. He bluntly states that his training program is useless. She knows she will not improve by following it. Even when Monata asks why she continues attending, she replies that she has no other choice.
It is an order from her superiors. Monata, surprised that she obeys anyone, is pleased to learn that Hifumi is the noble mage whom everyone follows without hesitation. As Hinata leaves, she assures Monata that her attitude toward him has not changed. After she departs, Riku apologizes once again, but Monata brushes it off, saying that he does not mind. Curious, Monata asks about Riku's relationship with Hinata, noting how often they interact. Riku says that he considers them friends, though he admits he may be mistaken. More specifically, Riku clarifies that there is no romantic relationship between them, and Monata apologizes for prying into personal matters. Riku once again takes responsibility for Hinata's behavior. He explains that, although her sharp manner often leads to misunderstandings, she is not malicious by nature. Monata admits that he appreciates straightforward people like her, and Riku expresses gratitude for his understanding. As they part ways, Monata decides to keep a close eye on Hinata. He intends to observe her more carefully. Consequently, the next day he makes sure to watch her throughout the entire training period, including during lunch. He notices that her followers struggle to communicate with her, leading him to conclude that Riku is probably her only companion. Minata wonders whether she prefers solitude. He quickly rejects the thought, as it does not seem true. He abandons the idea. Instead, he decides to help her at the first opportunity. With that in mind, Monata constantly follows Hinata. He checks on her the following morning, during training, and even at lunch, noting her gloomy mood. When she finally reaches her limit because of his constant presence, Hinata snaps. After an outburst of frustration, she demands an explanation for his persistent pestering.
Innocently states that he simply wanted to talk to her, and a stunned Hinata asks whether that is truly the reason he has been following her. Confirms this, adding that he noticed her constant loneliness and obvious longing. Hinata denies it, insisting that she prefers being alone. However, when Monata suggests that she does not give that impression, she becomes defensive and tries to imply that he cannot understand the true feeling of isolation. Monata replies that someone who genuinely prefers solitude would not place themselves in situations that require interaction or tolerate the attention of others. Since she does both, he believes she is simply lonely and longs for companionship. Monata tells him to stop talking as if he understands her struggles. However, Monata, tired of their back and forth, directly suggests that they become friends. Hinata's face instantly turns bright red, and, in shock, she asks what he means.
But Monata insists, declaring that he has grown very fond of her. Hinata blushes even harder as she tells him that people normally do not go to such lengths just to offer friendship. When Monata backs off, she advises him to give up on getting to know her, because she is annoying and troublesome. Objects, saying that she does not seem unpleasant to him, and that he actually appreciates her honesty. He explains that insincere compliments make him uncomfortable, so he values her authenticity. Hearing this, Hinata brightens up and, blushing, calls him a weirdo. A brief pause follows, a second passes, and silence hangs in the air. Then she comes to her senses and, burning with embarrassment, declares that she will never become his friend. As she leaves, Monata realizes that he has been rejected, and goes back to his business, ignoring Chloe, who had been listening nearby. In the next scene, the training continues. While Tushuru is training, Monata notices his hesitation when using magic and pauses the session for a break. Gathering the group, he praises their diligence, noting that everyone is beginning to refine their abilities. He then notices the Mizuha sisters surrounding their father Tushuru and watches them. When the girls approach him, Yuika and her sister ask their father to have dinner with them after training, since they have not talked in a long time. Fortunately, their stern father declines the invitation, stating that he still has work to do. After he leaves, Monata appears and remarks that Tushuru has remained the same even after their estrangement ended. Says that their father was not always like this. Monata asks what changed. She explains that he used to be kinder and more involved in their lives. However, after their mother died, he became withdrawn and fell silent. He stopped talking to them and was constantly occupied with work. Yuka adds that she understands their father's feelings. After their mother passed away, she felt the need to become stronger in order to protect Yuika. But in the process, she became harsher and lost sight of herself. Yuika assures her that she is still the same caring older sister, and Ruka thanks her for the compliment. Nevertheless, both agree that their father remains a mystery because he never confides in them. When they begin doubting his love, Minata intervenes, stating that if Tushuru did not care about them, he would never have viewed him as a rival during their first meeting. That is exactly how a father would react towards someone pursuing his daughters. Nevertheless, Minata secretly reflects on the reason behind Tushuru's unstable magical energy earlier. It seemed as though he had been contemplating some kind of decision. Before Minata can say anything else, Chloe pulls him aside for a private conversation. He is somewhat concerned, suspecting that she might be asking him on another date. Chloe begins by telling him something. Over the last few days, she has felt a growing desire to know him better. She wants to know everything about him, down to his very core. Stepping closer, she showers him with kind words, radiating overwhelming feminine charm. Flattered, Minata thanks her for the compliments. Chloe, now holding his face in her hands, calls him strange and continues praising his attractiveness, innocence, honesty, and all the mysterious traits that she finds so captivating. She then directly invites him on a date, adding that she is confident their relationship would be wonderful. She describes herself as the devoted type. If he wishes, she is willing to do or offer anything just to remain by his side. With those words, she leans in seductively. Then she asks whether he wants them to share their lives together. In response, Minata apologizes for hurting her and tells her that he has no intention of entering a relationship anytime soon. Despite her disappointment, Chloe accepts the rejection with dignity, smiling and remarking sadly that they cannot be together. She then concludes her business with Minata, leaving him to recover from their interaction. Shortly afterward, Minata returns to the training grounds and finds Riku and Ryugi chatting like old friends. Shocked, he asks the Mizuha sisters how they managed to bond so quickly. Explains that their training created a connection between the two. After some conversation, they decided to compete in a 1,000 push-up challenge. After finishing, collapsing, and then getting back up again, they sealed their friendship. Understanding the situation, Minata continues training the group until the end of the day. Afterward, life at the training camp proceeds normally, and the bond between the aristocrats, mages, and SMT grows stronger. As the 2-week camp approaches its end, Minata gathers everyone together to praise them for their dedication. He tells them that although the training is over, it is only the beginning. They all know that the world's catastrophe is approaching in only a few weeks, potentially claiming countless lives. However, for now, he assures them that if everyone performs their duties effectively, disasters and demons can be dealt with. He then encourages the team, declaring that no catastrophe will be able to stand against them if they maintain their resolve. Subsequently, he instructs everyone to rest and prepare before the mission begins. He concludes his speech with several additional words of encouragement in his characteristic Spartan manner. Representatives of SMT and the Mage nobility shake hands and exchange words of support. Among the crowd, Hinata acknowledges Minata's incredible achievement in uniting both factions. She realizes that everyone's abilities have improved because of him. He not only fostered openness between them,
but also showed her personal kindness. In a moment of weakness, Hinata considers accepting Monata's earlier offer of friendship, but quickly dismisses the thought, believing that bonds are useless. After the speech, Hifumi meets with Monata and praises the outcome. Monata expresses his gratitude, while Hifumi reflects on how the two factions, once divided by conflict, now share mutual trust, all thanks to Captain Minata. He is convinced that their continued unity will bring peace to the world. Monata expresses hope that this vision will indeed come true. Thus, the training camp comes to an end, resulting in a substantial improvement in the skills and teamwork of both the SMT members and the Mage nobility. As a result, disasters in Tokyo cause far less damage despite their continued occurrence. In fact, records indicate the lowest documented damage figures in the past 50 years.
Months pass, and the residents of Tokyo speak of the uninterrupted peace they now enjoy thanks to the combined efforts of SMT and the Mage nobility. Tokyo no longer fears disasters. The people trust SMT to handle any threat. In essence, their joint efforts have brought genuine peace to Japan, with the exception of the SMT members themselves. While others find rest, Minata and his squad train diligently for the approaching global catastrophe, continues his harsh instruction, echoing his Spartan resolve to remind them of their duty to protect Japan and its citizens. During training, Shido intervenes, conveying the High Command's decision to recruit mages from all across Japan, including civilians, to reinforce the operation. Praises Shido for the information, then listens as Sanada reports on the major disaster sites that suffered severe damage 50 years ago. She states that personnel have been dispatched to all of those locations except for the greatest threat, near Tokyo Tower. Sanada reassures her, claiming that he already has a strategy for dealing with that specific problem. Shido then privately checks whether their secret agreement has been completed, and Monata confirms his gratitude for arranging the necessary security measures. To clarify matters, Monata describes the coming global catastrophe as unprecedented in scale, one that is prepared to affect the entire planet, rather than Japan alone. He further explains that this catastrophe is not a single event, but rather a cascade of simultaneous disasters. Years ago, humanity was poorly prepared for such a dangerous challenge. However, this time, under his command, and with careful preparations for every contingency, the outcome will be different. Addressing his subordinates, Monata reminds them that the global catastrophe will occur in only a few days.
Until then, he orders them to rest and cherish the time they spend with their loved ones. Sensing their concerns, he assures them that they are as prepared as they can possibly be, and that victory is inevitable. Nevertheless, the team remains worried. Monata notices their lingering doubts. He begs them to trust him more than anything else. He continues his words of encouragement, vowing to protect the planet and its inhabitants, no matter the cost. Fortunately, his speech strengthens their fighting spirit. The SMT team erupts in cheers, praising Kusanagi. They then return to their usual activities. After several more weeks of calm, the day of the global catastrophe finally arrives. News agencies urge citizens to remain indoors. As the people prepare, government officials take up their positions. The police also move into position. SMT and the armed forces assume their designated posts. When the appointed time arrives, Monata informs his squad that the catastrophe is imminent, and the heavens begin to turn crimson. The global catastrophe, the very event in which Monata and Itikama once met their end, unleashes an onslaught of thousands of demons. Captain Minata Kusanagi is the decisive factor for victory this time. As the demons descend, Minata rallies his warriors and sends them forward to save the world. For reference, it is once again stated that the global catastrophe is regarded as the greatest disaster in human history. At that very moment, the catastrophe begins. It was the same disaster that claimed the life of Itikama Monata in Tokyo. Shortly before the battle begins, the Prime Minister, along with lawmakers and Japan's national leaders, gathers in a secure bunker, placing all their hopes in SMT to protect the nation. Meanwhile,
Minata, the Mizuha sisters, and Ryugi conduct an aerial assessment of the demon population in Old Shibuya.
Minata realizes that the demons participating in this catastrophe are larger and more numerous than those he encountered in his previous life. The immense magical energy surrounding them confirms this. Nevertheless, he swears that this time, no one will die. As the greatest conflict on the planet approaches, citizens across Japan are overwhelmed with anxiety as the skies ignite with a crimson glow. Despite their fear, they remain optimistic. They continue to hold on to that optimism. As the catastrophe officially begins, a news helicopter crew broadcasts live across Japan, reporting that the crimson sky is expanding and that demons are emerging through gates. Although the authorities had previously attempted to evacuate residents, the reporter expresses concern over the enormous number of demons. Demons flood the deserted streets of Shibuya. They unleash explosions throughout the metropolis. The decaying urban landscape collapses into ruin. When Minato arrives to stop the devastation, the reporter announces his arrival to the entire nation, guaranteeing that the live broadcast will show him destroying as many demons as possible with his null magic. As the conflict intensifies, the Mizuha sisters and the SMT squad join the battle. Upon noticing them, Minato orders the group to eliminate the demons and hold their position until the catastrophe boss appears. He also warns them that multiple catastrophes are unfolding throughout Japan, advising them to conserve their magical energy from more formidable opponents. Understanding his reasoning, SMT obeys his orders, unleashes earth magic upon the demons, while the Mizuha sisters cast powerful water magic spells. However, as the conflict intensifies, the squad realizes that the demons are not only increasing in number, but are also growing stronger. At this moment, they desperately need help from the mage nobility, yet they are nowhere to be found. Idu attempts to contact them, but his efforts prove futile. When Ruka reports that even her father cannot be reached, Minato questions Chloe about the circumstances. As expected, she feigns ignorance, claiming that she knows nothing, attempts to contact the other squad members, but confirms that all transmissions have been cut off. Until this moment, Minato had been completely confident in his plans. However, he senses that something is seriously wrong. Two officers rush in, announcing that both law enforcement and the defense forces are also experiencing communication failures, making joint operations impossible. They look to Minato for instructions. They understand that the catastrophe exceeds their ability to handle without the mage nobility, and anxiety spreads throughout the group. Idu emphasizes the critical need to restore communication with the other facilities.
Sensing the growing anxiety among his subordinates, Minato instructs them to remain calm, reminding them of their mission. He assures them that victory is still achievable, even without the mage nobles, as long as they stand united. He reminds them that this is precisely why they endured such harsh training. His speech reignites optimism within the squad, motivating them to move forward. With renewed determination, SMT continues slaughtering demons. The reporter continues her live broadcast, assuring the public that Minato and his squad are doing everything they can. She urges the viewers to remain optimistic, promising that SMT is on the scene. The demons are doomed to fail. Minato knows that multiple catastrophes are occurring all across Japan, making this battle especially difficult without the mage nobles. Nevertheless, he believes the current situation can still be managed. That confidence stems from his meticulous planning. As the number of demons continues to rise, he orders his team to stay vigilant and keep pushing forward. To wipe out a large horde of demons, Minato activates his mana artes. He strengthens his body before unleashing a series of rapid strikes. Despite being vastly outnumbered, he remains unharmed and annihilates the enormous horde with his 9th-tier void magic spell, Magic Spark. Afterward, he surveys the approaching demons and decides that it is time to put his hidden strategy into action. Soon after, the SM members defeat most of the demons, granting them a brief respite. Meanwhile, Minato wonders why the demons seem far stronger and more numerous than they were 50 years ago. He realizes that what comes next will not be simple. At that very moment, the Mizuha sisters and the rest of the team sense a dark presence approaching. Seconds later,
A gigantic, monstrous beast materializes from a rift.
The SM team members witness the terrifying figure and immediately recognize the Demon King. They then notice its horrifying size and overwhelming presence. The instant it appears, the Demon King unleashes a 10th-tier fire spell, Grand Explosion, devastating the entire battlefield. Miraculously, thanks to Minato's quick reaction, the SM team members emerge unharmed, protected by a 9th-tier fairy barrier empowered with anti-magic. Now, a far more pressing problem stands before them. Minato faces the Demon King. Believing his previous attack had annihilated them, the Demon King wonders where they are, declaring that the battle has only just begun. As the Demon King prepares to act, Minato deploys the 10th-tier Guida shields previously used to protect a nearby squad, reassuring the anxious Mizuha sisters that their safety outweighs any delay in responding. Minato reminds them that their opponent is the Demon King.
He urges them to remain alert and not allow themselves to be caught off guard. Meanwhile, Chloe, who also escaped unharmed, expresses her surprise to Shido at Minato casting 2 spells simultaneously. However, Shido explains that spells similar to Fairy operate autonomously, suggesting that the defensive spell was most likely Minato's own doing. At that moment, a confused Sonata asks Chloe whether it is truly possible to cast 2 spells at once. Chloe further explains that autonomous spells are extremely advanced techniques that allow casters to control magic subconsciously, bypassing the normal casting requirements and process to achieve greater speed and efficiency. To make it easier for Sonata to understand, Chloe compares the method to innate reflexes. She notes that Minato has mastered both conscious and subconscious spellcasting simultaneously. Hearing all this, Ryugi remarks on how incredible Minato truly is, but he is suddenly interrupted. The Demon King charges toward them, intending to crush them all. While evading the Demon King's first attack, the Mizuha sisters combined their magical power. They create an advanced 8th-tier spell, Overflow, and unleash it upon the Demon King. At the same time, Chloe, Ryuji, and Sonata also bombard the Demon King with their own spells. They overwhelm him with an unrelenting barrage of magical attacks. Unfortunately, before the assault can inflict any meaningful damage, the Demon King roars and somehow shakes off every spell directed at him. After witnessing the Demon King prepare yet another massive explosion, Minato finally intervenes, ordering his allies to move on to another catastrophe so that he can deal with this fool who considers himself. Although Yuika objects to the decision, Minato reminds her that there are countless disasters occurring, and without the support of the mage nobles, the defenses against the other catastrophes are likely reaching their limits. Therefore, the only reasonable course of action is to support the other teams and allow him to face the Demon King alone. Around this time, Ruka and Yuika come to the same conclusion. They would only hinder Minato if they remained beside him. Consequently, they issue orders to their junior subordinates. They command them to leave the area with Minato and head toward another disaster zone. As the sisters depart the battlefield, they urge one another to keep believing in Minato until the very end. They are certain that he will win, no matter who stands against him. Once the rest of the squad has withdrawn, Minato directs all of his attention toward the Demon King. He charges forward while reciting several incantations. As the Demon King attempts to defend itself, Minato continually reminds himself to expend as little magical energy as possible. Defeating the Demon King is not difficult, but he must conserve his magic for his secret objective. With that in mind, he ascends as high into the sky as possible. He then strikes the Demon King in the head with all of his might. Immediately after the impact, Minato activates an 11th-tier holy magic spell. He unleashes Holy Ray. He directs the devastating power of the beams toward the Demon King. Unfortunately, the Demon King manages to evade most of the rays. Before Minato can continue his assault, the Demon King prepares a counterattack spell. Just as the spell is about to be cast, Minato reacts at maximum speed. He amplifies his magical power to cast the 12th-tier Fire and Earth Fusion magic spell, Zero Earth, which transforms the ground into lava by heating it intensely. With the spell activated, the Demon King is quickly burned alive, leaving Minato concerned about his mana consumption as he realizes that the king is far stronger than those he fought in the past. Sensing that the Demon King is dead, Minato warns himself to conserve even more magical power, at least until the demon god appears. Around this time, the reporters aboard the helicopter flying high above announce to the public sheltering indoors that Captain Kusanagi Minato has successfully defeated the Demon King and appears completely unfazed. However, she also reports that the police, SMT, and the self-defense forces are struggling with the other disasters, and without the mage nobles, the demons are overwhelming them. As she finishes her report, the reporter notices something unusual. It is happening at the half-destroyed communications tower. She draws everyone's attention to it. When Minato finally notices it, he realizes it is something familiar, but then wonders whether the demons are triggering another catastrophe, as a massive rift appears in the crimson sky, and countless demons flood the streets of old Shibuya.
Eventually, Minato remembers this event as the final phase of the apocalypse, when the demon god, the ultimate catastrophe that ended his previous life as Ichikami Minato, was destined to appear. At the same time, Yuika is seen leading numerous SMT operatives, ordering them to focus on killing as many demons as possible, rather than rushing toward the final catastrophe. While overseeing the mission, she reflects on the powerful magical aura she sensed earlier. A faint smile appears on her lips when she realizes it has disappeared, the result of Minato defeating the Demon King exactly as she expected. Noticing the growing exhaustion among her team, Yuika silently hopes that her older sister is safe in another disaster zone. Suddenly, distorted transmissions break through her communicator. Sure whether communications have finally been restored, she quickly responds. Adjusting her earpiece, she finally hears the voice clearly.
The speaker informs Yuika and everyone on the line that a major catastrophe has erupted near Tokyo Tower and orders all personnel to head there immediately. A subordinate then asks Yuika for orders, noting that they cannot even handle a minor catastrophe without the assistance of the mage nobles. After only a moment of consideration, Yuika orders everyone to remain behind and deal with the immediate threat, while she heads to rendezvous with Minato and the others. With those words, she leaves them and flies toward Minato's location. Meanwhile, Minato battles a new wave of demons, using his null magic, inorganic cannon barrage. Realizing the overwhelming number of enemies, he considers using a powerful spell, despite the strain it would place on his depleted magical reserves. At that very moment, the Mizuha sisters and their 4 companions arrive to provide assistance. They apologize for being late. When Minato asks about the companions they left behind, Yuika and Ruka explain that it was the only way to compensate for the absence of the mage nobles. Understanding their reasoning, Minato orders everyone to prepare themselves. At that moment, they halt the demons and bring the battle to a temporary end. Afterward, the commander launches a new offensive. The journalist, still circling overhead in her aircraft, comments on the unfolding chaos. She describes it as the emerging final phase of the catastrophic event that once claimed the life of Ichikami Minato. As the live broadcast reaches all of Japan, the public begins to doubt SMT's capabilities. They wonder whether SMT truly possesses the strength necessary to stop the catastrophe. The pilot suggests retreating because of the dangerous circumstances. However, the determined reporter refuses, insisting that the public must witness SMT fighting. Barely finishing her explanation that their anti-monster equipment guarantees their safety, a beast attacks the aircraft, nearly sending them crashing onto the road below. Minato quickly erects a null magic barrier to protect them. However, one demon manages to break through it. The barrier trembles. Minato unleashes holy magic upon the beast. He then ascends into the air to check on the reporter and her crew. Rising high above, Minato addresses the people of Japan, acknowledging their fears and promising that no one will die. With that promise, he returns to the battle. Admiring how cool he looks, the reporter orders the cameraman to film the other SMT members bravely fending off the demons. In the midst of the ongoing clash, a demon casts the 6th tier Fire and Wind fusion magic spell. It is called Fire Cyclone and it targets SMT. Minato responds with the 7th tier null magic spell, Banishment, and destroys the demon using mana artes.
His comrades marvel at the spell's power, but Minato warns Ryugi and Ruka that null magic has limitations. Its effectiveness is low, and it can only nullify spells up to a certain level. Before they can catch their breath, Yuika reports that additional demons are approaching. Minato immediately orders everyone to remain vigilant. Realizing the danger of hesitation, SMT charges forward and unleashes their entire arsenal of offensive spells. Minato increases his output and activates 11th tier Holy Magic. He releases Holy Ray, annihilating a significant number of enemies. Ryuji contacts his colleagues in the other disaster zones to assess the situation and learns that the number of demons has increased dramatically. Reinforcements are urgently needed everywhere. Minato mentally notes the other areas of concern. In one of those zones, several SMT members are trapped and have no idea what to do when they suddenly see the Mage nobles arriving.
Relieved, they call out to their former training partners, urging them to stop joking around and help, but their relief quickly turns to horror. One of the nobles approaches an SMT member and points lethal magic directly at his face. At the very last moment, the SMT member transmits a desperate message through the communication line, informing everyone that the Mage nobles have turned against them. Minato manages to catch fragments of the warning before the transmission is cut off. While the team struggles to process the message, Hifumi and several high-ranking Mage nobles arrive at the scene. They dismissively comment on the commotion. Still confused, Yuika suddenly recognizes Chairman Mumu among them and asks why her own father is standing behind him. After a brief pause, Shidu steps forward. He asks Hifumi about the alleged betrayal committed by the Mage nobles against SMT. With a smug expression, Hifumi claims that they never betrayed them. From the very beginning, their intention was never to form an alliance with SMT. Hearing this, the SMT members gasp in disbelief. Ruka reminds Hifumi that they are supposed to be allies, not enemies. To demonstrate her resolve, Hinata strikes Ruka with an icy remark, warning her not to misunderstand the situation, and adding that they never once considered SMT to be their allies. Though disturbed by the revelation, Minato turns to Riku and asks whether he shares the same opinion. Unfortunately, even the most easygoing member of the group agrees with Hifumi. Gripping his blade, Riku declares that the Mage nobles have turned against SMT, the police, the self-defense forces, and Japan itself. At the same time, Chloe puts on an exaggerated display of sorrow. Nevertheless, no one believes her. No longer seeing any obstacles to his complete domination, Hifumi begins laughing hysterically, overjoyed that the moment has finally arrived to witness the fruits of his endless experiments. He gazes up at the crimson sky and creates a colossal magic circle to begin his spell. The remaining SMT operatives remain frozen in shock, unable to comprehend Hifumi's ultimate goal. Then Chloe steps forward and declares that they will stop the spell before it is unleashed. She releases a 4th tier dark magic spell. Its name is Shadow Blade, and she hurls it at her father. One of the demons intercepts the attack as if it were nothing, dissolves it, and then joins the other demons surrounding and protecting Hifumi. Witnessing this, Shido concludes that it must be a coincidence, unwilling to admit that a demon would voluntarily protect Hifumi. Meanwhile, the reporters finally realize what is unfolding. They broadcast the apparent pact between the Mage nobles and the demons throughout Japan. As SMT struggles to comprehend the chaos, one member laments that he truly believed they had all grown closer during the joint training camp. That is when Hifumi reveals that, through catastrophe manipulation magic, all demons across Japan will soon join their side. Minato begins questioning Hifumi about his unique magic and how he obtained the ability to control catastrophes and demons. As Hifumi starts drawing the crimson stream of energy from the heavens into himself, he states that catastrophe magic possesses other special properties as well. Chloe asks whether the mysterious catastrophe energy is flowing into her father, while an equally bewildered Yuika admits that she has never seen anything like the scarlet magic he is absorbing. However, Minato recognizes the phenomenon. He recalls that it closely resembles his own experience during the first catastrophe, the moment when he awakened his magical abilities. To help the team understand, he explains that catastrophes do not merely saturate the land with magic, they also grant magical power to individuals who possess dormant potential. He warns them about the dangers of absorbing such an enormous amount of energy. Hifumi praises him for understanding so quickly and elaborates that catastrophe magic can indeed strengthen a person's magical power, provided they can withstand the strain. Minato then asks Hinata and Riku whether they have been using catastrophe magic to enhance their own abilities. Hinata openly confirms it, stating that they have absorbed magic from every catastrophe they have encountered so far. She reveals that the Mage nobles only pretended to cooperate with SMT in order to ensure that the catastrophes could proceed without interference. This strategy allowed them to arouse less suspicion, even while secretly triggering catastrophes or siphoning their magic for personal gain. Minato begins to understand their scheme for accumulating power. Hinata states that their original objective had been to kill him, but after witnessing his potential, they decided to use him instead.
She mentions that if the Mage nobles had neglected the catastrophes, it would have invited public condemnation, something they wanted to avoid. In order to trigger the great global catastrophe, they needed to preserve the established course of history. Minato then asks why it was necessary to follow history. Hinata explains that catastrophes usually manifest in specific locations, places where magical energy flows most freely. Until one catastrophe is resolved, the next cannot begin. They used Minato to eliminate each catastrophe, preserving their predetermined sequence. Now, Chairman Mumu is absorbing the energy of the great catastrophe. Once the process is complete, he will ascend as the most powerful sorcerer in history. Disturbed, Minato asks whether this deception had been planned from the very beginning. Hinata confirms it without the slightest trace of regret. Indeed, the entire plan was deliberate. When Minato asks whether none of their bonds had been genuine, Hinata, tired of his naivety, tells him to abandon such absurd ideas, claiming that she does not need allies like him. Yuji then turns to Riku and asks whether he truly intends to continue down this path. After several seconds of silence, Riku declares that Japan's collapse is now inevitable because both the Mage nobles and the demons have turned against it. He tells Minato that even a player as extraordinary as him cannot protect the entire nation. As demon attacks continue to escalate, SMT becomes overwhelmed, forcing even ordinary mages to join the battle and fight for their lives. Idu announces that the situation is rapidly deteriorating, while Sonata reports that no reserve forces remain. At this rate, total collapse is possible. Then, two familiar figures appear nearby, commenting that the entire operation is proceeding according to plan. As they step into the light, Shido is stunned. It is Kuroi and Fukagina.
Moments later, Takigami arrives as well. This unsettles Shido even further. While Minato tries to understand why Takigami is here, Kuroi casually greets him, saying that he has personally come to put an end to his life this time. When Shido asks Kuroi how he escaped from prison, Kuroi reveals the truth. The Mage nobles have numerous allies within law enforcement agencies throughout Japan, but then asks Kuroi why the Mage nobles would betray humanity. That worthless piece of trash explains that they are doing it simply because they are Mage nobles. Kuroi begins discussing the concept of nobility. He claims that they are beings of a higher order. He insists that they are fundamentally different from ordinary humans. He calls commoners incompetent. With those words, the idiot unleashes the 8th-tier dark magic spell, Chaos. Boasting about his fraudulent spell, he tells SMT that with their magic, they could effortlessly destroy half a city.
He brags that they could wipe out an entire city if they truly exerted themselves, and all of this could be accomplished by a single mage. However, for some incomprehensible reason, Kuroi claims that the Mage nobles are being controlled by incompetent, powerless fools. Clenching his fist in anger, he tells SMT that he finds it absurd that Mage nobles, who are destined to stand at the top, still obey inferior beings,
incompetent trash that has become far too arrogant. Fukujin interrupts Kuroi's speech, informs SMT that their ancestors originally sought to become mage nobles in order to accumulate knowledge and technology and dominate the incapable. Nevertheless, despite their cunning, the incapable eventually managed to exploit the mage nobles, giving Hifumi credit for increasing the strength of the mage nobles through catastrophes. Kuroi assures SMT that with the immense power they now possess, they have no opponents left. Charging their magic, both fools declare to SMT that the time has come for the mage nobles to rule absolutely over the incapable. Having said that, the pair dramatically increase their magical output. Mizuha's sisters comment that they now seem completely transformed. Meanwhile, Minato remains calm, which only infuriates Kuroi. Ignoring Kuroi's outburst, Fukujin expresses his anticipation of seeing despair on Minato's face once he finally loses all hope. But then Minato turns to Tokigami and asks whether she had been deceiving him all this time, even when she claimed she had revealed everything. Realizing that Minato is ignoring them, Kuroi completely loses control. He angrily calls out to Minato. He pats Tokigami on the shoulder, calling her worthless trash who deceives and exploits others for personal gain.
Since the other heads of the 7 mage noble families have grown tired of this spectacle, Kuroi ends the pointless conversation and, together with Fuka, initiates the true catastrophe. Almost instantly, a swarm of demons rushes past SMT. Noticing them, along with everyone else, states that demons should be far away from the areas affected by the catastrophe. Unfortunately for SMT, the situation is different. The demons somehow escape from old Shibuya and spill into Tokyo's residential districts. In an instant, demons burst into apartment buildings, threatening to slaughter as many people as possible. The heads of the 7 families desperately try to protect their loved ones. Around this time, other SMT members inform Monada about the demonic invasion in the streets and ask for further instructions. Rui mocks them by asking the very same question, adds that even someone as skilled as Monada cannot protect all of Japan from his current position. Chloe and Shidu, sensing the worst, ask about their next course of action. Since no answer comes immediately, the excited Kuroi declares that SMT will be crushed by their helplessness and perish. As Fukujin joins in the mockery, Monada puts an end to their amusement, recalling the existence of 3 categories of anti-magic equipment. Monada classifies the first category as the standard type used by mages, which requires the user to channel magical energy. The second, he explains, is the disruptive type, designed to interfere with magic or magical abilities. He states that both SMT uniforms and Mage Noble uniforms belong to this category. They are designed to weaken magical capabilities. At this point, Fuka asks whether he has lost his mind. However, Monada insists and begins detailing the third type. This type has a limited duration, activates under specific conditions, and can even be used by those who possess no magical ability. Around this time, the mage nobles begin to feel uneasy. Across Japan, anti-magic plush dolls secretly designed, mass-produced, and distributed by Shidu suddenly come to life. These plush dolls generate zero magic barriers inside homes and shelters throughout the country. As the magic activates, Monada explains that they used SMT's popularity to mass-produce merchandise containing protective anti-magic equipment. The product had been sold nationwide as protective charms. When Shidu first heard the plan, he had been skeptical. Now, he is grateful that he obeyed Monada's orders, because this strategy is saving Japan. Acknowledging Monada's extreme thoroughness, Fukujin shouts that defense alone is meaningless, and points out that offensive anti-magic equipment has only a short duration. Monada agrees, then states that because his magic is integrated into the equipment, it has spread throughout all of Japan. Consequently, he can detect his magic anywhere within the country. He is also capable of deploying it simultaneously across the entire nation. With those words, Monada releases the offensive magic stored within the plush dolls, and casts the 13th tier zero magic spell, Unlimited Magic Bullet. Using this spell, he annihilates thousands of demons attacking families throughout the country. During the event, Reporters inform the public that a sudden surge of magic has just destroyed an enormous number of demons. They still do not fully understand the situation, but reports from across the network indicate that most residents are safe. Witnessing the sheer scale of Monada's abilities, Yuika is left speechless. She and her brother finally realize the true extent of his incredible power. In a fit of rage, Kuroi throws a tantrum. He cannot comprehend how Monada managed to cast magic across the entirety of Japan. Fukojin urges him to calm down, reminding him that not all of the demons have been eliminated. Kuroi decides to accept his words.
He informs Monada that the mage nobles are still at large. If the anti-magic equipment cannot be repurposed, then the magic sealed within the merchandise will also become ineffective. At that very moment, Monoton smirks, suggesting that Kuroi may have overlooked something. When Kuroi asks what he means, Monoton states that SMT still has other allies they can rely on. Familiar figures emerge from the darkness, revealing themselves to be the Shadow Guardians. Recognizing them, SMT and the law enforcement officers question why they are here and whether they intend to help. Before answering, the shadowy figures demonstrate a portion of their magical might by destroying several demons attacking the group. They then declare that they are cooperating with SMT to exterminate monsters and protect civilians. Understanding that civilian safety is the highest priority, SMT decides to join forces with the Shadow Guardians. Around this time, the reporter and helicopter crew broadcast to the public watching the conflict that SMT has now formed an alliance with the Shadow Guardians. Only moments after the announcement, devoted fans of the Shadow Wanderers erupt in excitement. Social media buzzes with admiration, celebrating the alliance between the Shadow Wanderers and SMT in their battle against the monsters. Since Monada is occupied commanding SMT, he cannot simultaneously play the role of Crone. He appoints Leona to act as Crone in order to preserve authenticity during the conflict. Deep within the thick of battle, Leona begins to question her decision to take on the role. She complains about the brutal and exhausting training regimen she had to endure. She also grumbles about the difficult task of mastering numerous anti-magic devices. Moreover, she has to deal with strained relationships with people she knows. This predicament persists even after she supposedly parted ways with the Shadows, following the clash between Crone and Monada. With no possibility of retreat, Leona pours all of her strength into the battle. She destroys several demons using the 7th-rank anti-magic equipment, Geyser Wave. Her allies, dressed in shadow garments, praise her performance. Witnessing their leader's determination, the other shadow soldiers also unleash their full power, determined to eliminate the enemies before SMT does. Not wishing to fall behind, SMT members, along with the police and self-defense forces, quickly capitalize on the momentum created by the Shadow Soldiers. Faithfully carry out their duty to protect the country. Continuing to impersonate Crone, Leona decides to make sure the real Crone buys her a meal after this ordeal. Meanwhile, Kuroi, unaware of what is happening elsewhere, receives reports from his fellow nobles that Shadow Soldiers are appearing all across the country.
Enraged, he confronts Monada. He asks whether Monada had doubted the mage nobles from the very beginning, leading to such an extreme level of preparedness. When Monada firmly confirms it, Ifuko and Kuroi are driven into a rage. Empowering their spells, they swear that this time they will finally take his life. Before beginning his final confrontation with Monada, Kuroi turns toward Takigami, who had shown reluctance to betray Monada, and urges her to rise and fight. Faced with the circumstances, Takigami charges her magic and prepares herself. At roughly the same moment, Riku and Hinato, realizing they have no alternative, do the same and prepare for battle. At this point, Monada can no longer tolerate it. He informs the Mizu sisters and the others that the time has come to end everything right here. The stage is set. The clash between the elite SMT squad, led by Monada, and the mage nobles, headed by Kuroi and Akuto, begins. This titanic confrontation will determine the outcome.
For his opening move, Kuroi releases the 5th-tier dark magic spell, Night Raid.
Using its stealth properties, he slips past Yuika, intending to eliminate the weaker fighters first. Just as Monada prepares to rush in and protect her, Hinato suddenly materializes and lands a powerful blow to his jaw. Fortunately, just as Kuroe is about to strike the unsuspecting Yuika, her sister Ruka pushes him back with the 6th-tier water magic spell, Raging Torrent. Thanks for sister, but Ruka advises her to stay alert because the battle is far from over. Meanwhile, Monada withstands Hinato's attack by activating a small zero magic barrier at the exact point of impact. Before he can recover, Kaichiriku descends upon him. He attempts to slash Monada's abdomen with a sword infused with magic. Effortlessly dodging the strike, Monatu becomes furious. He retaliates with a split kick, striking both attackers. He simultaneously drives his kick into both of their stomachs.
Breaking free once more, he attempts to reach his subordinates, but Takigami blocks his path with the 7th-rank water magic spell, Emerald Water, declaring that she will not allow him to pass. Minato informs Monada that they acknowledge his strength, but they intend to prevent him from helping his comrades. Recognizing their tactic as a strategy of separation, Monada understands just how troublesome it is. Having already expended a significant amount of magic and intending to eliminate Mumu first, he realizes that using his full power would be a dangerous gamble he is unwilling to take. As if sensing his intentions, Hinato states that she will not allow him to interfere with the chairman. Ku interjects, declaring that Monada must defeat them first before moving on. Monada recognizes their delaying tactic. He hardens his resolve and swiftly defeats several noble mages. He then prepares to cast a high-level spell. Noticing his speed, Hinato instructs Riku to stop evading and maintain the pressure. Elsewhere, Kuroya and Jin struggle against the members of SMT, complaining about how troublesome they are. Meanwhile, Yuika and Shidu begin to falter under the overwhelming pressure of their opponents, and even consider surrendering. Shockingly, Chloe intervenes, begging them not to give up, and reminding them of their immense strength and importance to the nation. Realizing that losing their fighting spirit is not an option, Ruka and Yuika regroup and, for the first time, change their opinion of Chloe, acknowledging her passionate nature. Hearing their words, Chloe lets out a small laugh. She admits that she may have drawn inspiration from them. Without wasting a second, the trio charges directly at their opponents. Chloe, unleashing the 8th-rank dark magic spell, Chaos Voren, warns them against becoming overconfident and unleashes his magical power.
In response, the young women cast the 8th-rank water magic spell, Grand Flood. They release a colossal wave, successfully neutralizing Kuroi's spell. Fukujin acknowledges their formidable strength. However, Kuroi shifts his attention to the trembling Takagami and mocks her. As Minato silently watches, Kuroi turns to Takagami and demands an explanation. He reminds her of the consequences that await. Those consequences will come if she refuses to obey. Having resigned herself to her fate, Takagami unleashes the 8th-rank wind magic spell, Raging Storm. She directs it at Monada, hoping that he will forgive her. As the attack approaches, Monada lowers his defenses. To the horror of his subordinates, he remains motionless, calmly waiting to be struck by the wind magic. In the end, Takagami intentionally misses, admitting that she cannot bring herself to attack Monada. Witnessing her hesitation, Kuroya erupts in fury, berating Takagami for her disobedience and reminding her of what will happen to her family if she suddenly develops a conscience. Tired of being coerced, Takagami begs him to spare her daughter and granddaughter, her only remaining connections in this world. However, Kuroya coldly points out that she is the one who broke their agreement. A single phone call from him would mean their deaths. Painting grim scenarios of suffering for her family, he places the blame for any pain they endure entirely on her, calling it just punishment. Around this time, Monada makes an unexpected phone call, surprising both Kuroya and Takagami. He thanks the person on the other end for arriving precisely on time. Immediately after the call ends, Kuroya demands an explanation for Monada's actions during such a critical moment, threatening to execute Takagami's family at once. But Monada calmly replies that it is already too late. He has already saved them.
When Kuroya watches the footage on Monada's phone showing masked shadow warriors protecting Takagami's family, he is stunned and protests that Monada could not possibly have known their location, especially since only a handful of people knew where they were. Even the authorities had been bribed. In response, Monada praises Kuroya's subordinates for skillfully concealing their movements. Nevertheless, the evacuation during the catastrophe became their downfall, making it possible to track and infiltrate their location. In truth, Monada silently expresses his gratitude to the Shadow Warriors for maintaining their disguises until the very end. Finally, Kuroya asks Monada when he pieced everything together. Monada explains that despite possessing a family photograph, Takagami had never once spoken about her relatives. Her extreme caution regarding the Mage nobles had made him suspicious. Consequently, he asked an acquaintance to investigate her past and uncovered the truth. Monada turns his gaze toward Takagami. He tells her that she should have already realized that she could hide nothing from him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Takagami bursts into tears. She can hardly believe that her family, who had been held captive for so long, is finally safe. Just as she relaxes and expresses her gratitude to Monada, Kuroya snaps and attempts to take her hostage. Having no reason left to obey him, Takagami unleashes her wind magic spell, Raging Storm, upon him, calling him despicable scum and warning him never to lay a hand on her again. She then bows her head and sincerely apologizes to Monada for deceiving him from the very beginning. Monada tells her not to worry, explaining that helping a comrade is only natural to him. Touched by his words, Takagami gives him a genuine smile. At that moment, Kuroya interrupts them, irritated by the emotional scene. He orders Fukujin and the others to stop holding back and seriously eliminate them all.
With no other choice, Hinato and Riku prepare themselves for battle. Monada approaches them, expressing his disappointment that they resorted to taking hostages, despite all of his warnings. Impressed, Hinato tells him to be quiet, insisting that she has no need for his lectures. Fortunately, around this time, the SMT operatives have already eliminated the surrounding monsters. They have also subdued the remaining Mage nobles, with the exception of their leaders. Observing this, Jin admits that SMT is far stronger than he had expected. But Takagami, having completely lost patience with the Mage nobles and their underhanded schemes, gathers her mana and joins forces with Monada for the coming confrontation. As the situation intensifies, Toshiro appears, swearing his loyalty to the Mage nobles. His daughters immediately call out to him, begging him to support their cause. Fortunately, Kuroya accepts Toshiro as an ally. His daughters scold him for even daring to approach their father. Finding their reactions amusing, Kuroya shoves Toshiro forward. He forces Toshiro to declare his true allegiance. Ruka and Yuika silently wish that he is still working undercover. It becomes a complete disappointment, declaring his loyalty to the Mage nobles. The shocked daughters cannot believe that their beloved father has committed such a betrayal. Kuroya takes the opportunity to reveal that he once believed Toshiro had betrayed them during the explosion. However, in reality, their connection had never been severed. Even after being expelled from the ranks of the Mage nobles, Toshiro maintained his connections. While the Mage nobles sought dominance on the surface, the BR organization aimed to control the underworld. By joining forces, they could have achieved complete control. However, when the Shadow Wanderers destroyed their plans, BR was nearly annihilated, and details about their accomplices began to surface. Kuroya claims that not only the Mage nobles were involved.
BR had connections with government agencies, financial institutions, law enforcement, and numerous other factions. Once the revelations began, all of them abandoned BR to preserve their reputations, allowing the police to restore their public image while concealing their own involvement. It was at that moment that the Mage nobles and SMT joined forces. The entire nation of Japan was deceived, and the Mage nobles thoroughly enjoyed it. Continuing from there, Jin tells the SMT members that the Mage nobles have not changed in 50 years. They still cling to the belief in absolute supremacy through pure magic. Their true intentions have been misunderstood for centuries, but now, Jin declares, their revival is inevitable. Despite everything that has happened,
The daughters beg their father to say that he is only undercover, just as before. However, Toshiro coldly states that he has never changed. He is a pure-blooded mage noble and has no intention of betraying his allies. With this revelation, the truth crashes down upon his daughters with full force. Their father had always been among their enemies. Confused and troubled, Minato asks Tushida why he supports deceitful nobles who enslave others for their own benefit. Unable to answer, Tushida simply orders Monada to be quiet. Ignoring him, Monada mentions Tushida's deep affection for his daughters and reveals that he had previously tested him to confirm his loyalty, but Tushido furiously denies it. Disgusted, Monada accuses him of deceiving everyone, including himself. He then asks what turned him into such a spineless coward. At that, Tushido finally loses his composure. He cuts off the conversation, declaring that the time for the real battle has come. Monada vows to destroy them all and restore the authority of the mage nobles. He calls Tushido a stubborn old fool. Monada then prepares for battle. Empowering themselves with mana, Monada and his allies confront the mage nobles.
They are ready to fight. Soon, the battle erupts, and Hinata attacks first, casting the 10th rank fire magic spell, Great Explosion, creating a colossal blast that destroys everything within its reach. Fortunately, all SMT members barely evade the explosion before it engulfs them. Realizing that he has once again been separated from his allies by the explosion, Monada briefly worries about their condition. Before he can think any further, he finds himself isolated with Rika and Hinata, both eager to resume their previous confrontation. Before the clash begins, Monada states that he will no longer hold back, but they remain indifferent to his warning. On the other side of the explosion, Fuko and Kuroi grumble that they are facing nothing more than supporting characters, insisting that the weak should die quickly. Irritated by their arrogance, Ryuki fires back, calling them the true side characters. Joins in, vowing to crush them if they continue underestimating them. After enduring several taunts from SMT, Fukojin contemptuously scoffs at their bravado and casts the 8th rank wind magic spell, Raging Storm. But he is too slow. Yuji quickly responds with the 7th rank earth magic spell, Comet. He immediately neutralizes Jin's attack. After the clash, Kuroi scolds Jin for failing, but Jin snaps back, telling him to shut up and emphasizing that earth magic naturally has the advantage over wind magic. Wanting to demonstrate his superiority, Kuroi draws his anti-magic pistols. These firearms possess no elemental weaknesses and are capable of disrupting magic. Although he complains about wasting ammunition, he insists that he has no choice and promises their deaths. However, before he can fire, Takigami strikes him with a wind spell, disarming him and rendering the weapons useless. Calmly, she informs him that anti-magic equipment is merely a tool, and a tool is worthless if neglected. Furious at being outplayed, Kuroi begins charging his magic. He swears to annihilate them all with his full power spell. Refusing to give them any advantage, Ryuji, Sanada, and Shido power themselves up together, and Ryuji finally declares that it is his time to shine. Sensing their growing strength, Takigami decides to support them from the rear. She uses her custom-made anti-magic equipment to amplify their magic. She then throws enchanted stones to them, significantly increasing their magical output. In addition, Sanada casts the 10th rank holy magic spell, Breath of God, granting Shido and Ryuji the holy attribute, allowing them to recover from injuries more quickly. With all of these buffs, Shido and Ryuji gain newfound confidence. They feel more capable than ever before. Now they can defeat the nobles. Responds with his special 10th rank atmospheric magic spell, Absolute Atom. Meanwhile, Kuroi casts his own deadly 10th rank dark magic spell, Parade of Death, summoning underworld phantoms wielding scythes. In response, Ryuji unleashes his unique 10th rank gravity magic spell, Infinite Gravity. At the same time, Shido releases the 10th rank Holy Thunder composite spelled Kuranos. The two forces collide. All clashes against Jin's, while Shido's lightning crashes into Kuroi's dark magic. For several tense seconds, the spells struggle for dominance. They wage a fierce battle against one another, but in the end, Ryuji's and Shido's magic overwhelms their opponents, inflicting severe damage on both Jin and Kuroi. After unleashing such devastating attacks, Ryuji and Shido are completely exhausted, having depleted almost all of their magical reserves. Meanwhile, Kuroi and Jin, who never expected such an onslaught, somehow manage to get back on their feet. The girls are stunned that they are still standing. They endured such overwhelming magic. Although Kuroi remains standing, he realizes that he has almost no magic left, and no anti-magic equipment remaining.
Injured and exhausted, he decides to observe SMT's next move. Akigami, also drained, blames her weakness on neglecting her training. Sonata still has a little magic left, but she decides to conserve it. She is not suited for direct confrontation, so she believes it is wiser to provide support from the flanks. As a result, the battle reaches a stalemate. Meanwhile, the Mizuo sisters confront their father, Tushira. They unleash their 7th-rank water magic, Geyser Wave, but he effortlessly neutralizes it with the same spell. Afterward, he casts a 4th-rank spell. It is called Waterfall, and he directs it at Yuika. She has no chance to respond. At that very moment, Chloe pushes her aside, takes the hit herself, and loses consciousness. Believed that Chloe is merely unconscious, Yuika expresses her gratitude for being saved. With one of them incapacitated, Tushira prepares to resume his assault. At that moment, Yuika realizes that her father truly intends to destroy them, just as he would any enemy. At the same time, Tushira steels himself, making it clear that he has no room for sentiment. Seeing this, the sisters decide to stop hesitating. They resolve to cast aside their restraints. They will no longer hold back. Declaring that they will overcome their misguided father, they pour all of their remaining mana into a completely new 11th-rank Grand Ice spell, Diamond Dust, and unleash it upon him. In response, Tushira summons his own 11th-rank water magic spell, Maelstrom, intending to neutralize the powerful spell cast by his daughters.